Nanxing, a brilliant actress trapped as the villainess in her own life, has spent 3 years perfecting the role of a doting wife. Her goal? To trick her cold, neglectful CEO husband, Yunxiao, into a lucrative divorce and secure her freedom. Just as he finally hands her the papers, a freak lightning strike grants him an unexpected ability. He can read her mind. Now, he sees the sarcastic commentary, the elaborate mental celebrations, and her secret title $10 billion dream. Furious and fascinated, he tears up the agreement. He's not letting his scheming, hilarious wife go anywhere. The curtain is rising on the greatest performance of her life, but he's the only one with the script. Chapter 1. The actress's performance. The keypad on the villa's door beeped under Nanxing's trembling fingers. She was still in full imperial consort regalia from her film set elaborate hanfu, heavy headdress, and a delicate huadian gracing her forehead. Each breath came in a sharp, panicked gasp. Faster. Come on, faster. Her agent's frantic call 30 minutes ago echoed in her mind. Yunxiao is back. Her husband, a permanent resident of overseas markets, had decided to make a surprise return to the country today. The lock clicked. She shoved the door open, the thick soles of her palace shoes muffling her hurried steps into the marble foyer. There was no time to change. She had to set the stage to transform this cold, sterile villa into the home of a devoted wife before he arrived. She yanked open the stainless steel refrigerator door. Her heart plummeted. It was empty, stark, white and mocking. Of course it was empty. This place was a glorified hotel room to her, a pit stop between filming and promotions. Why would she keep it stocked? Without missing a beat, she pulled out her phone, her thumbs flying across the screen. She opened a food delivery app. 10 full-course Western meals. Now, she typed into the special instructions. If delivered in 10 minutes, I'll give a 5-star review and a 1,000 tip. She hit order and collapsed onto the plush leather sofa, her extravagant costume spilling around her like a pool of liquid gold. The intricate embroidery glittered under the recessed lighting. Tick, tick, tick. Her manicured nail tapped an anxious rhythm on the armrest. Suddenly, the electronic lock chirped. In a flash, Nanxing's expression softened. A gentle smile curved her lips, her eyes sparkling with practiced, welcoming delight. But it wasn't the delivery driver. Yunxiao stepped inside. Dressed in an impeccably tailored black suit, he moved with the innate grace of a panther. He loosened his tie, his strikingly handsome face etched with the fatigue of long-haul travel. His gaze, when it landed on her, was ice. "Yunxiao, you're back," she said, rising to her feet, her voice a soothing, honey drip. He offered a non-committal grunt, the annoyance in his eyes plain as day. Ding-dong. Then, the doorbell rang. A frantic, insistent chime. Her smile tightened. "Please be a lost neighbor," she prayed. But the bell persisted, growing more urgent until it settled into an obnoxious, rhythmic pattern. Ding-dong. Ding-ding-ding-dong. Yunxiao's brow furrowed, his dark, penetrating eyes locking onto her. "Aren't you going to get that?" "It's probably a mistake," she insisted, her palms growing clammy. The bell screamed again. Gathering the heavy fabric of her skirt, she marched to the door and pulled it open. A delivery guy in a bright yellow jacket, sporting ridiculous rabbi-tier headphones, grinned back at her. "Ms. Yi, your 10-person Western feast is here." Nanxing's blood ran cold. "You have the wrong house," she snapped, slamming the door shut. She leaned against it, her heart hammering against her ribs. When she turned, he was right there. Yunxiao had moved silently behind her. "Bring it in," he commanded, his voice devoid of all warmth. His sharp gaze swept over her pale face. "Then meet me in the living room. We need to talk." He turned his back on her, a silhouette of cold indifference. Defeated, she wrenched the door back open and forced a pained smile at the bewildered delivery guy. "Thank you," she mumbled, taking the towering stack of containers. After stashing the evidence in the kitchen, she trudged back to the living room, her mind racing for a plausible excuse. She never got the chance. Yunxiao pinched the bridge of his nose and delivered the verdict she'd been waiting 3 years to hear. "I want a divorce. My lawyer is drafting the papers. My assistant will bring them tomorrow." The words hit her like a physical blow. Her head shot up, her eyes instantly welling with perfect, glistening tears. She threw herself at him, clutching his arm, her voice trembling with a devastating quiver. "Why? I love you. When I heard you were back, I rushed straight from the set. I didn't even change," she cried, the picture of heartbreak, every sob a masterpiece of acting. Yunxiao looked down at her, a sardonic smirk twisting his lips. "Love me? You have a new scandal with a different young co-star on the trending page every week. Is that how you show your love?" Oh, for heaven's sake, she thought. It took him 3 years to figure that out. The man is blind. But on the surface, her performance reached new heights of tragedy. With a gut-wrenching sob, she slid to her knees, wrapping her arms tightly around his legs. I won't agree. You have to believe me. There's only you in my heart. His face darkened as he tried to pull away, surprised by her iron grip. He yanked harder, and this time, he broke free. We've never even been man and wife in anything but name, he stated coldly, looking down at her crumpled form on the tile. Out of respect for my grandfather, who adores you, I'll make sure you get a generous settlement. You won't leave empty-handed. He turned and walked toward the door. As he pulled it open, he glanced back one last time. Nanxing was lying prostrate on the floor, her body racked with silent sobs, her shoulders shaking. It was a heartbreaking sight designed to melt the sternest of hearts. A flicker of pity crossed his eyes, but it was quickly extinguished by the memory of all those tabloid headlines. He shut the door firmly behind him. The sound of his footsteps faded. Instantly, Nanxing sprang to her feet. She plucked a tissue from a box and dabbed her eyes with theatrical precision. A second later, the vast living room echoed with her silvery, triumphant laughter. Little Black, was that an award-worthy performance or what? She crowed internally to her system. A mechanically cheerful voice responded in her mind. Pipe down. He's not even off the property yet. She rolled joyously on the sofa. 3 years. A whole 3 years. He finally said it. That billion is almost mine. She could already see it. A mountain of cash, a future of freedom, and a revolving door of charming young actors. Don't count your Benjamins just yet. The system, Little Black, chirped. The papers aren't signed. She rubbed her hands together, her eyes shining with unrestrained greed. I can already smell the money. Chapter 2. A shocking revelation. The next morning, Nanxing was ripped from a deep, blissful sleep by the shrill ring of her phone. Between the thunderstorm and her own giddy excitement, she hadn't fallen asleep until dawn. Who is it? She mumbled into the receiver. Sis, it's me, Siken. The panicked voice of Yunxiao's younger brother crackled through the line. It's Go. He was struck by lightning. He's in the hospital. You need to come now. He hung up before she could respond, immediately texting her the hospital address and room number. Nanxing sat bolt upright, the fog of sleep evaporating. Struck by lightning? Her eyes went wide. Does that mean I inherit his billions? Little Black shattered the fantasy with its robotic chirp. He's the male lead. He's not going to die. Now, get to the hospital and put on your show. Her face fell in disappointment, but she moved quickly, throwing on a low-key outfit with a fisherman's hat and oversized sunglasses before hailing a car to the hospital. In the pristine VIP suite, Yunxiao was propped up in bed. He looked pale, but the air of unshakable authority remained. The moment she entered, he picked up a document from his bedside table. Sign it. She launched into her role, rushing to his side and clutching his hand, tears springing to her eyes on command. Husband, are you okay? I was so worried. I don't want a divorce. Just tell me what you don't like, and I'll change it, I promise. He pulled his hand away, his brow furrowing in distaste. You're just not my type. Had she been a faithful, dutiful wife, he might have endured the farce for a few more years. But her very public flirtations with every rising star in the industry were the final straw. And grandfather, I'll handle him. She knew this was the moment. She nodded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. All right, I'll sign. She picked up the pen and scrawled her name across the dotted line with practiced flair, then handed the agreement back to him. She noticed the space for his signature was still blank. As Yunxiao took the pen, ready to finalize their separation, a blinding flash of gold caught his eye. He looked up bewildered. Hovering above Nanxing's head were 2 rows of glittering, golden sun emojis. 10 in total. Husband? Nanxing asked, her eyes red-rimmed and tentative. Are you having second thoughts? He shook his head, rubbing his eyes. Impossible. He put pen to paper again, writing the character for Lu. Instantly, the golden light above her head intensified, blooming into 3 rows of 15 brilliant suns, so bright they were almost painful to look at. And below them, words materialized in bold, red text. Sign it, you old fossil. I've got a billion reasons to celebrate. What are you staring at? Never seen a beautiful woman before? 3 years I've wasted acting for this moment. Don't you dare back out now. Yunxiao froze. His eyes darted to his younger brother, Lu Siken, who was obliviously scrolling through his phone. He was the only one who could see this hallucination. So, a lightning strike had given him superpowers? And this woman's 3 years of devoted affection had all been an act? White-hot rage boiled in his veins, but he forced it down, his expression a carefully neutral mask. Nanxing, meanwhile, was quietly basking in her internal victory parade. My next project is with that gorgeous 22-year-old. With this money, I'll executive produce and demand more kissing scenes. She looked up, noticing his fixed stare. The bizarre display above her head vanished. You're not signing? She stammered, genuine fear creeping into her voice. Yunxiao tossed the pen and then signed agreement back onto the bedside table. The divorce is off, he stated calmly. Go home and prepare dinner. I'll be discharged this afternoon. Nanxing turned to stone. She forced her lips into a twisted, ghastly imitation of a smile. Okay, I will. As she turned to leave, Yunxiao saw 2 rows of dark, stormy cloud emojis pop up over her head, accompanied by the text. You have got to be kidding me. Did the lightning fry his brain? 3 years of my life gone? His face darkened. You can go. Sikan and I have business to discuss. He was going to enjoy watching this two-faced actress try to keep up her charade. Chapter 3. A Taste for Soap? Nanxing stormed back into the villa, a storm cloud of fury incarnate. She ripped open the freezer, grabbed 10 ice pops, and shoved 3 in her mouth at once. I need to cool down. She seethed, the words muffled by frozen dessert. Now, 3 years of meticulous planning, undone by a single, capricious sentence. It was enough to drive anyone insane. Timing his return perfectly, she placed another massive delivery order. She artfully arranged the 8 gourmet dishes on their best porcelain, meticulously disposing of all the incriminating takeout containers. The moment Yunxiao walked in, she was the picture of domestic bliss. Welcome home, darling. Look, I made all your favorites. They sat down at the dining table. Yunxiao scanned the colorful, aromatic spread and raised a skeptical eyebrow. Which restaurant? It looks decent. The one on East Street, she blurted out without thinking. It's really good. She immediately regretted it, wishing she could bite off her own tongue. To her surprise, Yunxiao chuckled. I never expected you to know how to cook. She offered an embarrassed, simpering smile. Thank you for not being angry, dear. Let's eat. Mid-meal, she couldn't resist probing. Husband, what made you change your mind about the divorce? Yunxiao paused, his chopsticks hovering over a piece of chicken. I just changed my mind. The moment the words left his lips, he saw 2 rows of cartoon bomb emojis explode over her head. You unbelievable jerk. You're playing with me. Fine. No divorce? I'll lace your food with laxatives. Let's see how you like that. Yunxiao. He set his chopsticks down with a sharp click. On second thought, he said, his voice cold, let's proceed with the divorce. Immediately, Nanxing the actress took the stage, her lower lip jutting out in a perfect pout. But I can change. She whimpered. Meanwhile, 20 golden suns materialized triumphantly above her. Yes, his white lotus haven't even returned yet. This is the perfect time to escape before he turns abusive. Yunxiao's eye twitched. Abusive? Him? He shot to his feet. We'll finalize it at the civil registry tomorrow. I'll have the papers ready. The moment he was gone, Nanxing leaped for joy. She marched to the wine cabinet, pulled out a bottle of outrageously expensive Bordeaux, and uncorked it. A little pre-celebration, she announced, tilting the bottle to her lips. Could you keep your internal monologue a little more civil? Little Black chirped in her head. He can't hear me, she retorted, gulping down the rich, red liquid. Within the hour, the bottle was empty, and she was thoroughly, wonderfully drunk. Staggering into the master bathroom, she hugged the porcelain god, then stumbled to the sink to splash water on her face. She caught her reflection mascara smeared like a raccoon's mask and pointed a wobbly finger at the mirror. Huh, you're a mess. Her bleary gaze fell on the fancy, artisanal soap on the counter. It looked like a square of creamy, high-quality chocolate. She picked it up and took a curious bite. Fancy chocolate, she mumbled, chewing thoughtfully. It was at that precise moment Yunxiao walked back in. He'd forgotten his phone. He stared, utterly dumbfounded. What in the world are you doing? Nanxing squinted, seeing only a blurry, well-dressed wall in front of her. Move, wall. He snatched the soap from her hand. Seeing her flushed, dazed face, he sighed in exasperation. I'm taking you to the hospital. Get away from me, you scumbag. She wrenched her arm free and plopped down heavily on the bathroom floor. After 20 futile minutes of trying to reason with a drunk, he called his doctor friend in desperation. Following the advice he was given, he forcibly made her drink 5 large glasses of water. Then, he knelt beside her, shaking her gently. Make the bubbles. Come on, blow the bubbles out. Obligingly, Nanxing began to exhale, and a stream of perfect, shimmering soap bubbles floated from her lips. Soon, the entire living room was filled with a galaxy of iridescent orbs. He finally carried her to bed, watching for a moment as she slept, still occasionally puffing out a tiny, perfect bubble. Shaking his head, he left. Deep in the night, Nanxing awoke to a pounding headache and the horrifying, fragmented memory of her own actions. After a quick, mortified recap from Little Black, she buried her face in her hands. "We're getting that divorce tomorrow if it's the last thing I do," she groaned. She had no way of knowing that the gears of fate had already begun to turn, locking her into a game far more complicated than she had ever planned. Chapter 4. The Bubble Machine. The two of them struggled for nearly 20 minutes, yet the man still failed to escort the woman out of the villa. Yunxiao sat on the sofa, panting with frustration, and helplessly dialed his physician friend. "Jingchun, please come to my villa number 9. On the other end, Jingchun, preoccupied with his own affairs, replied, "What's the matter? If she's ill, she should come to my private hospital. I'm currently busy pursuing a girl. If I could go, I wouldn't be calling you," Yunxiao retorted, casting a glance at the woman sprawled on the floor, intoxicated and rambunctious. His temples throbbed as he continued. "Nanxing has ingested half a bar of soap." "What?" Jingchun burst into laughter, unabashedly mocking. How peculiar she is. She's not a child anymore." The next time they met, he was determined to tease this notoriously arrogant woman of the entertainment industry. Yunxiao's handsome face darkened, his tone displeased. "She's drunk. Does she need her stomach pumped? Is there no other way?" He genuinely hadn't anticipated that this woman could be so troublesome. Under the influence, she seemed like an entirely different person, uncooperative and squirming in his grip. Jingchun chuckled in response. "Just give her a few more glasses of water. Then let her exhale. Bubbles will do the trick. I have to go." Yunxiao sighed, moving toward the water dispenser to fetch a cup. Meanwhile, Nanxing wriggled on the tiled floor like a maggot, her words slurred. "You dog of a man, humph. Once I'm single again tomorrow, I won't have to please you anymore. I'm done serving you." As soon as she finished speaking, the voice of the system, Xiao He, echoed in her mind. "Little star, your heartfelt persona is collapsing. Quickly, close your mouth." Nanxing shouted defiantly, "To hell with my heartfelt persona." Upon returning, Yunxiao, oblivious to her drunken ramblings, knelt beside her, propping her upper body up and placing the cup to her lips, commanding, "Drink water." With that, he forcefully poured a cup of water into the uncooperative woman's mouth, and fearing it wasn't sufficient, he rose to refill the cup, continuing to administer 5 cups in succession. Kneeling on one knee, he supported her upper body and urged, "Nanxing, exhale bubbles, hurry up, or you might be in serious trouble." He incessantly shook her upper body, causing her small head to sway. Before long, Nanxing parted her lips slightly, and in the next moment, like a bubble machine, she began exhaling bubbles, each breath releasing a cascade of them. In no time, the air in the villa's living room was filled with countless bubbles, varying in size and shimmering like crystal. Yunxiao, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, realizing he had exhausted his limited patience for the night. He then lifted her in his arms and ascended the staircase to the second-floor bedroom, placing her gently on the large bed. Convinced that the woman would be fine, he had a meeting to attend, and, after covering her with a light blanket, he departed. As Nanxing slept, her mouth remained agape, and with each exhalation, more bubbles streamed forth, filling the bedroom with a myriad of translucent, crystal-like orbs. At the stroke of 1 in the morning, Nanxing awoke in a daze, her surroundings enveloped in darkness. Turning her gaze towards the window, she confirmed that the night had indeed fallen. The remnants of a hangover plagued her with a throbbing headache, prompting her to massage her temples. "System Xiao He, little star, you must refrain from drinking in the future. Do you have any idea that in your drunken stupor, you devoured half a bar of soap?" "What?" Nanxing sat up abruptly, reaching for the bedside lamp, her voice laced with concern. "I won't die, will I?" Alas! She had experienced a blackout and could recall none of the preceding events. "System Xiao He, rest assured, you will not perish. You should extend your gratitude to Yunxiao. He was the one who provided you with water, enabling you to expel those bubbles." Nanxing raised an eyebrow skeptically. Would he truly be so benevolent? "Well, if I can successfully finalize the divorce tomorrow, I shall express my gratitude to him." The following day, Nanxing donned a delicate pink fairy dress, complemented by pristine white shoes. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, exuding youthful exuberance, to evade the prying eyes of reporters. She adorned herself with a large fisherman's hat and oversized sunglasses. Clutching a limited edition handbag, she stood at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, her lips curving into an elegant yet polite smile. Before long, the sleek black Bentley came to a halt before her. As the doors swung open, a pair of gleaming black Italian leather shoes touched the ground, revealing long, straight legs. Yunxiao emerged in a tailored black suit, his handsome features accentuated by captivating phoenix eyes, exuding an icy demeanor. He adjusted the cuffs of his impeccably pressed sleeves, his gaze fixated on the woman adorned in pastel hues. Above her head appeared a series of cheeky emoticons and words. That dog of a man is quite handsome. His looks and stature could easily eclipse many male idols in the entertainment industry. What a pity, he will soon be known as an abuser. Yunxiao. He found himself perplexed, wondering why this woman consistently berated him in her thoughts. What impression had he given her to make her believe he possessed the potential for such behavior? Snapping back to reality, Nanxing approached him, her expression tinged with sorrow as she remarked, "Darling, once we pass through this door, you shall no longer be my husband." At that moment, a black Maybach pulled up nearby, from which emerged two tall gentlemen, each standing at 180 centimeters, his brother and close friend, Lu Xiqing and Hua Jingchen, both clad in white shirts and black trousers. As they approached, Hua Jingchen teased, "Sister-in-law, how is your stomach faring?" Nanxing responded with a smile, "Much better." Their marriage had been kept under wraps, yet their families and close friends were aware, necessitating her to maintain a poised demeanor in their presence. Hua Jingchen, unable to resist a jest, quipped, "Sister-in-law, how about that soap? Did you enjoy it, or did you end up expelling bubbles?" He had fortuitously encountered Lu Xiqing on the way to the hospital, who had mentioned that his brother and sister-in-law were divorcing. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he decided to tag along for a bit of lighthearted mockery. Nanxing, so this blabbermouth, who relishes gossip, is now privy to her embarrassing anecdote. This meant it would not be long before her friends, including those unfamiliar to her, would discover her soap-eating escapade. She had already noticed that her younger brother-in-law, Lu Xiqing, was secretly chuckling beside her. Yunxiao said calmly, "You two wait outside while we go in to handle the paperwork." At that moment, another luxurious black car came to a halt nearby. The driver alighted and opened the rear door, respectfully welcoming an elderly gentleman with a head of white hair. Yet his eyes remained bright and spirited. Yunxiao hurried to greet him. "Grandfather, what brings you here?" "Oh no." It seemed someone had let slip about the divorce to the old man. It appeared that the divorce would not be happening today. Nanxing quickly approached to support the elderly man's arm, sweetly saying, "Grandfather, I was just about to return to the old residence to see you." This was it. The divorce was off. Her marriage to Yunxiao had been orchestrated by the elder himself, and divorce was simply not an option. The elderly gentleman stood tall and straight, casting a glare at the man beside him before turning to the obedient woman. "Nanxing, you are the sensible one, knowing to come back to see me, unlike that unfilial grandson." Yunxiao, standing by, could only press his lips together in resignation. This woman truly knew how to act, charming the grandfather. The old man sternly admonished, "Yunxiao, if you dare to divorce today, prepare to see me in the hospital." Yunxiao, with a helpless expression, replied, "Grandfather, you need not worry. We are not getting a divorce." As he spoke, his cold gaze flickered towards the woman who was feigning obedience beside him. Noticing a storm cloud looming over her head, accompanied by lightning and torrential rain, the elderly gentleman smiled kindly. "Nanxing, tonight you and Yunxiao will return to the old residence for dinner and keep me company." Nanxing smiled back graciously, "Of course, grandfather." The old man then spread his palms. "To prevent the two of you from secretly divorcing, you shall leave your documents in my care." In the end, Nanxing watched helplessly as the old man took their documents away. As she gazed despondently at the departing black car, her younger brother-in-law, Lu Xiqing, approached with a grin. "Saoja," he said with a proud demeanor, "I told grandfather that big brother was going to divorce you, so you should thank me properly. Otherwise, you two would have surely divorced today." He understood how much his sister-in-law loved his brother, and, being in the entertainment industry himself, he dismissed the unflattering rumors about her. He felt he had done a noble deed, saving their marriage. Upon hearing this, Nanxing's stunning face bore an expression that was both amused and exasperated. A smirk graced her lips, but her eyes held no warmth as she glared at him. "I really should thank you." Lu Xiqing, lowering his gaze, trembled slightly at her expression and replied, "No need for thanks. I'll be on my way now, sister-in-law. Goodbye." With that, he turned and dashed to his car, quickly starting the engine with Hua Jingchun, leaving in haste. Unfathomably, he felt as if his sister-in-law's earlier demeanor suggested she might devour him. Perhaps she was just overly delighted. Chapter 5. The slap 2 days had elapsed, and Nanxing was summoned back to the set by the director to continue filming. At this moment, she had donned a heavy and resplendent concubine costume, surrounded by 2 stylists at the vanity, one attending to her hair, the other to her makeup. Just then, her manager, Sister Hua, approached holding the script. Nanxing, the next scene involves a fight. Nanxing, in a sour mood, replied curtly, I know. She had already perused the script and had memorized her lines thoroughly during her journey to the set. Sister Hua paused and said, the director insists on real slaps. Nanxing portrayed the concubine, the second female lead, who was to be slapped by the antagonistic queen, given her fiery temperament. Sister Hua wanted to inform her in advance to prevent a possible outburst should the slap occur unexpectedly. After a moment of contemplation, Nanxing instructed, tell the director to have Ran, who plays the queen, understand my boundaries. 2 strikes, no more. Ran, a newcomer at 20, had a previous disagreement with her during their last project, and it seemed likely she would seek revenge this time. Understood. I will relay your message, Sister Hua replied. An hour later, Nanxing stood face to face with Ran, prepared for the scene. The director, holding a megaphone, announced, action. Ran, with a malicious expression, spat. Bitch. A sharp slap echoed as Nanxing turned her head, a faint blush appearing on her right cheek. Ran then called out to the director. I forgot my lines. The director, seated behind the monitor, stood up and said, no problem, makeup artists, please touch up the actors quickly. The makeup artists rushed over to restore their respective stars' appearances. Nanxing smirked coldly, forgetting lines? Such a ridiculous act, and you dare to present it? Ran feigned innocence. Sister Nanxing, what do you mean? I'm a newcomer, and it's normal to forget lines due to nerves. Unlike your seasoned experience as the eternal second female lead. I'm bound to falter. Nanxing's lips curled into a sardonic smile, her expression a mask of cold indifference as she replied slowly, your tongue is quite sharp, and your words are eloquently crafted. Once the makeup was completed and the faint redness on her cheek concealed, the makeup artist withdrew. Nearby, a circle of crew members whispered among themselves. When Nanxing displays such expressions, it's generally a prelude to her wrath. Indeed, I was part of her last project and witnessed that look. It is unmistakably the calm before the storm. Let us hope Ran knows her place and gets it right this time. With the director's command, action, a crisp slap resounded once more against the woman's right cheek, the mark now even more pronounced. Yet the next moment, Ran, looking aggrieved, said, Director, I'm sorry, I forgot my lines again. The director wiped the sweat from his brow, chuckling nervously, it's fine. Let us get her makeup touched up again, and we'll try another take. Thus, 5 takes were filmed in succession, and after Anren delivered her slap, she momentarily forgot her lines. Most of those present could discern that her forgetfulness was intentional. At that moment, Nanxing's lips were stained with blood, and her right cheek had swollen painfully. She wiped it with her thumb, and with her tongue flicking out, turned to the director and coldly commanded, let us hurry, another take. Anren, massaging her wrist while smiling, replied, Sister Nanxing, I'm so sorry. Once we finish filming, I'll treat you to a lavish meal. All right, let's begin. As the director's voice rang out, the cameraman raised his camera toward the 2 women, preparing for a close-up shot. However, this time Anren did not behave well, once again feigning forgetfulness, leading to another failed take. Nanxing coldly smirked and said, Anren, today I shall teach you what it means to be ungrateful. No sooner had the words left her mouth than Nanxing lunged forward, tackling the girl to the ground. Positioned atop her abdomen, she unleashed a flurry of slaps and punches upon the girl's face. Help! Are you insane? Anren struggled, but the blows rained down relentlessly upon her delicate features. I've given you 6 chances, yet you failed to appreciate them. Don't blame me for losing my temper. After all, her public persona was that of a villain. What was there to fear? She had intended to avoid trouble recently, yet some insisted on provoking her. Enduring 6 takes had already tested her limits. The scene unfolded with startling abruptness, leaving the crew, director, and cameraman momentarily stunned, primarily due to the sheer satisfaction of the altercation. Once they regained their senses, they rushed to intervene, attempting to separate Nanxing amidst the ensuing chaos. On the ground, Anren wept profusely, her once smooth skin now marred with bruises. Through her tears, she yelled, "I will sue you. You can't escape. I will make sure you pay." After she was pulled away, her manager, Sister Hua, approached the furious woman and whispered, "Goodness, how could you lose control again and resort to violence? I'm always left to clean up the mess. My career as a manager is practically ruined because of you." Nanxing gasped for breath, her brows furrowed. "Can't you see she's deliberately targeting me? It's personal revenge." The heavy costume of the period drama was cumbersome, making the fight not only troublesome but exhausting. Sister Hua surveyed the scene and remarked, "Look at what you've done. You targeted her face. How could she continue filming like this? You may have to compensate for damages." Nanxing yanked a heavy hairpin from her hair, still seething, and retorted, "Let them demand compensation. I'll pay from my own pocket." Unbeknownst to her, the entire incident had been recorded by those present, and tomorrow, the trending news would feature the villainous portrayal of Nanxing once more. With a dramatic flick of her sleeves, she turned and departed the filming site, returning to the company to change out of her costume in her prepared trailer. Removing all the accessories from her hair, her straight, long locks cascaded down like a silken waterfall. Dressed in a pristine white dress, she had removed all traces of makeup, revealing a natural beauty with striking features. From the refrigerator of the RV, she retrieved an ice pack and, enduring the pain, applied it to her swollen cheek for 5 minutes. Afterward, she set the ice pack aside and prepared to leave, donning her sunglasses and a fisherman's hat. Today's scene was her only task. Yet her co-star had been inadvertently injured by her, a misfortune that led her to decide to take her bag and phone and hail a taxi home. Suddenly, she remembered she needed to return to the Liu family's old residence that evening, so she provided the driver with the address of the manor. Half an hour later, after paying the fare, Nanxing alighted from the taxi and caught sight of a familiar black Bentley. Pausing for a moment, she raised an eyebrow and snapped her fingers. The Liu family's old residence was a grand, vintage manor, and the walk from the gate to the villa was quite lengthy. Thus, she thought it more prudent to accept a ride from a gentleman. The Bentley came to a stop before her, the window gliding down to reveal a man with an extraordinarily handsome face. With a gentle smile gracing her stunning visage, Nanxing said, "Darling, would you mind giving me a ride?" Yunxiao noticed the swelling at the corner of her mouth and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What happened to your lip?" Nanxing waved her hand dismissively, smiling, "It's nothing, really. Just a scene involving slapping. Thank you for your concern, dear. I assure you, it's no big deal." As she spoke, she pulled at the car door, but it did not yield. He had already locked it. With a smirk, Yunxiao replied, "You wish to ride in my car?" Hearing this, Nanxing hurried to the driver's side window, bending down with a smile. Indeed, at that moment, her inner emotions manifested as a series of furious emojis hovering above her head. Dogman, miser, lacking even a shred of gentlemanly demeanor. I've been courteous for ages. Yet he shows no inclination to let me in. Yunxiao observed it all, nodding slightly, his expression teasing as he said, "Then continue to ponder here." With that, he drove to the entrance, where the guard, recognizing the familiar vehicle, promptly opened the gate. The car smoothly glided onto the manor's south asphalt road and soon arrived at the villa's entrance. Outside, Nanxing was seething, stamping her foot in frustration. How infuriating. What kind of person is he? I was merely trying to be polite. Chapter 6. Returning to the villa at the villa's entrance. Nanxing felt her legs grow weary after a 20-minute trek, finally arriving at the door. She paused momentarily to compose her facial expression and emotions. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself, "Just endure a little longer. 10 billion awaits me not far off." With that, she removed her sunglasses and fisherman's hat, striding confidently into the villa. The butler approached, saying, "Madam, welcome back." Nanxing smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's been a while, Uncle Jean." While speaking, she handed her hat and sunglasses to a passing maid. Upon entering the living room, she noticed the man who had returned early, lounging on a single sofa. Crossing his legs, sipping coffee, and basking in the cool air, his demeanor relaxed and self-satisfied. Lu's mother, with a tone laden with sarcasm, remarked, "Why didn't you return with Yunxiao?" "Fortunately, Grandpa is at a friend's house playing chess. Otherwise, Yunxiao would have faced your grandfather's reprimand because of you." Although Nanxing grew up in the Liu family as an adopted child, Lu's mother held no particular affection for her. One might say it was merely lukewarm. Were it not for Grandpa Lu's presence, she might have been expelled from the Liu household long before reaching adulthood. What irked Lu's mother the most was that she had the audacity to marry her own son. It was beyond her comprehension why Grandpa favored her so much, insisting she become the matriarch of the family. Nanxing closed her eyes, suppressing her tumultuous emotions, and replied with a graceful smile, "Mother, it was my fault. I finished filming late and had to return alone." After speaking, she gracefully seated herself on a single sofa, sipping the juice handed to her by the maid. Yunxiao took a sip of coffee and glanced at the emotional turmoil manifesting above her head, where 2 rows of bloodied kitchen knives floated alongside ominous words. "Yunxiao, you scoundrel, you old man, you scheming man. Are you deliberately making my life difficult? Damn it, you never defend me in front of your mother. Just sitting there like a mute while I endure her ridicule. It infuriates me. I must find a way to divorce this old man, claim 10 billion, and pursue a younger man instead. I will no longer suffer from the troubles of mother-in-law." At that moment, Lu's mother rose to check on the dinner being prepared by the chef, leaving the couple alone in the living room. Yunxiao clenched his jaw, unable to restrain himself from speaking out. Nanxing, using foul language is quite impolite, so refrain from it. Nanxing looked at him, blinking her innocent large eyes, and said sweetly, "Darling, I did not use any foul language." How strange. When had she ever cursed in front of him? That scoundrel. How could he accuse her unjustly? Yunxiao maintained a stern expression, nearly revealing the truth, but instead held back and said, "I am merely reminding you that one should amend their faults or strive to improve." Nanxing obediently replied, "All right, dear husband." Before dinner commenced, Grandpa Lu returned home. Yunxiao's father had passed away early, leaving only his grandfather, mother, and a younger brother, Lu Xiqing, who lived elsewhere and was not present for the meal. Thus only 4 people dined together. During dinner, Nanxing lowered her head, using her hair to conceal the swelling on her side, fearful that her concerned grandfather might notice. Otherwise, he would once again suggest she leave the entertainment industry. Seated at the head of the table, Grandpa Lu surveyed the array of delicious dishes before him, but found himself unable to savor the meal. After a moment, he remarked, "Today I gathered with my old friends, all of whom have welcomed great-grandchildren." His words were a clear hint directed at the couple. Lu's mother interjected, "Father, Nanxing is out filming all day. It's no wonder she hasn't taken proper care of herself. How could she possibly become pregnant?" Upon hearing this, Nanxing lifted her head with a smile and said, "Grandpa, I will take good care of my health and strive to give you a great-grandchild next year." As soon as she spoke, her true inner thoughts reappeared in written form above her head once more. "Ah, how ridiculous! I just uttered some absurd words. Clearly, it's that useless man, Yunxiao. Who is at fault? 3 years of marriage without consummation, and he has the audacity to blame my body. Please, my health is impeccable. Even if he were capable, I still wouldn't consider being with him. I intend a divorce. I have no desire to become a single mother burdened with a child, which would severely hinder my pursuits of charming young men. That turtle of a man, if you don't hasten to find a way to finalize our divorce, I will not hesitate to make you wear a green hat." Nanxing, Yunxiao warned with a darkened expression, the words floating above the woman's head, visible only to him, infuriated him, causing a tightness in his chest. How dare she claim he is incapable and threaten him with infidelity? This woman must be tired of living. "What's wrong, husband?" Nanxing inquired, glancing at him. The other 2 individuals also turned their confused gazes towards the suddenly irate man. Yunxiao managed a smirk, suppressing his irritation as he regarded the woman with a teasing expression, his tone laced with innuendo. "Grandfather, tonight Nanxing and I will endeavor to conceive. As she mentioned, we shall ensure that you hold your great-grandson next year." Old Master Lu chuckled benevolently. "Very well. With your assurance, I feel at ease. You have been abroad for company matters for a long time, but now that the overseas branch has stabilized, you have returned to the capital for an extended stay, affording you both more time together." After dinner, Old Master Lu suggested, "Why not stay at the old residence for a while? I've already instructed the servants to prepare your bedroom on the 2nd floor." He intended to keep an eye on this couple. He was not so easily deceived by mere words. He had lived long enough to see through their facade. Without some intervention, the prospect of a great-grandson would remain a distant dream. Yunxiao readily agreed. "Of course, grandfather. As it's getting late, I'll take Nanxing back to our room to conceive." Nanxing was taken aback. "Listen to this nonsense. What a shameless man. speaking so indiscreetly in front of elders. How utterly audacious. Lu Yunxiao glanced at the words hovering above her head, smirking coldly. Come along, my dear wife. With that, he grasped her delicate wrist and led her towards the staircase, returning to their bedroom on the second floor. In the bedroom, once the door closed, the man swiftly turned to face the woman, pinning her against the wall. He braced his arms against the wall, effectively enclosing her within his grasp, his dark eyes gazing at her like fathomless pools, as if he intended to consume her whole. Nanxing tilted her head to meet his gaze, blinking her large eyes, and timidly asked, Husband, are you angry? Why? Did I do something wrong? After her trio of questions, her thoughts resurfaced in textual form above her head. Uzalesman, what kind of gaze is that? Anyone would think you were on drugs, as if you could see right through me. I intend to preserve my purity for the charming young man of my future, steadfastly refusing to yield. Look at me again, and I shall blind you with my glare. Lu Yunxiao cast a sidelong glance at the thoughts that materialized above her head, a hint of derision flickering in his eyes. I warn you, refrain from flirting with others. I was preoccupied while abroad, but now that I have returned, if I catch wind of any rumors about you on trending searches again. Nanxing's large eyes immediately clouded with a thin mist. Darling, I truly love you. Please do not believe those rumors. Her inner thoughts appeared above her head. Humph. You wretched man, what can you do to me? Are you threatening divorce? I would welcome it. Do it quickly. Lu Yunxiao's lips curled into a cold smirk as he continued. I will keep you in bed for 3 days. Otherwise, consider my loss. Nanxing, cough, cough. Cough, you wretched turtle. Do not impose such childish threats on me. Lu Yunxiao cast a disdainful glance her way, snorted coldly, and strode into the bathroom. Moments latte. The sound of running water echoed through the air. Chapter 7. A toad's dreams of swallowing a swan. Nanxing sat on the sofa in the bedroom, her expression one of deep concern as she faced a formidable dilemma. Should she share a bed with that insufferable man? What should she do? Should she escape now? System Xiaohe. Warning, warning, the persona of a devoted lover is on the brink of collapse. Nanxing replied inwardly, I cannot endure this any longer. I am ready to abandon my persona. System Xiaohe. Gain 20 pounds, gain 20 pounds. Nanxing. Well, gaining weight is inconsequential. What matters is my commitment to consistency in my actions. She rose and walked to the wardrobe, retrieving a modest nightgown to change into, preparing to lie in bed and feign sleep. Surely, if she were asleep, that insufferable man would not disturb her. Nanxing nestled on one side of the large bed, and upon hearing the bathroom door swing open, she quickly covered herself with a blanket, turning her back to the other side. Before long, she distinctly felt the mattress dip behind her, her nostrils filled with the refreshing scent of the man, evoking a sense of tranquility within her. She truly wondered what kind of shower gel he used. Lu Yunxiao turned on his side to face the tightly wrapped woman, shaking his head in resignation. He would never touch a woman he did not fancy. Why must she be so cautious? In the next moment, Lu Yunxiao grasped a corner of the thin blanket, forcibly pulling half of it over himself. The vast blanket was entirely ensconced by the woman, but if he did not cover himself, he would surely catch a cold from the air conditioning. Nanxing's back stiffened. Oh no, this wretched man would not succumb to primal urges, would he? The crystal chandelier above had long been extinguished, plunging the spacious bedroom into darkness. Lu Yunxiao had initially closed his eyes, but the flickering light beside him rendered sleep impossible. Without needing to look, he could sense the emotional turmoil of the woman beside him manifesting above her head. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he opened his eyes and glanced over. To his surprise, a large, bright golden moon symbol floated above her head, and soon, a comic beauty clad in ancient attire perched upon the crescent moon, her name marked above her head, Nanxing as Chang'e. Suddenly, a large toad appeared, hopping eagerly towards the enchanting figure on the moon, yet it could not reach her. Infuriatingly, the words Lu Yunxiao were emblazoned atop the toad's head. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Yunxiao's face turned a deep shade of anger. How absurd! The woman's imagination surpassed even that of an animated film. Clearly, she was likening him to a toad, unworthy of courting a swan. In a moment of mischief, he decided to tease her. He reached out and pulled the woman, who had her back to him, tightly into his embrace. Startled, Nanxing trembled momentarily before regaining her composure, still facing away from him. "Darling, I didn't realize you were awake," she exclaimed. The man behind her was bare-chested, and she couldn't help but notice his impressive physique. She could distinctly feel his well-defined abs and pectorals, a delightful sensation. "You're not asleep either," Yunxiao remarked with a playful smile. "Since we're both awake, why not engage in something else?" As he spoke, his hand wandered to the delicate waist and flat abdomen of the woman in his arms. Nanxing bit her lip, paralyzed by the moment, choosing silence as she prepared to feign indifference. Oh, how she wished to abandon her persona at that moment, but for the sake of her dignity, she held back. Inside her mind, a vivid narrative unfolded, complete with expressive imagery. There were rows of bloody kitchen knives, small black bombs, and a line of mischievous little demons. "You wretched man, if you dare touch me today, I shall crush your little brother, ensuring you remain impotent for the rest of your life." A desperate plea echoed in her thoughts. "Oh dear God, who will save me? If I survive this night, I must purchase a pack of beans tomorrow to make you question your existence on the toilet. What if I have a child? Well, having a baby might be advantageous, as it would inherit your vast fortune. Yet, this old man is not dead yet. Must I endure until I become a mother-in-law? Absolutely not. I have yet to experience the charms of youthful men." Yunxiao perceived every thought racing through her mind, and in a fit of annoyance, he pinched her waist and declared with a cold snort, "I'm going to the guest room." With that, he released her, rose from the bed, slipped on his slippers, and strode out of the bedroom. How dare she wish for his demise, always fantasizing about younger men. Such stubbornness was infuriating. Initially intending to playfully tease her, he found himself consumed by anger instead, cursing the woman who constantly berated him. After he left, Nanxing let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest in fear. "That scared me. Thankfully, this old man behaved himself today. Little star, you shouldn't always scold him," chimed the system. Nanxing dismissed it nonchalantly. "He can't hear me anyway. I'm just indulging myself in my thoughts. All right, I'm off to sleep." Now, the entire bed was hers to sprawl across, and she gradually adopted a relaxed, sprawling position. The next morning, she was awakened from her slumber by the incessant ringing of her phone, furrowing her brows in irritation. Nanxing answered it. "Hello?" Her morning temper was quite formidable, especially at the early hour of 6, as she typically awoke after 8. She had been dreaming of standing on the podium, receiving the award for Best Actress, her fingers barely grazing the trophy when she was abruptly awakened, her mood understandably sour. On the other end of the phone, Sister Hua's voice was urgent. "Dear lady, you must check the trending topics. Aaron has filed a lawsuit against you." After hanging up, Nanxing logged onto Weibo, and as expected, her name topped the trending list. Clicking in, she found a video of her violently confronting Aaron on set, likely captured by a staff member's phone. The accompanying text was a scathing denunciation of Nanxing, accusing her of being a diva and bullying newcomers, with the comments section inundated with vitriolic attacks against her. Nanxing's reputation in the entertainment industry had long been tarnished, characterized by malice and a plethora of scandalous rumors, often targeting the agency's fresh-faced trainees with salacious gossip. This latest incident was far more severe than any previous ones. With a resigned sigh, she mused, "After all, I'm like a louse. The more there are, the less I fear the bites. This only serves to bolster my villainous persona, which isn't so bad." Thus she rose, entering the bathroom to freshen up, sitting at her vanity to apply a light touch of makeup. She ran a wooden comb through her long hair, relieved to see that the redness on her cheeks had diminished significantly, covered by a layer of foundation. She then changed into a lavender long dress in her wardrobe and descended the stairs, bracing herself for her mother-in-law's barbs and her grandfather's reprimands. Upon reaching the living room, it was evident that she was the last to rise. Grandfather Lu, Mother Lu, and Yunxiao were each seated on the sofa. Their expressions varied, seemingly awaiting her arrival. Nanxing offered an awkward smile and greeted, "Good morning, grandfather, mother." With a thud, Mother Lu tossed her tablet on a coffee table, her expression dark. "You truly manage to surprise me every day, don't you? Who taught you to act like a diva and bully newcomers? It's utterly embarrassing." Grandfather Lu maintained a stern demeanor, stating gravely, "Nanxing, we have turned a blind eye to your past scandals. But one of the tenets of the Lu family is not to bully others. Look at what you've done." In an instant, Nanxing transformed into a dramatic figure, silently shedding tears as she confessed, "I'm sorry, I realized my mistake. It was Anren, my co-star, who deliberately flubbed her lines and repeatedly slapped me, seeking revenge, which is why I lost my composure. While weeping, she cast a glance at the aloof man lounging on a single sofa, his demeanor nonchalant as he seemed to revel in the commotion. Softly, she whimpered, "Grandfather, I spoke to Yunxiao about this beforehand. I sought his counsel, and he advised me to retaliate without mercy." The true thoughts flickered above her head. Humph. Not only does he refuse to help, but he also stands by to enjoy the spectacle. Let us drag him into this. After all, as a couple, we must face adversity together. Lu Yunxiao, the audacious woman, certainly knows how to shift blame. Given my grandfather's indulgence towards her, he would undoubtedly take her words at face value. There would be no denying it. How infuriating it is to recall that in such dire times, they are bound by the vows of marriage, enduring hardships together. When just last night, she wished for his untimely demise. Under the scrutinizing gazes of my grandfather and mother, Lu Yunxiao spoke with an air of nonchalance. "Grandfather, it is my fault. I should not have incited her in such a manner. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter." Only then did the elder Lu nod in satisfaction. "Very well, Nanxing, being in the entertainment industry, you must exercise caution in all aspects and refrain from giving others any ammunition." Ye Nanjing obediently replied, "Understood, Grandvater." Chapter 8. Suspicions of split personality at the Lu Corporation. Lu Yunxiao, impeccably attired in a suit, arrived at the company and, upon entering the exclusive elevator, instructed his assistant, Yunxiao, who followed closely behind, ensure that today's trending news regarding Yi Nanxing is managed. Identify which media outlet leaked the information and issue a warning. If they wish to continue their operations, they must retract all disparaging reports concerning Yi Nanxing. Yunxiao bowed his head in acknowledgement. "Yes, President." As the assistant, his responsibilities extended beyond corporate matters to personal affairs. Thus, he was privy to the fact that Yi Nanxing and the president were in a clandestine marriage. Handling the negative press for the president's wife was not unusual in his eyes. However, he was astonished that this was the first instance the president had intervened in matters concerning his wife's disparagement. Could it be that their relationship had recently improved? Upon reaching the 33rd floor, Lu Yunxiao stepped out of the elevator with purposeful strides, hastening into the president's office. For he detested the lecherous gazes of female employees as he passed through the secretarial area and the staff section. Seated behind his desk, he opened his computer and continued instructing. "The newcomer who was assaulted is named and ran, correct? Speak with her agency. Yi Nanxing is under the protection of Lu Corporation. If they contest this, we shall meet in court." Yunxiao nodded. "Understood, President." After a brief pause, Lu Yunxiao added, "Inform that agency that I shall personally compensate for any damages incurred by Anran. If she is unwilling to settle privately, then we shall deploy Lu Corporation's legal team on Yi Nanxing's behalf." Yunxiao affirmed. "Yes, President, I will attend to it immediately." In the afternoon, Yi Nanxing returned to her agency, Yunxiao Entertainment, ready to discuss solutions with her manager, only to be informed that the matter had already been resolved by the president of Lu Corporation, with Anran ultimately withdrawing her lawsuit. All disparaging reports online had vanished, leaving only videos of Yi Nanxing's dedication on set and trending praises from the director regarding her acting skills. Yi Nanxing marveled at Lu Yunxiao's impressive decisiveness. He had efficiently resolved everything in a mere morning. In the manager's office, Sister Hua, with an expression brimming with curiosity, inquired, "What is your relationship with President Lu?" Yi Nanxing, with a serene demeanor, responded, "I am not acquainted with him." "Surely not," Sister Hua exclaimed incredulously. "He has assisted you so much. And you claim not to know him? Surely you jest." Artists like Yi Nanxing, who often find themselves embroiled in scandals, can easily redeem themselves if they have a powerful patron backing them. Consequently, her manager can navigate the situation with greater ease, sparing herself from frequent reprimands from her superiors. "I truly do not know him," Yi Nanxing remarked as she perused the script, her tone nonchalant. "Perhaps he has seen my performances and been captivated by my acting skills. I find that hard to believe," Hua Jie continued. "As for Anran, she will not pursue this matter further. However, the injury on her face from your blow will require some time to heal. The director has advised you to shoot the other scenes first, and once Anran's face has recovered, you two can reshoot your scenes together." Nodding in acknowledgement while reading the script, Yi Nanxing replied, "Understood." Hua Jie then suggested, Since you have no engagements this afternoon, would you like to visit Mr. Liu in person and express your gratitude? Nanxing decisively shook her head. No. If I am caught by the press, no amount of explanation would suffice. She wished to avoid such trouble. Otherwise, the man would surely think she was being intentional. Indeed, her goal was to make Yunxiao despise her. But then again, what if this man indiscriminately announced their marriage? That would make divorce completely impossible. However, it seemed unlikely, considering that it was Yunxiao who had proposed their secret marriage. He must be more weary of this union than she was. A voice chimed in. Little star, you should express your gratitude. It could also benefit your career. Hearing this, Nanxing set down her script and took a deep breath. All right, Hua Jie. I will heed your advice and thank Mr. Liu. Hua Jie smiled. That's the spirit. Nanxing donned a fisherman's hat and oversized sunglasses, grabbed her bag, and exited the building of Yunxiao Entertainment. After hailing a taxi on the roadside, she arrived at the Liu Group building half an hour later. With a confident stride, she approached the president's exclusive elevator, having visited once before. Taking this private lift would swiftly transport her to the 33rd floor. However, the receptionist hurriedly stopped her. Miss, you cannot use this elevator. It is exclusively for the president. Who dares to ride without permission, especially with someone like you, who is so thoroughly disguised? You could be a threat. Although her fairy-like dress was indeed beautiful and appeared to be designer, the way she concealed her face raised suspicions. Unfazed, Nanxing produced her phone and dialed the man's number. Hello, Yunxiao, I am on the first floor of the Liu Group, but the receptionist is preventing me from going up. After ending the call, it wasn't long before Yunimo emerged from the elevator, addressing the receptionist. Remember, from now on, if this young lady arrives, allow her immediate and unconditional access. Do not obstruct her. The receptionist bowed her head. Understood, Assistant Yun. The two then entered the exclusive elevator. Yun Mo respectfully addressed her. Young madam. Nanxing offered a smile. No need for such formality. After all, it won't be long before that title no longer applies to me. Reflecting on the subsequent plot, she calculated the time. The old man's white moonlight was expected to return today, and with her return, the prospect of divorce appeared even more promising. Upon reaching the 33rd floor, Nanxing briskly traversed the secretary's area and arrived at the president's office, pondering whether any paparazzi were tailing her. If captured on camera, would it be deemed a blessing or a curse? Yet, considering that it could incite disdain from the dog of a man, while simultaneously fueling a scandal to bask in the limelight, it might indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. Inside the president's office, Nanxing removed her fisherman's hat and sunglasses, placing them alongside her bag on the sofa. With a playful sway of her slender waist, she approached the man seated behind the desk. Darling, she said, pulling open his arms and settling into his lap. Entwining her hand around his neck, her voice sweetly chiming. Thank you for the trending topic. Her inner thoughts resurfaced in vivid text above her head. Old man, humph. I won't let you off that easily. Habitually glancing at the words hovering above her head, Yunxiao smirked devilishly. How do you wish to express your gratitude? Words alone lack sincerity. As he spoke, his large hand encircled her delicate waist, caressing her in an intimate manner. Nanxing feigned composure and forced a smile. Darling, you're quite mischievous. The text above her head read, just pretend a big pig's trotter is touching me. Yunxiao, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, damn woman, daring to call him a pig's trotter. She seems to find great amusement in berating him. He would play along and see how long she could endure. In the next moment, he leaned in abruptly towards her cherry lips, startling her so that her head instinctively jerked back. Yunxiao grinned with a charmingly wicked smile. What are you dodging for? He caught a fleeting glimpse of panic on her face. Clearly, she had lost her nerve, and her acting skills were rather mediocre. Nanxing, her smile radiant, replied, You startled me just now. It was too sudden, and I wasn't prepared. The words above her head proclaimed, Old man, still daring to take advantage of me. You're already fortunate to have me let you hold my waist, yet you still wish to take more. Enough, Yunxiao said, his expression darkening with irritation. Please remove yourself from my embrace and exhibit some self-awareness. This wretched woman, berating him relentlessly, was unbearable. And the most outrageous part was that he could not retort. Nanxing calmly withdrew from his arms, creating distance between them, and in a delicate tone asked, Darling, why are you upset again? The words floating above her head read, Dog man, your temper is as fickle as the weather. You seem to be showing signs of a split personality, perhaps edging closer to the persona of an abusive partner. Lu Yunxiao's handsome face darkened further as he growled. Get lost. He had realized that this woman did not come to express her gratitude. Rather, she was earnestly trying to provoke him. Nanxing tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with a feigned sense of grievance and said, Darling, please don't be angry. I'll leave. With that, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she turned and walked towards the door. Lu Yunxiao narrowed his phoenix eyes, observing her retreating figure, and anticipated the familiar words materializing above her head. That scoundrel of a man, how dare he scold me? If he can't tolerate me, he should find a way to divorce me. Let us see how he can swindle the document from my grandfather. Truly useless. In one fleeting moment, sweet words flowed effortlessly, but in the next, fury erupted. I must seek the counsel of a psychologist. Could this erratic behavior in men be indicative of a split personality? If so, I shall hasten to escape, forsaking even the divorce certificate, for my life is of paramount importance. After her departure, Lu Yunxiao slammed his hand against the table. Feeling utterly cursed, being struck by lightning was one thing, but possessing the ability to read minds, yet only perceiving Nanxing's thoughts was a cruel twist of fate. This peculiar talent served him no purpose. Each day he was subjected to the scathing critiques she harbored in her heart. Suddenly, his phone rang. Without glancing at the caller ID, Lu Yunxiao answered, his voice laced with irritation. Hello? On the other end, Xining paused momentarily before tentatively responding. It's Xining. Is this you, Yunxiao? Lu Yunxiao's anger subsided considerably. Ah, it's you, Xining. What brings you to call me so suddenly? Xining's tone brightened. I'm back in the country and currently at the airport. Would you like to come pick me up? Lu Yunxiao replied, sure. I'll come and get you right away. He promptly ended the call, donned his suit jacket, grabbed his car keys, and made his way to the underground parking garage. He settled into his sleek black Maybach and drove towards the airport. Meanwhile, Nanxing decisively arrived at the most renowned and expansive psychological consultation center in the capital. After a half-hour wait, her turn finally arrived, but to her surprise, the psychologist was a strikingly handsome man with long legs, wearing glasses, a refined gentleman exuding charisma. Inside the consultation room, Nanxing's eyes sparkled with admiration as she shyly asked, Excuse me, how old are you this year? Stealing a glance at the nameplate on the desk, it read, Dr. Shun Heian, gold medal psychologist. Oh my, even his name is delightful. Doctor. Shun adjusted his glasses and replied politely, I am 25 this year. Wow, Nanxing exclaimed excitedly, we're the same age. How fitting. Oh, what a coincidence. Monsieur. Dr. Shun smiled and nodded. What psychological issues would you like to consult about? Upon her entrance, he had recognized her as the popular star, Nanxing. Though she seemed quite different from the arrogant persona portrayed online, her infatuated demeanor was, however, authentic. It's like this, Nanxing recalled her purpose. Contemplating a fabricated story. I have a friend whose temper fluctuates unpredictably. I wonder if this could be a precursor to a split personality? Dr. Shun replied, Miss Yi, let me first inform you of the consultation fee, 1,000 yuan for an hour. At this, Nanxing's smile faded, and after a brief pause, she said, Dr. Shun, I think I'll forego the consultation for now. Goodbye. It was simply too expensive, especially for that insufferable man. He was not worth such an expense. Chapter 9. Hunger Pangs. Nanxing returned to the Lu family mansion. En route. She idly scrolled through Weibo from the backseat of the taxi and stumbled upon a new trending topic regarding Lu Yunxiao. Curious, she clicked in, revealing a headline. Lu Corporation's CEO's mysterious girlfriend emerges. It turns out to be Xining, the heiress returning from studying abroad. She couldn't help but admire the advancement of the internet. Events that transpired in the afternoon were trending on social media by evening. With a curious expression, Nanxing scrolled through the page, encountering a plethora of introductions regarding their identities and affectionate descriptions of their relationship. The remaining content consisted of candid snapshots captured by paparazzi, depicting their interactions at the airport. The first image showed an embrace, the second featured the man willingly taking her luggage, and the third captured the woman lovingly draping her arm around the man's, both smiling as they exited the airport. Nanxing mused to herself, Little Black. There's renewed hope for my divorce. System Little Black replied, Little Star, you must prepare to contend with the original female lead. Nanxing, perplexed, responded, why? I could graciously relinquish the scoundrel to her, of course, without compromising my persona. System Little Black cautioned, "You might want to reconsider and protect your marriage." It dared not mention that it had already evolved into a romance system, currently in an internship phase, requiring it to facilitate a union between her and Lu Yunxiao to gain experience points. Little Star's temper was volatile. Upon discovering this, she would undoubtedly erupt. And if her persona collapsed, it too would face demotion. Before long, the car halted outside the gates of the Lu family estate. Nanxing disregarded the system's advice, paid the fare via a mobile payment scan, and exited the vehicle. 20 minutes later, she entered the villa, a faint smile gracing her lips as she greeted, "Mother, grandfather." "I'm back," Old Master Lu inquired cautiously. "Nanxing, have you seen a trending topic?" As an elder, he held little interest in matters online. It was actually Lu's mother who had brought it to his attention, even suggesting he agree to the divorce between Yunxiao and Nanxing. After all, Lu's mother believed that Yunxiao did not truly care for Nanxing, and she had a preference for the sweet and charming Ning as a potential daughter-in-law. Though the Si family was not on par with the Lu family, they were at least a minor affluent family, far superior to an orphan like Nanxing, who lacked any social standing. As soon as Lu's mother voiced her suggestion, she was met with an immediate reprimand from Old Master Lu, who chastised her to act with decorum befitting a mother-in-law. Nanxing, donning her dramatic persona, held back tears, her eyes glistening as she resolutely declared, "Grandfather, I believe in Yunxiao." Seated nearby, Lu's mother scoffed, secretly wishing the woman would initiate a divorce. Observing her granddaughter-in-law's understanding nature, Old Master Lu sighed. "Nanxing, do not be disheartened. Perhaps the media is merely stirring up rumors. When that rascal returns, I shall demand he explains himself and offers an apology." What an understanding granddaughter-in-law she was, lamentably unaware that her grandson failed to appreciate her. Nanxing cast a glance at her mother-in-law, whose sour expression revealed her disdain, feeling a sense of helplessness. Were it not for her commitment to maintaining her devoted persona, she would have already caused a scene and demanded a divorce. Sighing inwardly, she found herself weary of her mother-in-law's coldness. At that moment, the sound of a car approaching from outside the villa caught her attention. She knew it was undoubtedly the return of the scoundrel, so she settled into an armchair, lowered her head, and allowed a couple of tears to fall onto the back of her hand, waiting to witness the scene of the scoundrel being reprimanded. The car came to a halt, and not long after, Lu Yunxiao, with an expression of indifference, strode into the living room. Having recently taken residence in the ancestral home, he dared not tarry, lest he incur his grandfather's wrath. In previous times, he would have been reveling in social gatherings with friends at this hour, indulging in libations. Old Master Lu, upon observing the man who had just entered, admonished sternly, "Stand there and do not move," explained the trending topic to Nanxing. "No need, no need," Nanxing interjected, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Darling, you need not explain. I shall deceive myself." "Since that is the case," Lu Yunxiao replied, raising his hands in resignation, "there is nothing for me to elucidate." Noting the glistening tears in her eyes, her pitiable gaze directed at him, her countenance bereft of joy, he inwardly rolled his eyes, wishing to award her for her theatrical performance. Were it not for his knowledge of Nanxing's true feelings, he too might have been swayed by her exceptional acting skills. "You rascal," Old Master Lu chastised. "Yunxiao, I have taught you since childhood to be honest and loyal. Apologize at once, or I shall take action." As he spoke, he reached for the dragon-headed cane nearby, rising with the intent to chastise the defiant man. Lu's mother hastily intervened, saying, "Father, please calm down." Turning to the stoic man, she urged, "Son, quickly apologize to Nanxing. The fault lies with you." Nanxing wiped her tears, her penchant for drama rekindled. She stood and approached the tall man, positioning herself protectively behind him, her expression one of grievance, her tone sorrowful. "Grandfather, if you must strike, direct your ire at me. Do not harm Yunxiao. The fault is entirely mine for failing to guard my husband's heart." Lu Yunxiao, gazing down at her, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing her words. What more could he say? To quell his grandfather's fury, he resolved to apologize, intending to settle accounts with this woman later. With a sigh, Lu Yunxiao grasped her soft, fair shoulders, turning her to face him directly. His countenance revealed no emotion as he spoke in a cool, measured tone. "Nanxing, Xining and I are merely friends. Do not believe the online comments. Furthermore, I apologize to you. Please do not cry." Nanxing sniffled and replied, "It's all right, darling." Yet, Her inner thoughts betrayed her. Humph, Lu scoundrel. You must despise me even more now. Hasten to find a way to tell grandfather about our divorce. Lu Yunxiao caught a glimpse of her thoughts and clenched his teeth in silence. He turned to his elders and said, Grandfather, mother, we have dined outside. There's no need to call us for dinner. I will take her to our room and comfort her. Seeing this, old Master Lu was greatly pleased. Very well. Go ahead. Yi Nanxing forced a smile, addressing her elders. Grandfather, mother, we shall return to our room now. Internally, she lamented her state of hunger. That wretched Lu scoundrel, she suspected, had intentionally set her up. No sooner had she spoken than her wrist was seized by the man's strong hand, leading her upstairs to their bedroom. 2 hours later, in the bedroom, Yi Nanxing had finished her shower and changed into her pajamas. Now, seated at the head of the bed, she gazed mournfully at the man across the room, clutching her growling stomach on the verge of tears. As Lu Yunxiao remained seated on the sofa, engrossed in his laptop, diligently addressing the hundreds of work-related emails in his inbox, he paid no heed to the woman beside him. Eventually, Yi Nanxing could no longer bear the silence. She moved to the single sofa, settled herself down, and cautiously inquired, Darling, are you hungry? Would you like a late-night snack? Lu Yunxiao, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the screen, replied coolly, not hungry, since she relished putting on a show before his grandfather. He deemed it appropriate for her to endure a night of hunger. The more she contemplated divorce, the more resolute he became in his decision to remain. After all, with their documents confiscated by his grandfather, he possessed a valid reason to observe her performance. He could simply continue to play along, silently dismantling her facade. Yi Nanxing replied, Then I shall go have a late-night snack. If you're tired, you may rest. With an air of nonchalance, Lu Yunxiao responded, Have you forgotten? Grandfather has long established the rule that no late-night snacks are allowed in the Lu residence. This regulation had been in place for over a decade, set when they were both quite young. At that time, the rebellious 10-year-old Lu Yunxiao had refused to eat properly, often rousing the servants in the middle of the night for a snack. Thus, the elder Lu had instituted a strict rule. If one did not eat dinner properly, they would go hungry, regardless of age. The elder Lu was unwavering in his authority, and no one dared to challenge him. As Yi Nanxing's stomach audibly grumbled, she noticed that Lu Yunxiao remained oblivious to her presence. With a resigned pout, she shuffled to the edge of the bed, slipped off her slippers, climbed under the covers, and resolved to sleep her hunger away. By this hour, her grandfather had already retired, and the servants, adhering to the rules, could not prepare food for her. Ordering takeout at such a late hour would surely disturb the elders, and so she surrendered to her fate. In her heart, she cursed the insufferable Lu Yunxiao, wishing he had never returned from abroad. Now, her days felt like walking on thin ice, and to make matters worse, she had to endure hunger. She decided to view it as an opportunity for weight loss. Chapter 10. Expired instant noodles around 11 at night. Yi Nanxing tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep due to her hunger. Sitting up, she noticed Lu Yunxiao still on the sofa, absorbed in his work. She threw off the covers, donned her slippers, and scampered over to him, her voice sweet as she said, Darling, you're working so hard. I must make you a late-night snack. Lu Yunxiao smirked, mocking her. What can you possibly cook? He was well aware that this woman had no culinary skills, yet she feigned the desire to prepare him a snack, when in truth, it was her own cravings she wished to satisfy. Yi Nanxing bit her lip and replied, I can make instant noodles. As soon as she spoke, she gazed up at him with her big, watery eyes, filled with anticipation. However, her thoughts betrayed her, revealing her true feelings. How dare that insufferable Lu Yunxiao toy with me, deliberately denying me dinner and now making things difficult. I'll add some ingredients to the noodles for him. Lu Yunxiao, having read her inner thoughts, clenched his fists in frustration, the sound of his knuckles cracking resonating in the air as he glared at the screen of his laptop, choosing to ignore the woman who was silently cursing him in her heart. A profound sense of unease enveloped her chest. Previously, she had labeled him a domestic abuser, and now she referred to him as a scoundrel, leaving him perplexed as to how he had come to be branded thus. Yi Nanxing, regaining her composure, turned to him with a timid expression and softly remarked, Darling, there must be a mouse in this bedroom. I heard a squeaking sound. Did you hear it? Lu Yunxiao released his clenched fists and exhaled deeply. What manner of being had he married? He had known her since she was 5 when she first arrived at the Lu household, and he thought he understood her well. Yet, During their days back in the country, he felt he had truly come to know the woman before him, completely overturning his perception of her accumulated over the past 2 decades. In reality, she was nothing more than a melodramatic actress, lacking in intelligence, unable to distinguish between the sound of a clenched fist and that of a mouse. Suddenly, the squeaking ceased. Nanxing, feeling a pang of hunger, pouted her small face and said, "Darling, you continue with your work. I will prepare a late-night snack for you." Without waiting for his consent, she dashed out of the bedroom, heading straight for the kitchen downstairs. If her grandfather were to discover her escapade, she could easily deflect blame by claiming it was due to Lu the scoundrel's hunger. Once downstairs, Nanxing refrained from turning on the lights to avoid waking the servants in the rooms below. Instead, she activated the flashlight on her phone to illuminate her path as she stealthily entered the expansive kitchen. With a gentle pull, she opened the frosted glass door, stepped inside, and switched on the overhead light, illuminating the entire kitchen with a bright glow. After rummaging through the kitchen for what felt like an eternity, she finally unearthed 2 packets of instant noodles, an item that her mother-in-law deemed junk food. It was a rarity to find such a thing in the kitchen. Perhaps a servant had purchased them and left them to gather dust in the corner. Checking the production date, she confirmed her suspicions. They were on the verge of expiring. With today being the last day, she found herself in a quandary. As it was not yet midnight, she reasoned that she could consume them before they officially expired. Just as she pondered this, the water in the pot had begun to boil vigorously. Her stomach growled in protest, and with half an hour remaining until midnight, she decided to cook and eat the noodles before the clock struck 12. Tearing open the packaging, she dropped the 2 blocks of noodles into the pot. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a tall, dark silhouette outside the glass door. Since Lu Xiqing had not returned to the old residence, the only person of such stature could only be Lu the scoundrel. A mischievous idea sparked in her mind, and a smirk crept onto her lips. Lu Yunxiao, concerned that she might set the kitchen ablaze, had come downstairs to check, though he was also quite hungry himself, having skipped dinner. He intended to seize the prepared noodles, leaving not a drop of broth for the woman who often berated him in her thoughts. He gently slid the door open and peeked inside, only to be startled by the sight before him. She was indeed concocting something dubious. Nanxing, with her body turned sideways, was holding a sheet of white paper containing a powdery substance, which she was now pouring into the steaming pot. Alarmed, he considered retreating, deciding he would forego the late-night snack. But just as he was about to turn away, she called out sweetly, "Darling." Nanxing greeted with a smile. "The instant noodles are ready. Come and eat. You must be quite hungry." Lu Yunxiao froze momentarily, then turned, pursing his lips, and replied, "I'm not hungry. You eat by yourself." Nanxing, embodying her playful spirit, stepped forward to grasp his arm, adorably saying, "Darling, you've worked so hard. Even though I can only cook instant noodles, I must ensure you have some." Without further ado, she pulled him into the kitchen and promptly closed the door. To avoid causing too much noise and disturbing everyone, Lu Yunxiao refrained from arguing with her and reluctantly took a seat on a nearby chair, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He pondered whether the medicine she had given him was the castor bean she had previously hinted at, or perhaps a laxative. Nanxing placed a large bowl of cooked instant noodles on the table and took a chair for herself, pushing the bowl toward him with tender care. "Darling, please eat while it's hot." Lu Yunxiao, still frowning, calmly stated, "I'm not hungry. Weren't you just saying you were starving? You should eat it all." Nanxing stopped resisting and sweetly replied, "You are so wonderful, thank you." With that, she took the large bowl in her hands, wielding chopsticks, and lowered her head. Ignoring the scalding heat of the noodles, she casually blew on them a couple of times before devouring them voraciously. She recalled that the noodles would expire after midnight and glanced at her phone, noting she had 5 minutes left. If she ate quickly, she would still have time. Meanwhile, her thoughts manifested in words above her head. "Lu, the scoundrel, is so easy to deceive. Haha, I merely added the seasoning packet to the noodles." Lu, you think you can compete with me? You're still too naive. Now, I can savor these fragrant noodles all by myself, without sharing even the broth with him. Lu Yunxiao observed the words floating above her head, feeling a surge of irritation. That wretched woman dared to deceive him. He had been too careless. However, he was grateful for his ability to see her innermost thoughts. She dares to call him naive? It is she who is truly the innocent one. As Nanxing blissfully indulged in her meal, her long hair tied back to keep it out of her way, she suddenly noticed the bowl was gone. Looking up, she saw the man beside her had snatched it away. With a strand of noodles hanging from her mouth, she stared at him in bewilderment, momentarily at a loss for words, her expression quite comical. Yunxiao cleared his throat, suppressing a laugh, and said with his cool voice, upon reflection, as a star, "You need to maintain your figure. These noodles are fried, and, at such a late hour, consuming them will surely make you gain weight. Therefore, as your husband, I will reluctantly take it upon myself to finish this bowl." With that, he picked up the chopsticks and began to eat the noodles leisurely. Having been strictly raised by his mother, he was not allowed to indulge in snacks or fried foods. His demeanor had always been aloof, and he had never rebelled against the rules. Yet, occasionally, when he did indulge, he found the taste delightful. Thus, at this moment, he savored the noodles with great enjoyment. Nanxing savored the remnants of noodles lingering on her lips, chewing thoughtfully before swallowing, and with a lingering taste, she licked her lips and reminded, "Darling, you may partake as well, but you must do so expeditiously." Above her head, words materialized. This foolish man, isn't he afraid of her drugging him? How would he just snatch the food? Yunxiao glanced at the words hovering above her head. A faint smile curving his lips as he elegantly took a bite of noodles, replying with a sense of pride, "Eating is an art to be appreciated. It cannot be devoured with the ungracefulness you just displayed." He recalled her earlier manner of eating, guessing she could no longer contain herself. Typically, she ate with poise. Yet just now, her appetite had been rather unrefined. Nanxing checked the time on her phone, grappling with whether to voice her concern. After all, the instant noodles had surpassed their expiration time of 12 o'clock. "Maybe you shouldn't eat that." She hesitated, finally conceding, "Well, since you're enjoying it so much, you may continue." Nevertheless, her thoughts manifested above her. It's past midnight. The noodles have truly expired. Will Lou the scoundrel end up in the hospital after finishing? Surely not. But he deserves it for leaving me hungry tonight and seizing my instant noodles. Let him indulge. A bit of expired food won't kill him. Cough, cough, cough. Upon reading her thoughts, Yunxiao choked on a mouthful of noodles, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "These noodles are expired. Have you lost your mind? Cooking expired food?" He glanced at his empty bowl, regret washing over him. This vexatious woman had ensnared him once more. "Did you have to be so greedy?" Nanxing retorted disdainfully. "I told you to eat quickly. You insisted on taking your time. Otherwise, we would still have time." Realizing something, she regarded him with a thoughtful gaze and asked curiously, "How did you know the noodles were expired? If I recall correctly, I didn't mention it to you." Yunxiao was momentarily at a loss for words, pausing before fabricating an excuse. "I could taste it. The flavor was off. You may deceive my eyes, but you cannot fool my palate." Nanxing silently scoffed at him, her thoughts crystallizing above. Humph, Lou the scoundrel possesses quite the discerning palate. He could detect that. Yet he was rather slow to realize it, having consumed all the noodles down to the broth before discerning their expiration. "How can I not taste it? Lou the scoundrel's taste buds are remarkably developed. Alas, I'm still hungry, not even half satisfied." Yunxiao fixed a cold glare at the words above her head, his frustration mounting, and he closed his eyes to suppress his anger. In the next moment, clutching his stomach, he bolted from the kitchen and rushed to the restroom on the first floor to vomit. Divorce. It is imperative to divorce. Tomorrow, I shall sneak my documents from Grandpa. Let this woman wreak havoc on someone else. In the kitchen, Nanxing pouted, feeling irritable and profoundly hungry. The system chimed in, "Warning, warning. Your heartfelt persona has crumbled tonight. Thus, a minor reprimand awaits. Tomorrow, you shall gain 20 pounds. Nanxing immediately rose to follow him into the restroom, where she found the man clutching the toilet and retching. With a look of remorse, she softly apologized. "Darling, I'm so sorry. I was wrong. Are you all right?" In her heart, she pleaded with the system, "Little Black, I am doing my utmost to make amends. Please grant me another chance and lift my punishment." The system, "Little Black," replied, "This is the rule. It cannot be retracted." Nanxing raised an eyebrow, since her persona had already crumbled tonight and punishment awaited her tomorrow. There was no need to feign deep emotion any longer. She placed her hands on her hips and mockingly taunted, "President Liu, this is the price you pay for stealing my instant noodles." With her words lingering in the air, she proudly lifted her chin, huffed, and turned to exit the restroom, returning to her bedroom on the second floor to rest. After Yunxiao finished vomiting, a look of confusion crossed his face. Had Nanxing just lost her mind and dared to mock him? Was she no longer pretending, laying her cards on the table? Chapter 11. Weight loss the next day. Nanxing opened her sleepy eyes, blinked a couple of times, and, once fully awake, propped herself up on her arms to sit up in bed. She glanced around to confirm that last night, the scoundrel Lu had indeed slept in the guest room, which was somewhat commendable of him. Suddenly, she felt something amiss with her body. Lowering her gaze to her abdomen, she noticed the 2 layers of swimming rings around her waist. And it dawned on her what the system had warned her about the previous night. Nanxing threw off the covers and, slipping on her slippers, dashed to the dressing mirror. Oh no, my slender figure, my graceful waist, my delicate legs and arms. They've all turned plump. She had gained more than 2 sizes. And even her once proud, beautiful face appeared round and chubby. Squatting on the floor, she buried her face in her knees and sobbed softly. Just then, the bedroom door swung open, and Yunxiao stepped inside, glancing at the round woman squatting on the floor. Seeing her, he couldn't help but smirk, holding back laughter as he remarked, Nanxing, why does your whole body look swollen? Did you eat expired instant noodles? The sleepwear she wore was stretched tight, clinging to her with an unmistakable constriction. Yet he found it hard to believe that gaining 2 sizes overnight could be attributed solely to expired noodles. Nanxing lifted her head, her beautiful eyes glaring angrily at the man who mocked her. It's none of your business. With that, she dashed into the bathroom, continuing to cry softly. The system, Little Black, chimed in, Little Star, if you express your deep affection, you can return to your original figure. Nanxing siniflit. Let me finish crying first. She was on the verge of giving up, with no mood left to express any sentiments. Little Black chuckled. It's actually quite simple. If you tell Yunxiao I love you, you can lose half a pound. A kiss on his cheek will shed a pound, and a kiss on his lips will reduce 5 pounds. Nanxing, with a pitiful expression, retorted, Are you deliberately messing with me? I have a scene to shoot today. How can I go out looking like this? She seriously suspected that the system was malfunctioning, as everything it suggested seemed aimed at pairing her with Yunxiao. Little Black's voice sounded hurt. You're wronging me. It was you who broke your deep, emotional facade after being warned twice. Half an hour later, Nanxing completed her morning routine, applying a light touch of makeup and tying her hair into a ponytail. Today, she intended to embody an adorable, chubby persona. Reassured by her fair, flawless complexion, a testament to the saying, a fair skin conceals 3 flaws. This thought provided her with a semblance of comfort. She was determined to seek out Yunxiao for a kiss or perhaps a confession, vowing to shed some weight before the afternoon, for otherwise, she would be unable to film her scenes. Should the director catch sight of her in this state, her role as the second female lead would undoubtedly be reassigned to another actress, a rumor that could irrevocably tarnish her acting career. In the world of acting, physical appearance and figure are paramount. Even if one is mired in scandal, beauty ensures the continuation of work. Although she often played supporting roles, it was preferable to being without any engagements. At that moment, she stood in her wardrobe, surveying her options, anxiety creeping in as she lamented her inability to fit into her previous slim attire. Finally, she discovered a suitable dress, a pink princess-style puff dress, an A-line design so loose that even a pregnant woman could wear it. This garment had been a gift from a brand seeking her endorsement, and she had never worn it until now. Its time had finally come. Donning her sunglasses and a wide-brimmed fisherman's hat, she exited her room, relieved to find that her grandparents had already left home, sparing her the need for any explanations. Taking advantage of the servant's preoccupation with cleaning, she slipped out of the villa. After hailing a taxi, she arrived at the Lu Corporation building 20 minutes later. In the president's office, Nanxing removed her fisherman's hat and large sunglasses, adjusting her expression to convey a sense of longing. She cheerfully addressed the man. Husband, I love you. In her mind, she heard the voice of the system, reminding her, You have lost half a pound. Please continue. Be more heartfelt. Do not let Yunxiao think you are unwell. Approaching him, she grasped his long hand, her tone shy as she asked, Husband, did you hear me say that I love you? Yunxiao maintained his composure, replying, I'm not deaf. Now release my hand. Can't you see I am signing documents? His curiosity about her changed physique piqued. He paused before inquiring, Nanxing, what explains your sudden weight gain overnight? Care to elaborate? The unexpected confession had him skeptical. He found it hard to believe, chuckling inwardly at her theatrics. It was evident she had been disdainful towards him just last night and this morning. I drank too much water last night, Nanxing replied, letting go of his hand, her demeanor awkward. So, there is a bit of water retention. Yunxiao scoffed. That is not water retention. You look as if you have been soaking in water. He regarded the plump figure before him with a dismissive gaze, curious to see how long she would continue this charade. Uzbun, you truly have a knack for humor, she retorted, turning towards the water dispenser. I'll get you a glass of water. As she turned her back, the gentle expression on her face faltered, revealing her frustration, twisted by the irritation he had caused. Yunxiao raised an eyebrow, observing her stout figure, and instinctively glanced at the top of her head, anticipating the familiar barrage of insults. The man is a scoundrel, a domestic abuser, while I am merely slightly plump. How dare he label me as a mere trifle? I am infuriated by him. Once I shed these extra pounds, I shall transform into a woman he cannot hope to attain. Just wait, I will make you regret your actions. Yunxiao sat behind his desk, resting his elbow on the surface, pinching his temples in frustration. He regretted not finalizing the divorce of the hospital that day, succumbing to a moment of curiosity that prevented him from signing the agreement. Subsequently, his grandfather confiscated the documents, and retrieving them became an impossibility. As far as he knew, his grandfather had locked them away in the study's safe, the combination known only to him. Nanxing turned and approached with a cup of water, speaking softly, "Darling, have some water and take a break. Don't overexert yourself." Seizing the moment while he drank, she leaned in and planted a swift kiss on his cheek. Yunxiao spluttered water across the desk, rising in a fluster. "Nanxing, what are you doing?" "Because I love you," Nanxing replied, her large eyes innocent and bright. "Darling, I love you, I love you, I love you." She could distinctly feel the changes in her body, the gradual reduction of fat as she showered him with affection. She resolved to continue her efforts. Yunxiao was at a loss for words, suppressing his anger and coldly commanding, "Leave." Nanxing shook her head. "I won't leave." The voice of the system echoed in her mind. "Little star, go for it. Overwhelm him, kiss his cool lips. Extend the kiss and double your weight loss." Taking a deep breath, she murmured, "I'm going all in." With a sudden surge of boldness, she pushed the tall man back into the leather chair. Caught off guard, he stumbled back, ultimately succumbing to her advance. "Have you lost your mind?" Yunxiao stared at her in disbelief. "Consider me mad," she declared, plopping herself onto his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, and fiercely kissing his lips. Yunxiao's eyes widened in shock, and as he regained his composure, he grasped her shoulders, attempting to push her away. However, the woman clung to him with surprising strength, refusing to let go. Chapter 12. The forceful kiss. Yunxiao glared at the woman kissing him, his gaze fixed on her head, where words of disdain and crying emojis floated ominously. He felt a surge of frustration and helplessness. "Oh no, I have become a flower blooming amidst refuse. This scoundrel has feasted upon my swan-like essence, and I was the one to initiate it. I can only hope this man grows to despise me even more. So he will demand a divorce immediately after our kiss. Alas, I am tainted now." The system's voice resonated in her mind, reminding her, "Little star, that's enough." At this, Nanxing released him, her figure returning to its previous alluring state. She glanced at her arms and calves, touching her belly, delighted to see they had all returned to their original form. "Get off me." Yunxiao's handsome face was marred by an expression of extreme displeasure. His tone as frigid as a winter's chill. Damn it, how could a man of his stature be forcefully kissed by a woman? This ignited a profound sense of shame and humiliation within him, though he was relieved that no one had witnessed the incident. Nanxing, striving to maintain her hard-won figure and uphold her facade, cast a flirtatious glance and playfully said, No, darling. I promised Grandpa that I would ensure he hold his great-grandson next year." Words reflecting her true thoughts floated to the surface of her mind. "Humph, dog of a man. If you have the courage, then divorce me. I know what you are about to say. You would certainly declare that even if every woman in the world perished, you would not lay a finger on me, dream on about having children, and then you would shove me to the ground with force. Later that evening, you would return home, resolutely asserting to Grandpa that you must divorce Nanxing. Otherwise, you would leave home and abandon the company, subsequently seeking solace in your beloved by Yue Guang, Xining." Yunxiao's chiseled features darkened as he contemplated the words hovering above the woman in his arms. A flicker of inscrutable emotion crossed his eyes as he spoke in a low, indifferent tone. "Nanxing, This is the office, not the most suitable place. If you desire something, wait until we return home. What was it about this contradictory woman that made her wish to divorce him? Yet, since she relished her performance, he would oblige her. What puzzled him further was why, if she truly wished for a divorce, she would not simply express it, but instead act in the opposite manner. Nanxing's back stiffened momentarily before she quickly extricated herself from his grasp, feigning composure as she smiled brightly. All right then, I shall take my leave. With that, she snatched her fisherman's hat and sunglasses from the sofa and hurriedly made her exit, resolute in not returning to the ancestral home that night. Yunxiao watched her retreating figure, his expression a blend of confusion and intrigue. The woman's physique had miraculously returned to form. What was going on? The swelling had diminished rather rapidly. He increasingly felt that the woman before him was an enigma, a far cry from Nanxing with whom he had grown up alongside. Nevertheless, he could now assert with certainty that Nanxing's kissing skills were woefully inadequate. Having left his lips bruised, he had no doubt that it was intentional. Before long, Yunma entered the office, burdened with a stack of documents. President, these are the files requiring your signature. His gaze lingered ambiguously on the man's injured lips. He was the only outsider aware of the secret marriage between the president and Nanxing. It seemed that the couple's relationship had significantly improved, displaying such passion even in the office. Have you seen enough? Yunxiao, without raising his head, continued signing the documents, his deep voice warning. Refrain from indulging your imagination and focus on your work. He could feel the assistant's intense curiosity even without looking. Yunma forced a smile and reluctantly averted his gaze, well aware of the consequences of provoking the president. Meanwhile, Nanxing, fuming, exited the Lu Corporation building and unexpectedly collided with someone. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Ning, Yunxiao's white moonlight, the protagonist of the original text. Ning rubbed her bumped arm and said with a wince, "It's all right. It's all right." Upon hearing those words, Nanxing was momentarily taken aback. Although they had not met for 3 years, she was undeniably charming. If memory served her right, she was merely 20 years of age this year. Furthermore, her demeanor appeared soft and polite, despite having collided with her. The young woman was the first to utter that it was no trouble at all, just as Nanxing was about to apologize. A voice resonated in her mind from the system. "Little star, maintain your venomous persona. Do not apologize first." Consequently, she altered her expression and replied with a feigned arrogance. "Are you blind? Can't you watch where you're going?" Ning bit her lip and scrutinized the woman before her, inquiring, "Are you Nanxing?" Although the woman was disguised in a fisherman's hat and dark sunglasses, she had not recognized her at first. Yet, the tone and voice were unmistakably those of Nanxing. After all, during her time abroad, she had kept a close eye on domestic affairs and had often seen Nanxing's performances and trending topics. "Indeed, is I." Nanxing cleared her throat, expressing her displeasure. "Are you here to see my husband?" "Please, don't misunderstand, Sister Nanxing," Ning replied, her expression flustered. "I just returned to the country and merely wished to see Brother Yunxiao." "Ah, do not be so anxious, little bunny," Nanxing smiled playfully. "He is currently in his office. Feel free to go. I assure you I shan't feel envious." System Xiaohei interjected. "Warning, warning. The venomous persona is on the verge of collapse." At that moment, Nanxing's expression shifted, and she retorted fiercely, "I warn you, do not harbor any intentions toward my husband, or you shall face the consequences." With that, she lifted her chin, bypassed the girl, and strode away haughtily, hailing a taxi to the film set. Ning stood bewildered, unable to comprehend the abrupt shift in Nanxing's demeanor. One moment she was amiable, the next, she was furious. Shaking her head, she turned and entered the Lu Corporation building. In the back seat of the taxi, Nanxing felt a wave of despondency wash over her. If this continued, others would surely deem her unhinged. It was somewhat easier when Yunxiao was absent, but now that they would frequently cross paths, she felt her persona slipping away. Just moments ago, Ning must have thought her deranged. Sighing, she pondered the matter of her impending divorce with great urgency. In her mind, she queried, "Xiaohei, why did that scoundrel Lu suddenly retract his decision to sign the divorce agreement while in the hospital? Had he not changed his mind, she would have long since returned to a single life, free to express herself without the burden of maintaining a facade." System Xiaohei responded, Perhaps he harbors some feelings for you. So maybe you should consider reconciling with him? Yi Nanxing gasped in horror. Goodness, how can you utter such words? As a system, shouldn't you be assisting me in securing a divorce? Have you encountered some issues lately? The system stammered, and no, I'm perfectly fine. Regardless, you must maintain your persona. 2 hours later, they arrived at Hengyan. Yi Nanxing retrieved her phone to scan and pay for the taxi fare, then opened the door to exit. Not far away, her frantic agent rushed toward her. Why are you so late? The director is furious. Quoi? Je etlimed urgently. I arrived by taxi, but its speed is limited. Especially considering the traffic congestion in the city, Yi Nanxing remarked while making her way to the filming location. Hua Jia, with a hint of exasperation, replied, Could you not be a bit more punctual? Yi Nanxing rolled her eyes and retorted, Please, if you find me slow, then have the company assign me a car. I assure you, with daily pickups and drop-offs, I would never be late. Not to mention the lack of a personal assistant. The only one rushing around her was Hua Jia, her sole manager. Hua Jia chuckled helplessly. Little ancestor, your temperament has offended nearly all the senior executives in the company. The fact that they aren't making things difficult for you is largely due to my intercessions on your behalf. Let us not forget, you've scared off 5 assistants with your temper. Recently, however, her demeanor had softened considerably, aside from the last incident where she injured someone. It had been quite a while since she had clashed with the higher-ups. Chapter 13. Filming the kiss scene on the set of a period drama. Yi Nanxing had changed into her costume and was surrounded by 2 makeup artists in a trailer, who were working on her hair and makeup to create an elegant look befitting a concubine. Her manager approached with a script, smiling brightly. Nanxing, the director has revised the script and increased your scenes significantly. Take a look. Yi Nanxing raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, Why have my scenes been increased? If she was not mistaken, it must be due to Yunxiao resolving the trending topic for her last time. The news of him backing her had certainly spread within the industry, and the director likely assumed she had an affair with that scoundrel Liu. Indeed, Hua Jie smiled and said, It's undoubtedly because of President Liu. Although you haven't clarified your relationship, that hasn't stopped the director from imagining things. He likely thinks you have the backing of such a powerful figure, which naturally leads him to grant you more scenes. Who knows, perhaps President Liu might even consider investing. Oh, Yi Nanxing nodded, taking the script and perusing it. I suppose I'll consider it a stroke of luck. Upon seeing the next scenes to be filmed, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Hua Jia, the next scene is a kiss with the male lead. Oh my, the director really knows what I desire. This unexpected fortune was delightful. She was initially cast as the second female lead with minimal interaction with the male lead, mostly portraying scenes where she pursued him while he showed disdain. To her astonishment, the director had not only increased her scenes, but had also included multiple kiss scenes, 10 in total, along with a bed scene. Hua Jie teasingly touched her fair cheek and remarked, Are you pleased now? The director seems to be aware of your long-standing interest in the charming actor playing the male lead, finally indulging your little desires. Yi Nanxing giggled and turned to the makeup artists, saying, Ladies, please make my makeup exquisite and beautiful. At the Liu Corporation, in the president's office, Liu Yunxiao set a cup of water on the coffee table, then turned to sit on a nearby armchair, softly saying, Xiaoning, have some water. Xining, perched on a long sofa, smiled sweetly and inquired, Brother Yunxiao, I hope my sudden visit hasn't disturbed you? Liu Yunxiao gently smiled, his lips curling slightly. Of course not. You have just returned to the country. You should rest well at home. Xining replied with a smile. By the way, I happen to run into Sister Nanxing downstairs. How is your married life? Having studied abroad in country, while Liu Yunxiao established a branch in country M, the two had not seen each other for 3 years. However, she surmised that the relationship between Yunxiao and Sister Nanxing was not harmonious, as evidenced by Sister Nanxing's demeanor earlier. Quite well, Liu Yunxiao said, a fleeting image of being passionately kissed by his lovely wife flashing through his mind. He licked his lips and added, We are currently preparing for a baby. As soon as he spoke, he furrowed his brow, wondering why he had said such a thing, questioning if Yi Nanxing had cast some spell on him. He shook his head with a hint of annoyance, feeling he should prefer someone as pure and adorable as Xining, rather than someone like Yi Nanxing, who often criticized him inwardly while presenting a different facade. Yunxiao, are you all right? Xining asked, gazing at him in surprise. Are you feeling unwell? The man's expression seemed pained. Could it be a headache? Liu Yunxiao snapped back to reality, offering a faint smile. I'm fine, really. However, Si Ning hesitated before saying, "It seems Sister Nanxing is not in a good mental state." Lu Yunxiao's brow furrowed deeply as he asked in a low voice, "What do you mean?" Si Ning paused and recounted her conversation with Yi Nanxing when they had met. After listening, Lu Yunxiao smiled slightly. "It's nothing. She has been a bit off lately, so don't mind what she said." Si Ning nodded and tentatively inquired, "I would like to watch Sister Nanxing film on set. Yunxiao, could you take me if you're free?" Lu Yunxiao stood and walked to his desk, glancing at his schedule before turning back. "Sure, I'll have Yunma check the exact location of her filming." 2 hours later, a Qian parked at the filming site of a costume drama. Lu Yunxiao found a space to stop the car and turned to the girl in the passenger seat, saying, "Let's get out. This is the place." The luxury vehicle immediately attracted attention, and the assistant director at the set scrutinized the man as he exited, then rushed over, enthusiastically exclaiming, "Mr. Lu, you're here. Are you here to watch Nanxing film? I must tell you, we have given her a lot more scenes." Dressed in an elegant black suit, Lu Yunxiao exuded an air of coldness as he glanced at the director and nodded. "Where is she filming? Please lead us there." Meanwhile, on set, Yi Nanxing was rehearsing lines with her co-star, He Mingxi, who would be playing opposite her. They were chewing gum, reading the script, and discussing the angles for their upcoming kissing scene. At that moment, a young assistant rushed over, saying, "Sister Nanxing, Mingxi, the director wants you both to prepare. We will officially start filming in 5 minutes." They nodded in acknowledgement. Yi Nanxing was extremely serious during filming, although she faced much criticism online. None of it pertained to her acting skills. The assistant director led Lu Yunxiao and Si Ning into the ancient palace's sleeping chambers, where a multitude of staff created a cacophony of noise. Lu Yunxiao frowned in irritation, as he detested such crowded and chaotic environments. Nonetheless, it was his inaugural visit to the film set and an unprecedented opportunity to witness Yi Nanxing in action. Previously, he had never even watched her films or television dramas, remaining oblivious to his wife's profession. The assistant director guided them to the position of the director. "Director, Mr. Lu and Miss C have arrived." The director appeared somewhat taken aback, respectfully urging, "Mr. Lu, please take a seat." He believed that increasing Yi Nanxing's screen time was indeed a wise decision. After all, Mr. Lu had graced the set with his presence, a rarity in itself. Perhaps, if he were pleased with the performance, he might even invest in this production. The stagehands, demonstrating their keen awareness, promptly brought over 2 chairs for the duo to sit. The director's gaze turned suggestive as he observed the pair, seemingly confirming the rumors circulating online. Miss C and Mr. Lu were indeed a couple. The question lingered, however, what was the nature of Mr. Lu's relationship with Yi Nanxing? It was not uncommon for a figure of Mr. Lu's stature to have numerous women around him, a situation the director could rationalize. Lu Yunxiao glanced at the monitor, captivated by Yi Nanxing's portrayal as a royal concubine, exuding charm without being overly seductive, a perfect fit for the period attire that lent her an enchanting allure compared to modern garb. As the 2 actors positioned themselves at the designated spot, the director commanded through the microphone, "Action." Instantly, the surrounding crew fell silent, their attention riveted on the performers at the center of the scene. The actors seamlessly transitioned into their roles, with Yi Nanxing playfully greeting, "Your servant pays her respects to your majesty. May your majesty enjoy boundless fortune and peace." He Mingxi, smiling, replied, "My beloved does not need to be so formal." Following this, they held hands, exchanging heartfelt gazes for 2 minutes, while the cameraman circled around them, capturing the moment. Gradually, they leaned in for a kiss. Behind the monitor, the director sat alongside Lu Yunxiao and Si Ning, their expressions diverging significantly. The director and Si Ning, along with the other crew members, wore amused expressions as they observed the unfolding drama, whereas the man in the tailored black suit bore a grim demeanor, his countenance darkening. As the actors drew closer, on the verge of their lips meeting, Lu Yunxiao abruptly seized the microphone beside the director, rising to his feet and bellowing towards the engrossed actors, "Cut! Cut, cut, cut! Cut! Stop!" Chapter 14. Dispute on set. As the 2 actors halted in response to the calls, their lips never meeting, they drew back in confusion, casting puzzled glances towards the director. The atmosphere had been ripe for the moment, so why the interruption? Yi Nanxing initially assumed it was the director's decision, but upon turning to look, she was taken aback. Why was that scoundrel Lu present here? All eyes on set converged on the man, with expressions of bewilderment. Could it be that the director had offended Mr. Lu, Or had one of the actors unwittingly crossed him? The director, trembling with fear, cautiously rose and inquired, "Mr. Liu, do you find anything amiss?" This was none other than the most powerful man in the capital, the heir of the Liu family, and the president of the Liu Group. A commercial giant, he could neither provoke nor afford to offend. Liu Yunxiao's gaze bore into the woman's eyes, his voice cold as he commanded, "Hand me the script for Yi Nanxing scenes." The director hurriedly presented it with both hands. "Mr. Liu, please take a look." The others stood frozen in place, as no one dared to move without the director's say-so, unsure of whether filming would continue. Yi Nanxing's hands, concealed beneath the wide sleeves of her costume, were already clenched into fists. That despicable Liu, ruining her chances, what was he thinking? She had been mere millimeters away from kissing the handsome young lead. He Mingxi, in his role as the emperor, flashed a youthful smile and remarked, "Sister Nanxing, this is my first time filming a kissing scene with you. I must say, you aren't as temperamental as the rumors suggest. You're rather approachable." Outside of the scenes, he was a bright young man of 20, undeniably a heartthrob. Though still young, he had debuted as a child star, showcasing an impressive acting prowess that allowed him to master any role with depth. Yi Nanxing gazed up at him, her lips curving into a smile. "Rumors are unreliable. I actually have good temper. And you've grown quite handsome." She had always been kind to the younger male actors. Perhaps this was what they referred to as double standards. He Mingxi beamed widely, "Sister Nanxing, your smile creates adorable dimples. It's truly lovely." This was their first collaboration, and while he had always found her beautiful with striking features, seeing her up close, those charming dimples when she smiled were simply delightful. Yi Nanxing's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "You're quite handsome yourself." Just as she was about to say more, a large hand grasped her slender arm and pulled her abruptly into a cold embrace. Most notably, her delicate nose collided with the man's firm chest. Yi Nanxing raised her hand to rub her nose, pouting in mild annoyance. That hurt. Thankfully it's the original, otherwise it might have broken. The fresh scent of mint wafted from him, a fragrance she recognized as belonging solely to Liu. Indeed, a low, magnetic voice resonated from above, icy in tone. "Who permitted you to film a kissing scene? How audacious to engage in such acts beneath his very nose." Yi Nanxing tilted her head, looking at him with perplexity. "I am a professional actress. Kissing scenes are perfectly normal." "Mr. Liu, does my kissing scene offend your eyes?" They were in a secret marriage, and with so many outsiders present, there was no need for her to feign deep affection. Maintaining the persona of a fierce and ill-tempered diva was sufficient. "Want to look down on everyone." In her mind, thoughts flashed again. "Damn man, if it weren't for you, I would have kissed that young heartthrob countless times by now. Are you out of your mind? What chaos are you causing here? You, an insufferable meddler. I wish you choke on your water, find your instant noodles devoid of seasoning, and stumble while walking." All these words were keenly observed by Liu Yunxiao, who raised his hand to gently pat the top of her head, his expression revealing no cracks. With a cold gaze, he warned, "You're ill-suited for filming kissing scenes. Cease immediately and come with me." "Go to hell," Yi Nanxing retorted, rubbing her head and pushing him away, her tone defiant. "You nearly ruined my hairstyle." The delicate updo she wore, crafted from her own hair and secured with countless black hairpins, was fragile. Adorned with various gold and silver hairpieces, it bore a certain weight. She dared not make large movements, fearing her hair might come undone. With her thick, long hair, she usually styled it herself, as she despised wearing wigs, finding them unbearably hot in summer. The director rushed over, scolding her. "Yi Nanxing, how dare you be so disrespectful to General Liu? Hurry up and apologize." "I've done nothing wrong. Why should I apologize?" Yi Nanxing retorted, raising her voice defiantly. It was he who abruptly halted the filming without reason. "As a director, you should be more resolute. This is your set. How can you allow others to dictate terms?" Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, her survival was not merely due to luck despite her notorious temper and reputation. It was largely a result of her own efforts and her agent's knack for publicity, albeit often of a negative nature. Nevertheless, her considerable popularity remained undeniable. She was regarded as a goddess among male fans. Even if her temper was fierce and her reputation somewhat tarnished, her striking appearance compensated for it. Her acting, though generally standard, could shine brilliantly when she encountered a remarkable role. Hence, many directors, for various reasons, were still willing to cast her, often in supporting or antagonistic roles. Fortunately, Yi Nanxing accepted roles regardless of their nature, prioritizing the opportunity to act, a quality that her agent, Sister Hua, admired. Although she occasionally lamented Ye's temper, she remained committed to representing her. In situations like this, Sister Hua typically kept her distance, well aware of the tempestuous nature of her charge. She dared not intervene, trusting that Yi would emerge unscathed. When the dust settled, Sister Hua would symbolically comment on the temperament of difficult women. The director, a man in his 50s, was nearly on the verge of tears, intimidated by the dark expression on General Lu's face, radiating an overwhelming aura that sent shivers down his spine. Yet, the woman continued her tirade, showing no regard for his authority. With her chin held high and a tone of indignation, Yi Nanxing declared, "General Lu, as a CO, you ought to be in your office enjoying air conditioning and sipping coffee, not amidst the chaos and heat of this film set. Such a presence is unbecoming of your esteemed status." Upon hearing her words, the crew members instinctively dispersed, retreating to the periphery of the set, wary of provoking the notorious cold-faced tyrant, General Lu, and unwittingly becoming collateral damage. Even He Mingxi, her scene partner, quietly edged away, gradually distancing himself from the fiery woman. It is not that he lacks loyalty. Rather, it is the formidable General Lu, whose reputation is such that no one dares to provoke him, lest they face dire consequences. He wishes to retract his earlier compliments about the woman, such as her amiability and beauty, deeming them mere facades. At present, his sole impression of women is that they possess remarkable audacity. Si Ning, standing a short distance away, pondered whether to intervene. But upon witnessing the tense standoff between the two, she decided against it. Given the strained relationship between Yi Nanxing and Yunxiao, she entertained the hope that perhaps she still had a chance. This thought left her conflicted, with an angel on one shoulder advising against such notions, while a devil on the other encouraged her to seize the affections of the man she desired. With a stern expression, Lu Yunxiao's chiseled features bore an air of cold authority as he addressed the director. "Director, your production appears to be in need of funding, does it not?" The director immediately nodded enthusiastically, eager to please. Indeed. Might General Lu be interested in investing?" Lu Yunxiao narrowed his striking eyes, casting a glance at the woman before him, and stated to the director, "Have my assistant reach out to you tomorrow. I intend to be the principal investor in this production, but I have one stipulation. All scenes involving Yi Nanxing's kisses and intimate moments must be excised." Without hesitation, the director acquiesced. "Of course, General Lu, rest assured there will be no physical interactions between Nanxing and anyone else." Given that Yi Nanxing was already cast as the secondary female lead, the removal of such scenes posed no issue. Moreover, those intimate scenes had been added at the last minute, so their elimination would not hinder the progression of the narrative. Before Yi Nanxing could voice her objections, Lu Yunxiao's cold demeanor shifted as he bent down to embrace her slender waist, effortlessly lifting her over his shoulder despite her struggles and protests. He turned and exited the set with her in tow. "Lu Yunxiao, put me down. By what right do you carry me away? You wretched man, release me." Her voice grew fainter as they distanced themselves, leaving behind a stunned crew of hundreds, momentarily frozen in disbelief. In a corner, a paparazzo captured the moment on his phone, then swiftly transitioned to take candid shots, a satisfied grin spreading across his lips. This outing had not been in vain. He anticipated a sensational story to break the following day. Chapter 15. Reduced scenes inside a luxurious Qian. Yi Nanxing sat in the passenger seat, cautiously glancing at the man beside her, whose icy demeanor was palpable. With a playful smile, she inquired, "Darling, are you upset?" The moment the words left her lips, she regretted them. His irritation was glaringly apparent to anyone with eyes. A voice from her internal system advised, "Little star, you must appease him. If all else fails, throw yourself at him." Yi Nanxing thought, "Why does the system always suggest I throw myself at the man before me? It must be malfunctioning." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yunxiao, his gaze fixed ahead, replied in a flat tone, "You should withdraw from the entertainment industry. I can provide for you." The earlier scene replayed in his mind, and he found himself inexplicably irked by the thought of Yi Nanxing kissing another. "Why?" Yi Nanxing raised an eyebrow in surprise, her voice taking on a plaintive tone as she pleaded, "I love being an actress. I adore performing. Please, darling, do not take away my passion." Upon finishing her words, she lowered her head, her lashes casting shadows over her tear-streaked cheeks, her expression one of utter grievance as tears cascaded down. Yunxiao lifted his eyelids and turned his gaze, his cold eyes fixated on the crown of her head, anticipating the unspoken thoughts within her heart. That wretched man, wishing for me to play the role of a housewife until I transform into a frumpy, neglected woman, only to cast me aside and wed his cherished moon, Ning. At that moment, I would become a discarded wife of a wealthy family. Lu, the despicable man, you shall not succeed. I aspire to radiate beauty independently, like a diamond shining in brilliance. At that moment, Nanxing regained her composure. The words above her head vanished, and with reddened eyes and a pouting mouth, she playfully pleaded, "Darling, please don't be angry. My behavior at the set was merely to conceal our marital status. Your earlier outburst could easily lead to misunderstandings. I had no choice but to act thus to avoid revealing any flaws. Yet, that wretched man ruined everything. He brazenly carried her away under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The people at the set would undoubtedly gossip about the nature of their relationship, and soon, word would spread like wildfire among their peers. Yunxiao maintained his stoic expression and spoke in a low voice. Is being married to me such a source of embarrassment that you must go to such lengths to hide it? Nanxing sniffled, her large, watery eyes blinking innocently as she responded, Darling, have you forgotten? It was you who proposed the idea of a hidden marriage, and it was one of your conditions for marrying me. Otherwise, you would not have wed me at all. 3 years prior, the man had firmly approached old Master Lu with stipulations. He would marry Nanxing, but only under the condition of secrecy, insisting that he would not marry her otherwise. As a result, they never held a wedding. They merely utilized connections to have their documents processed by assistant Yunmo, who obtained their marriage certificate. After securing the certificate, they gathered that afternoon at the ancestral home for a lavish, celebratory lunch. That very afternoon, Yunxiao departed from the capital without hesitation, flying abroad to expand the Lu family's market and establish a subsidiary. Over the course of 3 years, he returned fewer than 5 times, and even when he did, he paid Nanxing little heed. There was not only a lack of marital affection, but also a disregard for the bond they had shared as childhood sweethearts, rendering their relationship exceptionally distant. Coincidentally, the day he left the country was also the day Ning departed for her studies in Y country, traveling on the same flight. It remains a mystery whether they crossed paths at the airport. Whether it was mere coincidence or if Yunxiao's sorrow over Ning's departure prompted a journey to M country remains uncertain. However, at that time, he and Ning had not confirmed their relationship, though feelings had begun to blossom between them, before awakening and breaking free from the constraints of the original plot. Nanxing had cared deeply about these details. However, once liberated from the narrative's grip, she found herself indifferent to such minutiae. If Lu, the despicable man, wished to love someone else, so be it. She could not wait to seek a divorce. Yunxiao was momentarily taken aback, finally recalling her words, rendered speechless. After a pause, he added, You may continue your career in the entertainment industry, but you must promise to avoid kissing scenes and intimate encounters. Nanxing readily agreed, her face alight with gratitude as she replied, Thank you, darling. I assure you, I will heed your every word. Text at the top. It would be quite absurd for me to heed your words, especially since you are not present on set to monitor my every move. Ultimately, I will have the final say. I shall partake in kissing scenes, specifically targeting the young and handsome, and I refuse to sacrifice an entire forest of opportunities for a single crooked tree like you. Yunxiao cast a fleeting glance at the text above her head, pondering aloud, I shall hire an assistant to accompany you, with my own funds covering her salary. She will report to me daily on your filming progress. Nanxing smiled faintly, pouting playfully as she leaned in. All right, darling, a kiss then. Text at the top. You heartless scoundrel, Lu, how scheming you are. I wish you and Ning would quickly entangle yourselves together, or rather, may you enjoy a lifetime of bliss. Hee, I disgust you, don't I? Afraid to kiss me? Then push me away with all your might. Hurry up and declare that you can't stand it, and find every way to divorce me. Yunxiao glanced at the top of her head, a slight smile curving his lips. In the next moment, he turned his head and lightly pressed his lips against the proffered red of hers, like a dragonfly skimming the water. Nanxing's expression, filled with affection, instantly froze. leaving her momentarily stunned. What was happening? He did not push her away. As he started the car, Nanxing hurriedly exclaimed, "Darling, I still have scenes left to film. You can go back alone. I'll leave first." With that, fearing he might object, she quickly opened the car door, grasped the heavy hem of her ancient costume, and dashed away. Yunxiao observed her slender figure retreating through the car window, her fleeing manner reminiscent of a little duck, quite comical, eliciting a gentle smile from him. With a resigned shake of his head, he drove away. After some time, he suddenly remembered Xining. He retrieved his phone and dialed her number. Expressing his apologies upon connection, "Xiaoning, I'm sorry. I'm already on my way back to the company. Please take a taxi home." Xining replied sweetly, "It's all right, Yunxiao go." Meanwhile, Nanxing returned to the filming site, only to find others shooting their scenes. It appeared her own part would be postponed yet again. Upon seeing her, the director eagerly ushered her to sit beside the monitor, smiling broadly. "Nanxing, you truly are my lucky star? Your temper tantrum prompted President Liu to invest 10 billion into this film." The assistant to President Liu had contacted him earlier, assuring that the funds would arrive in the production account by tomorrow morning. This film was not only directed by him, but also based on his own script. In essence, everything now relied solely on his efforts. As many had expressed skepticism regarding this mildly fantastical costume drama, he had struggled to secure investments initially, managing only 50 million. And determined to produce a quality film, he had refused all advertisements, which had led to a significant funding shortfall, resulting in subpar special effects and scenes. Now, however, with a full 10 billion at his disposal, he could create any scene and effect he desired. He was confident that upon its release, the film would garner favorable reviews, fulfilling his dreams before retirement. Nanxing's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg, as she forced a smile that was both comical and exasperated. Hee. President Liu is indeed generous. How infuriating. This scoundrel Liu. Was he using the 10 billion he intended to split for their divorce as an investment? Oh my, 10 billion. It matters not. President Liu possesses boundless assets, yet he still hesitates to finalize their marriage. How heart-wrenching. The director's smile stretched nearly to his ears as he remarked, "Nanxing, take a break. Your scenes are scheduled for tomorrow. To avoid exhausting you, I'll arrange only one scene for you each day." Nanxing shook her head, asserting, "No need, director. You know that even if I may appear arrogant, I am quite dedicated. I want to tire easily, and I do not wish to delay the crew's filming schedule." The director waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Your scenes are limited. There are only 10 in total. One scene a day will only take 10 days. Rest assured, your remuneration will be doubled." What? Nanxing was utterly astonished, her face contorted in dismay. "Director, if I remember correctly, I was initially slated for 40 scenes. You've cut far too many. This would ultimately lead to a situation where, after editing, her screen time would likely amount to less than 5 minutes upon the film's release." "Do not fret," the director patiently advised. "President Liu has prohibited any kissing or intimate scenes, thus rendering your romantic subplot with a third male lead unnecessary. To compensate for this, I will increase your pay. For these 10 days, you can leisurely earn without much effort." What a delightful arrangement. Nanxing reclined against the back of her chair, gazing skyward in despair, her expression a portrait of utter disbelief. Previously, she had held the position of second female lead, with scenes comparable to the leading lady. Yet today, under the whimsical influence of that scoundrel Liu, she had seemingly been relegated to an extra. Chapter 16. Disruption in the office a few days later at Shengshi Entertainment. Nanxing entered the company with a gloomy countenance. Upon reaching her manager's office, she removed her sunglasses and hat, collapsing onto the sofa in a manner that disregarded her image entirely. Sister Hua, seated behind her desk, glanced at her and inquired, "Why do you look so unwell?" With a sigh, Nanxing replied in a slightly coquettish tone, "I have no work, Sister Hua. I beg you to help me arrange some." Thanks to President Liu's unilateral influence, she had transformed into an idle person, having previously been so busy that she hardly had time to breathe. And now she found herself languishing in inactivity. Sister Hua set her work aside and joined her on the sofa, saying, "Why not take this opportunity to rest properly?" Rumors within the industry suggested that President Liu was her influential backer, and even Miss Xining of the Xi family had to defer to her. Coupled with the happenings on set, it was evident that President Liu did not wish for Nanxing to toil excessively, which left the company hesitant to assign her too much work. I do not wish to rest. I want to earn money. Nanxing lamented, raising head handbag in despair. Look at this bag. I've had it for ages. Recently, my favorite luxury brand has released a new collection, but alas, my funds are insufficient. How foolish of you, came the retort. Hua Jie gently pinched her cheek and laughed, saying, with President Liu as your wealthy benefactor, what do you have to worry about when it comes to affording a purse? I simply cannot fathom what troubles women bear. If I were in your position, I would have happily embraced the role of a golden canary long ago. Nanxing, with a sigh of resignation, retorted, Hua Jie, how many times must I reiterate? I share no relationship with him. He is not my benefactor. It was all the fault of that scoundrel Liu, who had brazenly carried her away in front of the cameras on set, leading to her being thrust into the trending topics the following day. The gossip spread not just within the industry, but also throughout the nation, with netizens inundating her social media with speculation. She could hardly defend herself. No matter how many explanations she offered, Hua Jie comforted her. All right, whatever you say is true. Then, with an ambiguous glance, she remarked, you appear rather unwell. You must not have slept well last night. Nanxing rolled her eyes and sighed. What I'm truly anxious about is the lack of work. I insist you arrange a job for me today. I need to earn money. Hua Jie continued to persuade her. Take a break for a while. It won't cost you anything. Nanxing immediately reacted, throwing a tantrum and declaring, if you don't arrange a job for me, I will go to the higher-ups and make a scene. Upon hearing this, Hua Jie felt a headache coming on. Oh dear, please don't cause a ruckus. Do you remember the last time you made such a fuss 2 years ago? You nearly sent the finance director into a fit with your outburst. That incident occurred when Nanxing discovered her pay was more than half less than what was stipulated in her contract. The company, believing her to be a newcomer, neglected her concerns, leading to a game of passing the buck among the departments. Ultimately, she confronted the finance director in front of everyone, unleashing a tirade that left the stoic man, in his 40s, blushing and speechless, ultimately suffering a hypertensive crisis that required urgent medical attention. To this day, whenever that finance director spots Nanxing in the company, he takes a detour to avoid her. Then please arrange a job for me, she urged. All right. You can rest today. I'll check if there are any advertising endorsements available and let you know via WeChat before evening. Understanding Nanxing's temperament, Hua Jie knew she was one to respond better to gentle persuasion rather than force. Especially when she was in the right, her protests could become quite formidable. Thus, it was best to placate her first, lest she decide to uproot the ceiling of her office. After leaving Shengshi Entertainment, Nanxing did not return home. Instead, she resolved to confront that scoundrel Liu, for her current state of idleness was entirely his doing, and she would consider it a form of retribution. Arriving at the Liu Corporation building, Nanxing took the elevator straight to the 33rd floor. Confidently pushing open the door to the president's office and sashaying toward the man seated behind the desk, engrossed in his work. Husband, she called out, irritation evident in her voice as she waved her phone, displaying the trending topic, and continued, what is going on between you and Xining? I just learned that she was at the set that day as well. Indeed, the advancement of technology and the diligence of paparazzi worked in her favor. She need not personally catch him in the act of infidelity, as it was captured and circulated online in an instant. We are merely friends, Liu Yunxiao replied, fingers flying over the keyboard as he maintained his gaze on the computer screen, responding coolly. Do you not have work today? Thanks to you, she shot back. Nanxing lightly leaped onto his desk, murmuring, I currently have no work and am quite idle. The woman's action of perching on the desk displeased Liu Yunxiao, who furrowed his brow and commanded in a magnetic voice, get down. Nanxing huffed, her eyes welling with tears as she feigned distress. You still haven't answered me. Why were you and Xining entering the set together that day? At that moment, Liu Yunxiao cast a fleeting glance at the words floating above her head that revealed her true thoughts. Liu scoundrel, please continue to be impatient. Hurry up and argue with me. Then confess that you like Xining. Do not hold back your temper. Raise your voice and scold me for being unreasonable, expressing your deep-seated annoyance towards me. Ideally, make a scene in front of grandfather, and we can successfully divorce. Liu Yunxiao averted his gaze, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he focused on the computer screen, occasionally tapping the keyboard. The office descended into a profound silence, with the sound of keystrokes echoing in the stillness. Noticing his silence, Nanxing became increasingly emboldened. She jumped down from the desk, tears brimming in her eyes, and defiantly placed her hands on her hips, saying, "Just admit you cheated. I won't cling to you shamelessly, but you must give me a reason. What does Ning possess that I do not? What does your silence mean?" Nanxing grabbed a nearby cup and forcefully smashed it against the tiled floor, the sharp sound ringing out. With tears streaming down her face, she lamented, "Are you unwilling to even speak to me? How deeply I love you. For 3 years, I have waited in solitude, like a stone longing for its husband, hoping for a mere glance from you. But what about you? Do you even hold a sliver of affection for me? You only love Ning, who walks with you, arm in arm, on set. I have come to understand my place and accept the truth, yet I am unwilling to yield." Nanxing continued to pour forth her grievances, ultimately covering her face in tears. "I know you want a divorce, but please do not betray me and put me in such a position." Standing to the side, head bowed, she wept softly with her hands concealing her face. Above her head, her inner thoughts re-emerged. "My acting skills are truly remarkable. Why haven't those award ceremonies bestowed upon me the Best Performance Award? What I just portrayed was the tragic despair of a woman discovering her husband's infidelity. Heartbroken and devastated, surely that deserves the title of Best Actress. I'm simply magnificent." Since there were no recent roles to play, she decided to use Lu Scoundrel as practice. If she could stir the situation to a complete divorce, it would yield a satisfactory outcome for her. The office was filled solely with her sobs, prompting Yunxiao to pause his work. Resting his elbow on the desk, he supported his chin with one hand, a barely noticeable smile gracing his lips as he cast a sidelong glance at the woman beside him, who was crying and making a scene. Had he not been able to glimpse her true thoughts, he might have been deceived by her performance, leading to an even greater disdain for her and a more resolute decision to divorce. However, amidst his work, he found solace in witnessing his beloved wife's live performances, which provided him a respite from his worries. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why Nanxing was so insistent on seeking a divorce. Chapter 17, Beauty Like a Flower. Forever 18, Nanxing wept for 10 minutes, only to realize the man remained enveloped in silence. With tear-streaked cheeks, she looked up, her voice choked with emotion, inquiring, "What are you doing?" The man's gaze, inscrutable and fixed upon her, rendered her uneasy. She was uncertain how long he had been staring. Yunxiao smirked slightly, adjusted his posture, and shifted his focus to the computer screen. In his deep, magnetic voice, he remarked, "Once you've finished crying, you should return home." Nanxing, taken aback, retorted, "Since you have ample time now." Yunxiao cast her a cool glance, his tone unyielding as he declared, "Then buy a cookbook and learn to cook. I do not wish to subsist solely on takeout. You shall prepare tonight's dinner yourself." Having vacated the old residence, they had returned to their marital home, villainess. 9. Yet their dinners had consisted solely of various takeout options in recent days. Such a routine was undeniably unhealthy, and he deemed it essential for Nanxing to learn to cook, lest she stew in idle thoughts. "You haven't yet explained the situation with Ning." Nanxing insisted, wiping her tears and stubbornly continuing, "I refuse to accept this. You must cease all contact with her." She believed her outcry was insufficiently fervent, leading the man to maintain his placid demeanor, neither explaining nor arguing with her. After all, she was full of energy and determined to stoke the flames of their dispute. Yunxiao stood, striding toward her, his expression serious as he looked down at her, and said, "I have already stated that she is merely a friend. As for visiting the set, it was her wish to see you perform live. I happened to be free in the afternoon and took her along. Furthermore, when she clasped my arm, I made her release it within a second. It was merely a coincidence that a paparazzo captured that moment." Nanxing gazed up at him, momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond, but soon reverted to her unreasonable stance, declaring, "I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I want to listen." Above her head appeared the words, "Lu, the scoundrel, is attempting to explain himself. The sun must have risen in the west. No way, I must seek a divorce. A host of young suitors await my attention, yet I find myself trapped in the tomb of marriage." Noticing his silence, Nanxing parted her lips, poised to speak, when a voice echoed in her mind, "Little star, you must not initiate the topic of divorce. I remind you to avoid it, lest you face repercussions." Yunxiao observed the words above her, which swiftly transformed into an emoticon, a large cloud accompanied by stormy winds and lightning, with a small tree swaying in the tempest below. Frustrated, he muttered, "Don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. Let me make this clear. I will no longer bring up divorce. And you need to gather yourself and embrace your role as Mrs. Liu." Undeterred, Nanxing pressed on, her heart aching as she lamented, "But I feel unworthy of you. I am arrogant, temperamental, unreasonable, and my reputation in the entertainment industry is quite poor. In terms of family background and education, the only one who might be a match for you is Xining. Text above. Hurry up and say divorce. Find a way to divorce, Liu scoundrel. Don't you like Xining? Your white moonlight. You cannot simply give up." Upon witnessing this, Liu Yunxiao's expression flickered with indecision. He paused and articulated slowly, "But ultimately, the person who will marry me is you." He admitted that subconsciously he had favored Xining, feeling as though he was under some kind of influence. Believing that loving Xining was the right choice for his life, he had intended to confess his feelings upon her return, which is why he had taken the initiative to discuss divorce with Nanxing on the day he returned to the country. However, his thoughts now seemed to have shifted. He could not articulate the feelings within him, yet he was certain that upon seeing Xining again, the sentiment was not one of romantic affection, but rather the camaraderie of friendship. Nanxing gritted her teeth and whimpered, "Darling, I have never told you this, but I do not wish to have children. If you continue to be with me, it will have to be as a dink couple." Text above. After all, the Liu family has a fortune to inherit. If I do not bear children to continue the lineage, Grandpa and Mother Liu would never consent. In that case, without Liu's scoundrel needing to speak, my doting grandfather would likely demand a divorce. This plan was rather clever. Why had she not thought of it sooner? Indeed, solutions often outnumber difficulties. She chuckled to herself, feeling quite astute. This was of little consequence. Liu Yunxiao turned and settled back into the leather chair behind his desk, glancing over her words with indifference. The Liu family also has Si-chun. He can carry on the family line. It is not an issue. If you do not wish to have children, I will not force you. Then Grandpa and Mother may not agree. Nanxing replied with a sorrowful expression. Perhaps Xining would be more than willing to bear your children. Text above. Liu scoundrel must have been struck by lightning, or perhaps he has become foolish. Ever since that incident, everything has seemed amiss. Even his attitude towards me has changed. Remembering that lightning strike, an inexplicable fire surged within Liu Yunxiao, and with a cold expression, he said in a low voice, "You need not concern yourself with Grandpa or Mother. Enough of this. You have made your scene. Now go home." Nanxing wiped her tears, her face filled with emotion as she replied, "All right, darling, I will return home and prepare a meal for you." After saying this, she did not leave immediately. Instead, she lowered her gaze, feigning a few sobs, putting on an act with full commitment. Although the outcome was not as she wished, she resolved to conclude it gracefully, for she was indeed a talented performer. During this time, the text above read, "It is utterly over, but I will not give up. For those young heartthrobs, I will strive to persevere and not sit idly by." Liu Yunxiao's gaze grew increasingly frosty, his magnetic voice issuing a warning. "You are already 25 years old and a married woman. Do not spend your days flirting with the trainees at your company." That wretched woman still thought of young heartthrobs. The rumors online had always involved Nanxing's flirtations with the new trainees. It seemed he needed to remind her of her age and status. Nanxing similith. Her tone obedient as she said, "Darling, do not believe the rumors online. They are merely hype created by Hua Jie." Title. Although I was initially inclined to spread rumors, they were nothing but fabrications, mere whispers of the wind, a theatrical performance. Sister Hua sought to amplify the buzz surrounding the new heartthrob, igniting his popularity with fervor. However, I had intended to flirt openly after my divorce, but alas, that plan has been thwarted. Dear young man, I shall endeavor to finalize my divorce for your sake. How infuriating is that scoundrel Liu, who insists on reminding me of my age. I am as beautiful as a flower, eternally 18. Liu Yunxiao fixed his gaze upon her, closing his eyes in exasperation, retorting, "Why don't you return home? Stop causing chaos before me. You have already delayed my work significantly. I shall be home later, but the dinner must still be prepared. Should it fail to please, you shall redo it." He was nearly driven to fury by the woman's true sentiments. How could she be so captivated by those young men, devising schemes to stir up trouble and instigate a divorce with him? Nanxing siniflit. Her expression one of feigned innocence as she clutched her bag and turned to exit the CEO's office. leaving the Lu Corporation building. She hailed a taxi and returned to Villa Number 9. In the car, she lamented inwardly to the system. Little Black, my spirits are low lately. I feel on the verge of shattering my persona. This is utterly demeaning. Before long, I shall become a mere housewife, cooking dinner for him. My delicate hands will soon be used for culinary endeavors. The system, Little Black, replied, Dear Star, you may as well embrace your role as Mrs. Lu, sparing yourself the hardships of acting. Once the two of you genuinely fall in love, I, as the system, shall achieve my purpose and depart. My points will reach their zenith, allowing me to ascend to the highest tier and seek out a new, formidable host. Nanxing resolutely countered, That is impossible. I wish to remain beautifully independent. I will not tolerate that scoundrel Lu. He must have taken the wrong medicine recently. I shall return and devise another plan. The system, Little Black, responded, Very well, but remember, your persona is paramount. It must not collapse. Alas, with her current attitude, it would not reveal that it had evolved into a love system. Should she disregard her persona, it might face a demotion, perhaps even revert to its original state. Chapter 18. Crispy Delights, Villa Number 9. Nanxing cunningly pondered what to prepare for dinner. In the supermarket, she purchased a bag of frozen dumplings, reasoning that it was akin to boiling instant noodles and would save her valuable time. At that moment, standing beside the open kitchen, she watched the pot come to a boil, her thoughts wandering to whether Lu would find dinner too simplistic. She needed to prepare her excuse in advance, planning to feign vulnerability, claiming her culinary skills were woefully inadequate and that she had nearly injured herself while chopping vegetables, pleading for his understanding to settle for a simple dumpling meal. With this thought, Nanxing pulled out her phone to search for instructions on how to fry dumplings, reasoning that a second preparation could hardly be considered simple. The system, Little Black, interjected, Dear Star, you are being rather disingenuous. Dumplings are acceptable, but at least make them yourself. Resorting to frozen dumplings for convenience will surely irk Lu Yunxiao, who has such discerning tastes. Nanxing dismissed the concern lightly, saying, How could this be considered as fooling around? Dumplings were a delicacy reserved for the new year during times of hardship, and frozen dumplings are still dumplings. Once the water boiled, she carefully monitored the pot, fearful of the dumplings bursting open. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. She used a slotted spoon to retrieve the cooked dumplings and placed them in a bowl to drain. Following a recipe she found online, she retrieved a frying pan, added oil, and ignited the flame. She then transferred the dumplings into the hot oil, using chopsticks to stir them gently to prevent sticking. Once the bottoms turned a golden hue, she added water. Though it should have been flour water, but lacking flour, she made do with plain water. At that moment, her phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was her dear friend, Xiaoxi. Answering, Nanxing teased, Cece, are you missing me? Xiaoxi replied, Indeed. You become quite the busy bee, trending daily. Do I need to make an appointment to see you? They hadn't teamed in ages, and soon engaged in a lively conversation, chatting about everything under the sun for a good 20 minutes. Just then, Nanxing caught a whiff of something peculiar and murmured, What is that smell of burnt dumplings? Xiaoxi asked, Huh? What burnt smell? Realization struck Nanxing, and she exclaimed, turning abruptly towards the kitchen, My pan-fried dumplings. Oh no, I have to hang up. She hastily placed her phone on a nearby table and rushed to the stove, where smoke was billowing from the pot. In her panic, she reached for the lid. Ouch! She immediately recoiled, her fingers scalded and red. Blowing on them, she muttered, So hot. It dawned on her that she should have turned off the heat first. After extinguishing the flame, she donned a silicone oven mitt and lifted the lid. As the smoke dissipated, she peered inside and gasped in horror. The bottom of the pot was charred, with the dumplings' undersides blackened beyond recognition. Later that evening, as Lu Yunxiao stepped through the door, he was greeted by Nanxing's eager smile. Darling, she cooed, accepting his suit jacket and tied a hang on the coat rack. You've returned so late. You must be exhausted. I made you some coffee. Do taste it and see if it suits your palate. What did you learn to make coffee? Lu Yunxiao asked, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed. He took the cup she offered, bringing it to his nose for a sniff, and smiled knowingly. This is instant coffee. You should at least come up with a better excuse if you're trying to pull one over on me. Being a frequent coffee drinker, he was well-versed in its varieties and could easily discern a ruse. Nanxing forced an embarrassed smile. Darling, you're quite perceptive. I was merely joking. A thought crossed her mind. You know, Lu, your nose is as keen as a dog's. With all the coffee you drink, be careful. or you might end up paralyzed. The mood shifted as Lu Yunxiao's expression darkened. He placed the coffee cup down heavily on the glass table, causing it to clink sharply. "Where's dinner? Have you even cooked?" he asked, his tone laced with displeasure. He had nearly grown accustomed to women cursing him silently in their hearts. He initially believed he would not be affected, yet he found himself seething with anger being labeled as a dog and cursed with paralysis. To deter the woman before him from seeking the company of younger men, he resolved to take better care of his health, intending to embrace a lifestyle conducive to longevity, lest he be made a fool by her infidelity. Nanxing clenched his fists, suppressing the urge to lash out, and managed a slight smile as he said, "Of course, my dear husband, I have prepared pan-fried dumplings for you." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunxiao rose and made his way to the dining area, taking a seat at the table. He surveyed the empty surface and raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Where are the dumplings?" Nanxing gritted her teeth in silence, maintaining her composure, and sweetly replied, "Just a moment. They are in the kitchen. I will bring them right out." Before long, Nanxing presented a plate of pan-fried dumplings, her face alight with joy as she said, "Darling, please enjoy." Lu Yunxiao cast a downward glance at the darkened morsels before him, frowning as he asked, "Is this supposed to be dumplings? You expect me to eat something burnt?" Nanxing immediately countered, "This is not burnt. It is called crispy." As she spoke, she lifted a dumpling with her chopsticks and brought it to his lips, her expression earnest. "You should try it. It tastes delightful, albeit a bit crunchy." Lu Yunxiao tilted his head back, casting a disdainful glance at the dumplings. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of her delicate fingers unusually flushed. Deepening his frown as he asked, "What happened to your fingers?" Nanxing set down the dumpling and chopsticks, raising her hand nonchalantly. "I was in a hurry while using the pot lid and didn't use a cloth, so I got burnt a little. Let me see," Lu Yunxiao said as he took her hand, his tone growing serious. "Are you foolish? How could you not apply ointment for a burn like this?" Her right hand bore the marks of the burn, with redness and even blisters forming on her fingertips. "It's not that bad," Nanxing said, pulling her hand away awkwardly. "It doesn't hurt anymore. The pain has subsided. At first, it had hurt quite a bit, but after soaking her hand in cold water, she felt much better." Lu Yunxiao stood up, grasping her wrist and leading her toward the door, speaking coldly, "I will take you to the hospital." "No need, I assure you I am fine." Nanxing replied anxiously, "Please, let me grab a hat and sunglasses." In truth, she had been trending with this man for several days. Even if they were photographed while out, it would not be a significant issue. The worst-case scenario would solidify their relationship in the public eye. However, Nanxing believed there was still hope for a divorce, and it was best to keep her marital status under wraps, lest she find it difficult to pursue younger men later. Moreover, Lu Yunxiao did not wish for their relationship to be publicly disclosed. Yet, the man hurriedly pulled her along, and by the time she realized what was happening, she found herself seated in the passenger seat of a luxury vehicle. The man, exuding an aura of coldness, started the engine. She could sense his anger, but could not fathom the reason, so she chose to remain silent. Without a hat or sunglasses, she resorted to draping her long hair forward to shield her face, praying that no paparazzi would recognize her. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a prestigious private hospital. Entering the director's office, after concluding a surgical procedure, Yunxiao wearily returned to his office, shedding his white coat and hanging it on the floor-to-ceiling coat rack. He gazed helplessly at the couple who had appeared in his office. It was merely a minor finger burn. Yunxiao brought over a tray containing medication, gauze, and cotton swabs, expressing his exasperation. "Why must you wait for me? My nurses at the hospital are quite capable of administering the treatment." "Apologies," Nanxing said, taking a seat on the long sofa. She glanced at the man beside her, who wore a frosty expression and offered an apologetic smile. "Yunxiao is just overly concerned for me." Whether or not he truly worried was uncertain, but in front of others, they endeavored to project an image of a loving couple. Lu Yunxiao lifted his eyelids, his cold gaze fixed on Yunxiao, urging, "Less chatter, attend to her wounds." He himself was unsure from whence his irritation stemmed, yet he frequently found himself vexed in Nanxing's presence. Yunxiao placed a tray on the coffee table and sat beside the woman, gently taking her delicate right hand to examine it. Without uttering a word, he began applying the medication, following the man's instructions to bandage her 5 fingers. Nanxing winced at the sting, saying, "Is the bandaging really necessary? This will only make things inconvenient. You're overreacting. Hu Jingqian smirked, teasing little sister-in-law. Your husband is making a mountain out of a molehill. I can only follow orders, but rest assured, I will make your bandages quite lovely. Trust in my professional skills. One would not expect the esteemed director to be playing the role of a nurse. Noticing the woman's occasional furrowing of her brows, Yunxiao discontentedly warned, be gentler. Can't you see she is in pain? Yes. Hu Jingqian rolled his eyes. I will be gentle. If you're so concerned, why let little sister-in-law cook? At this, Yunxiao fell silent, his handsome face still icy. Hu Jingqian's movements were swift and deft, completing the application and bandaging in a mere 5 minutes. Nanxing raised her right hand, scrutinizing the neatly bandaged fingers, and smiled. Director Jing, not bad at all. You even managed to tie a bow. Her fingers were wrapped in delicate layers of white gauze, tied with a bow that was both petite and exquisite. Hu Jingqian, feeling prideful, replied, this is nothing. I can easily handle complex surgeries, let alone this minor injury. Seeing the two engaged in light-hearted banter, Yunxiao's expression darkened. He stood up, grasping the woman's wrist, and turned toward the door, tossing out, let us go. I'll bring you back tomorrow for a change of dressings. Hu Jingqian shrugged in response. You can wait 2 days for a change. It will heal well enough without it. In truth, it would likely mend within a few days. Yunxiao was truly protective. Just a while ago, there had been talk of divorce. Yet it seemed they had reconciled beautifully. Chapter 19. Sotfenis Villa número 9. Upon returning to the villa, Yunxiao had suggested dining at a restaurant, but Nanxing hastily declined, genuinely fearing another encounter with the press. Nanxing gently tapped on the door of the study before stepping inside. After a brief pause, she inquired, darling, let us order takeout for dinner. What would you like? I'll place the order. Yunxiao, engrossed in his documents, replied without lifting his gaze, anything is fine. Oh, she murmured, retreating from the study. As she descended the stairs, she muttered to herself, alas, this life is utterly mundane. Who could assist me in obtaining a divorce? Upon returning to the living room, she settled on the sofa, scrolling through her phone to browse the menu, and ordered 2 servings of Western cuisine. Just after placing her order, she received a WeChat message from Sister Hua. Come to the office tomorrow. I have arranged an endorsement for a skincare product. Nanxing replied, thank you, Sister Hua. With her final scene scheduled with the film crew and the endorsement opportunity, tomorrow promised to be another fulfilling and busy day. Half an hour later, the takeout arrived. The couple sat silently at the dining table, each absorbed in their own meal. Unable to endure the eerie silence, Nanxing proposed, darling, since you'll be staying in the country long term, why not hire a maid to handle the housework and prepare our meals? While she was indifferent to the monotony of takeout, having grown accustomed to it over the past 3 years, Yunxiao seemed unaccustomed to it. For instance, even while savoring the expensive steak from the restaurant, he maintained a cold demeanor. After taking a bite of steak, Yunxiao set down his utensils and stated, I will transfer Aunt Li from the old residence. No sooner had he spoken than he took a napkin from the dispenser to wipe his mouth, then stood and left the dining room, heading upstairs. Nanxing glanced at her barely touched steak and shook her head in resignation, thinking, what a waste. I should get a dog tomorrow. After finishing her meal, she tidied up a bit, placing the plates and utensils into the dishwasher, and then returned to the second-floor bedroom. Grabbing her pajamas, she entered the bathroom to prepare for a bath. Just as she was about to remove her dress, the bathroom door swung open abruptly, and a man walked in. Nanxing froze, hurriedly zipping up her dress as their eyes met, both filled with a flash of embarrassment. Yunxiao, his handsome face stern, approached her and took her right hand to check if it was wet. He then donned her with a disposable plastic glove, tying a knot around her wrist. In a cool tone, he admonished, your right hand must not come into contact with water. Nanxing withdrew her hand, offering a faint smile. Thank you, darling. A thought crossed her mind. Goodness, Yunxiao has become rather considerate. Could it be that he has developed feelings for me? But I haven't done anything to earn his affection. Perhaps I should ask, looking up at the man who was focused on her. She blinked her large eyes and hesitated before asking, do you have any feelings for me? No, Yunxiao interjected, narrowing his phoenix eyes. I do not like you. He reassured himself internally that his reluctance to divorce her was solely for the sake of his grandfather's health. Nanxing exhaled a sigh of relief, her expression downcast as she lowered her head and murmured, I understand. You may leave now. I wish to take a bath. Above her, the text read, oh yes, Thankfully, Lu Zhanmon's demeanor remains unchanged. Lu Yunxiao shot her a sharp glance, extending his hand to lightly flick her forehead before coldly snorting and turning away. Ouch! Nanxing winced, pressing her forehead and muttering in dissatisfaction. What kind of person is he? After indulging in a relaxing bath, she donned her pajamas and, removing a disposable plastic glove from her right hand, plugged in a hairdryer. Standing before the mirror at the wash basin, she began drying her long hair. During this period, Lu Yunxiao had been sleeping in the guest room, which alleviated her burden as she no longer had to ponder how to navigate their shared bed situation. Before drifting off to sleep, she propped herself up against the headboard with the script in hand, rehearsing the lines for the final scene scheduled for the next day before finally turning off the light and closing her eyes on the spacious bed. The following day, Nanxing rose early at 5, washing up and changing into a white mermaid princess gown, layering it with a brown suit jacket. Her long hair fell freely around her shoulders, and she slipped into flat, casual shoes, presenting a sweet and demure appearance. Satisfied with her reflection in the mirror, she nodded and hurriedly grabbed her bag, making her way downstairs. Foregoing makeup, she opted for a natural look, carrying sunglasses and a fisherman's hat as she descended the stairs. As she passed the dining room, she heard faint sounds and paused to glance inside. There stood the man, already dressed in a well-tailored black suit that accentuated his tall figure, exuding an air of noble aloofness. At that moment, he was retrieving 2 cups of warmed milk from the microwave, turning just in time to meet her gaze, both remaining silent. Lu Yunxiao broke the silence with his cool voice. Out so early? Nanxing smiled in reply. Yes, today is our final scene, and the shoot begins early. I do not wish to be late. Come here and drink your milk, Lu Yunxiao commanded. Oh, all right. Nanxing approached the dining table, picked up a cup, blew on it, and took small sips, adding, "Thank you, husband." Above her, the text read, Lu Zhanmon, considering my constant politeness. I hope you will refrain from domestic violence in the future. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yunxiao choked on a mouthful of milk. Are you all right, husband? Nanxing set down her cup and stepped forward to pat his back, expressing concern. Be careful. Take your time drinking. Above her, the text read, Lu Zhanmon's health seems to be deteriorating. He often chokes when eating lately, perhaps a sign of excessive coffee consumption leading to potential paralysis. Lu Yunxiao's handsome face twisted in anger as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Nanxing. Nanxing blinked innocently with her large eyes. What is it, husband? Above her, the text read, Look at that. His temper is becoming increasingly unpredictable. One moment he speaks amiably, the next he is ready to explode. Lu Yunxiao closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, his gaze was imbued with a chilling coldness. He spoke icily, hurry and drink. Aren't you in a rush? Nanxing nodded and replied, Oh, okay. Turning around, she picked up the cup of milk and gulped it down in large swigs. When a man was not looking, she discreetly made a face and stuck out her tongue. As she was leaving, Nanxing smiled and waved, saying, Darling, I'm heading out. See you tonight. After hailing a taxi, which took 2 hours, she arrived at the filming location. As soon as she got out of the car, a simply dressed girl approached her with a smile, saying, Sister Nanxing, I'm here to report for duty. The girl before her appeared youthful and was a recent university graduate, serving as the assistant assigned by Lu Yunxiao, reportedly recruited by Yunma. Nanxing appraised the girl. Inwardly acknowledging Yunma's discerning eye, the girl exuded an aura of sincerity and innocence, likely devoid of ulterior motives. She nodded and said, Tang Luoluo, right? That's a lovely name. A voice echoed in her mind. Little star, your recent persona of being malicious and unruly needs to be reinforced. Upon hearing this, Nanxing's expression shifted instantly. She smirked coldly and remarked, Yunma must have informed you that I have a bad temper. You must remain vigilant at all times while working with me. Tang Luoluo, looking tense, quickly nodded, I understand, Sister Nanxing. Please feel free to assign me any tasks. You must learn to observe. Nanxing shot her a sidelong glance. I shouldn't have to spell things out for you. Understood, Sister Nanxing, Tang Luoluo replied, lowering her gaze in fear. I will do my best. Please rest assured. Nanxing cast her a glance before striding proudly into the filming area. Tang Luoluo hurriedly followed, timidly trailing behind with her head bowed. Chapter 20. Health and drinking hot water at the filming site of a grand period fantasy drama. Nanxing had changed in her costume, and her makeup and styling were complete. She was preparing to shoot, holding the script in her hands, anxious to memorize her lines. Assistant Tang Luluo trembled slightly as she offered, Sister Nanxing, please drink some hot water. Yi Nanxing frowned and shot her a displeased look, saying, it's not winter. Why would I drink hot water? I want my fizzy drink. However, Tang Luluo hesitated and cautiously replied, it's what President Liu instructed. You need to drink 5 cups of hot water daily. Since her direct superior was Liu Yunxiao, the one truly paying her salary, she felt compelled to comply. President Liu had provided her with a list detailing Sister Nanxing's lunch and dietary requirements, emphasizing that she should monitor any intimate contact with the opposite sex and mandating the consumption of 5 cups of hot water infused with goji berries. Consequently, she had purchased a large backpack filled with 5 different colored thermos flasks, each filled with hot water prepared at home, carrying it throughout the day. The backpack also contained various fruits, sufficient for Sister Nanxing's needs. I refuse to drink bland hot water, Yi Nanxing reiterated firmly. Go away and stop bothering me. I added ginger and sugar. Tang Luluo attempted to persuade her, it tastes sweet and is quite enjoyable. Yi Nanxing cast a sidelong glance at her, a smile devoid of warmth gracing her lips. Do you not comprehend what I said? Depart, and do not trouble me. Immediately after uttering those words, she felt a pang of regret. The girl before her had reddened eyes, her expression a poignant struggle against tears, an image of utter desolation. The system chimed in, Little star, do not succumb to sentimentality. Your character is inherently malicious and unruly, devoid of compassion. At that moment, Tang Luluo turned and fled to a corner. Left with no alternative to preserve her hard-won position, she retrieved her phone and dialed President Liu's number. He had instructed her that should Yi Nanxing refuse to drink hot water, she was to contact him. At the Liu Group's headquarters, in the conference room, Liu Yunxiao occupied the head seat, emanating an aura of chilling authority. His cold gaze swept across the assembly of senior executives, a natural kingly presence saturating the expansive room. The gathered executives dared not meet the gaze of the stern and unyielding president, their heads bowed in reverence. The silence was so profound that one could hear the faintest breaths of those present. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the ringing of a mobile phone. Liu Yunxiao furrowed his brow, glancing at the caller ID before coldly instructing, continue your discussion. Upon my return, present me with a satisfactory proposal. With that, he rose and strode out of the conference room with long strides. His assistant, Yin Mo, wiped the perspiration from his brow. Puzzled by the rarity of Liu's phone ringing during meetings, a strict protocol against any distractions, he speculated that perhaps Liu had simply forgotten to silence his phone, or that something of great importance had prompted him to answer. After Liu exited, the executives collectively exhaled, the oppressive chill of his presence and the intensity of his gaze rendering them breathless. They silently expressed gratitude for the phone call that had momentarily alleviated their discomfort. Back in the president's office, Liu Yunxiao stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, swiping the screen of his phone as he answered, hello. His gaze drifted towards the distant scenery, where he discerned the roller coaster of the largest amusement park in the capital. Tang Luluo spoke in a hushed tone, President Liu, Sister Nanxing has thrown a tantrum. She refuses to drink hot water, and I cannot persuade her. Liu Yunxiao responded tersely, you need not concern yourself with that. With that, he ended the call and dialed the woman's number. Meanwhile, on set, Yi Nanxing had entered the filming phase, engaged in a heated argument with the actress portraying the female lead, and Jier, only to be bested in a retaliatory scene. As she immersed herself into the role, she vehemently declared, you do not love His Majesty. I shall uncover your scheme for revenge. Love is a light, blindingly green. A jarring ringtone reverberated throughout the filming site. Yi Nanxing, furrowing her brow in annoyance, murmured, ah, I forgot to silence it. The director, irate, bellowed, whose phone is that? Are you unaware that we are filming? What chaos is this? Surrounding staff members shook their heads in unison, indicating that it was not theirs. Yet the phone continued to ring. Yi Nanxing forced a smile and said, Director, I apologize, it is mine. In moments such as these, when she finds herself devoid of confidence, she cannot afford to be willful unless provoked. It is Nanxing indeed. The director, fearful of her, knows well the power she wields with Mr. Liu as her backing. With a smile, he announces, no worries, everyone may take a 5-minute break while Nanxing answers her call. Thank you, director. Yi Nanxing, clutching the lengthy costume of her period drama, retreats to a corner, struggling to extract her phone from layers upon layers of garments. Upon connecting the call, she suppresses her irritation and sweetly inquires, "Darling, what a surprise to receive a call from you. Are you missing me?" After speaking, she turns her head aside, silently mimicking a gagging gesture, thoroughly exasperated by this so-called heartfelt affection, which is, in essence, nothing more than unreciprocated adoration. Yet, she feels compelled to maintain this facade. Yunxiao's cool, resonant voice reaches her ears. "Why aren't you drinking warm water?" Even through the phone, she can sense his displeasure. She shifts the phone slightly away, the deep, alluring timbre making her ears tingle. In a hushed tone, she responds, "It's only early autumn, and the temperatures are still quite high. Drinking warm water will only make me too hot." At that moment, she silently concludes that Lu, the insufferable man, must indeed be afflicted with some cognitive dissonance, particularly concerning his logic. Warm water is beneficial for one's health, Lu Yunxiao patiently asserts. To lead a long life, one must take care of oneself. He has even resolved to forego coffee in favor of goji berry tea, lest she accuse him of poor health leading to potential debilitation or, worse yet, call him an old man. Therefore, he decides to embark on a health journey with her, dispelling any notion she may have of his premature demise, ensuring she never envisions him as youthful and vibrant. "I am in excellent health." Nanxing grits her teeth and replies, "Thank you, darling, for taking time out of your busy schedule to concern yourself with my well-being." Internally, she muses that Lu, the insufferable man, must be losing his mind, focusing on health regimens. After all, health merely equates to drinking more warm water. How utterly absurd. Lu Yunxiao purses his lips, his captivating eyes narrowing slightly, guessing that she is likely cursing him in her mind at this very moment. He pauses, then commands, "Drink warm water and eat fruit." "I have instructed Tang Luo. Just be obedient. Otherwise, you may have to withdraw from the entertainment industry and stay home." Nanxing grips her phone tightly, the device creaking under the pressure. She finally concedes, "All right, darling, I shall comply. I must hang up now, as I need to get back to filming." She harbors no doubt that Lu Yunxiao possesses the means to enforce her exit from the industry. A mere flick of his power and wealth could seal her fate. All her efforts over the past 3 years would be rendered futile. She reassures herself, it's just warm water. There is no need to become upset over such trivial matters. Just as she ends the call, Tang Luo approaches her, hesitatingly calling out, "Sister Nanxing." Fear grips her heart. She hopes this does not count as reporting her, dreadfully anticipating Nanxing's ire, yet feeling compelled to act thus to preserve her job. She would never lie to Mr. Lu. Having accepted the salary, she must fulfill her duties, or her conscience would be troubled. Nanxing sighed, spreading her hands, and said, "You need not be anxious. I shall not devour you. However, please allow me to complete this scene. Once my work concludes, I shall sit down and leisurely enjoy your hot water." Tang Luo nodded in a daze. "All right, Sister Nanxing, I shall wait for you here." As filming resumed, Nanxing was filled with a surge of frustration, just right to capture the essence of her character's dark transformation. Yet, her co-star, Njie, had not memorized her lines. After Nanxing delivered her first line impeccably, Njie began to respond with perfectly timed expressions, but instead of lines, she recited the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nanxing raised an eyebrow. Surprisingly, the director did not call for a cut, evidently acquiescing to Njie's numerical recitation. Chapter 21. Misnumbers. The director, holding a megaphone, shouted, "Cut, cut, cut! Nanxing, why are you not responding with your lines?" Nanxing crossed her arms, standing still with an air of calm, and replied indifferently, "I refuse to act alongside misnumbers." Njie, displeased, retorted, "What do you mean? I've been too busy lately to memorize my lines, and I've already discussed this with the director, who agreed. Why are you pretending to be the big bad wolf here? You are the one acting like a big bad wolf." Nanxing's expression darkened, her beautiful eyes glaring at her. "Do not think I am unaware of your notorious reputation for stealing scenes. Your delusional fans may praise you as a skilled actress, but they ought to witness your true colors. My stealing scenes is merely a testament to my flourishing career. Too many seek me to play the leading lady." Njie looked at her with a mocking gaze, speaking slowly. "If you possess the capability, why not steal scenes yourself? Huh, an eternal supporting actress. And yet you dare to accuse me? Clearly, you're simply envious." As the tension between the two escalated, the director hurried over, attempting to diffuse the situation. "No need to quarrel. You are both wonderful, and there exists no jealousy or accusations here. One was a rising star in her prime, while the other had the financial backing of Mr. Liu, a man not to be trifled with. Thus, he had to play the peacemaker. Nanxing closed her eyes. Suppressing her anger, "Director, either have her memorize her lines now, or I shall withdraw from the performance." She had always regarded acting as a sacred profession, not to be so easily desecrated. An actor who cannot even memorize their lines hardly qualifies as such. In this era dominated by fleeting fame, failing to prepare lines would be a grave injustice to those seasoned actors who have toiled diligently, yet remain uncelebrated. The director cast a troubled glance at Ngier and cautiously suggested, "Ngier, would you consider memorizing your lines? They are indeed very lengthy, and the crew could use a moment to rest." Ngier flung her sleeves adorned with peacock feathers, angrily declaring, "Director Zhang, do not forget it was you who sought me out to play the leading role. Are you afraid of her, withdrawing, yet unafraid of my departure?" The director's face flushed with embarrassment, struggling to maintain his composure. He lowered his voice and urged, "Ngier, please be more professional. Memorizing lines is part of an actor's duty." Angelia's expression was one of fury as she raised her voice, declaring, "I refuse to recite my lines. I am exceedingly busy. After this scene, I must board a plane to another production. I have no time to indulge in discussions about professionalism and duty. So, will we continue filming or not?" Nanxing stood silently beside her, her face impassive. Her stance had already been made clear. It was now up to the director to decide. In any case, she would not perform alongside the temperamental actress. The three remained locked in a stalemate, while the other crew members busily prepared for the upcoming tasks, casting furtive glances in their direction, eager not to miss any unfolding drama. Before long, Angelia's manager, Brother Feng, approached with a furrowed brow and remarked, "Angelia, it's time to memorize your lines." "I won't do it," Angelia retorted defiantly. "Don't make me repeat myself," Brother Feng warned in a stern tone. Angelia cast a glare at the director and Nanxing, revealing a hint of apprehension toward her manager. She turned and walked away, settling onto a chair a short distance away, where her assistant promptly presented her with the script. Brother Feng addressed the director and Miss Yen. "I apologize for the delay in filming on behalf of Angelia." Grateful for the opportunity to defuse the situation, the director amicably engaged in light, inconsequential conversation, thus preserving a semblance of decorum. Nanxing rolled her eyes and let out a disdainful huff before retreating to the break area, plopping down into a chair with a sulky expression. Fully aware of her foul mood, Tang Luo nonetheless mustered the courage to approach her, holding a thermos. "Sister Nanxing, have some water." Nanxing shot her a sidelong glance, hesitating before accepting the thermos, murmuring, "Thank you." She then blew gently over the opening before taking small sips. 10 minutes later, having emptied the thermos, she set it down just as Tang Luo cheerfully presented her with a peeled banana. "Sister Nanxing, eat a banana." At that moment, Nanxing was drenched in sweat. The high temperature, compounded by the weighty costume she wore, made her feel uncomfortably warm, perspiration beading from her skin. Wiping her brow with the back of her hand, she sighed, "First, tell me, how many cups of hot water and how much fruit do we have left?" Tang Luo opened her backpack and counted, responding, "Sister Nanxing, there are 4 cups of hot water remaining, and 2 each of bananas, apples, peaches, and oranges." "Bring them all to me," Nanxing said, exasperated as she rubbed her temples. "I'll consume them all in one go." "All right," Tang Luo replied, retrieving 4 thermoses and 8 pieces of fruit from her bag and placing them on the nearby table. With a look of resigned melancholy, Nanxing began to alternate between gulping down hot water and nibbling on fruit. In the office of the Lu Group, President Lu Yunxiao sat behind his desk, his gaze fixed intently on the computer as he diligently attended to company affairs. A secretary knocked softly before entering, holding a cup of coffee. "President, your coffee." Without diverting his attention from the screen, Lu Yunxiao replied coolly, "I will no longer drink coffee. Switch to goji berry water, served hot." The young female secretary paused in surprise before lowering her head and responding, "Understood, President." As she exited the office, holding a cup of coffee, she had barely closed the door when she turned to encounter Yun Mo. The female secretary nodded in greeting Assistant Yun. Noticing the coffee in her hand, Yun Mo inquired with curiosity, "Why do you have that? Did you brew it incorrectly?" "Isn't this the brand the president usually drinks?" "Of course. I didn't brew it incorrectly. the secretary replied. The president said he wouldn't be drinking coffee anymore and asked for hot water infused with goji berries instead. What's going on? Yunxiao was left bewildered. I don't know, the secretary shrugged, turning to head to the supermarket to purchase goji berries, along with a thermos. Yunxiao, burdened with a stack of documents awaiting signatures, entered the office and placed the files beside the man. He stood by, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Speak if you have something to say, Yunxiao said coldly. After all this time following me, why do you still carry yourself with such timidity? President, Yunxiao paused, finally asking what was on his mind. Are you embarking on a regimen for health? This seemed the only plausible explanation. After all, the president had turned 30 and might feel the need to abandon his long-standing coffee habit in favor of goji berry water. Indeed, Yunxiao replied readily. If you know any health tips, do remember to search for some reputable recommendations for me. Yunxiao nodded, understood. He could surmise that perhaps it was the president's wife who disapproved of his coffee consumption. Otherwise, given the president's fondness for coffee, he would never willingly forsake it. On the film set, Nanxing reclined in her chair, clutching her stomach and letting out 2 hearty burps. All right, I've finished the hot water and the fruit. Please stop bothering me and keep quiet. Will you, darling? Tang Luoluo nodded, smiling subtly. No problem, Sister Nanxing. I won't disturb your filming. Just let me know if you need anything. Nanxing chuckled, casually glancing around, but her gaze brightened when a man entered through the door. Wow, it's the film Emperor Gu Juanzi. Tang Luoluo followed her line of sight and beheld a tall, elegant man dressed in gray casual attire. No, he was not merely handsome. He was extraordinarily attractive, standing at 180 centimeters, exuding an exceptional aura and appearance. My idol, Nanxing exclaimed, suddenly rising with excitement as she rushed toward the man. Film Emperor Gu, Film Emperor Gu. Chapter 22. Film Emperor Gu. Nanxing's beautiful eyes sparkled as she approached the man, smiling. Hi, Film Emperor Gu, I'm your fan. Gu Juanzi, with his captivating peach blossom eyes, looked down at her, then a gentle smile graced his lips. You are Nanxing? Yes, that's me. Nanxing Biaomit. Her expression a mix of joy and surprise. I can't believe you recognize me. Someone who frequently graces the trending searches, Gu Juanzi teased with a playful smile. Nanxing, nervously twisting her fingers, her face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, managed a shy smile, revealing her delicate dimples. Don't pay attention to those trending searches. 99% of them are fabricated. She had initially intended to leave a favorable first impression on her idol, yet she completely forgot about the trending topics. It appears that even idols have a penchant for gossip. Juanzi, you have arrived, the director said with a cheerful smile as he approached. You need no introduction. You should be familiar with each other. We are all part of the same circle, and while not everyone may be closely acquainted, most are certainly recognizable. Gu Juanzi nodded and replied, Indeed, we have met. By the way, uncle, I find myself with some free time today, so I thought I would drop by to visit. You need not concern yourself with me. I shall wander about on my own. Nanxing raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flickering across her face. Uncle? Yes. The director confirmed. Juanzi is actually my nephew. When he debuted, he preferred to avoid my excessive assistance, so I refrained from disclosing our relationship. At the age of 20, Gu Juanzi participated in a talent show and successfully debuted, thanks to his impeccable looks and charm. After 5 years of diligent acting, he shed the label of a young heartthrob. With his extraordinary talent, he recently won the Best Actor award at a prestigious awards ceremony, thus establishing himself as a rising film emperor and a leading actor at the age of 25. Nanxing Sudende understood. Oh, I see. She tilted her head, her gaze filled with anticipation as she hesitantly asked, Director Gu, may I possibly take a picture with you later? Although she had been in the entertainment industry for 3 years, she was merely a second-tier artist known primarily for her scandals. While she had garnered popularity and participated in numerous variety shows and advertisements, she had few notable film works to her name. Thus, given the disparity in their status, she had never encountered the illustrious Gu Juanzi in person before, making this a tremendous surprise for her. In a bid to fulfill her long-held dream of being a fan, she shamelessly sought a photo, hoping that the esteemed actor would grant her request. Observing the interaction, the director, perceptive as ever, smiled and said, You two carry on. I shall check on the props. He could see that his nephew's gaze seemed to linger on Nanxing with interest, but he chose not to meddle in the affairs of youth. After all, a gracious lady is often well suited to a gentleman. He might as well encourage his nephew to pursue her. Once the director had departed, Gu Juanza, with a charming smile adorning his handsome face, inquired, "A photo is certainly possible, but are you truly one of my fans?" Without a moment's hesitation, Nanxing nodded, her expression earnest as she proclaimed, "Of course. I am the captain of your fan support team, your most devoted admirer." Gu Juanza raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, just how devoted are you? What are your usual chants?" Nanxing's smile widened as she excitedly blurted out, "Hubby, hubby, I want to bear your children." As the last word escaped her lips, Nanxing immediately covered her mouth with both hands, her large, sparkling eyes blinking in disbelief. A blush crept onto her cheeks as her gaze darted elsewhere, shyly wishing to disappear into the ground. Her embarrassed toes seemed to create a fantasy castle within her shoes. It appeared she had spoken a tad too loudly, as several crew members passing by turned their attention toward the woman with her hands over her mouth. Upon grasping the situation, they stifled their laughter, sharing amused glances. Tang Luoluo, the petite assistant, rushed over and grasped the delicate arm of the woman, her voice trembling as she said, "Sister Nanxing, President Liu has instructed me to keep an eye on you. He is on his way." "What?" Nanxing's expression soured, leaving her at a loss for words. "Let go of me first. You can't just hold on to me indefinitely. I want to run away. That insufferable Liu. How dare he assign a naive assistant to act as a spy?" Gu Juanza clenched his right fist and chuckled softly. "You are quite amusing." Nanxing offered a sweet smile, saying, "I have to go shoot now. I'll find you for a photo later." With that, she turned and dashed away, while Tang Luoluo, still grasping her arm, followed closely behind. Just then, Angier finished memorizing her lines and signaled to the director that they could begin filming. Nanxing took her position, casting a sidelong glance at the girl, exasperated. "I can't run away. We're about to start. Are you lingering here just to steal some camera time?" Tang Luoluo hesitated before releasing her grip, cautioning, "Sister Nanxing, please don't sneak off. I'll be watching you from the side." With that, she retreated to a corner, her gaze fixed on the filming area. She couldn't afford to lose this assistant position, or she wouldn't have the rent money for next month. Nanxing scoffed, shrugging her shoulders and ignoring her, just as Angier arrogantly approached from a distance. "Oomph." Angier stood before her, taunting, "I just learned that your backing is none other than President Liu of the Liu Corporation. How impressive. Climbing into bed with him must secure your acting career. But remember, President Liu's girlfriend is the eldest daughter of the Xi family. So, that makes you the mistress. I could just tear your mouth apart." Nanxing's beautiful eyes suddenly turned cold as frost. "And what if I do?" Angier, unfazed by the woman's icy demeanor, defiantly emphasized, "You are nothing but a mistress." With a sharp crack, a resounding slap landed on Angier's fair cheek. "You hit me." Angier began to showcase her acting skills, clutching her cheek, her eyes glistening with tears. "I know you have President Liu backing you, but you can't bully me so brazenly. I just want to perform well. I didn't mean to provoke you." Suddenly, a blinding flash of lights flickered in the air, and Nanxing furrowed her brows in dismay. Clearly, she had fallen into a trap. There was no telling how many paparazzi were hiding in the corners, capturing videos. Under normal circumstances, only a handful of skilled paparazzi could infiltrate the set, but the presence of multiple photographers at once indicated a premeditated scheme. Nanxing surveyed the crowd of staff members around her, noticing a few suspicious men whose eyes darted away nervously. Nanxing narrowed her eyes, glaring coldly at Angier, her tone devoid of warmth. "Your agent is quite capable. They clearly know how to provoke me." She did not believe that Angier possessed such intellect. Rather, her agent, Li Feng, was no ordinary character. "Anya evet bitterly," her voice rising in feigned distress. "I cannot comprehend your words, Sister Nanxing. Please, do not allow President Liu to blacklist me. I implore you." The director, positioned behind the monitor, rubbed his swollen eyes in exasperation, lamenting, "This scene cannot continue." The crowd, perplexed by the unfolding drama, began to murmur among themselves. The earlier insult directed at Nanxing had been too faint for many to hear, but Angier's slap had been witnessed by all present. Furthermore, her loud declarations were crystal clear, and coupled with Nanxing's established reputation for being willful and malicious, the onlookers quickly concluded that Nanxing had indeed overstepped her bounds. Even with a powerful benefactor backing her, one cannot simply resort to violence and threatened to blacklist someone over a trivial disagreement. Not far in the corner, Anjia's manager, Li Feng, leaned languidly against a red pillar, his head slightly bowed, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. He made no immediate effort to intervene or offer consolation to his beleaguered artist. "You aren't going to assist your client?" Gu Junzi had somehow appeared beside him, his voice low and composed. "Do you truly believe your meager tactics can contend with Lu Yunxiao?" Guingdi, Li Feng greeted, maintaining an unyielding demeanor. "It has been a while." Gu Junzi's gaze shifted to the two women at the center of the commotion, cautioning, "Lu Yunxiao is not someone to be trifled with, nor is the Li family. Do you dare provoke him, being merely a bastard child?" Li Feng smirked coldly. "What concern is it of mine? It is Anjia who is provoking President Liu. He had merely provided Anjia with a means to vent her frustrations, having analyzed the potential consequences. The outcome of the situation was entirely her choice." Gu Junzi scrutinized him intently, aware that Li Feng was a proverbial wolf in sheep's clothing, notorious within the industry for his dubious reputation. He could swiftly elevate a newcomer to stardom, yet remained blameless when controversy arose, never allowing the flames of scandal to reach him. Chapter 23. Unleashing your fury. As the whispers of the crew and extras crescendoed, the filming environment became increasingly chaotic. Anjia continued to sob softly, while Nanxing inhaled deeply, closing her eyes. Feeling that she could no longer endure the situation, she resolved to abandon her restraint. Slowly rolling up the ample sleeves of her historical costume, her eyes narrowed, a smirk playing on her lips as she coldly declared, "I already have plenty of black material. I may as well add this beating to the list." With that, in front of the entire assembly, Nanxing struck once more. After all, the previous slap had been captured on film, and the ensuing gossip would surely twist her narrative. Seizing this opportunity, she resolved to indulge herself in the exhilaration of the moment, unwilling to let Anjia's tears go to waste. Anjia, refusing to be outdone, retaliated, and the two engaged in a fierce struggle at the center of the venue, exchanging insults and grappling with one another. Their brawl, devoid of any formal technique, devolved into hair-pulling and face-grabbing, yet somehow captivated onlookers with its chaotic allure. In less than 2 minutes, Nanxing seized the upper hand, pinning Anjia to the ground and unleashing a flurry of punches upon her stomach. It was no jest. In the realm of combat, she had never tasted defeat. Abiding by her life motto, when able to engage, refrain from unnecessary chatter. The director, exasperated, shouted at the crew nearby, "What are you all waiting for? Enjoying the show? Are we? Hurry up and separate them." Oh, realizing the urgency, the crowd rushed forward to intervene, pulling the fiercely fighting Nanxing away from the now tear-streaked and bruised Anjia. "Let go of me." Nanxing protested, her arms restrained by two men as she kicked forward defiantly. "Release me at once, or I shall include you in my wrath." Anjia, driven to frenzy, cried out, attempting to strike back, her expression one of unresolved resentment, while her assistant stepped in to soothe her, along with others who sought to restrain her. "Release her." A voice, cold and devoid of warmth, resonated throughout the set. At the sound, the atmosphere fell silent as all eyes turned towards the man clad in a stark black suit, exuding an aura of indifference. In the next moment, under the man's chilling glare, the two men relinquished their hold, retreating as necessary, while the crowd distanced themselves, fearful of collateral damage. Within a 2-meter radius of the man, only Nanxing stood, fuming, while the others kept their distance, anxious to avoid any involvement. Trembling, the director approached the man and said, "Mr. Liu, it was my oversight to allow Nanxing to be wronged on my set." Lu Yunxiao's cold, penetrating gaze fixed upon the utterly disheveled Anjia in the distance, as he inquired icily, "Is she the leading actress?" The director, glancing at the scene, responded with a grim countenance, "Yes, Mr. Liu." Lu Yunxiao, succinct in his words yet imbued with authority, commanded, "Replace her." The director hesitated, knowing they were 3/5 into filming the movie, and changing the lead actress at this juncture was far from an ideal decision. After a few moments of contemplation, weighing the consequences, he finally replied, "Very well, Mr. Liu, I shall heed your directive." After all, Lu Yunxiao was the film's principal investor, and even a complete reshoot would require his approval. Anjia, in disbelief, rushed to the director, clinging to his arm as she wept. "Director, how can you replace me? The director pushed her away sternly, stating, "Take heed of your situation. I will have my assistant contact you tomorrow. The penalty for breach of contract will be compensated in full." With a heavy sigh, he turned and departed the set, appearing weary, his silhouette radiating a profound sense of defeat. Before leaving, he instructed his assistant to inform the entire crew that they would wrap up early for the day, allowing everyone to rest well, and that they would reconvene once a suitable leading actress was selected. Yunxiao's voice, laden with authority, warned the reporters mingling in the crowd. "If you're unafraid of being blacklisted from the industry, feel free to report today's events. I'm keen to see which outlet dares to publish it." At that moment, Yunmo arrived at the set, quietly stating, "President, leave this to me. You should escort Miss Yi away." Yunxiao grasped the woman's wrist firmly and said, "Come with me." Nanxing struggled a few times but could not break free, so she resigned herself to following him. Although her appearance was not utterly disheveled, it was hardly commendable either. While her face bore no injuries, her meticulously styled hair was now tousled and disarrayed, and her shoulders bore several bruises inflicted by Jier. Being inherently strong, she chose to remain silent about her shoulder's affliction. Once they departed, the remaining onlookers came to their senses and hurriedly began to pack up and leave, paying no heed to the wretchedly weeping Jier. Yunmo, accompanied by several bodyguards, sought out the reporters hidden among the crowd, forcefully erasing all photos and videos from their cameras and phones. After issuing a few stern warnings and ensuring all matters were settled, he departed with his entourage. Li Feng approached lazily, remarking, "Enough of the tears. No one will pity you." And Jier, as if grasping at a lifeline, exclaimed, "Brother Feng, you will help me, right? I'm so afraid that President Liu will blacklist me." Despite her usual foolishness, she now realized the gravity of her predicament. She had not anticipated that President Liu would care so deeply for Nanxing. The earlier scene, filled with palpable pressure, lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. Li Feng scoffed, "I've long since wished to distance myself from you. Now, you've dug your own grave, and I cannot assist you." He had intended to abandon her for some time, suggesting she provoke Nanxing had merely been a means of relinquishing her. Whether she acted upon his suggestion was entirely her choice. Furthermore, he sought to gauge the depth of the relationship between Nanxing and Yunxiao. Judging by Yunxiao's recent outburst, their connection was evidently more than superficial, certainly not one of mere financial patronage. And Jier grasped his arm in terror, pleading, "You cannot abandon me. I have several projects lined up. If I am blacklisted, the company will suffer as well. Besides, the insults I hurled at Nanxing were your teachings." Li Feng shoved her away with indifference, adjusting his wrinkled sleeve as he replied, "Once we return, I will ensure the company terminates your contract." He was not merely a manager, but also a stakeholder in the entertainment firm, possessing considerable influence. In the luxury car, Nanxing sat in the passenger seat, her gaze downcast as thoughts visible only to Yunxiao swirled in her mind. "Oh dear, how foolish of me. With the esteemed Director Gu present, he must have witnessed my explosive demeanor. It's over. He will certainly perceive me as crude and reckless, lacking in grace. I must concoct an excuse to slip away and seek a photograph with Director Gu, perhaps to clarify my earlier brash behavior." Yunxiao, seated in the driver's seat, wore a dark and brooding expression. He took a deep breath and playfully flicked her forehead, a gesture that held a hint of annoyance. If memory served, it was he who had just rescued this woman on set. Yet at this moment, her thoughts were occupied with another man, utterly devoid of gratitude towards him. Ouch, that hurt. Nanxing looked at him in confusion, her expression pitiable and innocent. "Darling, why do you always flick my forehead?" Text above. Damn Liu. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Just because the tiger is not showing its might, you take me for a little darling? Did you witness how fierce I was when I struck earlier? Be careful, for there may come a day when you too will feel my wrath. Yunxiao cast a sidelong glance at her, then playfully flicked her forehead, gritting his teeth as he said, "I truly wish to pry open your skull and see if it's filled with nothing but mush." Nanxing's large, watery eyes became misty, and she pouted, "Darling, that woman in Jier is bullying me, and now you are too. Woe is me." Text above. Liu, in light of your rescue today, I shall let this slide. However, should you dare to flick me again, I shall certainly slip you a surprise in your dinner tonight. Yunxiao retorted, Nanxing. Administering surprises to others is akin to poisoning. Be wary of being sent to the police station. What? Nanxing gazed at him in disbelief. Text above. How did this old man discern my thoughts? It's astonishing. Could it be that he possesses a high intellect? Returning home, Yunxiao shot her a glance before starting the car and driving away. Chapter 24. How did he become such a cad? Villain number 9. Nanxing was brought back home by the man, his demeanor firm, without even changing out of her costume. Upon entering the house, a middle-aged woman approached with a cheerful smile. She was Sister Li, a servant assigned from the Liu family's old residence to care for the couple's needs. Young master, young mistress, lunch is ready, she announced. Yunxiao removed his suit jacket and tossed his tie onto a nearby coat rack, striding expressionlessly toward the dining room. Nanxing stuck her tongue out his tall, imposing figure, cheekily making a face, only to be caught by Sister Li. Shoo, Nanxing whispered, placing a finger to her lips. Please, don't tell on me. She had been frightened by Tang Luoluo. With this undercover constantly around, it was likely that Lu, the cad, would be the first to know of her predicaments. Her aspirations of flirting with the youthful trainees in the company were likely dashed from now on. They could only be admired from a distance. Not at all, Sister Li replied, her voice low and amused. Young mistress, you are quite adorable. It was the first time Sister Li had witnessed this side of Nanxing. Her character seemed to have transformed significantly. In her youth, she had often chased after young master, frequently feeling disdained and melancholic. As she matured, under the indulgence of old Master Lu, she became particularly willful and capricious in the presence of anyone other than old Master Lu and Madame Lu, never displaying such a lively demeanor before. Blushing at the compliment, Nanxing shyly smiled and said, Sister Li, could you help me out of this costume? This grand and ornate ancient royal attire was indeed cumbersome to wear and even more so to remove. With layers upon layers, she sought Sister Li's assistance to swiftly liberate herself from its constraints. With Sister Li's assistance, it took merely 3 minutes to shed the cumbersome costume, revealing an unremarkable ensemble of white shorts and a short-sleeved top beneath. Nanxing glanced down and remarked, I'll head upstairs to change into something else. Do remember to save some food for me. Sister Li smiled and replied, Of course, young madam. After slipping on a pair of slippers, Nanxing hurriedly ascended the stairs to her bedroom. In the walk-in closet, she carelessly selected a white long dress and changed into it, then sat at the vanity, swiftly untangling her disheveled hair with a wooden comb. Following that, she removed her heavy makeup, washed her face in the bathroom, and applied a touch of skincare. Deeming her preparations complete, her skin was flawless and fair, her features strikingly beautiful. Often, her natural visage, devoid of makeup, revealed a different kind of sweet charm. Though not as stunningly alluring as when adorned, it exuded a purity, and when she smiled, the dimples on her cheeks enhanced her innocent and endearing aura. In the dining room downstairs, Yunxiao sat at the table, his brow furrowed as he noted the girl's delay. Where is Nanxing? He inquired. Sister Li, waiting nearby, responded. The young madam went upstairs to change her clothes. She had initially intended to separate some of the 4 dishes and soup for the young madam, but, noticing that the young master had not touched his chopsticks, refrained from doing so. It seemed he preferred to wait for her to join him for dinner, indicating their relationship had improved significantly. Yunxiao, frustrated, dialed her number, raising his voice in displeasure as he urged, Nanxing, hurry down for dinner. He had an important meeting scheduled for the afternoon and had initially considered ordering takeout, but to quell any notion she might entertain of sneaking off to find another man, he unceremoniously brought her home. Nanxing held her phone at arm's length, instinctively muting the man's deafening voice, and replied, all right, dear, don't rush me. I'll be down shortly. After ending the call, she admired her fair complexion in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction before turning to exit the room and hastily descend the stairs. Darling, I'm here, she announced, trotting into the dining room and taking a seat at the table. Gathering her long hair into a ponytail with a hairband, she cheerfully said, if you're hungry, you can start eating. You don't have to wait for me. I'm willing to wait, Yunxiao replied, his expression sour and discomfort evident. Enough chit-chat, eat quickly. I need to return to the office after this. Oh, all right. Nanxing lowered her head and began to hurriedly devour her rice with chopsticks. Text above. Why is Lu the scoundrel throwing another tantrum? He asked the one who insists on waiting. Oh, how I wish to cry. Why did he have to come back? Life was so much easier when he was abroad. Most importantly, his return has dashed my hopes for divorce. With him back, I can't even flirt with the handsome young men anymore. This life feels utterly devoid of excitement. How I despise it. When will I ever be free? Yunxiao continued to fixate on the top of the woman's head opposite him. Yet he remained motionless with his chopsticks, his expression growing increasingly dark. In a cold tone, he gritted his teeth and called out, Nanxing. Huh? Nanxing, with her cheeks stuffed full of rice, looked up at him. Her mouth full and her words mumbled. Darling, you should eat too. We're in a hurry, aren't we? Am I really that terrible? Yunxiao clenched his fists on the table, his demeanor filled with lamentation as he asked, Be honest, how have I been terrible? Not terrible at all, Nanxing replied, raising an eyebrow in confusion. After glancing at his tightly clenched hands, she resolutely stated, Darling, if you were a scoundrel, then there wouldn't be any good men left in this world. Text above her head. Nonsense, I was being sarcastic. Lou the scoundrel. Why are you suddenly asking me such things? Oh dear, could it be that Lou the scoundrel wants to win back Ning? Did Ning say he was a scoundrel? Even after marriage, he still has thoughts of her. Regardless, there is hope for my divorce now. Hooray. Yunxiao sighed, feeling helpless. Let us eat, he urged. The woman's thought process was truly beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person. She was so eager for divorce. Yet she always insisted on dragging him and Ning into the conversation. Nanxing obediently nodded. Oh, okay. She lowered her head to continue eating, and soon, a pair of chopsticks placed a piece of braised pork rib into her bowl. Thank you, darling, Nanxing said sweetly, her smile bright. You're welcome, Yunxiao replied curtly. This was hardly a typical dynamic for a couple. He shook his head, realizing how foolish he had been to think of living an ordinary life with Nanxing. This woman had never altered her fickle nature, her true self being so inconsistent with his ideal of a supportive and loving wife. They were worlds apart. Ning was indeed a commendable choice. Her background and intellect matched as well, if only divorce were an option. He pondered that the source of his recent turmoil and his possessiveness towards Nanxing likely stemmed from her apparent lack of love for him and her desire for divorce. Even contemplating infidelity. Perhaps he was merely unwilling to accept this reality, which had ignited a sense of conquest within him, justifying his recent erratic behavior. After dinner, Yunxiao left the villa, his spirits low as he drove towards the Lu group, determined to immerse himself in work. Once he departed, Nanxing exhaled deeply while lounging on the sofa, feeling significantly more relaxed now that she no longer had to exert herself in pleasing Lou the scoundrel to uphold some fictitious image of deep affection. In her mind, she heard the voice of the system. Xiaohei, little star, you really shouldn't always berate him in your thoughts. Nanxing, maintaining an inscrutable expression, silently replied in her heart, I keep it in my mind. He can't hear or see it. If I don't vent in my thoughts, I might just break my persona. Xiaohei sighed. All right then, good luck. Suddenly reminded of her work in the afternoon, Nanxing grabbed her bag and phone and headed for the door, turning back to the kitchen to call out, Aunt Li, I'm heading out. Sister Li stepped out and replied, All right, young madam, do take care on your way. Nanxing thought to herself that at least she could exploit a loophole in the system in front of Sister Li, allowing her true nature to emerge without the need for excessive arrogance. After all, Sister Li was a long-standing member of the Liu family estate. If she were to act too brazenly, it would surely reach the ears of her grandfather and grandmother, and she would inevitably face their reprimand. Chapter 25. The tender emotions when facing an idol upon entering the building. Nanxing made her way directly to her manager's office, pushing the door open. Sister Hua, what endorsement have you secured for me? Although the advertisement was modest, she found solace in the very act of working, as earning money provided her with a sense of security. Sister Hua poured her a cup of water and settled onto the sofa. It's for a shampoo endorsement. The advertisers were particularly taken with your lovely flaxen locks, since she had not been on set that morning. Sister Hua was unaware of the conflict that had arisen between Nanxing and another artist. Otherwise, she would have surely lectured her. In the afternoon, Nanxing entered the studio to shoot the shampoo advertisement, seated before the vanity as the makeup artist began her work. To her dismay, her least favorite assistant bounded in with enthusiasm. Tang Luoluo had contacted Sister Hua to locate Nanxing at the shoot. Holding a thermos, she smiled brightly. Sister Nanxing, drink some water. This time, I brewed a beauty-enhancing fruit tea. Nanxing rolled her eyes skyward and sighed. Little Luoluo, if I drink that, I'll just bloat. I already downed 5 cups of your goji berry water this morning. I truly don't need any more hydration, so please spare me. Tang Luo hesitated. All right, I'll ask Mr. Lu. She dashed to a corner and dialed the man's number. After a brief wait, the call connected, and she timidly explained the situation. Just listen to her from now on. No need to report back to me. Lu Yunxiao responded coolly before promptly ending the call. Tang Luo stared at the screen for a moment, momentarily taken aback. Turning her gaze back, she noticed that filming had commenced, with Nanxing elegantly showcasing her smooth, cascading hair, embodying the director's vision in harmony with the music. Not wanting to disturb, she stood in the corner, watching with envious admiration. 2 hours later, the director called out, "Cut. Let's take a break. Actors, change your outfits." Nanxing rubbed her face, which had nearly frozen in a smile, and sank onto the sofa to rest. Sister Hua, every time I shoot an advertisement, I deeply realize that smiling can merely be a facade. You must be tired, Sister Hua said, retrieving a lollipop from her bag and handing it to her. A little reward for you. You performed well today and didn't lose your temper. Having managed Nanxing for 3 years, she understood her preferences well, always keeping a variety of candies in her handbag. I love you so much. Nanxing exclaimed happily as she accepted the candy, unwrapping it and savoring the taste. You truly know me best. Her fondness for sweets was something she only dared to reveal in front of Sister Hua. In the presence of the Lu family, she had to suppress it entirely, all in the name of maintaining her frustrating persona. Sister Nanxing, Tang Luo approached timidly, standing to the side with her head bowed. You're not here to make me drink hot water again, are you? Nanxing lamented, her face a picture of dismay. Please, can I have my candy first? Tang Luo hurriedly waved her hands. No, it's not that. President Lu said that from now on, I should just follow your instructions without needing to report back to him. Nanxing raised an eyebrow, a fruit lollipop in her mouth, and nodded. All right then. You may handle the basic duties of an assistant. Tang Luo kept her head down and replied, Okay, Sister Nanxing, just give me your orders when you need anything. She proactively walked to a corner, sat on a stool, and continued to lower her head, her doll-like face devoid of any smile, exuding a sense of desolation as if abandoned by the world. Sister Hua glanced over and remarked, Is this little assistant socially anxious? She seems to live so cautiously. To her, it appeared not only as social anxiety, but also a pitiful lack of courage. Nanxing furrowed her brows, shifting her gaze to the girl in the corner, and shook her head. I don't know. Today is her first day with me. What puzzled her was how President Lu seemed indifferent to her again. Indeed, the mentality of a scoundrel was utterly inscrutable. At that moment, a stylist approached with a dress in hand. Sister Nanxing, it's time to change outfits. We'll start shooting soon. Sister Hua snatched the candy from the woman's hand. Don't eat that yet. Hurry up and change your clothes and makeup, and do a good job shooting. You can eat candy after you're done. Nanxing longingly stared at the candy and finally relented. All right. Soon, under the skilled hands of 2 stylists, Nanxing transformed into a completely different, sultry style. During the shoot, Gu Juanza appeared in a gray casual outfit, exuding elegance and charm as he stood on the side of the studio, observing the woman striking poses. Nanxing quickly spotted him, but as she was still filming, she had to suppress her racing heart and performed exceptionally well in a continuous take without any interruptions. Half an hour later, a director called out, Cut. That essay wrap. Nanxing, you did splendidly. Your performance in that last take was perfect. Nanxing humbly replied, Thank you, director. The director nodded in satisfaction and turned to the crew, exclaiming, All right, thanks to Nanxing, everything went smoothly today. We'll wrap up early. Let us meet here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. The crew harmoniously shouted in unison, Thank you, director. Thank you, Sister Nanxing. Nanxing smiled and ran up to the man. Guingdi, what brings you here? Gu Juanza's handsome face bore a smile, with the corners of his lips curling into a gentle grin. A beautiful lady mentioned she wanted to take a photo with me this morning, but she ran away. I always keep my promises, so I had to come find her. Sorry about that. Nanxing looked up at him, a smile gracing her lips. I had something to attend to and left in a hurry. And now, Gu Juanza's eyes, sparkling with mirth, gazed down at her as he spoke in a magnetic voice. Miss Nanxing, may I take a picture with you? Upon hearing this, Nanxing covered her mouth with both hands, smiling and nodding. Although her lips, which curled upward, were concealed, the uncontainable joy still radiated from her twinkling eyes. Observing this, Gu Juanza could not help but place his palm atop her head, gently tousling her hair, and remarked, "You are quite delightful." This was the second time he had expressed such sentiments to the woman before him, feeling that his usual array of descriptive words fell woefully short in her presence. Subsequently, Sister Hua, holding her phone, captured several photographs of the two, and under the woman's insistence, promptly sent them all to Nanxing via WeChat. With a gentlemanly demeanor, Gu Juanza inquired, "Nanxing, might I invite you to dinner?" The corners of Nanxing's lips had not descended since she laid eyes on Gu Juanza. Unable to mask her excitement, she nodded vigorously, responding, "Of course. I know you enjoy Western cuisine, so let us head to a Western restaurant." As Gu Juanza was a new acquaintance, and considering her slightly infatuated persona prior to her awakening, she cleverly took advantage of the system's loophole, allowing her to shed the pretense of being headstrong and willful in his presence. No one could truly fathom her current feelings. The indescribable thrill and overwhelming excitement of encountering an idol she had admired for so long, especially receiving a personal invitation from him, filled her with unparalleled joy. In the corner, Tang Luoluo observed this scene with uncertainty, pondering whether she should inform General Manager Liu. Previously, he had instructed that if Nanxing engaged in close contact with any male, she should report it immediately. Yet just recently, he had also mentioned that there was no need for such reports. After some deliberation, Tang Luoluo decided to call the man, succinctly conveying the woman's current situation. Her understanding was that while General Manager Liu did not wish to hear about trivial matters such as whether Nanxing had drunk water, he had not expressed disinterest in matters involving male contact. On the other end of the line, Liu Yunxiao listened in silence for a few seconds before responding in a voice devoid of emotion. "There is no need for you to report her affairs to me any longer. Focus on being her assistant and taking care of her. I have instructed Yuma to ensure your monthly salary is deposited into your account by the end of the month." With that, he hung up, leaving no opportunity for Tang Luoluo to respond. Chapter 26. The pensive man, Nanxing changed out of the dress she had worn for the advertisement in the changing room and donned her own ethereal gown. Carrying her bag, she exited the studio and approached the Bentley parked by the roadside, opening the door to enter. As Gu Juanza started the car, he asked, "Do you have any restaurant recommendations?" "None," Nanxing replied, deciding to defer to Gu Juanza's preferences. "Let us just go to a restaurant you frequent." "All right then," Gu Juanza replied, driving steadily. They arrived at a Western restaurant, selecting a window-side table where they sat opposite each other. As the waiter presented the menu to Gu Juanza, the server poured 2 glasses of water for them during the brief interlude of ordering. Gu Juanza slightly lowered his head to glance at the menu, then lifted his gaze to the woman across from him and said, "I'm not familiar with your tastes. Perhaps you should choose instead." Nanxing's large, sparkling eyes twinkled as she shook her head, replying, "No, you order. I like whatever you like." Gu Juanza chuckled softly. "All right then." As the man perused the menu to place their order, Nanxing's lips curled into a smile, her expression radiating joy. Her pupils shimmering with starlight as she gazed dreamily at Gu Juanza, completely captivated. In her mind, the voice of the system, Xiaohei, chimed in, "Little star, rein it in. Try not to be too infatuated and control your drool, please. It's rather embarrassing." Nanxing remained composed, silently responding in her heart. In person, Guingdi is even more handsome than in the movies. After years of longing to dine face-to-face with my idol, my wish has finally come true. Xiaohei remarked, "Have you considered that you only just met today? Why is he being so kind to you, personally inviting you for a photo and treating you to dinner?" Nanxing smiled silently, inwardly replying, "This only proves my charm. Perhaps Guingdi has fallen for me at first sight." Xiaohei sighed. "Women in love often exhibit diminished intelligence, such as yourself at this moment." Nanxing dismissed Xiaohei's comments, her gaze fixated on the man before her, whose features were striking and whose demeanor was gentle. After placing their order, Gu Juanza politely handed the menu back to the waiter, mentioning a few of his dietary restrictions. Turning back, he noticed the woman opposite him grinning widely. He waved a hand in front of her eyes and, upon regaining her attention, inquired, "What are you smiling about?" Nanxing's smile faltered, and a hint of embarrassment crossed her face. Lowering her head, she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. Have you finished ordering?" Gu Juanza nodded, "Yes, all done. Would you like some red wine?" "Sure." Nanxing responded with a smile, her cheeks dimpling adorably, adding a playful charm to her demeanor. Gu Juanza smiled back, beckoning the waiter to order a bottle of Lafite. The decor and furnishings of the restaurant exuded vintage elegance, creating a serene and refined atmosphere, a favorite haunt for numerous celebrities. The waitstaff, professionally trained, were accustomed to the occasional sighting of stars, remaining composed and unflustered, unlike fans who might be awestruck and clamoring for photos or autographs. In the office of the Lu Corporation, Lu Yunxiao sat behind his desk, his gaze fixated on the computer screen displaying reports, lost in thought for at least half an hour without blinking, remaining utterly still in his leather chair. Yunxiao stood beside him, puzzled, hesitant to disturb him. He had come to deliver documents for signature, but just as the president was about to sign, he received a phone call. He was unaware of the caller's identity. In any case, ever since the president received that phone call and set down his mobile device, he had fallen into a state of deep contemplation. At that moment, the secretary entered with a thermos filled with goji berry tea. She could sense that the atmosphere in the office was somewhat peculiar, so she wisely chose to remain silent. Placing the thermos beside the president and nodding discreetly at Assistant Yun before softly exiting the office. Unable to contain his curiosity, Yunxiao cautiously spoke up, "President, President, President?" He repeated the title thrice, with the final utterance particularly loud. Only then did the man, lost in thought, return to reality, shifting his gaze towards Yunxiao, silently inquiring what he needed. Noticing no signs of anger from the man, Yunxiao hesitated before asking, "President, do you have something weighing on your mind?" Lu Yunxiao raised an eyebrow, responding, "No, why do you ask?" Yunxiao replied cautiously, "You've been sitting in silence for half an hour. Is that so?" Lu Yunxiao's expression shifted uncomfortably, as though his inner thoughts had been exposed. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, then commanded, "Look into where Yi Nanxing and Gu Juanza are dining." "Understood, President," Yunxiao replied before exiting the office to begin his investigation. He surmised that the president's distraction was likely related to the young madam's potential rendezvous with someone else. Otherwise, why would he request the dining location? Lu Yunxiao contemplated for a moment, retrieved his phone, and dialed a number. After a few seconds, it connected, and he initiated the conversation. "Xining, are you at home?" Xining responded, "I am at home. Is there something you need, Yunxiao?" In a cool tone, Lu Yunxiao inquired, "Have you had dinner yet? If not, I would like to take you out for a meal." Upon hearing this, Xining replied cheerfully, "Sure, I haven't had dinner yet." "All right, I'll head over to pick you up," Lu Yunxiao concluded before ending the call. Meanwhile, at the Si family villa, Simu looked at her daughter with confusion and asked, "You were just eating, why lie about it?" Seated at the head of the table, Sifu regarded his daughter sternly, remaining silent but clearly awaiting an explanation. The family of three was having dinner, and since Xining had taken the call without excusing herself from her parents, Sifu disapproved of his daughter's dishonesty. Xining set down her utensils and managed a smile, saying, "Yunxiao seems to have something on his mind. As a friend, I can't just ignore it. I'm merely accompanying him for dinner, so please don't think too much of it." Sifu's expression hardened as he warned, "Yunxiao is a married man. You must be cautious in your interactions with him and not overstep boundaries." The Si and Lu families shared a long-standing friendship, and he understood his daughter's subtle inclinations. A union between them would be ideal, yet fate had dictated that Lu Yunxiao had married 3 years prior under the arrangement of Elder Lu. While the marriage was kept hidden from the public eye, he was unaware of the reasons and had no desire to know. Nonetheless, his daughter must not become a third party to disrupt another's marriage. "Father, rest assured, I understand," Xining assured him. 20 minutes later, a Kian was parked at the entrance of the Si family villa. Shortly after, Xining, her face adorned with a gentle smile and draped in a pink gown, sauntered to the car, opened the passenger door, and took her seat. Once inside, Lu Yunxiao did not spare her a glance. Starting the engine and driving away from the villa towards the Encounter Western restaurant, as directed by Yunxiao. As Xining settled into the car, her gaze frequently drifted towards the man at the wheel, observing his stern profile. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Brother Yunxiao, are you in a hurry to drive so fast?" Lu Yunxiao, gripping the steering wheel and fixated on the road ahead, replied tersely, "I'm hungry." "Oh, Xining gripped." Instinctively tightening her grip on the seatbelt across her chest, acutely aware of the car's rapid speed. She thought to herself that perhaps Brother Yunxiao was indeed very hungry, which explained his haste. While waiting at a red light, She could sense his growing impatience. With her heart fluttering anxiously, they finally arrived at the restaurant. The man parked the car and unbuckled his seatbelt, stepping out without acknowledging the girl beside him, striding towards the Western restaurant with long strides. Ning, taken aback, paused momentarily before quickly pushing the door open and attempting to catch up with him. However, she had forgotten she was wearing high heels, and, after only a few steps, she twisted her ankle, gasping in pain as she crouched down, clutching her left ankle with a pained expression. Hearing her cry, Yunxiao halted and turned back. Upon seeing her predicament, he hurried over, kneeling beside her with an apologetic expression. "I'm sorry. I was walking too fast and didn't consider you." "It's all right," Ning replied, taking a moment to gather herself, offering a sympathetic smile. "You must be very hungry. I'll take you to the hospital," Yunxiao insisted, grasping her arm to help her up. "Can you walk?" Ning wiggled her left foot, grimacing in pain, but after a brief pause, she looked up and said, "It's fine. No need for the hospital. Let us go in and eat. I'm hungry too." Brother Yunxiao truly appeared ravenous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so urgent. His usual gentlemanly demeanor seemingly vanished. She decided she could endure the pain for the sake of dining first, especially since Brother Yunxiao had a history of stomach issues that would surely worsen if he skipped a meal. "Are you certain you don't need to go to the hospital?" Yunxiao asked with a composed expression. Yes, don't worry. If it becomes serious, I will let you know, and then you can take me to the hospital," Ning replied playfully, smiling. Yunxiao nodded absent-mindedly, releasing her arm, and turned back towards the restaurant. Seeing him walk ahead again, Ning bit her lower lip, enduring the pain as she limped after him. Chapter 27. Mutual deception. Upon entering the encounter restaurant, they found the place nearly empty. Yunxiao narrowed his eyes, surveying the room, and soon spotted a couple by the window, engaged in cheerful conversation. Ning limped in and softly called out Brother Yunxiao. The man paid her no mind, prompting her to raise an eyebrow and follow his gaze, quickly unraveling the mystery that had lingered in her heart. No wonder the men are behaving so unusually today. It turns out to be due to Nanxing. This suggests that Yunxiao is indeed feeling jealous. But when did he begin to care for Nanxing? Just recently, Yunxiao chose to marry and go abroad, remaining away for 3 years, which serves as compelling evidence that he does not harbor feelings for her. Hence, her return is marked by a notable confidence. However, it seems that the information she possesses may be flawed, for the two appear to share more than mere indifference. A waiter approached. "Sir, miss, please follow me." Initially, the waiter led them to a table further inside, but Yunxiao pointed to a seat adjacent to Nanxing and Juanzi, inquiring, "Is that spot reserved?" The waiter glanced and replied, "No, it is not." Yunxiao stepped forward, stating nonchalantly, "Let us sit there." Between the two tables lay a narrow aisle, wide enough for two to pass through, enabling clear conversation. After taking their seats, the waiter presented the menu. Yunxiao cast a glance at the expressionless Ning across the table and said, "You order." Ning smiled as she accepted the menu from the waiter and began to browse. Aware that Yunxiao and Nanxing were in a concealed marriage, she decided to play along with his pretense of unfamiliarity. Meanwhile, Nanxing, seated at the adjacent table, paused her grip on her knife and fork upon recognizing the familiar voice. There was no need to look. It was undoubtedly Lu the scoundrel. Juanzi, noticing her momentary distraction as she stared at her steak, curiously asked, "What's wrong? Is it not to your taste?" "Huh?" Nanxing lifted her head, forcing a smile. "No, I love steak. I'll help you cut it," Juanzi offered, taking her plate. Girls often find Western cuisine cumbersome. He elegantly wielded his knife and fork, skillfully slicing the steak into bite-sized pieces before placing the plate back in front of her. With a gentle smile and a magnetic voice, he encouraged, "Enjoy your meal." Nanxing, taking her fork, began to eat, too anxious to glance sideways, though her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the man's gloomy visage not far away. Ning ordered the meal according to the man's preferences, handing the menu back to the waiter with a smile. "That will be all. Please expedite the service." The waiter nodded affirmatively. Once the waiter departed, Juanzi finally noticed the two individuals beside them. The man was the frequently featured CEO of the Lu Corporation in financial magazines and entertainment headlines, while the woman was the enigmatic daughter of the C family, rumored to be Lu's secret girlfriend. Although they belonged to the upper echelons of society and typically had little interaction, they recognized each other upon this encounter. Gu Juanza nodded slightly at the man across from him as a greeting, but Lu Yunxiao, rather begrudgingly, chose to ignore him, turning his head to gaze elsewhere. Xining, perceptive to the awkwardness of the situation, nodded and smiled to ease the tension. Take your time eating. Gu Juanza observed the woman across from him devouring her meal with reckless abandon, utterly disregarding her image. He gently remarked, "One should chew slowly to aid digestion." Coughing ensued as Nanxing found a piece of meat lodged in her throat, her expression contorting as she pounded her chest with a clenched fist. Cough, cough, cough. Gu Juanza handed her a glass of water, his tone laced with a hint of indulgence. "See? I told you to eat slowly. You've choked, haven't you? Quickly, take a sip of water." Nanxing took the cup and gulped down a generous mouthful, dislodging the beef that had caught in her throat. She set the glass down and smiled, saying, "Thank you." Over her head, words materialized, revealing her inner thoughts. That detestable Lu Zhanmon. Could you, in your white moonlight, rendezvous somewhere else? It's bad enough to be in the same restaurant, but why must you sit so close? It's too disruptive to my date with my idol. Lu Yunxiao, who could see the text above her head, shot her a piercing glare. His cold eyes aimed directly at her. As she received his dagger-like gaze, Nanxing involuntarily trembled, her fork slipping from her grasp and clattering onto the table. Gu Juanza inquired, "You seem rather distracted. Are you feeling unwell?" "I'm fine," Nanxing replied, forcing a smile and adding, "I just want some ice cream." She craved something cold to cool down and alleviate her inner tension. "All right, how about Haagen-Dazs? That sounds perfect." Gu Juanza summoned the waiter and ordered 5 different flavors of Haagen-Dazs. Meanwhile, at the adjacent table, the meal was served, and Xining deliberately raised her voice, saying, "Yunxiao, aren't you hungry? Hurry up and eat. I ordered according to your taste. I wonder if your preferences have changed over the years." Lu Yunxiao tightened his grip on his cutlery, his expression darkening as he replied, "They have not." That wretched woman could display sincere, unreserved smiles in front of other men, yet only offered him a disingenuous smile that belied her true feelings. Xining, as if intentionally reminiscing, began to recount tales of her childhood with Lu Yunxiao, her words steeped in nostalgia. On the other side, Gu Juanza's gaze flickered with a shadow of understanding, his enchanting eyes glinting as he leaned slightly closer to Nanxing. In a voice meant only for her ears, he inquired with a smile that lacked warmth, "Nanxing, what is your relationship with President Liu?" Their proximity appeared intimate to outsiders, resembling a couple sharing whispered secrets. Nanxing felt uneasy at such closeness and leaned back to create some distance, maintaining her composure as she replied, "We don't have any relationship. We're not familiar. The media loves to gossip, so please don't believe it." Gu Juanza chuckled softly, leaning back in his seat, and shrugged. "Of course, I don't believe it. So, that means you're currently single, right?" "Yes," Nanxing answered, enduring the weight of his intense gaze while straightening her back, forcing a smile despite her misgivings. Above her head, her thoughts materialized again. Lu Zhanmon, please stop glaring at me. Can't you, in your white moonlight, focus on your date? Please, dear Lu, this does not constitute you wearing a green hat. Must your gaze be so filled with anger and resentment? You two are out on a date with your white moonlight. If we are to speak of mutual adornment, then we are both wearing them. If she were aware that Lu Yunxiao could glimpse into her heart, she would surely maintain composure. Her inner turmoil would not be so pronounced. Alas, she remains oblivious. The waiter presented a serving of Haagen-Dazs. "Enjoy your meal." Nanxing, unable to withstand the ambience laden with ambiguity, lowered her head to indulge in the ice cream, hoping its chill would soothe her turbulent emotions. "May I pursue you?" Gu Juanza suddenly inquired. Cough, cough, cough. Nanxing patted her chest, coughed a few times, and swallowed the ice cream, desperately wanting to reply with an enthusiastic affirmation. Yet the piercing glances from the side rendered her hesitant. After a moment, she responded, her expression tinged with regret. "I'm sorry, but I'm currently not interested in romance. I'm focused on my career." The thoughts swirling above her head whispered, "Oh heavens, I wish I could have answered directly. Detestable Lu, if only you weren't here." With a resounding bang, Lu Yunxiao slammed the table, producing a significant noise. In that instant, Nanxing shuddered once more, awkwardly remarking, "It's a bit chilly today." Gu Juanza raised an eyebrow. "Chilly?" As he spoke, He willingly removed his gray, casual jacket and extended it across the table to her, saying, "Perhaps you are underdressed. Here, put this on." Bang. Not far away. Lu Yunxiao struck the table with his left hand once more, this time causing the utensils to clatter. Ning, startled, asked, "Brother Yunxiao, what's wrong?" Lu Yunxiao, his handsome face darkened, gritted his teeth and replied, "It's nothing, just a bit of an itch in my hand." In his tone, Nanxing discerned a clear warning and an aura of danger. With a strong desire for self-preservation, she firmly refused. "Thank you, but I'm not accustomed to wearing men's jackets." The thoughts above her head lamented, "This is my idol's jacket. I just turned it down. How disheartening." The itch in Lu's hand. Is this the prelude to domestic violence? Has the potential for abuse been provoked within me? Oh dear mother, save me. I dare not return home tonight. Despite the rejection, Gu Juanza showed no signs of disappointment, retrieving his jacket and gently asking, "Are you full?" Nanxing nodded. "Yes, I'm full. Shall we go then?" "All right." Subsequently, Gu Juanza settled the bill, and the two stood to exit the Western restaurant. Chapter 28. You're doomed tonight within the restaurant. Lu Yunxiao's handsome visage was etched with coldness as he inquired in a frosty tone, "Are you full?" Ning pursed her lips, defiantly responding, "Not full." Though she had dined at home prior and wasn't tea hungry, she was vexed that Yunxiao was using her to provoke Nanxing. Look, as soon as Nanxing departed, Yunxiao could no longer contain himself and was eager to leave. "Then you should eat quickly." Lu Yunxiao gulped down a glass of ice water. "Once you finish, I shall escort you home, lest you worry Uncle C by returning late." "Okay." Ning readily agreed verbally, yet her pace of eating gradually slowed. With knife and fork in hand, she leisurely cut her steak, occasionally sampling the vegetable salad and dessert, and swirling her goblet of red wine, savoring its taste. Lu Yunxiao, oblivious to these details, lounged in his chair, taking out his phone to fiddle with it. He opened WeChat, accessed the chat with Nanxing, and swiftly typed a few words before sending them off. Meanwhile, in the Bentley, Gu Juanza refrained from drinking, steadily steering the vehicle. He turned to the woman in the passenger seat and proposed, "It is only 7 o'clock. The evening is still young. Shall we go watch a movie?" Nanxing nodded with delight, "Of course. I recall your recent film has been released. Shall we watch the one you starred in?" "Certainly," Gu Juanza replied. He then maneuvered the steering wheel, redirecting towards the near cinema. Due to having consumed a bit of red wine, a light blush adorned Nanxing's cheeks. Although not intoxicated, her long hours of filming and irregular sleep patterns left her prone to drowsiness after even a small amount of alcohol. She leaned back against her seat, closing her eyes for a brief nap, determined not to fall asleep during her first movie outing with her idol. At that moment, her phone vibrated several times in her hand. Half opening her beautiful eyes, she unlocked her phone with her fingerprint and opened a chat labeled Lu the Scoundrel. "Yin Nanjing, you are doomed tonight." The message from Lu the Scoundrel jolted her awake. Despite his lack of affection for her, his temperament would never allow him to tolerate being cuckolded, even if she had done nothing wrong. Alas, what a stroke of bad luck. It was that Lu the Scoundrel and Ning happened to be dining at the same restaurant tonight. She straightened her posture, her expression turning alert as her mind raced, contemplating how to evade disaster. Gu Juanza noticed her unusual demeanor and, while waiting at a red light, turned his head to inquire, "Are you drunk? Do you feel like throwing up?" He had seen her consume 2 glasses of red wine during dinner, but he was unaware of her tolerance and assumed she might be inebriated. Nanxing, staring ahead with a dazed expression, replied, "I feel a bit unwell. Perhaps we should skip the movie." Gu Juanza parked the car by the roadside and leaned forward, his large hand resting on her smooth forehead. After a moment, he remarked, "You don't have a fever. Are you feeling very uncomfortable? I could take you to the hospital." His expression was filled with concern as he started the engine, preparing to reroute to the hospital. No, Nanxing interrupted. "I don't want to go to the hospital. Just take me home. A little rest will suffice. I must have overindulged." Though her tolerance was not particularly high, she had merely consumed 2 glasses of red wine, certainly not enough to intoxicate her. She was simply startled. "All right," Gu Juanza conceded, seeing her determination. "Please tell me your address, and I will take you home." Today marked their official acquaintance, and he was reluctant to force her to the hospital, opting instead to respect her wishes. Nanxing was taken aback. If she were to disclose her actual address, it would inevitably reveal her relationship with Lu Zhannan, who might not deduce the marital connection, but could certainly infer something akin to a clandestine arrangement. After a brief silence, she casually provided the address of a certain apartment complex. Half an hour later, a Bentley came to a halt at the entrance of the community. Gu Junzi gently inquired, "We have arrived. How do you feel? Are you certain you don't need to go to the hospital?" Nanxing earnestly shook her head, her words tumbling out rapidly. "No, really, it's fine. Just drop me off here. I'll be on my way. Bye." With that, she unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the door, and stepped out, standing beneath the streetlight, bending slightly to smile and wave goodbye to the man in the car. Only after the Bentley had driven away did she let out a sigh of relief, pulling out her phone to dial his number. Moments later, the call connected, and she was the first to speak. "Hello, husband." The cool, calm voice of Yunxiao responded, "Yes, I'm here." At that moment, Nanxing's expression resembled that of someone who had seen a ghost. Throughout their 3 years of marriage, she had always addressed him as such during phone calls or face-to-face encounters. While she had uttered husband countless times, this was the first instance she received such a detached reply. Clearing her throat, she sweetly asked, "Have you eaten? Would you like to come pick me up?" "All right. Send me your location, and I will be there shortly." Okay, I will send it to you via WeChat." After hanging up, she opened WeChat, navigated to the chat with the contact labeled as Lu Jianan, and shared her location. Then, she began to stroll back and forth along the roadside. Feeling a bit bored, the apartment complex was not secluded. A nearby park was alive with people dancing in the square, alleviating her concerns about encountering any unsavory characters. However, the mosquitoes were unbearable. Although it was early autumn and the evening air was slightly cooler, the mosquitoes beneath the street lamps were plentiful. She waved her hands, trying to shoo them away. Meanwhile, at a Western restaurant, Yunxiao tucked his phone into his trousers, his expression impassive as he stated, "Xiao Ning, I will have Yin and Mo come and pick you up and take you home. You may enjoy your meal at your leisure. I have already settled the bill, and I must leave for another engagement." With that, he rose abruptly, leaving no room for the girl opposite him to respond, striding towards the exit of the restaurant. "Hey!" Ning attempted to call out to him, but he had already exited, leaving her with nothing but his indifferent silhouette. The calm demeanor she had maintained crumbled, and she murmured darkly, "Oh, am I that easily manipulated?" In the car, Yunxiao grasped the steering wheel firmly, accelerating to the highest speed, demonstrating his exceptional driving skills and making full use of the vehicle's capabilities. Approximately 15 minutes later, the car stopped in front of the woman. Observing this, Nanxing adjusted her expression, striving to appear more welcoming. As she opened the passenger door and settled into the car, she fastened her seatbelt and cheerfully remarked, "Husband, you arrived so quickly. Have you eaten?" Yunxiao started the engine, maintaining a normal speed this time, casually responding with one hand on the wheel, "Not yet. Why don't you join me for a bite?" He indeed had not satisfied his hunger. Throughout the entire time, he appeared listless, scarcely taking a few bites. His attention fixated on his wife, who was preparing to adorn him with a metaphorical green hat. Nanxing smiled sweetly, leaning against the back of her chair, tilting her head to gaze at him, and said in a soft voice, "Well, would you prefer to eat out or return home for Sister Li's cooking?" The words floating above her head reflected her inner thoughts. "In truth, I am also not full. It would be to try to take advantage of this opportunity to eat a bit more." She had never been particularly fond of Western cuisine, and coupled with her anxiety about various matters during the meal, she could not concentrate on satisfying her hunger, thus only managing to eat to a half-full state. As they waited at a red light, Yunxiao glanced at the disappearing words above her head, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, revealing a cold smile. Nanxing blinked her large eyes, seizing the moment to cast him a flirtatious glance, playfully exclaiming, "Darling, you look even more handsome than usual today." Above her head, the words read, "Handsome you may be, but you have disrupted my date with my idol." Chapter 29. The immature man inside the Qian, Yunxiao, driving with an impassive expression, inquired, "Shall we dine out? Do you have any good places in mind?" "Well," Nanxing bit her lower lip, contemplating before responding, "There is one place with excellent flavor, though the ambience is somewhat lacking. I am unsure if you would find it suitable." "Flavor is what matters," Yunxiao replied, steering the wheel. "Provide the address." After Nanxing relayed the address, her spirits soared with delight at the thought of witnessing Lu's displeased expression soon. It wasn't long before the Qian halted in front of a roadside stall that starkly contrasted with their vehicle's opulence. Observing the darkening expression of the man beside her, Yi Nanxing stifled a giggle behind her hand, clearing her throat to speak earnestly. Darling, this is the place. Let us disembark and dine. Yunxiao flicked her forehead with his fingers, shooting her an irritated glance, then unfastened his seatbelt and exited the vehicle. Yi Nanxing rubit hervorhat, muttering in dissatisfaction. That insufferable Lu, why does he always flick my forehead? Noticing that she had not followed, Yunxiao took a few steps back, opened the passenger door, and urged her exasperatedly, hurry up and get out of the car. Okay, Yi Nanxing responded, adjusting her fisherman-s hat and sunglasses before linking her arm with his. Darling, let us go. Above her head, the words read, Humph, old man, you may treat me this way, but keep in mind you're 30 this year, and I am 5 years your junior. I will eventually await the day I can pull your oxygen tube. As they walked towards a roadside stall, Yunxiao cast a sidelong glance at the words hovering above her head, which, as expected, contained her usual unfiltered thoughts about him. He raised his hand and lightly patted her head, speaking in a displeased tone, Yi Nanxing, I am not old. Such delusions. The woman even fantasized about one day pulling his oxygen tube. He would take good care of himself. He could not allow himself to die before her, denying her that opportunity. I did not say you were old. Yi Nanxing adjusted her hat, which had been knocked askew by his playful gesture, pouting as she remarked, Darling, could you refrain from always patting my head or flicking my forehead? Strange, how did Lu Zhanma manage to guess what was on her mind? Was her expression too overt? No. Yunxiao glanced at the disheveled surroundings, furrowing his brow in skepticism. Is there really anything good to eat in a place like this? Of course there is, Yi Nanxing replied, guiding him to a relatively secluded spot. Darling, this chair is the cleanest. Please have a seat. Their arrival attracted the attention of numerous patrons, as both were clad in attire that exuded affluence, particularly the sight of a man in a suit dining at a roadside stall, which was a rarity. Yunxiao remained silent for a moment, grappling with his thoughts, ultimately opting to sit down. However, upon gazing at the greasy table before him, his frown deepened. Yi Nanxing, unreservedly seated across from him, wore a cheerful smile despite his sullen demeanor. Darling, the spicy hot pot and fried skewers here are the most authentic I've ever tasted. She had been brought to this place once before by Sister Hua, and though she initially found the environment unappealing, she quickly fell in love with the delicacies offered. Removing her fisherman's hat but still donning sunglasses, she was mindful of her public persona. Even in a small locale, she could easily be recognized. Meanwhile, the man lacked such widespread recognition, as only those who frequently perused financial magazines or moved within elite circles might identify him. Yunxiao sat in brooding silence, as if sulking, letting out a cold huff, and turning his head away from the woman across the table. He felt vexed, pondering how he might regain the upper hand. He had taken Si Ning to dine in front of Yi Nanxing, yet she appeared utterly indifferent, having not even mentioned it until now. Instead, he was left feeling exasperated. A tumultuous knot of frustration lodged within him, neither rising nor falling. What was so commendable about Gu Juanze that he couldn't discern? How had Yi Nanxing become so infatuated? Upon their arrival at the restaurant, he had caught a glimpse of her adoring expression, which only served to heighten his irritation. At that moment, Yi Nanxing ordered 2 servings of spicy hot pot and various fried skewers, completely disregarding the man's sour expression, treating it as though it were invisible. After placing the order, she sweetly inquired, Darling, are you feeling out of place? Shall we leave? Text above. Look, it's evident we come from different worlds. In comparison, Guingdi is gentlemanly and graceful. If it were him, he would surely embrace this experience with joy. Not too bad, Yunxiao replied, glancing at the words above her head, forcing himself to say, I've more or less acclimated. Damn it, he could not allow himself to be outdone by that man. Gu Juanze. That's good, Yi Nanxing responded, retrieving 2 pairs of disposable chopsticks from a nearby container, handing 1 pair to him. Before long, the vendor brought forth 2 bowls of spicy hot pot and an assortment of fried skewers. Yi Nanxing snapped open her chopsticks, beaming, Darling, let us eat. Text on the top, I'm utterly famished. I just had a meager meal at the restaurant, and it has long since been digested. That bowl of food that Lu Zhanman has adamantly refused to eat will soon be mine. Hee, the thought of devouring 2 bowls of spicy hot pot is simply delightful. However, in the next instant, a pair of slender hands whisked away her hot pot along with its bowl. Yi Nanxing looked up at the instigator seated across from her, her voice tinged with grievance. Darling, What are you doing? Lu Yunxiao placed 2 bowls of hot pot and a plate of fried skewers in front of himself, wearing an expression of slight triumph as he replied, I saw you enjoying your meal at the restaurant, so you must be full, right? If I don't redeem myself tonight, I certainly won't be able to sleep. The only effective method at this moment is to seize Yi Nanxing's food and infuriate her. I'm not full, Yi Nanxing pouted. As a professional actress, maintaining your figure is paramount. You shouldn't eat anything after 8 o'clock, and how fortuitous that it is precisely 8:15. Therefore, you can no longer eat. Lu Yunxiao earnestly articulated this rationale, observing the woman's distressed expression, unable to retort. Lu Yunxiao finally felt satisfied as he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. It was his first encounter with spicy hot pot. Initially, he was quite disdainful, but in the presence of the woman, he had to suppress his discomfort and indulge. Yet, as soon as he took a bite, he fell in love with this snack. It was truly delicious. Lu's mother had been excessively stringent with his diet since childhood, causing him to miss out on numerous delightful treats. Nanxing pouted, glaring angrily at the man who was relishing his meal. Text on the top. Woo, my hot pot, my fried skewers, that detestable Lu Zhanman, that wretched man. That old man, may you suffer from an upset stomach after finishing your meal. Anticipating that the woman would scold him, Lu Yunxiao glanced up after a few bites to confirm his thoughts. Indeed, she never failed to amuse him, berating him with fervor in her mind. Lu Yunxiao picked up a piece of fried chicken skewers, sniffed it beneath his nose, and with a slight smile, asked cheerfully, Yi Nanxing, would you like to have some? Yi Nanxing swallowed hard, sweetly responding, Darling, I really want to eat the fried skewers. Lu Yunxiao nodded, took a large bite of the chicken skewer, and savoring it, said, It's delicious, but for the sake of your figure, I cannot let you have any. Seeing Yi Nanxing in distress brought him inexplicable joy. Dissipating all his pent-up frustration, he chuckled, feeling utterly vindicated. The system, Xiao He, sighed silently in his heart, muttering to himself, Alas, this man is remarkably childish. This approach will not win over Xiao Xingxing. It's all right, Yi Nanxing persisted, attempting to reason. Just this one meal today won't add much weight. That won't do. Lu Yunxiao replied seriously while eating. As a star and an actress, you must learn to exercise self-control. Thus, Yi Nanxing watched helplessly as 2 bowls of hot pot and a plate of fried skewers disappeared into Lu Zhanman's stomach. Her little face contorted with frustration, silently shedding tears in her heart. Chapter 30. I Cannot Live Without You. Villa number 9. Around 10 o'clock at night, the two returned home. Yi Nanxing headed straight to the second-floor bedroom. After freshening up and changing into her pajamas, just as she was about to rest, her phone rang. Upon seeing the name Lu Zhanman on the screen, Yi Nanxing rolled her eyes and sighed before answering, Hello, darling. What a ridiculous man. He was clearly sleeping in the next room. Why bother calling when he could just come over to speak? Lu Yunxiao's voice trembled slightly as he commanded, Fetch the anti-diarrheal medication from the medicine cabinet and bring it to my room. Hearing this, Yi Nanxing raised an eyebrow and, in the next moment, burst into silent laughter, covering her mouth to stifle the sound. After a few seconds of silence, Lu Yunxiao's frustrated voice came through the phone, Yi Nanxing, don't think I don't know you're laughing. Bring the medication within 2 minutes. Beep, beep, beep. After hanging up, Yi Nanxing collapsed onto the bed, clutching her stomach as she rolled about in laughter. Ah ha ha! The system's voice chimed in. Little star, stop laughing and hurry to deliver the medicine. Oh dear, he's unwell and you're still able to laugh. He deserves it, Yi Nanxing replied, wiping the tears of laughter from her eyes. With that precious stomach of his, how could he not suffer after devouring 2 bowls of spicy hot pot and fried skewers? Now he knows the consequences of stealing my food. Let us see if he dares to do it again. The system, sounding resigned, urged, All right, just go bring him the medicine and remember to maintain your persona. At this, Yi Nanxing finally composed herself, though her lips still curled into a smile as she quietly chuckled while heading downstairs. In the living room, she retrieved the medicine cabinet from a nearby decorative shelf. After rummaging for a while, she found a bottle of anti-diarrheal medication and turned towards the guest room upstairs. Before entering, she paused at the door, silently making a laughing expression, and once she had her fill of amusement, she pushed the door open. Yi Nanxing's expression changed dramatically to one of concern. Darling, are you all right? Do you need me to take you to the hospital? There, she found the man hunched over, clutching his stomach on the sofa. His chiseled features appeared pale, his brows furrowed, and his forehead glistened with sweat, projecting an air of vulnerability. With cold eyes, he looked at the woman squatting before him, his voice hoarse. "Did you bring water?" "Ah, I forgot," Nanxing replied with an especially innocent expression. Above her head, the words read, "Ha! Even a usually aloof Lu Jianan has moments like this. How amusing. Are you expecting me to swallow the medication dry? Hurry and fetch some water." Lu Yunxiao growled. That damned woman was still secretly mocking him. He would soon show her what it meant to gloat. Nanxing quickly nodded, her expression apologetic. "I'm sorry, darling. I'll get the water right away." With that, she stood up and took small steps out of the room. As soon as she closed the door, she jumped up and down in excitement, her face beaming with joy. This was undoubtedly the most embarrassing moment of Lu Jianan's life, and she was fortunate enough to witness it. What a thrill! She strolled leisurely down the stairs, as if taking a casual walk. The system, Xiaohei, could no longer bear it and remarked, "Xiao Xingxing, you cannot behave this way." Nanxing nonchalantly replied, "It's merely a stomachache. I won't die from it. Besides, who told him to snatch my midnight snack? I hold grudges." She was incredibly hungry, yet she hesitated to trouble Aunt Li, who was resting in the room downstairs. So she had only nibbled on some snacks hidden in her bedroom to stave off her hunger. In the kitchen downstairs, she took a cup and approached the water dispenser to fill it, when Xiaohei reminded her, "Xiao Xingxing, take warm water." "Oh, right." Nanxing reluctantly filled the cup with warm water. Upon returning to her room upstairs, she crouched beside the sofa, her expression anxious as she inquired, "Darling, is your stomach in great pain? Hold on, take the anti-diarrheal medication." The true thoughts in her mind resurfaced in words above her head. "I never expected the illustrious Gao Ling flower, Lu Yunxiao, would also have a day of diarrhea." Lu Yunxiao propped himself up on his arms, sitting on the sofa, his gaze fixated on the words hovering above her head, exclaiming in frustration, "Can you not serve a patient? Hand me the pills. Do you see any strength left in me to open the medicine box?" "Oh, okay." Nanxing displayed a flustered demeanor, trembling as she opened the medicine box, her voice tinged with a hint of crying. "Darling, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have taken you to eat at the street stall." The words above her head read, "Humph, let you flaunt in front of me with your white moonlight. Serves you right." The frustration that had dissipated from Lu Yunxiao earlier surged back, his face darkening as he coldly stated, "Feed me the medicine." To an onlooker, this scene appeared as a temperamental man bullying a weak and pitiable woman. Nanxing wore a distressed expression, obediently nodding, all right, dear." The words above her head read, "You can bully me. One day, I will pull your oxygen tube. Even if we divorce later, I will stand by your hospital bed, eating ice cream right before your eyes, driving you to your last breath." Fixating on the words dancing above her, Lu Yunxiao's handsome face turned as dark as coal, and he closed his eyes, saying, "Nanxing, if there comes a day when I draw my last breath, it will be because you have driven me to it." "Darling, I'm not angry with you," Nanxing replied, her voice laced with grievance. "How could I be mad at you when I love you so much?" As she spoke, she placed 2 pills in his mouth, coaxing open wide. The man wore a sullen expression, yet complied, opening his mouth to swallow the pills, followed by a sip of warm water to wash them down. Nanxing extended her hand to gently rub his chest, inquiring with concern, "Darling, do you feel any better after taking the medicine?" Lu Yunxiao glared at her in exasperation, muttering, "I have a stomachache. It's my stomach that hurts." "Why are you rubbing my chest?" Frustratingly, she was indeed rubbing the area over his heart. That wretched woman seemed to wish for him to have a heart condition and perish, so she could inherit his fortune and spend his money on younger men. "Oh, right." Nanxing gently placed her palm on her abdomen, gazing at him with affection, and said, "Darling, let's refrain from dining at roadside stalls in the future. Your illness pains me deeply." Above their heads, words appeared, "Haha, I starve while you suffer from diarrhea. How fortunate you are. Do you truly care for my well-being?" Lu Yunxiao shifted his posture, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he retorted, "Shouldn't you be wishing for my demise instead? What on earth are you saying?" Nanxing's expression was one of shock, seemingly taken aback by his words. With a playful pout, she countered, "I love you so dearly. How could I ever wish for your death?" Above her head, words materialized. "Wow, Lu, the scoundrel, possesses an uncanny ability to discern my thoughts. This has become an eternal enigma." Lu Yunxiao gazed at her with an all-seeing stare, a cold snort escaping him as he queried, "Just how much do you love me?" He was determined to unmask the woman before him, curious to see how long she could sustain her charade. With utmost sincerity, Nanxing looked deeply into his eyes and declared, "Darling, I love you. Without you, I cannot survive. If you were to perish, I would follow you into the afterlife, ensuring you are never alone on your journey." Above her head, her true thoughts appeared. "Oh, dear God, what I just said was mere pretense, nothing more. I have not made any vows, so please do not take it to heart." Yunxiao closed his eyes briefly, suppressing the rising anger within him. The woman's heartfelt words were infuriating, yet he resolved to remain resilient and not succumb to frustration. He opened his captivating, deep-set eyes, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he uttered in an alluring voice, "Very well, since that is the case. Let us fulfill the duties of a wife that you have neglected for the past 3 years." Chapter 31. The persona crumbles again as soon as his words fell. The expansive room was enveloped in a silence so profound that one could almost hear the very flow of air. After a lengthy pause, Nanxing blinked several times, forcing herself to appear composed as she said, "Darling, the duties of a wife are manifold. Let me think for a moment." Yunxiao remained unhurried, leisurely reclining on the sofa, a subtle smile on his lips as he calmly regarded her, awaiting her response. "Well," Nanxing bit her finger, her demeanor pitiful as she stated, "The most fundamental duty of a wife is to cook." "And what else?" Yunxiao inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Managing household chores." "Indeed, what more?" "Doing laundry, ironing clothes, folding garments, and attending to your needs in terms of food and shelter." After she spoke, thoughts materialized above her head. What I just mentioned sounds like the life of a housewife. Goodness, being a wife is exhausting. Sigh. Marrying into a wealthy family is even more taxing. "Lu, the scoundrel, no matter what you say, I shall not engage in such matters with you, nor will I bear you any children." Yunxiao glanced at the words that appeared and swiftly vanished above her head, symbols of her inner musings. "I do not require a servant," he said, his gaze dark and inscrutable as he replied coldly. "Then there is nothing more to discuss." Nanxing continued to feign ignorance. In the next moment, she found herself lifted into the air by the man, a startled gasp escaping her lips as she clung to his neck in fear of falling. "Husband," Nanxing called out, her voice trembling. Yunxiao replied, cradling her in his arms, his gaze fixed intently upon her face, a low sound emanating from his throat. Nanxing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, struggling to suppress the urge to cry as her lips formed a pout, laughter fleeing her. "Is your stomach feeling better? Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital?" Above her, words floated. "Oh my goodness, someone save me. This scoundrel is serious." Yunxiao chuckled softly, carrying her to the edge of the grand bed and gently laying her down. Leaning closer, his deep and alluring voice whispered in her ear, "Be good. I will be gentle. I won't hurt you." Nanxing bit her lip, a thin veil of mist clouding her vision as she looked up at the man, her body trembling uncontrollably. Above her, words read, "God, Lu scoundrel, if you dare touch me tonight, you will regret it. I will make you eat your words." As these thoughts raced through her mind, her small fists clenched tightly. Meanwhile, Yunxiao had already begun his advance, leaning down to kiss her tender, pale cheek, trailing down to her fair neck and delicate collarbone. Nanxing remained tense, gritting her teeth to endure it all, her gaze desperately fixed on the crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. A playful voice from her mind. The system's adorable little black voice chimed in. "Oh dear little star, don't be shy. This moment was inevitable. Ye Nanxing silently retorted. Which I of you saw me being shy? Hurry up and help me out." The system chuckled. "Hee, little star, just give in to him. I'll close my eyes for now. After all, I'm still young and must avoid anything inappropriate." While Yunxiao continued his actions, he raised his head, coldly observing the expression of the woman beneath him, curious to see how long she could endure. Within 5 seconds, Nanxing lifted her hands and forcefully pushed him away, sitting up and seizing the nearby soft white pillow, unleashing a flurry of blows upon him. "Have you lost your mind?" Yunxiao yanked the pillow from her grasp and tossed it aside, his handsome face darkening as he smirked mischievously. "Nanxing, the charade ends here." He had thought her acting was commendable, yet a mere test was enough to unravel her facade. Tonight, he had reclaimed another victory. How delightful. Nanxing screamed in frustration. Her eyes closed as she glared at him defiantly. Divorce, divorce, I want a divorce. Yunxiao stood with his arms crossed at the edge of the bed, a scoff escaping him. Have you forgotten? Grandfather took the documents for safekeeping. At last, the woman's mask had been torn away, revealing her true self, and her exasperated demeanor inexplicably pleased him. Nanxing grabbed another pillow and hurled it at him, her voice thick with tears. I don't care. You figure it out. I refuse to be bullied by you any longer. You are my lawful wife. What just transpired was merely playful banter. Yunxiao, in a rather mischievous manner, gazed intently at a certain part of her, clicking his tongue as he remarked, alas, it is truly too small, devoid of any tactile appeal. You scoundrel! Nanxing exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. She swiftly descended from the bed, slipped on her slippers, and, sobbing, darted out of the room, barricading herself in her own chamber next door. Feeling deeply humiliated, she flung herself onto the large bed, burying her face in the sheets as she wept. Time passed unmeasured. The system, known as Xiaohei, sighed. Little star, the persona you have crafted, filled with affection and infatuation for him, has utterly collapsed tonight. Nanxing, still sniffling, sat up, her expression one of profound grievance. So what now? Are you going to punish me? Xiaohei replied, indeed. What a mere 20 pounds. At worst, a bit of exercise to shed it. I refuse to endure this humiliation any longer. No, this is more severe. You carelessly let slip words of divorce, thus this time, is a weight gain of 100 pounds. Nanxing paused to gather her emotions, wiped the tears from her face, and, regaining her composure, inquired, is there still a chance for redemption? Are you jesting? 100 pounds? Good heavens, I shall perish. Currently, her weight was 100 pounds, which, at her height of 165 centimeters, was neither overweight nor underweight, her figure being proportionate rather than gaunt. Should she gain another 100 pounds, she would undoubtedly transform into a veritable 200-pound figure. Xiaohei responded, it is too late. Consequently, Nanxing found herself utterly sleepless, tossing and turning in her bed, envisioning herself as a bloated sphere, prompting anyone to question her health. More critically, she was engaged in a commercial endorsement, with filming yet to conclude. The director had scheduled a continuation in the studio at 6 the following morning. However, should she become a 200-pound individual by then, how could she possibly continue filming? They would scarcely recognize her as Nanxing. The repercussions of a sleepless night manifested when she arose, sporting dark circles under her eyes. The punishment had commenced, and she had transformed into a 200-pound mass. Nanxing glanced down at her physique, now entirely unrecognizable and out of shape. The pajamas she had donned the previous night were already stretched beyond repair. Silently, she approached the full-length mirror in her wardrobe, observing her disheveled hair and weary eyes. Oh, how utterly unappealing. At this moment, her body had indeed morphed into that of a 200-pound figure, her entire being now enveloped in flesh. And even her once proud visage had succumbed to a state of plumpness, her exquisite features now appearing clustered. This was a fate far worse than her previous punishment, and she could not accept her transformed self. Sobbing, she lamented, I am no longer beautiful or charming. Amidst her tears, she gazed into the mirror, exclaiming, my head resembles that of a pig, long hair and all. I cannot bear this any longer. Meanwhile, Yunxiao had completed his morning routine, donning a sharp gray suit, emerging from his room with a refreshed demeanor. As he traversed the hallway past the woman's room, he was met with a cacophony of wails. He halted, grasped the doorknob, and turned it, only to discover it was locked. Furrowing his brow, Yunxiao knocked on the door, calling out with concern, Nanxing, what has transpired? Last night, I merely brushed against her, taking a slight advantage, yet she has been weeping ever since. A woman of her temperament should not be so petty. Before long, Nanxing's voice emerged from within the room, her tone indifferent. I am fine, no need for your concern. Yunxiao scoffed dismissively, replying, as if I would be eager to meddle in your affairs. Do as you wish. I am heading to the office. Chapter 32. Secrets unveiled. Nanxing locked herself in her room, brooding for an entire morning. Her phone rang incessantly, her agent calling relentlessly, yet she dared not answer. Unprepared with a plausible excuse. System Xiaohei, little star, it is time to venture out and fervently express your affection for Yunxiao. In the process, you will gradually shed some weight, and once your emotional quotient is fulfilled, your figure shall return to its former glory. I do not wish to go out. Nanxing lamented, reclining despondently on the large bed. I am prepared to be a sloth. If I gain weight, so be it. It is of no consequence. System Xiaohe. Ah, but consider your acting career, and those exquisite dresses. The sense of accomplishment when you stand before the camera, resplendent and radiant. Seeing she remained unmoved, System Xiaohe pondered and continued to persuade her. The young heartthrobs are waiting for you to flirt with them, if you do not lose weight. How can you charm them? Moments later, Nanxing abruptly sat up, nodding in agreement. You make a valid point. The mention of young heartthrobs invigorated her, and she rose from the bed, heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Wrapped in a towel, she entered her dressing room. With a throbbing headache, she gazed at her wardrobe filled with beautiful garments, lamenting that not a single piece fit her current figure. Emerging from the dressing room, she approached the bedside table and dialed her agent's number, which was answered almost instantaneously. Sister Hua spoke urgently. Dear, why are you not at the studio? We have been waiting for you all morning. The director has already lost his temper and left. Please do not pull any diva stunts at this moment. Nanxing replied in a muffled tone. Sister Hua, I have encountered a bit of a situation. Please rush to the mall and purchase a dress suitable for someone weighing 200 pounds. I have sent you the address via WeChat. Have it delivered locally. Sister Hua questioned. 200 pounds? Who wears that? Just do not mind that. Hurry and buy it, and have it sent over. All right, but when will this situation resolve? Can we still proceed with the shoot today? Please apologize to the director for me and request a 2-day leave. She could not allow Sister Hua to discover her residence. If Sister Hua saw it, she would surely deduce how exorbitantly expensive this villa was, truly frightfully so. Given her current salary, affording it was utterly impossible, and even renting it was a stretch. Thus, she opted for local delivery. Otherwise, Sister Hua would speculate wildly and likely assume she was being supported by someone wealthy. However, to her surprise, Sister Hua's curiosity was insatiable, and instead of sending the package, she arrived personally at the door. At the entrance, Aunt Li and Sister Hua stood outside, knocking, and called out, Young madam, there's a Ms. Hua here to see you. She claims to be your agent. Nanxing pressed her chubby hands against her round face, overwhelmed by a sense of despair. The heavens seemed to conspire against her. She could distinctly hear voices outside the door, with Sister Hua expressing surprise. You call Nanxing young mistress? Then who is your young master? Aunli Tarfuli Raplia, Naturali. He is the eldest son of the Lu family. Sister Hua raised her eyebrows, pondering for a few seconds before exclaiming, The president of Lu Corporation, Lu Yunxiao? Aunt Li spoke with pride indeed. In that moment, Nanxing felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her mind buzzed in disbelief. Oh dear, Aunt Li, how could you do this to me? A secret kept for 3 years was so easily shattered by your casual remark. The servants of the old residence were known for their discretion, so why had Aunt Li let this slip? She was in a concealed marriage with Lu Yunxiao. Aunt Li must have forgotten this detail. Realizing that the truth could no longer be concealed, Nanxing opened the door just wide enough for one person to enter, retreating behind it to speak softly. Sister Hua, please come in. Aunt Li, you may head downstairs. This is no longer your concern. The fewer who knew, the less she would have to explain. Aunt Li complied, saying, All right, young mistress, before turning to leave. Sister Hua glanced at the narrow opening and managed to slip through easily, her slender form allowing her to enter without difficulty. Upon entering, she was about to tease and question Nanxing, as they had worked together for over 3 years. Despite being her manager, they had developed a friendship. How could she have kept this from her? Yet, upon seeing the woman before her, round and fluffy like a ball, she froze. Who was this? Nanxing, with a sorrowful expression, shuffled over to the sofa and sighed. Sister Hua, it's me, Nanxing. From Sister Hua's astonished gaze, Nanxing realized that she had not recognized her at first glance. Nanxing? Sister Hua exclaimed, her mouth agape in shock as she approached to scrutinize her closely. It really is you. Through her voice and features, Sister Hua confirmed that the plump woman before her was indeed Nanxing. It's me, Nanxing mumbled, too self-conscious to meet her gaze. This is the reason I couldn't attend the filming. She believed her current appearance was exceedingly unattractive, and an overwhelming sense of defeat washed over her. Sister Hua sat beside her, struggling to accept the transformation, but her curiosity got the better of her. After a moment, She inquired, "What on earth have you been eating to gain this much weight overnight? There must be some miracle weight gain hormone at play." Nanxing looked up, pleading, "I can't explain right now, but I assure you, this situation won't last more than a week. I will lose the weight as quickly as possible. Please don't terminate my contract." If the company found out and chose to end her contract, it would mean the end of her career, plunging her life into darkness and leaving her devoid of security. "Calm down," Sister Hua said, holding her chubby little hand, gently pinching her round cheeks with a smile. "You are still quite adorable. Indeed, even if a beauty gains weight, she remains a refreshing presence among the plump." Since Nanxing is unwilling to speak, it is evident that she harbors some unspoken concerns. As both her manager and friend, she would never compel Nanxing to divulge her reasons. "Thank you." Nanxing immediately felt a pang of guilt, realizing how approachable you are. "I shall strive to refrain from losing my temper with you in the future." "Let's hope for that." Sister Hua pinched her round, chubby face with 2 fingers, recalling something. "So, you and President Liu are actually married. No wonder he supports you so much. I initially thought you two were involved in an inappropriate relationship." She found Nanxing's face quite delightful to pinch after her weight gain. "Indeed charming." Nanxing, wishing to steer clear of this topic, inquired, "Where are my clothes? Hurry, please. The towel I have on is barely holding together. It is quite uncomfortable." Sister Hua handed her a branded bag from beside her, a pink puff dress. "This is the largest size available. Try it on. I even bought you large-sized underwear inside." "Thank you, Sister Hua." Nanxing accepted the bag and dashed into the dressing room, quickly changing into the outfit. It was not overly loose, but it fit just right, providing a welcome relief from tightness. "This will do," she thought, as she needed to rush out and declare her love to that scoundrel Liu. She increasingly felt that the system she was bound to, Xiao He, was steering her in the wrong direction, undoubtedly attempting to bring her and Liu together. However, lacking evidence, she could only be led along. Sister Hua assessed her appearance and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad at all. I have a good eye for these things. This dress suits you perfectly." Nanxing's fair complexion, now even more so plump and radiant, complemented the light pink dress, making her appear irresistibly cute. "By the way," Nanxing cautioned, "my marriage to Lu Yunxiao is a secret. You must promise to keep it confidential." "Why keep it a secret?" Sister Hua queried. Puzzled, "You two are a perfect match, and with President Liu's esteemed status, revealing it would greatly benefit your career." She truly could not comprehend why wealthy families preferred secret marriages. Nanxing insisted, "I implore you, do not ask why. Just help me keep this under wraps. I promise not to cause you any trouble during filming in the future. I will heed your advice and never lose my temper again." Upon saying this, Sister Hua smiled, waving her phone, which displayed a recording page, smugly declaring, "All right, you must keep your word, for I have recorded it." Having worked with Nanxing for 3 years, she knew that 8 out of 10 of Nanxing's assurances were often empty. Experience taught her to always have a backup plan. Nanxing rolled her eyes dramatically. "Fine. I got it." The two descended the stairs and, taking advantage of sisterly cleaning in another room on the first floor, quietly slipped out. Chapter 33. I Adore You, Liu Corporation. Sister Hua drove her to the Liu Corporation, parking in front of the building. "Are you certain about going to see your husband looking like this? He might find you rather unappealing." Nanxing donned a mask and hat, unconcerned. "It does not matter. I care not for his opinion." "Oh dear, you're not bothered by the heat?" Sister Hua removed her hat and mask. "In your current state, even without them, no one would recognize you." "Very well." Nanxing reflected on her thoughts and conceded. "Perhaps you are right. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye." She pushed open the door and stepped out, making her way towards the Liu Group building. The sun shone exceptionally brightly today, creating a striking contrast with her current melancholic mood. In her 3 years in the industry, this marked the first occasion she traversed the public eye without any pretense. The feeling of being utterly straightforward was rather pleasant. Indeed, no one paid her any heed, and no one recognized her as the star Nanxing. To others, she was merely an unremarkable figure of plumpness. As she approached the exclusive elevator for the president, she was predictably intercepted by the receptionist. "I apologize, madam, but this elevator is reserved for the president. You cannot use it." Nanxing, unwilling to engage in a futile argument, silently walked over to the public elevator, seizing the opportunity to enter when it was less crowded. However, She soon found herself the target of disdainful glares from the 10 or so individuals inside. It was no surprise. Her singular presence took up the space of two, making the elevator feel even more cramped. She attempted to retreat to a corner, but as the doors began to close, they emitted a series of warning beeps, an indication of being overloaded. In the next instant, all eyes in the elevator turned toward her, their glances laden with contempt, clearly suggesting that she should vacate. Helplessly, Nanxing bit her lip, the retorts she wished to voice caught in her throat, and she could only lower her head, dejectedly exiting the elevator to await the next one. This emotional state was peculiar. Despite her altered appearance, her confident nature remained intact. Why then did an overwhelming sense of inferiority, shame, and timidity wash over her, accompanied by a tinge of misanthropy and mild social anxiety that nearly brought her to tears? Silently, she thought, "Little Black, aside from gaining weight, what other punishments have you inflicted upon me?" The system, Little Black, replied with a playful tone, "Hee, you've caught on. Naturally, I have added some emotional weight. Only by experiencing unfair treatment as a plump individual can one truly grasp such negative sentiments. Ye Nanjing kudenchit herfeasts, inhading deeply," and replied with a sardonic smile, "Little Black, do you have a physical form? Could you possibly emerge so I might give you a good thrashing?" In a feigned tone of grievance, Little Black's mechanical voice responded, "I am merely fulfilling my duties. You cannot resort to violence against me. Fortunately, I lack a tangible form." Hee. Yin Nanxing, exasperated, tightened her fists at her sides, muttering, "Consider yourself fortunate to escape unscathed." After enduring the unfairness of 2 more elevator waits, she finally arrived at the 33rd floor, the president's office. Seizing the opportunity during lunch break when the secretaries were absent, she boldly pushed open the door and plopped down on the genuine leather sofa. Lowering her head, her eyes reddened. She truly did not wish to cry. Yet the overwhelming negativity had taken control. Yunxiao sat behind his desk in a leather chair, his head slightly bowed as he signed a stack of documents awaiting his attention. Without lifting his gaze, he furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction and remarked, "Yin Nanxing, you must amend your habit of barging in without knocking." In the entire Lu group, aside from Yin Nanxing, no one else dared to enter the president's office unannounced. Yin Nanxing turned her head and shot him a glare, huffing, "Can't you even glance at me?" Throughout the entire time, he had not spared her a single look. Such a husband was utterly incompetent, lacking even the most basic etiquette. Yunxiao reached for another document, glanced at it, and continued signing, his head remaining down as he replied, "What is there to see?" He was currently engrossed in his work, too preoccupied to engage with a woman who was clearly in a sulk. Yin Nanxing's teeth clenched in frustration, her petite hands balled into fists. Just as she was about to unleash her fury, a voice in her mind intervened. "System Xiaohei, little star, remember to maintain your affectionate persona." Yin Nanxing retorted inwardly, "The affection you defined is, to me, nothing more than a pathetic sycophant's role. System Xiaohei, there's no way around it. You must comply, darling." Yin Nanxing's mood shifted as swiftly as turning a page in a book. She approached the man and playfully whined, "Look at others. Be quiet." Yunxiao glanced up at her with irritation, his eyes widening in surprise. "What on earth happened?" "Yin Nanxing, you've gained weight again." In fact, she was even plumper than before, resembling a large ball of flesh, which startled him. Nevertheless, he also felt a sense of pride in having recognized her immediately. "At least you have some conscience, and didn't ask who I am." Yin Nanxing pouted, "I become this way all because of you. System Xiaohei, ahem. Please remember your affectionate persona. Give me an explanation." Yunxiao's expression was one of astonishment, his almond eyes narrowing as he said, "What secrets are you hiding? Don't use your lengthy bath time as an excuse. I want to believe it." This woman undoubtedly possessed some peculiar and unspeakable secret. Her contradictory demeanor and excessive obedience were certainly suspicious. Yin Nanxing pressed her lips together in silence for a few seconds before suddenly throwing herself onto the man. In a soft, affectionate tone, she declared, "Darling, I love you so much. I adore you." Having navigated the entertainment industry for 3 years, her acting skills were commendable. Securing a man was well within her capabilities. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she was repeatedly unmasked by the man before her. For instance, last night, he had clearly discerned her pretense. Yunxiao tilted his head back, taken aback by the force with which she had lunged at him. causing his leather chair to roll back slightly. With a look of disdain, he attempted to push her away, growling, "Get off me. If you keep this up, I might actually die from love." Upon hearing this, Nanxing's lips curled into a mischievous smile as she tightened her embrace around him, her small hands playfully patting his back. In a cutesy tone, she insisted, "Darling, you must believe that I truly love you. I apologize for what happened last night. I was wrong." The only benefit of her weight gain was that her strength had increased significantly, rendering even the usually fit man powerless against her. Cough, cough, cough. Yunxiao was caught off guard and coughed a few times, his voice taking on a warning tone as he shouted, "Nanxing, you need to get off me." This woman was like a force of nature. Even with his 8-pack abs, he could not budge her. Nanxing clung tightly to him, her chubby face nestled against his shoulder, pressing her entire weight upon him as she sweetly uttered, "Darling, you must forgive me, or I shall not release you." Above her head floated the true thoughts of her heart. "Hee hee, little rascal, you think you can resist me? If you dare to defy me again, I shall sit upon you until you yield." Yunxiao cast a glance at the words hovering above her head, his features contorting in frustration as he begrudgingly replied, all right, I forgive you. Now please get up." He could not help but question himself. Had he truly aged to the point of being so easily manipulated by a woman? "Thank you, darling," Nanxing exclaimed, her plump cheeks glowing with delight as she planted a hearty kiss on his cheek. Though Lu Zhanman was somewhat older, he was still a handsome man. It was permissible to take advantage of the situation, after all, giggling to herself. "What are you doing?" Yunxiao glared at her in exasperation, wiping the drool she had left on his face. "Forget it. My curiosity is not that intense. I want tea pry if you choose not to share, but please remove yourself from my sight. I do not wish to see you right now." The matter of his dignity as a man was utterly disregarded. Fortunately, there was no one else in the office. Yet, he could hardly bear the reality that he had just been unable to push away a woman of her stature. "But I wish to see you," Nanxing murmured, twisting her fingers in a display of vulnerability. "For the next few days, I must follow you relentlessly." In her desire to quickly regain her figure, she intended to cling to Lu Zhanman. "Have you lost your mind?" Yunxiao exclaimed in exasperation. "Please, disappear from my view immediately." He recalled how she had once gained weight, only to return to her former self after becoming close to him. This time, he surmised something similar might occur, though he could not grasp the specifics. One thing he was certain of was that she was taking advantage of him. Chapter 34. A weighty matter regardless of how harshly Yunxiao spoke, Nanxing remained unfazed. Faced with a man whose expression darkened like the bottom of a pot, she playfully adopted a defiant demeanor, cheerfully declaring, "Darling, I genuinely, truly love you, which is why I cannot bear to be apart from you for even a moment." "If you're ill, take your medicine," Yunxiao retorted coldly. "I've seen through you long ago. Do not think to exploit me any further." "Darling," Nanxing called out sweetly, "what exploitation are you referring to? I truly do not understand what you mean." The words above her head read, Lu Zhanman. "Even if you see through me, what of it? I have ensnared you. Unless you choose to divorce me, we can both find satisfaction in this arrangement." Yunxiao's eyes darkened as he gazed at the words visible to him, his voice low and devoid of emotion as he stated, "Nanxing, I too wish to divorce you." Yet, as always, he faced the perennial dilemma that his grandfather had taken custody of their marriage certificate. For the sake of his grandfather's well-being, he could not disclose the truth, and he felt utterly helpless. Nanxing blinked her almost plump eyes, her tone sweetly pleading, "Darling, why bring up divorce again? I desire nothing more than to be with you for eternity, to share a harmonious life together." Above her head, the words floated, "I shall never willingly play the role of a submissive partner. I shall come as I please, Lu Zhanman. I find you utterly distasteful." Yunxiao looked at her pretentious performance with evident disdain and mockingly remarked, "Your acting leaves much to be desired. With such lackluster skills." He wondered how she had managed to survive in the entertainment industry for 3 years. Moreover, with the ability to glimpse into her heart and discern her true thoughts. He found her performance even more banal. Nanxing's expression darkened. She was on the verge of losing her temper. She could tolerate anything, but could not abide any disparagement of her acting. The system, Xiaohei, interjected promptly, "Little star, maintain your heartfelt persona." "Sigh, you truly give me cause for concern. I must keep a watchful eye on you." Nanxing closed her eyes and let out a sigh. When she reopened them, her gaze sparkled, and she smiled. Darling, are you hungry? Shall I order something for you? Above her head floated the words, Lu, the scoundrel, old man, deadbeat, trash. No cursing allowed. Lu Yunxiao reprimanded with a stern expression, his handsome face darkened. I have told you numerous times, cursing is impolite. That cursed woman constantly insulted him in her heart, and he could only watch helplessly, which truly infuriated him. I didn't, Nanxing retorted, plopping herself on his lap and wrapping her arms around his neck, speaking sweetly. Darling, why do you always wrong me? Above her head appeared the words, why does Lu, the scoundrel, always seem to know my thoughts? My expression is well maintained. He shouldn't be able to guess anything. Sigh, this remains an eternal mystery. Lu Yunxiao noticed every word, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, feeling a small sense of triumph. He mused to himself, Humph, woman, you will never realize that I can see into your heart. Before me, you are but a transparent figure. No matter how you act, I can see through it effortlessly. After reveling in his victory, he gradually became aware of the weight of the woman atop him. 3 dark lines appeared on Lu Yunxiao's forehead as he exasperatedly inquired, Nanxing, are you not at all aware of your current weight? Nanxing feigned ignorance. What's wrong? Do you intend to crush me? Get off immediately. Lu Yunxiao barked. Darling, I merely wish to be close to you. Why must you keep me at arm's length? Nanxing replied, her expression sorrowful. Above her head, the words appeared. Ha ha, Lu the scoundrel, how I wish to sit on you until death. If it didn't require me to pay with my life. After the words dissipated, a cartoon figure entirely clad in black appeared, followed by a stunningly beautiful ancient costume beauty resembling a celestial fairy. The cartoon beauty was labeled Nanxing, little fairy, while the black figure was marked Lu the scoundrel. In the next moment, the cartoon beauty leapt from above and landed squarely on the black figure, resulting in a gruesome demise, complete with frothing at the mouth. Witnessing this, Lu Yunxiao's temples throbbed, and he glared frostily at the words floating above her head, nearly choking. He raised his left hand, pressing the pad of his thumb against the center of his nose to regain composure. Goodness, in the fantasies of Nanxing's mind, he didn't even deserve a face, only that of a little black figure, a stickman. Darling, what is wrong with you? Nanxing deliberately lifted her ample posterior and sat heavily on his lap, her expression laced with concern. Why are you pinching your philtrum? Is it difficult for you to breathe? Do you have a potential heart condition? The man fixated on the crown of her head, his gaze making her back prickle with unease. It seemed as though he was struggling to catch his breath, even resorting to pinching his own philtrum. He appeared utterly deranged, rendering her speechless. She could not fathom what was so captivating above her head. Lu Yunxiao grasped her wrist, forcibly pulling her hands from around his neck, and coldly commanded, Get off. My patience has worn thin. His handsome visage darkened, transforming into a chilling mask, radiating an aura of bone-deep frost. Nanxing could not help but shudder, promptly detaching herself from him, standing to the side while lowering her gaze, meekly murmuring, I'm sorry. Dear husband, I've upset you again. She could sense the genuine ire brewing within him, albeit he was suppressing it. It was prudent for her to retreat before provoking his latent tendencies towards violence. To avoid any physical altercation, she resolved to appease him. Husband, I recall you adore the crab roe wontons from that restaurant in the East City. You must not have had lunch. I shall procure some for you immediately. Nanxing's expression turned endearing as she spoke, not allowing him the chance to refuse. She pivoted, swaying her plump figure toward the door. Above her head, words floated, Quickly make my escape. Once Lu, the scoundrel, has calmed, I shall return. Before the text vanished, the woman opened the office door and departed. Lu Yunxiao remained expressionless as he watched her ample silhouette until it vanished from view. He snorted derisively, turned, and adjusted his seating posture, preparing to immerse himself in the demands of his work. That insufferable woman had delayed him for far too long. At least she knew her place. It seemed she would not be returning anytime soon, granting him a moment's respite. At that moment, a few knocks echoed at the door. Lu Yunxiao, his gaze unwavering on the computer screen, uttered curtly, Come in. Mo entered, having just finished lunch, cradling several documents in one arm, while the other held a premium lunchbox. Approaching the desk, he placed the documents and lunchbox down, saying, President, your lunch. Lu Yunxiao's fingers flew across the keyboard with remarkable speed as he replied, nonchalantly, I'm not hungry yet. I shall wait. That woman had gone to fetch him wontons, and he needed to save room for them. Oddly, he pondered why he felt the urge to wait for her, as he had not acquiesced to her attempts at flattery. However, he soon attributed this inexplicable thought to his desire for crab roe wontons. Yunimo opened his mouth, hesitating momentarily, then pressed his lips together before finally stating, President, I just saw a plump stranger leave your office. He had exited the elevator and was en route to the president's office when he fortuitously encountered a stout woman emerging from within, and he was certain he had never seen her before. With nearly 1,000 employees at Lu's company, he was confident that the corpulent woman was neither a low-level employee nor a senior executive, nor did she resemble a major client with whom the president would engage directly. What do you wish to convey? Lu Yunxiao inquired, his brow furrowed in displeasure. When did this assistant dare to show concern for the women around him? His audacity seems to be growing. President, if I may speak frankly, Yunimo said solemnly, seemingly prepared for a reprimand, yet he continued, the young mistress is quite admirable. You mustn't engage in infidelity behind her back. Though he recognized that the robust woman hardly aligned with the president's aesthetic, one could never be certain. Perhaps after indulging in swan meat, one might crave something different. The president, in Yunmo's eyes, was a figure of lofty stature, a deity not to be tarnished by the presence of that plump woman. His words, though blunt and unpalatable, did not provoke anger in Lu Yunxiao, who merely smiled and replied, She is a distant cousin. He must be out of his mind to concoct such a tale to explain himself to a subordinate, as if desperately wishing to prove his fidelity. In the past, he would have coldly remarked, Mind your own business. He realized that his temperament had softened considerably, perhaps due to Nanxing's persistent coaxing. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that he was merely safeguarding Nanxing's secret out of respect for their childhood bond and marital ties. Otherwise, if word got out, some researchers might seize her, treating her as a specimen for study. Yunmo's expression transformed into one of surprise. It took him several seconds to process that he had not misheard. He had braced himself for the president's wrath, given that his words had been rather forthright. Yet, it appeared that he had overthought it. The president's temperament seemed less harsh than before. That's good. Yunmo smiled and nodded. Then I shall return to work. Yes. Go ahead. Lu Yunxiao responded indifferently. Chapter 35. Reminiscing about the painful past. Meanwhile, after leaving the Lu Corporation, Nanxing took a taxi to the eastern part of the city. Upon alighting, she spotted the small storefront of the crab roe wontons from a distance. This establishment lacked seating for patrons. There was merely a small window for exchanging money and receiving wontons, necessitating takeout and resulting in long queues. As she approached the shop, she saw an extensive line, and the business was unusually bustling today, with a queue longer than usual. It was already past noon, and yet so many people were waiting. Nanxing regretted suggesting to buy wontons for the scoundrel Lu. Just as she considered turning back, a voice echoed in her mind from the system. Xiaohei, little star, you must honor your commitments. Maintain your devoted persona. Nanxing retorted inwardly. That's your definition of a devoted fool. What nonsense about deep affection. How pathetic. Her devoted persona was inescapable. The system, Xiaohei replied. Regardless, you must stand in line to buy wontons. Enduring a bit of hardship will demonstrate how much you care for Lu Yunxiao, and your devotion points will increase significantly. As a system, it had never experienced love, but having watched numerous idol dramas, it was determined to facilitate a match between Little Star and Lu Yunxiao based on its understanding. However, as one who had never been in a relationship, it found itself somewhat challenged in its duties after its upgrade to a romantic system. Bound to a host who ardently desires divorce and possesses a volatile temper, one whose facade crumbles at the slightest disagreement, presents an extraordinary challenge. Even in her evolution into a romance system, she dared not reveal her true nature to Nanxing, fearing that upon discovering the deception, her mood would sour, leading to a complete unraveling of her carefully constructed persona. Oblivious to the system's inner machinations, Nanxing resignedly positioned herself at the end of the lengthy queue, her expression tinged with melancholy as she awaited her turn. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until she sensed a presence behind her, a refreshing scent wafting delicately to her nostrils. How delightful! This aroma felt so familiar. Almost in a sudden motion, Nanxing turned around to find a man towering over her, his stature both tall and graceful. Dressed in casual black attire, adorned with a black cap and sunglasses, he concealed his face as if to evade recognition. Yet, through his silhouette and the outline of his masked visage, she quickly discerned that the man before her was none other than her idol, the illustrious Guingdi. Having gazed upon countless posters and films featuring him, she could identify him merely by his profile, and his unique scent was forever etched in her memory. Although their acquaintance had only recently blossomed into friendship, she could not mistake his delightful fragrance. Gu Juanza remained composed, his captivating eyes hidden behind the dark lenses, observing the woman before him, whose expression was one of astonished excitement. Oh no, could it be that she might recognize him? Excuse me, miss, do you know me? Gu Juanza inquired with a voice that resonated with charm. No, I don't, Nanxing stammered, waving her hand dismissively. Please, go ahead of me. I'm in no rush. With that, she willingly stepped behind the man, her countenance brightening as she resumed her place in line. The earlier gloom that had clouded her features dissipated upon the sight of her idol. She refrained from acknowledging him directly, fearing he might perceive her as a frenzied fan and be frightened away. Moreover, at this moment, burdened by her weight of 200 pounds, her features had become obscured, rendering her self-conscious and reluctant to reveal her identity. She bore no ill will towards the fact that he did not recognize her. It seemed entirely reasonable. For how could one identify someone unfamiliar? Gu Juanza turned to her and expressed his gratitude. Thank you. He indeed was pressed for time, and since the woman before him insisted, he felt no need to decline. You're welcome, she beamed in response. Following this, she gazed up at the broad expanse of his back and the nape of his neck, astonished to learn that her idol also enjoyed the little wontons from this establishment. How wonderful! It was yet another delightful detail about her idol that she had uncovered. The system, in its dark humor, quipped, "Little star, I disdain you. If only you could share half of your genuine enthusiasm and affection for Gu Juanza with Lu Yunxiao, I would be content. Why should I share it with him?" Yi Nanxing retorted inwardly, "That scoundrel Lu cannot possibly compare my idol." In truth, she harbored a profound obstacle in her heart that she had yet to overcome. Upon awakening, she encountered a vision in her dreams depicting the tragic demise she had suffered in the original narrative. The original story was one of torment. As a supporting character, she faced the wrath of Lu Yunxiao, who would berate and strike her in the latter part of the tale. Moreover, in accordance with the original plot, her misguided actions, born from love turned to hatred, led to her downfall. Once exposed, Lu Yunxiao, seeking retribution, ordered several bodyguards to violate her, and she bore witness to her own desolate and helpless state in her dreams, where no amount of desperate cries for help would elicit a response. Meanwhile, Lu Yunxiao and the original female protagonist, Si Ning, reveled in their blissful union, celebrating a grand wedding, culminating in a perfect conclusion, while her fate was one of disgrace, ultimately succumbing to depression and suicide. Reflecting on this, Yi Nanxing found herself unable to smile, her expression steeped in sorrow as she bowed her head, tears streaming down her face. She felt a deep-seated resentment towards the author who had crafted her character thus. After all, Lu Yunxiao was her husband, yet he treated her with cold disdain and harsh words. She felt fortunate to have awakened, to have bound herself to a system that allowed her to escape the tragic trajectory of the original plot before it progressed further, now finding herself in a parallel world. Although the relationships remained unchanged, she had transformed, thwarting the grim fate that awaited her. From this moment forth, she vowed to strive for divorce, motivated not only by her desire to lead a beautiful life on her own, but also by an inability to forgive Lu Yunxiao. The system interjected, "Little star, why are you crying?" Yi Nanxing wiped her tears with the back of her hand and replied in her heart, "It's nothing, just a fleeting memory that brings a tinge of sadness." Half an hour later, she turned her body slightly, peering ahead and murmuring, "Only 5 more to go until it's my turn. My legs are weary from standing, but I have finally endured." Since gaining weight, she struggled to adapt to the added burden, her entire body aching from the exertion. Standing under the scorching sun for half an hour only exacerbated her discomfort. Before long, Gu Juanza, who was ahead of her, purchased his order and turned back to express his gratitude once more, saying, "Thank you so much." Yi Nanxing replied with a bright smile, "It's nothing. You needn't be so courteous." Had she retained her original figure, complemented by her striking features, her smile would have been radiant and captivating. However, at her current weight of 200 pounds, her features appeared clustered, nearly indistinguishable. It was evident that her smile now conveyed an endearing simplicity. Observing her somewhat naive demeanor, Gu Junzi couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You are quite charming." He then turned to leave, carrying his takeout of wontons. Nanxing gazed at his retreating figure, momentarily entranced, until she was roused by the call of shop assistant. "2 orders of crab roe wontons," she hastily called out. The establishment offered several varieties of wontons. Yet both she and Yunxiao shared a preference for the crab roe filling. Having skipped breakfast, her stomach began to grumble, reminding her that with her current weight, it was easy to experience low blood sugar if she didn't eat adequately. Nanxing quickly added, "Miss, please add 2 more orders. I will take a total of 4. The shop assistant raised a standard smile and said, "All right." Nanxing took out her phone to scan the payment code, and soon, a large plastic bag containing 4 portions of wontons and takeout boxes was handed to her. She accepted the bag, turned, and walked to the roadside, hailing a taxi back to the Lu Group. Perhaps Lu Zhanman had calmed down by now. Hopefully, he wouldn't attempt to steal her food again. Chapter 36. Distant cousin in the Lu Group's presidential office. Nanxing pushed the door open and placed the 4 portions of crab roe wontons on the coffee table. She turned around gently and said, "Darling, you must be hungry. Come and eat some wontons." Yunxiao, seated behind the desk, gazed at the computer screen, tapping the keyboard before replying. "When will you rectify the habit of not knocking?" "I will change it next time," Nanxing responded. She walked over to his side, took his large hand, and led him towards a sofa. "Let us eat first. You can get back to work afterward. I feel so sorry for you working so hard." Above her head floated the text. "Humph. Lu Zhanman, I simply want to knock. What will you do about it? I think you look quite adorable with a bit of weight." Yunxiao extended a finger and pinched her chubby cheek, squeezing it firmly as he gritted his teeth. "You are indeed too adorable, especially that round face. It's just so soft." After pinching, he felt a sense of relief. Nanxing endured the pain, raised her hand to rub her pinched cheek, and then they both sat on the sofa. She opened all the takeout boxes of wontons. With a playful smile, she said, "Darling, eat while it's hot. I stood in line for half an hour to buy these for you." The words hovering above her head read, "Lu Zhanman, go ahead and eat. If you can, finish all 4 portions." "Oof, you want tea burst." Yunxiao glanced at the words above her head, anticipating her reprimands, and exhaled heavily in frustration. With a half smile, he replied, "You bought these for me? Then I shall eat all 4. This woman always scolded him. So he intentionally took her food, relishing the thought of her hunger, which inexplicably satisfied him. Nanxing paused, holding the spoon, and forced a smile. "Darling, you're eating rather excessively. It's not good for your stomach, so I'll help you with 1 bowl." As she spoke, she protectively lifted a bowl of wontons, gazing at the man with longing. The floating words above her head read, "Lu Zhanman, old man, aren't you afraid of overindulgence? How despicable, always stealing my food, alas. I forgot to buy laxatives." Yunxiao fixed his gaze on her and commanded, "Put it down." That wretched woman always tried to slip him laxatives, so he decided not to share even a single bowl with her, leaving her hungry. Nanxing glanced at the bowl of steaming, fragrant wontons in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and obediently placed it on the table, silently swallowing her tears. "The system," Xiaohei remarked. "Oh, little star, don't always curse him in your heart. Maintaining harmony between couples is the most important." Nanxing poted, sitting beside him with a forlorn expression as she watched the man elegantly eat his wontons. In her heart, she thought, "I wish I could curse him to death, but I cannot voice it. I can only scold him in my mind, yet you always criticize me. Whose system are you, anyway? Why do you never assist me?" "The system, known as Little Black," replied. "Just sweet-talk him, soften your stance. When his mood brightens, he will surely share his food with you." Nanxing pondered. "I have already humbled myself to the dust. How much more can I bow down?" Suddenly, a plan formed in her mind. Being hungry is of no consequence. I aim to disgust him to the extent that he regurgitates everything he has consumed. "Hubby," Nanxing called out in a sweet, delicate voice, simultaneously throwing herself onto the man's back. Yunxiao had just taken a bite of a wonton, yet before he could chew, the woman lunged at him, causing him to spit it out. The steaming white wonton fell onto the coffee table, sliding to the edge. "Nanxing," Yunxiao growled her name as a warning. "Hubby." Nanxing replied in a soft tone. She then nestled against the man's upper body, nuzzling her head against his neck. Yunxiao broke free from her embrace. Standing up in a fit of anger, "Are you doing this on purpose?" With a gentle smile, Nanxing wiggled her plump body, sitting on the sofa while wrapping her arms around the man's strong waist. In a soft voice, she confessed, "Hubby, I adore you to the moon and back. I just want to hold you." Above her head, the words floated. "Lu scoundrel, I dare you to eat this. If you can manage it, I'll be thoroughly disgusted." Continuing on the surface, she said, "Hubby, the meaning of my existence lies in loving you and working, but in comparison, you are far more significant. Hubby, you are my great white rabbit. Even in death, you remain my roasted rabbit. That crab roe wonton is akin to us. You are the skin, and I am the crab roe, and you must embrace me with your generous heart." She tightened her arms around his waist, resting her cheek against his abdominal muscles. Eyes closed, whispering cheesy love declarations. At present, she felt powerful, and he could not break free. Meanwhile, thoughts floated above her head. "Lu scoundrel, enjoy your meal. Is it disgusting? Do you feel like vomiting?" "Alas, even I am disgusted by myself. I refuse to believe you can still eat." Since pretending to be gentle, innocent, and pitiful had no effect on him, she decided to employ the most clingy method to thoroughly disgust him. Yunxiao, with an expressionless face, lowered his gaze to the woman's large head at his waist, listening to her utter sweet nothings in his ear while observing the words hovering above her. He felt a suffocating anger rising in his chest. At that moment, a knock sounded at the office door. Yunxiao coldly commanded, "Come in." The door opened to reveal Si Ning, who walked in with a cheerful smile. "Brother Yunxiao." However, in the next second, she was taken aback by the scene before her. The man stood while the woman sat on the sofa, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. In an instant, her mind felt as if it had exploded. Brother Yunxiao with a plump woman? Why? Was she really inferior to a hefty girl? Si Ning's expression was one of disbelief as she trembled and asked, "Brother Yunxiao, who is she?" The expression on her face resembled that of someone who has just discovered their partner's infidelity, a state of deep sorrow and disbelief. Unfazed, Yunxiao replied, "She is my distant cousin." Upon hearing this, Nanxing played along, releasing his grip and rising to her feet, smiling cheerfully at the girl by the door. "Oh, you must be my cousin's wife. You are truly beautiful." Above her head, words floated. "Lu, the scoundrel, I seriously doubt your ability to pursue a girl. Your beloved has been back for quite some time, yet you have not confessed your feelings. I suppose I must lend you a hand. Given my assistance, you must make an effort to win her heart swiftly so that we may hasten our divorce." Yunxiao took in the words, casting her a fierce glare, then raised a finger to flick her forehead, producing a sharp sound. "Ouch!" Nanxing, indulging in the theatrics, retorted defiantly, "Cousin, why do you always flick my forehead? I shall enlist my cousin's wife to assist me." With that, she wobbled her substantial frame towards the girl. Nanxing opened her arms wide and embraced the petite girl. "Pouting, cousin's wife. I haven't seen my cousin in over a decade. He still bullies me like he did when we were children. You must help me seek revenge." Clearly, Si Ning did not recognize her, which she found perfectly reasonable. It would have been odd had she recognized her at all. Floating above her were the words, "No one recognizes me after I've gained 200 pounds. Yet why did Lu the scoundrel recognize me at first glance? We aren't that familiar, are we?" Though they had grown up together, Yunxiao seldom regarded her with any attention. After marrying, they had been apart for 3 years. And even now, after just 2 months of marriage, they still lived separately and found each other insufferable. Thus, she believed Yunxiao was not well acquainted with her. As Yunxiao contemplated the words above her head, a peculiar thought arose within him. Indeed, why was he able to recognize Nanxing at once? Both harbored their own thoughts, while Si Ning shyly pushed the overweight woman away and smiled. "Oh, so you are my cousin, but you've mistaken me for someone else." Nanxing raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean I've mistaken you?" Before the girl could respond, she continued, "That's impossible. My ideal cousin's wife looks just like you. Stunningly beautiful. Cousin's wife, please speak to my cousin on my behalf, and then let us go shopping." Thanks to the system occasionally throwing in some northeastern dialect, she had effectively put to use. Si Ning pressed her lips together, stepping beside the man, and smiled. "Yunxiao, your distant cousin must be from the northeast. I have never heard of the Lu family having relatives there." She wished she could truly be the cousin's wife, but the reality was different. So she ambiguously shifted the topic. Lu Yunxiao turned and settled into the single sofa, stating coolly, I have said she's a distant cousin, and we rarely keep in touch. It is normal that you have not heard of her. Seizing the opportunity, Nanxing attempted to slip away for lunch, grinning foolishly. Cousin's wife, you keep cousin company. I shall not disturb you any longer. Stop. Lu Yunxiao's cold voice halted the retreating woman. Come here. Oh, okay. Nanxing discreetly stuck out her tongue and pouted before approaching the man, saying, Cousin, what is it? Lu Yunxiao gestured towards the coffee table with a nod of his chin and commanded in a cold tone, Eat the wontons. He had only intended to tease her. He would never truly let her go hungry. He was well aware that with her current weight of 200 pounds, prolonged hunger could easily lead to her fainting. Nanxing nodded, rippling, Oh, okay. She then sat on the sofa with a bowl of wontons, blowing on them as she devoured them ravenously. Lu Yunxiao frowned and remarked, Eat slowly. Xining, sitting next to the plump woman on the long sofa, smiled and said, Yunxiao, my ankle feels much better, so you needn't worry. To alleviate her own embarrassment, she sought to change the subject. Ever since she had twisted her ankle, the man had not inquired about it. Perhaps he had simply forgotten. I wasn't worried, Lu Yunxiao replied flatly, his expression remaining impassive as he picked up a bowl of wontons for himself. Ah, Xining's lips twitched, is that so? I was afraid you might be concerned. Nanxing, engrossed in her crab roe wontons, paid little attention to their conversation, prioritizing her appetite. However, she felt that Lu Yunxiao's disposition showed a complete lack of tenderness. If he treated his beloved, Bai Yue Guang, with such indifference, it was no wonder he was perpetually aloof with her. Chapter 37. A great misunderstanding. Seeing that both were engrossed in their wontons and ignoring her, Xining began to feel restless, her discomfort mounting. She forced a smile and said, Yunxiao, cousin, you take your time eating. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Hey, don't go. Nanxing sought to play matchmaker. Sister-in-law, haven to you at lunch? Would you like to have some wontons? I bought 4 bowls. No, I've already eaten. Xining paused before explaining. I think I need to clarify that I am not your sister-in-law. You are. Nanxing insisted with an air of determination. Who else, apart from a beauty as enchanting as you, could be worthy of my cousin? Her thoughts floated above her head in the form of words. Bai Yue Guang, I'm doing my utmost to help you. You must recognize this. Or how else will you in Lu Yunxiao's heart? I really am not. Xining countered, bewildered. Trust me, you'll be in the future, Nanxing affirmed solemnly. Nodding. Future? Xining was taken aback. Nanxing's expression turned earnest as she replied, As long as you are willing to put in the effort now. Her internal musings continued. It's not solely about effort. After all, Lu Zhanman has his heart set on you. Well, I suppose I shall create opportunities for you two to be alone together. She thought to herself that if it came to that, she would simply distance herself from Lu Zhanman, sacrificing a little by gaining some weight, hoping that the two would not disappoint her. If they ended up together, then Lu Zhanman would have a reason to defy his grandfather, ultimately allowing her to divorce him. With a heavy thud, Lu Yunxiao set the container of wontons down on the glass coffee table, producing a considerable noise as he coldly stated, Xining, if there is nothing else, you may leave. The woman appears intent on matchmaking for him, but from what indication has she gathered that he harbors feelings for Xining? While it is true that prior to his return from abroad, there were signs of such interest, it hardly reached the level of affection. Nanxing set down her bowl of wontons and, dabbing her mouth with a tissue, expressed her disapproval. Cousin, why are you sending cousin-in-law away? She grasped the girl's hand and, undeterred, continued, Cousin-in-law, my cousin is the epitome of a repressed gentleman. So in this regard, you must take the initiative. Above her head, a thought lingered. Is this scoundrel, Lu, attempting to preserve his image? After all, the reputation of infidelity is hardly commendable, especially in front of me. His wife. Xining glanced at the man's darkened expression and, after a brief silence, said, Cousin, I am truly not your cousin-in-law. My relationship with your cousin is merely that of friends. I must take my leave now, goodbye. With that, she pushed past the plump woman, clutching her bag, and hurried out of the office. Hey, don't leave. Nanxing attempted to detain her. The moment her words fell, she realized the atmosphere had shifted. Casting a careful glance at the sullen man beside her, whose demeanor could chill the air, a thought hovered. Oh no, the scoundrel Lu is about to erupt. It's just that the white moonlight has departed, If he has the capability, he should hasten after her. Yunxiao cast a brooding glance her way, parted his lips to speak, yet ultimately remained silent, rising to take a seat behind his desk, opening his computer to resume work. Yanam bilinkit, a hint of confusion flickering across her features, unable to decipher the man's intentions. The system chimed in, "Little star, you have wounded a young man's heart." Yinan silently retorted, "He's an old man." The system responded, "You should engage with him more normally, or else your figure will never recover." Yinan furrowed her brows. "I am not in a relationship with him. First, tell me, have I reached half of the affection points?" The system replied, "Only 20%. There remains 60% of affection points needed to achieve full marks. You must strive harder." Sighing, Yinan polished off the remaining 3 wontons without waste, primarily because her appetite had grown since gaining weight. The system commented, "You are far too carefree. You still have the leisure to eat." Yinan thought, given how dire the situation is, I might as well make the best of it and fill my stomach. After finishing, she tidied her lunchbox and discarded it in the trash, knowing that cleaning staff would come each morning. Once satiated, Yinan approached the man once more, cautiously taking a chair and seating herself beside him. "Darling," she said, resting her elbows on the table and propping her chubby face with her hands. When a man ignored her, she elongated his name, "Darling. Darling, 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 darling." Now that Si Ning had departed, the opportunity for anything else seemed lost. So she resolved to seize the moment to grow closer to the scoundrel Lu. Otherwise, she feared her affection points would forever remain unfulfilled. She certainly did not wish for her career to be so adversely affected. She needed to restore her figure promptly. Yunxiao snapped, casting an impatient glare at her before returning to his work. Nanxing pouted, lounging in her chair, idly toying with a strand of her long hair. Alas, it seemed that her weight gain had marred her beauty, diminishing her allure. However, Yunxiao had never been one to indulge in carnal desires. At 30 years of age, he maintained an appearance of asceticism. The system, Little Black, chimed in, "Little star, be more proactive. Throw yourself at him and kiss him like last time. It could significantly enhance your affection points." Upon hearing this, Nanxing's expression twisted momentarily, yet she ultimately overcame her hesitation, leaning forward and puckering her lips closer to the man. "What are you doing?" Yunxiao, sensing her approach, turned his head sharply, his brow furrowed as he warned, "Nanxing, do not kiss me again." He recalled the last time when her lips had caused him discomfort, and her plump visage held no appeal for him. "Why not?" Nanxing pouted, muttering, "Last night you kissed my neck." Above her head floated the unspoken thoughts. "Humph, Lu the scoundrel, you had better recognize your fortune. I rarely take the initiative, so cherish it." Yunxiao pinched her chubby cheek, squeezing and tugging, gritting his teeth as he said, "Nanxing, keep your distance." Despite her calling him husband, internally she dubbed him Lu the scoundrel, the old man. To prevent her from driving him to madness, he needed her far from him. Nanxing resolutely shook her head. "Husband, please don't push me away." The system urged, "Little star, go for it. Overwhelm him, kiss him. Unleash that fierce spirit you have when fighting." "What overwhelm?" Nanxing silently lamented. "It's all your fault for making me this fat. I've lost all confidence." The more she thought about it, the more frustrated she became, and she finally sank into her chair, weeping loudly. "Oh, woe is me." Yunxiao set down his documents, covering his ears from her wailing. "Be quiet," he roared. Anyone witnessing the scene would surely be astonished. Yunxiao was typically a man of cold demeanor and little patience, known for his ruthless nature, and few dared to provoke him. Yet, before the recently capricious Nanxing, he exhibited an unexpected patience, filled with an air of warmth. Perhaps even unbeknownst to himself. If it were any other woman causing such a ruckus, he would have unceremoniously ordered security to expel her. Tears streamed down Nanxing's face as she cried, "Fine, I'll be quiet." In the next moment, gritting her teeth and stamping her foot, she wrapped her arms around the man and pressed her lips to his. Yunxiao, unable to evade, turned pale with anger, managing to utter through gritted teeth, "Nanxing, this is an office." This woman, having gained weight, possessed strength akin to that of a strong man, holding him tightly, making escape impossible. He caught a glimpse of the office door ajar, likely left open in haste by Si Ning not long ago. However, a sudden noise erupted, causing the couple lost in their kiss to freeze in place. Nanxing released him, and they exchanged a glance before, in perfect unison, turning their heads to see Yunmo and the returning Si Ning standing in the doorway. A pile of documents lay scattered at Yunmo's feet, evidently dropped due to the shocking scene he had just witnessed. You too, Si Ning uttered in disbelief. We. Yi Nanxing's face flushed with embarrassment. The position they had just been in clearly indicated that she had been forcing the insipid Lu Zhanmon, a fact that was evident to anyone. Yet, those details paled in comparison to the more pressing concern. Why had Si Ning returned? She worried that Si Ning might be disheartened, thus ceasing to harbor feelings for Lu Zhanmon, which would be detrimental to her own desire for divorce. If her memory served her right, her current identity in front of outsiders was that of Lu Zhanmon's cousin. Heaven forbid, what a misunderstanding. Yi Nanxing quickly rose to her feet, casting a pleading glance at the man beside her, silently urging him to concoct a plausible explanation. Lu Yunxiao adjusted his face, which had been contorted by the forced kiss, and resumed his usual demeanor, letting out a cold snort. He ignored her desperate gaze, adopting an air of indifference as if it were none of his concern. Husband, Yi Nanxing whispered, hastily correcting herself. Ah, no. I should refer to you as cousin in front of others. Who are you calling husband? Lu Yunxiao shot her a glare, his eyes sharp. You caused this mess. You ought to explain it yourself. Yi Nanxing plopped back in her chair and leaned closer to his ear, whispering, Si Ning is still here. Shouldn't you clarify to prevent any misunderstandings? With an air of nonchalance, Lu Yunxiao replied, I have no secrets. I am quite open. If she chooses to misunderstand, let her. To onlookers, their posture appeared intimate, as if they were whispering sweet nothings, which only deepened the intrigue for the two standing at the door. Especially for Yunmo, as he could hardly believe that two blood relatives, a cousin and a cousin, had just shared a kiss. Si Ning felt a slight pang in her heart. It dawned on her that Yunxiao favored his plump cousin. She had thought Yi Nanxing was her greatest rival, but it seemed she had mistakenly targeted the wrong adversary. Fortunately, she had yet to take any actions to harm Yi Nanxing. The atmosphere hung in silence for 5 minutes before Yi Nanxing, with a forced bravado, addressed the two at the door, stammering, I aspire to be an actress. I have an audition for a role tomorrow and need my cousin's cooperation for rehearsal. We were merely acting out a scene from the script. Do you believe me? Chapter 38. Clinging to power, the two men clearly did not buy her explanation. Unable to withstand the pleading look in her eyes, Lu Yunxiao spoke coldly. Yunmo, go back to work. Yunmo quickly lowered his head. Yes, President. After saying this, he gathered the scattered documents and placed them on the desk in front of the man. President, you have a high-level meeting in 5 minutes. Regardless of the president's private life, it was not his subordinate's place to comment. He had just lost his composure, and thankfully, the president did not hold it against him. Understood. You may leave, Lu Yunxiao replied indifferently. Yunmo cast a lingering glance at the stout woman, feeling a sense of familiarity, though the identity eluded him momentarily. With a faint sigh, he turned and exited the office. Si Ning's expression transitioned from shock and sorrow to calmness. After a brief pause, she remarked, I left my phone here. I came back to retrieve it. As she spoke, she approached the sofa to collect her device. Before departing, she paused at the doorway, directing her gaze towards the man who had not spared her a single glance throughout. Observing this, Yi Nanxing nudged the man with her elbow, saying, Cousin, why don't you accompany your cousin-in-law? Lu Yunxiao remained fixated on his computer, typing away as he coldly replied, Can't you see I'm busy? Yi Nanxing potud, rushing to the girl and affectionately saying, Cousin-in-law, let me escort you. Let's go. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Si Ning's face. Why was brother Yunxiao treating her so indifferently? The two exited the office and entered the elevator. Once inside the elevator, devoid of other occupants, Yi Nanxing cheerfully produced a folded sheet of paper and handed it to the girl, saying, Cousin-in-law, I pilfered a schedule. It contains details of several banquets my cousin will attend within the week. Si Ning, with a stern expression, clearly displayed her hostility, took the paper, glanced at it, and queried, What do you mean by this? Of course, I'm helping you. Yi Nanxing responded with a playful blink. I know you have feelings for my cousin. I've already acknowledged you as his cousin-in-law. That other girl, Yi Nanxing, simply doesn't deserve him. Are you serious? Si Ning's inquisitive gaze met hers, more genuine than gold. Yi Nanxing affirmed with earnestness and conviction. System Xiao He interjected, Little star, this borders on foul play. Yi Nanxing, unperturbed, retorted internally. I am merely facilitating the natural progression of Lu S. and Si Ning's relationship. How is it a violation? Which rule have I breached? Both had returned to the country for 2 months with no discernible progress. Thus, she felt compelled to give them a gentle nudge. Since Lu was not the type to take the initiative, she decided to encourage Si Ning to pursue him. With her no longer meddling, they should be able to unite swiftly, shouldn't they? System Xiaohei replied, "You just love to bully me." Upon reaching the entrance of the company, Nanxing encouraged her. "Cousin-in-law, you can do this. Best of luck." Si Ning forced a smile, saying, "Thank you, but please refrain from asking brother Yunxiao for rehearsal help in the future. We are all adults, and kissing is something only couples should do." "Understood." Nanxing responded with humility. After bidding farewell to Si Ning, Nanxing returned to the 33rd floor CEO office via the elevator, only to find Lu missing. After inquiring with his secretary, she learned that he had gone to the 10th floor conference room for a meeting. Taking the elevator to the 10th floor, she found herself lost in the expansive office area, wandering until she sought assistance from an employee to locate the conference room. Noticing that no one was stationed outside the conference room, she gently pushed the door open and stealthily entered, bending low as she approached Lu, who was seated at the head of the long table. Not long after, as she reached the center of the conference room, the general manager's eloquent discourse on the proposal abruptly ceased, plunging the room into silence. Dozens of executives turned their gazes toward a slowly advancing, corpulent woman by the wall. Nanxing's entire body stiffened. She lifted her head and waved to the crowd with a forced professional smile, greeting them with a cheery, "Hello, everyone." Straightening her posture, she hurriedly approached the expressionless man before her, under the bewildered stares of the onlookers. Without hesitation, she sat down on the tiled floor cross-legged and wrapped her arms tightly around Lu, the man's calf, resting her head against his thigh with an innocent demeanor, unabashedly clinging to him. The assembly of executives, comprising both youthful and middle-aged men, found themselves utterly confounded by her audacity. The conference room fell into a deathly silence, and fearful glances were cast upon the president seated at the head of the table. They pondered in disbelief. Had the president undergone a transformation? His demeanor today seemed unusually amiable, allowing a woman to approach him without rebuke. In the past, women with ulterior motives, be they employees or celebrities, would often retreat in fear of his indifferent demeanor and stern warnings. In more severe instances, those who overstep boundaries would find themselves subjected to dislocated arms by the president or ejected by security. The corpulent woman, though lacking in conventional beauty and perhaps even somewhat unattractive, appeared to possess considerable influence, given her bold actions that seemingly went unpunished by the president. The majority of the assembly remained oblivious to the intimate nature of her actions beneath the table, while those seated nearby were left agape in astonishment. They initially believed the president was merely biding his time for an even greater outburst, bracing themselves for the repercussions of her audacity. However, after a tense silence of several seconds, Lu Yunxiao cast a cold glance around the room and barked, "What are you all staring at? Don't you have work to do?" At his words, the executives stiffened, quickly diverting their gazes to the man who had been presenting the project. Meanwhile, General Manager Zhang, standing by the projector, shivered involuntarily, steadied himself, cleared his throat, and continued with the presentation in a composed manner. 20 minutes later, Lu Yunxiao's handsome face was clouded with displeasure as his penetrating gaze lingered on the man by the projector. He spoke with a weighted tone, "Manager Zhang, do you find this proposal viable?" Manager Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and replied, "President, I believe it is perfect." "Perfect?" Lu Yunxiao's expression remained impassive as he remarked, "Manager Zhang, you are a veteran of this company, and while it is understandable that your abilities may have waned with age, perhaps it would be best to reassign you to a subsidiary as a more relaxed manager." "I will not accept that," Manager Zhang retorted defiantly, not hesitating to counter, "President, you cannot dismiss me over a single inadequate proposal. You hold a minor stake in the Lu Corporation, and now that he has acquired a modicum of power, how could he possibly resign himself to the position of a powerless manager at a subsidiary?" Lu Yunxiao narrowed his eyes, a chilling glint sparking within them. "If you are unwilling to go to the subsidiary, then you might as well resign voluntarily and retire at home. The dividends from Lu Corporation each year would suffice for your later years." Manager Zhang, publicly faced with such an arrangement, felt his face flush crimson. Being dismissed in such a manner by a junior was a blow to his dignity. You have no grounds to dismiss me, Manager Zhang stammered. My late father was among the earliest to join the company due to your influence. Lu Yunxiao replied gravely. Thus, I have turned a blind eye to your actions out of consideration for old ties, but I will not extend any such leniency. What do you mean? What have I done? Manager Zhang's composure faltered. Leaning back in his leather chair, Lu Yunxiao fixed his cold gaze upon him, tossing a document onto the table with an indifferent demeanor. In these years, how much company money have you embezzled using your authority? Shall I enumerate it for you? If you wish to avoid prison, it would be wise to comply. He surveyed the various expressions of those present and continued, for those interested, feel free to peruse the documents. He refrained from sending Manager Zhang to prison in order to preserve the company's reputation, given that he was a veteran of the firm. However, exposing him before the senior executives served as a warning to others, urging them to conduct themselves properly and refrain from underhanded actions. Nothing could escape his scrutiny. Among the crowd, some empathetic sentiments arose for those with amicable relations, while those with less favorable connections relished in the spectacle of Manager Zhang's plight. Some even inwardly scoffed at his audacity, as rumors of Lu Yunxiao's cold-blooded ruthlessness and fierce methods were not mere exaggerations. Lu Yunxiao, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, cast a deep glance at his assistant, Yunmo, who stood by. Having worked alongside the man for many years, one look was enough for Yunmo to comprehend his intent. He promptly exited the conference room to summon security, who escorted the struggling and cursing Manager Zhang out of the company. Meanwhile, Nanxing sat beneath the table, her arms wrapped around the legs of the detestable man, her other hand occupied with playing a mobile game, completely oblivious to the events of the meeting. In an effort to enhance her affection score, she was wholeheartedly trying to ingratiate herself with Lu Yunxiao, believing her efforts were sufficiently heartfelt. That evening, she would inquire of her assistant, Xiao He, about her affection score, hoping it would be at its peak, allowing her to regain her figure by the next day, thus freeing her from the need to cling to the detestable man. 2 hours later, the meeting adjourned, and the attendees, suppressing their curiosity, dared not glance at the overweight woman as they hastily exited the conference room, clutching their documents. Lu Yunxiao lowered his gaze to the woman at his feet, bemused, and in a resigned tone, asked, Nanxing, how much longer do you intend to hold on? Fully engrossed in her game of Plants vs. Zombies, she casually replied, Has the meeting ended? It has. Shouldn't you get up? Lu Yunxiao sighed. Isn't the floor cold? It's bearable. Nanxing closed the game and stood up, immediately feeling a tingling sensation in her legs. Oh dear, my legs have gone numb, she exclaimed. Leaning against the man for support, she murmured, Give me a moment to recover. Above her head, words floated. How peculiar. Today Lu Zhanman is unusually good-tempered. He hasn't lost his temper at all. How long do you intend to cling to me? Lu Yunxiao's expression turned frosty as he cast a glance at the words above her head, warning, I won't always be in such a good mood. Though he was indifferent to others' opinions, he disliked being the subject of gossip. It wouldn't be long before the incident of the plump woman clinging to his legs spread throughout the Lu family. This was all Nanxing's doing. Lu Yunxiao glared at her and deliberately exclaimed, You fatso, you're going to crush me. At that moment, he exhibited remarkable patience, tinged with a hint of arrogance. A stark contrast to the commanding aura he had just displayed in the conference room, perhaps even unbeknownst to himself. Nanxing rolet hideous, intentionally tightening her grip around him, using her full weight to press against him, and insincerely said, Darling, you work so hard every day, my heart aches for you. Words floated above her. How infuriating, calling me a fatso. You're still Lu Zhanman, an old man. Humph, old man, old man. I'll say a few more times to vent my frustration. Lu Yunxiao's expression instantly darkened, gritting his teeth as he growled, Nanxing, let go of me. This time, Nanxing had gained weight overnight, even more than the last time, and her constant clinginess was clearly a deliberate attempt to get closer to him. The thoughts swirling in his mind only solidified his belief that she was using him to regain her figure. Not only did she fail to express gratitude, she frequently insulted him as Lu Zhanman, the old man, driving him to the brink of exasperation. Seeing him on the verge of anger, Nanxing wisely released him, taking hold of his arm and leading him towards the door. Darling, let us return to your office. By the way, do you have any work left? If not, shall we go out on a date? Thus, They exited the conference room, oblivious to the cautious glances of the employees. Nanxing wore a small smirk, as Lu Zhanman seemed unconcerned, nor did she mind, especially since she currently appeared as an unattractive, hefty figure. Being able to walk so intimately beside the icy yet handsome Lu Zhanman was a privilege she relished. Others would undoubtedly assume she hailed from a prestigious family, capable of winning the affections of the dashing and powerful Lu Yunxiao. In the elevator, Lu Yunxiao slightly lowered his head, his tousled bangs casting shadows over his captivating phoenix eyes. He gazed thoughtfully at the garrulous woman beside him, lost in contemplation. He carefully reflected on Nanxing's weight gain, noting that both instances occurred after she had revealed her unabashed dislike for him the night before, leading to her subsequent weight increase. With his high intellect and keen observational skills, he began to unravel the connection between the events. Yet the precise cause eluded his understanding. Although he held no belief in metaphysics, he could not deny the extraordinary occurrences surrounding Nanxing. Moreover, he could only perceive the inner workings of Nanxing's heart, and the skills he had acquired, which were solely directed towards her, left him pondering their origin. After much contemplation, he reluctantly concluded that it might be a residual effect of being struck by lightning. "Husband," Nanxing called softly. What is it?" Lu Yunxiao jolted, returning to reality. "What are you daydreaming about?" "Nothing." At that moment, the two had already returned to the CEO's office. Lu Yunxiao brushed her hand aside and seated himself in the leather chair behind his desk, opening his computer to check his emails and address company matters. All his uncertainties, save for the extraordinary skill he had gained, could only be resolved by Nanxing. Yet, her incessant antics throughout the day made it clear that she would not divulge anything. Thus, he decided not to press her further and to let things unfold naturally. When the time was right, he would know. "Do you still have work to do?" Nanxing immuted, Herr Bordedom evident. "There are only 3 hours until off-duty. Why don't you take a break and leave early? We could go watch a movie." She believed that going to the cinema together as a couple would surely enhance their emotional connection. "As the leader of this company, I ought to set an example." Lu Yunxiao replied with a smirk. "If you're feeling bored, you can go to the cinema by yourself. I wouldn't want your presence here to disrupt my work. You are rather bothersome." With that, a slight smile graced his lips as he felt a newfound clarity. Understanding her better would allow him to manage Nanxing more effectively. Regardless of how bluntly he spoke, he knew that she would not abandon him. Chapter 39. Emotional connection at its peak. Nanxing took a deep breath, suppressing her frustration, and cheerfully declared, "All right then, husband, you focus on your work. I'll keep you company." With that, she turned and took a seat on the sofa, lowering her head as she silently inquired, "Little Black, what is the current value of my emotional connection?" System Little Black replied, "Correction, it is the emotional value. Call it what you will. Just tell me how much it has increased." 80%. You are just 20% away from achieving full capacity. Subsequently, Nanxing sat on the sofa, sighing repeatedly. Not far away, Lu Yunxiao, having finished several emails, coldly remarked, "Nanxing, you are disrupting my work." Her dejected demeanor was spreading a sense of gloom throughout his office, nearly affecting his own mood. After a few moments of silence, Nanxing seemed to revive, her plump face shining with vitality as she scampered over to his side. "Husband, I really miss you," she exclaimed. Lu Yunxiao scoffed. "You've been clinging to me all day. Can you come up with a more convincing tale?" Nanxing, donning a dramatic expression, quickly transformed her demeanor, feigning sorrow. "Though you're physically here, your heart has long since flown away." Lu Yunxiao leaned back in his chair, regarding her with a dispassionate gaze. "Your acting is far too exaggerated. What new antics is this woman conjuring? With her in close proximity, no task can be accomplished." Nanxing blinkit hideous, tears sparkling like stars. "Darling, I truly love you. I genuinely like you." Above her head floated the words, "Detestable Lu, the scoundrel. I am well aware of my acting prowess. There is no need for you to amplify your disdain." Lu Yunxiao, who could perceive the words swirling in her mind, was incensed and immediately rose to his feet, pointing his finger at her forehead and playfully flicking her head with both hands. "Ouch!" Nanxing shielded her forehead and recoiled, protesting, "Why are you bullying me again?" "Because I enjoy it," Lu Yunxiao retorted as he plopped back into his leather chair, irritation evident in his tone. "How can you bully someone who loves you so dearly?" Nanxing blinked her eyes, her face contorted in dismay. The words hovering above her head declared, Humph, old man. Always so fierce with me. If I could, I would transform you into a large, fierce lion just right for my farm, which is in dire need of a ferocious dog. Before her thoughts dissipated, Yunxiao caught every single one, nearly driving him to the brink of exasperation. He slammed his palm onto the table, bellowing, Nanxing, are you tired of living? Nanxing, her expression one of feigned innocence, replied, why are you scolding me again? I simply express my love for you. Is that truly a crime? The words above her head continued, you stubborn man, increasingly difficult to appease. My performance was splendid. My emotions were so sincere. Why does he not believe me? I haven tea provoked him, yet he flies into a rage. Ah, it must be a sign of his mental instability. Yunxiao's agitation caused his chest to rise and fall, his face dark as coal, his inky pupils narrowing as he fixated on the words that kept appearing above her head. He coolly commanded, get out. I won't leave. Nanxing boldly stood her ground. The system, a little voice in her head, encouraged her, little star, hold on, you're 90% there. Just express your love a bit more, and your emotional value will reach its peak. Nanxing maintained her woeful expression and thought back, what love? He is simply too oppressive. The system urged, channel your award-winning acting skills. Keep going. Think of the figure you are about to regain. Darling, Nanxing plopped down onto the tiled floor, wrapping her arms around the man's legs clad in dress trousers, her voice a blend of desperation and mock sorrow. Please don't abandon me. My love for you is like the tumultuous waves of the sea, as fervent and tender as Grey Wolf's love for Red Wolf, sincere and detailed. Yunxiao sighed and rubbed his temples, choosing to ignore the theatrics of the plump woman. He adjusted his posture, grasped the mouse, illuminated the computer screen, and resumed his work. I love you, my dear. Please don't send me away. I love you, I love you, I love you. Nanxing clung to his leg, repeating those 3 words until, after half an hour, her voice was nearly hoarse. The system chimed in, that's enough, little star, your emotional value is full, and your figure has been restored. Upon hearing this, Nanxing released the man's leg and looked down at her body, indeed, transformed back to its original form. She stood up abruptly, lifting the voluminous hem of her dress and twirling in delight. Ah, chispun, chez humid driffy, la 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 la. My enchanting figure is returned, la 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 la. Nanxing twirled her way to the sofa, grabbed her bag and phone, and without uttering a word, dashed out of the CEO's office, leaving no trace behind, not even a glance at the man whose expression darkened like ink. Once the woman had departed, Yunxiao, with a stern face, found himself unable to concentrate on work. In a fit of frustration, he yanked his keyboard from the desk and hurled it to the floor, breathing heavily in exasperation. Moments later, he opened a drawer, retrieved a lighter and a pack of cigarettes, and, against his recent resolution to quit, lit one and took a drag. Meanwhile, Nanxing stood contentedly at the elevator doors, awaiting her descent. Shortly, the doors opened, revealing Yunxiao stepping out. Upon seeing her, he paused, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and lowered his voice to inquire, Madam, when did you arrive? It struck him as odd. He had been in the assistant's office next to the CEO's and had just stepped out briefly, yet he had not seen her come in. I've been here all day, she replied. Realizing her slip, she quickly corrected herself. Just kidding. I arrived 5 minutes ago to discuss something with your CEO, which has now been resolved. I'm about to leave. Is that so? Yunxiao said, eyeing her clearly oversized dress. Madam, that dress doesn't belong to you, does it? It was not only excessively large, but also the same style worn by the CEO's plump cousin, suggesting they shared the same size. How curious that it had come to be in the possession of the madam. Sensing his bewilderment, Nanxing offered an awkward smile and explained, you must have met my cousin. I bought this dress in the same style and size, but since it was a discontinued item, I'm just making do. Yunxiao nodded in understanding. Oh, I see. Nanxing smiled, and before stepping into the elevator, turned to emphasize, by the way, my cousin has gone home, and I shall do the same. Goodbye. Yunxiao respectfully nodded. Madam, take care. Yet, he remained puzzled, lingering in place as he contemplated the situation, feeling that something was amiss. He soon shook his head, dismissing the impractical thoughts, and proceeded toward the CEO's office. In the CEO's office, Yunxiao knocked on the door and, upon receiving permission, entered to find the shattered remains of the black keyboard strewn across the floor. He couldn't help but marvel at the extent of the CEO's anger, deducing that a quarrel had likely occurred between him and Madame. Yunxiao sat in his leather chair, head tilted back, eyes closed, his expression inscrutable. Yun Mo placed the documents requiring the man's attention on the desk. Sir, here are the quarterly reports you requested from last year. Just leave them there, Yunxiao replied in a low, indifferent tone. I instructed someone to procure a new keyboard for you. Yun Mo bent down to retrieve the shattered keyboard and gracefully exited the office. Chapter 40. A stir at the mall. Nanxing alighted from the taxi and made her way into the mall, heading directly to her favorite women's clothing store on the 4th floor. In a buoyant mood, she felt compelled to indulge in some retail therapy, especially since her earnings from a recent film had just arrived. She received the notification of her funds in the morning. Having just regained her figure, and with a little extra money in hand, she was eager to reward herself with new attire. Please bring out your latest collections. Nanxing requested of the sales staff. Wow, aren't you that movie star? Exclaimed 4 staff members in unison, their surprise evident on their faces. Nanxing's smile faltered momentarily. In her moment of joy, she had forgotten to don her hat and mask, and now she had been recognized. Hello, everyone, she greeted, her lips curving into an appealing smile. Would you like my autograph? Since her identity was already revealed, she decided to remain composed and display a more approachable side, hoping to alter any unfavorable impressions people might have of her. Is that possible? The staff members shrieked in excitement. Despite the numerous rumors surrounding her and the presence of critics, she understood that fame often invites scrutiny. Fortunately, her popularity spoke volumes. She was indeed a bona fide star. Consequently, the majority of onlookers were her admirers, and upon hearing the commotion, curious shoppers turned to see the spectacle. Upon catching sight of her, they approached as if discovering a new world, gradually forming a crowd around her. Thus, on the 4th floor of the mall, the air was filled with exuberant shouts, as people were thrilled to encounter a celebrity in real life. Within 5 minutes, Nanxing found herself encircled, with admirers of all genders clamoring for signatures and photographs. Initially manageable, the situation swiftly spiraled out of control as more and more people joined in, resulting in a throng that congested the entire hallway on the 4th floor. The atmosphere was charged with excitement, punctuated by enthusiastic cheers and yells from the crowd. Nanxing, trapped within the inner circle, diligently signed clothes and notebooks, her mind swirling in a haze as she was swept along by the fervor of her fans. With an unending stream of requests for autographs and photographs, she felt almost robotic, complying with the demands of her admirers. Among the throng were her devoted fans, exuberantly praising her. Nanxing, you are even more stunning in person than on screen, and your complexion is simply flawless. Nanxing responded with gracious humility. Thank you. You all look wonderful too. Their compliments were sincere. She possessed strikingly expressive, bright eyes, a delicate nose, and a heart-shaped face with exquisite features. Coupled with her diligent self-care, her complexion was radiant. And even in her natural state, she was undeniably captivating. Nanxing endeavored to maintain her composure, navigating the situation with poise. After approximately 10 minutes, a contingent of mall security personnel managed to carve out a pathway through the throng. In the next moment, Sister Hua appeared in her line of sight. Without uttering a word, she placed a fisherman's hat and sunglasses on her, taking her away. Amidst the fervent cheers of the crowd, and with the assistance of security personnel, Nanxing quickly followed Sister Hua out of the mall and into a black business vehicle parked by the roadside. Sister Hua had rushed over upon seeing the trending video of her artist trapped in the mall. Inside the vehicle, Sister Hua remarked with a hint of exasperation, "You have certainly stirred quite a commotion." Nanxing smiled sheepishly. "I forgot to wear my hat and sunglasses. It was a momentary lapse. Please forgive me." Having regained her figure, she was overwhelmed with joy, momentarily forgetting her celebrity status. It was no wonder the taxi driver occasionally glanced back at her. He must have recognized her, yet remained silent, perhaps due to his indifference to celebrity culture. As she exited the Lu Corporation, it was likely that many recognized her. But the strict regulations governing the employees ensured that even if they did, they would not display any excessive reactions. Sister Hua stated, "All right, this is the last time. Now, driver, please proceed." Nanxing sighed. "It seems I will once again be the headline on trending searches tomorrow." Such a significant uproar would likely make it to the top of the trending list tonight, rather than waiting until tomorrow. She had caught glimpses of numerous individuals recording videos from various angles, and they would undoubtedly be uploaded to video platforms. Sister Hua contemplated and replied, "This is not a negative incident. Your appearance in the mall is quite favorable, serving as a prelude to generate buzz for your new project." New project? Nanxing seized on this point. Am I still involved in new production? Of course, Sister Hua chuckled, glancing at the driver, who promptly raised the partition. Seizing the moment, Sister Hua continued, "Since your husband is Yunxiao, there is nothing to fear. I shall certainly accommodate your desire to work." Previously, due to rumors circulating in the industry, she had assumed Nanxing was merely Lu's mistress, and Lu had prohibited her from taking on kissing or intimate scenes, evidently wishing to restrict her professional engagements. Thus, to avoid incurring Lu's wrath, Sister Hua had paused most of Nanxing's projects, allowing only an endorsement after Ye's persistent requests. However, now that she was aware of their concealed marital relationship, matters became simpler. Nanxing could easily persuade Lu regarding her work. Nanxing smirked and raised an eyebrow. "Sister Hua, are you not afraid of Yunxiao? I must clarify that my marital relationship with him is not harmonious." Observing Sister Hua's expression, she could guess what was on her mind. She surely presumed that Nanxing and Yunxiao enjoyed a blissful marriage, with Lu being obedient to her. Is that true? Sister Hua's inquisitive gaze scrutinized her, pondering for a moment before saying, "It's all right. After all, you are married. As long as you communicate amicably with Lu, there should be no issue regarding filming." Nanxing, seizing the opportunity, shifted the conversation. "What type of project have you secured for me this time? Is it a period drama or a modern one? Regardless, Lu Zhan's influence does not extend to him. The previous incident on set was merely a misunderstanding. She still believes that Lu Zhan's command to the director to cut her kissing scene and prohibit any bed scenes was a sign of irrationality. As rumors in the industry spiraled out of control, it was widely circulated that Yunxiao had invested 10 billion in the film for her sake. Nanxing, however, held a different opinion. Yunxiao was a shrewd businessman. His investment stemmed from recognizing the film's potential for immense success, and the substantial sum was aimed at securing greater profit. It was implausible to think he would recklessly spend 10 billion for his concealed wife. Nanxing did not consider herself to possess such allure. Sister Hua presented her with a script, stating, "It is a period drama titled Swordplay of the Immortal, a genre you adore." Correct? Nanxing flipped through a few pages, her face lighting up with joy as she replied, "Indeed, this is my favorite genre." "Thank you, Sister Hua." However, with a hint of regret, Sister Hua hesitated before saying, "Nanxing, I am sorry, but this time you are still cast as the second female lead." She was aware of Nanxing's keen desire to portray the leading lady, yet she consistently found herself relegated to supporting roles. This might be due to the methods employed in her promotion. Nanxing was a star who had risen from obscurity to fame. For various reasons, directors had tacitly agreed to offer her only the role of the second female lead. "That is perfectly fine," Nanxing replied with a slight smile. "I am certain you have done your utmost to recommend me. I do not mind at all. The second lead is quite satisfactory." "That's good to hear," Sister Hua responded, visibly relieved. Chapter 41. President Lu was deceived, villain number 9. After Nanxing exited the car, she waved goodbye, saying, "Sister Hua, see you tomorrow, goodbye." Once the business vehicle departed, she turned to enter the villa. Upon seeing her, Sister Li paused and asked, "Madam, when did you go out? I thought you had been in your room the entire time." Nanxing playfully smiled. "Sister Li, you were so engrossed in your chores that you didn't even notice me leave." "Did I?" "Indeed." "Well then, madam, I just finished dinner," Sister Li said with a smile. "Come and eat." "Of course." Nanxing headed to the dining room, and upon encountering a table laden with delicious dishes, her appetite was instantly awakened. She sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and was about to eat when the system's voice echoed in her mind once more. The system, Xiaohei, warned Little Star, "You must maintain your affectionate persona or beware of a decline in your affection value. If it drops to 50%, you will face double the punishment." At this, Nanxing's hand holding the chopsticks paused, and she rolled her eyes before silently putting them down and pouting in frustration for a few moments. She then turned to Sister Li, saying, "I think I will wait for Yunxiao to return before eating." Sister Li nodded with a smile. "Very well, madam." Afterward, she turned to tidy up the kitchen, and once done, she returned to her room on the first floor to rest early. Nanxing faced the sumptuous spread, secretly salivating, and ultimately decided to leave the dining room. She returned to the bedroom on the second floor, stepping into the walk-in closet to shed her oversized dress and undergarments. She donned a fitting set of lingerie and a comfortable loungewear outfit, gathering her long hair into a neat bun at the back of her head. Once properly attired, Nanxing settled onto the sofa with her phone in hand, her slender legs elegantly stretched out and resting on the glass coffee table. Unlocking her phone, she navigated to her Weibo page, glancing at the trending topics. Apart from the sensational news of her appearance in the mall that day, there were various gossip headlines concerning other popular celebrities. Casually flipping through a few posts to satiate her curiosity, she refreshed the page, just in time to discover a recent trending topic. The headline read, "Lu's CEO attends business dinner with girlfriend Ning." These two had yet to go public. Nanxing murmured, "The media certainly knows how to craft attention-grabbing titles." Unable to resist her inquisitive nature, she tapped to delve deeper, scrolling through the article that commenced with a journalistic report. With her insider knowledge, she discerned that much of it was fabricated, painting a picture of their sweetness and even including a segment about their impending marriage. The system, Xiaohei, chimed in, "Little star, do you feel any jealousy?" Nanxing shook her head, "Not at all." She continued scrolling, finding a series of photographs capturing Lu Yunxiao and Ning's every move at the banquet. Likely candid shots by the reporters. Xiaohei pressed further. "You don't feel a twinge of jealousy at all? Your husband is attending a dinner with another woman, and others perceive them as a couple." Nanxing exited Weibo and started a movie on her phone, replying, "I think it's quite good. Ning is quite proactive. I provided her with a week's dinner schedule for that scoundrel Lu at noon, and she took action by nightfall. Not bad at all. She's teachable." Sighing heavily, Xiaohei lamented, "You truly are an unredeemable case." "What do you mean?" Nanxing inquired, perplexed. "It's nothing," Xiaohei replied, reiterating. "Don't forget to maintain your image of a devoted partner. You ought to appear heartbroken regarding your husband's scandal." "I know." Nanxing reclined against the sofa's backrest, arms raised with her phone in hand, eyes glued to the movie playing, absent-mindedly responding, "When that scoundrel Lu returns, I will deliver a performance worthy of a professional actress, leaving him oblivious to any flaws." Rest assured, for the sake of her figure, she would continue to uphold her devoted persona. But what pleased her most was Ning's decisive actions, bringing her closer to the hope of divorce. She felt fortunate that Lu had initially insisted on a secret marriage. Thus, aside from Sister Hua and a few close friends, no one else was aware of her marital history. In a not-so-distant future, she could quietly dissolve her marriage, freeing her to flirt with the fresh-faced trainees in her company. Of course, as long as Ning proved capable and secured Lu, all of this would be within her grasp. Late into the night, around 11 o'clock, Lu Yunxiao abstained from alcohol throughout the event. After the banquet concluded, he drove himself home, parked his Kian in the garage, and turned off the engine. Before entering the villa, he glanced at his phone, not surprised to find no missed calls from Nanxing. Standing at the entrance, he tried to quell the fury boiling within him. As a wife, should she not have made a simple phone call to inquire about his late return? After a moment, Lu Yunxiao unlocked the door with his fingerprint and stepped inside the villa. He surveyed the interior from the foyer, noting that only the kitchen and dining room lights were aglow. Changing into his slippers, he made his way to the kitchen, where he immediately spotted a woman in loungewear, busily engaged in the open kitchen. Nanxing. With an expressionless face, Lu Yunxiao called out, his deep voice devoid of emotion. "What are you doing?" "Darling, you're back," Nanxing exclaimed, setting down the kitchen knife, her face lighting up with a smile. However, as Lu Yunxiao observed her tear-streaked visage, he noted that while her lips curled upward, her eyes were red-rimmed, and tears continued to trickle down her cheeks, as if they were boundless. "You've been crying." For reasons unknown, Lu Yunxiao felt a surge of panic and began to explain, "I returned late due to a business banquet. Sorry. I thought you wouldn't mind, so I didn't inform you." Upon hearing this, Nanxing sniffled, lowered her head, and wiped her tear-stained face with the back of her hand, resolutely returning to her task. Perhaps having cried for too long, her sweet voice, now tinged with a nasal tone, replied, "It's all right, darling. You don't need to explain. I'm not upset with you." Yet, despite her words, her tears fell incessantly like a broken dam. Lu Yunxiao strode towards her, gazing down at her with concern. After a moment, he gently coaxed, "Please don't cry. The trending news is fabricated. You mustn't believe it." Habitually, he cast a glance above her head, staring for a while, but found nothing there, no words to suggest otherwise. This indicated that her tears were genuine. Reflecting on this, he remained outwardly composed, while inwardly rejoicing. Could this not signify that she was finally jealous and beginning to care for him? Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Nanxing was deeply engrossed in her performance. Completely absorbed in her role, her mind devoid of distractions. She sniffled a couple of times, looked up at the tall, handsome man before her, her tear-filled eyes blurring her vision, rendering him somewhat hazy. With the back of her hand, she repeatedly wiped her face, mustering a brave expression as she choked out, "Yes, darling, I believe you." Yunxiao gently cradled her face in his hands, using his thumb to wipe away her tears, his handsome features etched with concern. "If you care, then why didn't you call me?" Nanxing sobbed softly, her expression sorrowful, her voice quavering. "I was afraid of disturbing you." As she spoke, her sense of grievance escalated, resembling a scene from a film where a devoted wife, deeply in love with her husband, considers his every need, gradually losing her sense of self. When troubles arise, she retreats to a corner, silently weeping. As soon as the words fell, Yunxiao enveloped the frail woman in his arms, pressing her head against his chest. His large hand caressed her back in a soothing manner. His deep voice heavy with restraint, "Do not cry. Each tear shatters my heart." He had entirely forgotten how contradictory the woman in his embrace had been, especially how she had disregarded him after using him earlier that day. At this moment, all such thoughts were cast aside. The system's voice, Xiao He, could no longer bear to watch and remarked, "Alas, this man has not only never been in love, but has also seen very few films. His knowledge is regrettably shallow. A typical case of high intelligence coupled with low emotional intelligence, destined to be deceived." Nanxing buried her small face in his broad and sturdy chest, softly sniffling. The system's words almost made her burst into laughter, and she had to bite her lip tightly to suppress her amusement, ensuring she did not give herself away. After 10 minutes, a large patch on the chest of his white shirt was soaked with her tears. Nanxing withdrew from his embrace, sniffing as she said, "Darling, why don't you go upstairs and change your shirt? I'll heat up the food, and we can eat together when you come down." Yunxiao cupped her small face in his hands, kissing her cheek gently, and replied in a warm tone, "All right, I'll be down shortly. Please stop crying." "Okay," she responded, her voice a soft whisper. Such a good girl. After he ascended the stairs, Nanxing covered her mouth with her hands and stood still, secretly laughing for a full 5 minutes before managing to compose herself, though the corners of her lips remained elevated for quite some time. Turning to the cutting board, she picked up an onion, tossing it lightly in her palm, exclaiming, "This onion is truly a remarkable catalyst for tears. My eyes are swollen and sore, and I cannot seem to stop weeping." Xiao He interjected, "Do you feel no pangs of conscience for deceiving him so? What I have to feel guilty about?" Nanxing retorted as she retrieved some ice cubes from the refrigerator to soothe her swollen eyes. She said earnestly, "I clearly do not have feelings for him, yet you insist on creating some semblance of deep emotional value. Nonetheless, I am grateful to the system. Without it, I would not have been able to alter my tragic fate." Xiao He sighed. "Ultimately, you must maintain the persona of a deeply affectionate partner in front of Yunxiao. If that facade crumbles, you will face double punishment." Nanxing pouted, responding with annoyance, "I know. There is no need for you to remind me daily. It is quite bothersome." Having just endured a round of punishment to restore her figure, she was naturally more cautious and kept her nerves taut, vowing not to let her character slip. Chapter 42. The truth revealed. The two enjoyed a warm and harmonious late-night meal together. As they returned to their rooms, they stood at the doors of their respective rooms on the second floor. Adhering to the principle of fully immersing herself in the act, Nanxing shyly said, "Darling, I am accustomed to sleeping alone, so I apologize. Please give me a bit more time." Yunxiao approached her, stopping right in front of her, and gently ruffled her hair, speaking softly, "It's all right. I will wait for you." He is not a man driven by desire. Rather, he places greater importance on the bond shared between two individuals. Once the feelings stabilize, such matters will naturally come to fruition. "Thank you for your understanding, my dear husband." Nanxing revealed a radiant smile and said, "Good night, darling." At that moment, a hint of schadenfreude flickered within her heart, and her thoughts began to flourish. Floating words appeared above her head. Lu Jianan is so easy to deceive. Tonight, I truly excelled in my performance. Since Lu Jianan's return, this evening marked her most successful act of deception yet. "What are you looking at?" Nanxing waved her hand in front of his wide-open eyes. Yunxiao's slender, phoenix-like eyes widened in shock as he harshly warned, "Stay away from me in the future." "What's wrong?" Nanxing asked in bewilderment. "Why do you want me to keep my distance?" The man's face turned a deep shade of anger, his chest heaving violently, which, in the woman's eyes, resembled someone gravely ill. Nanxing raised her hand and placed it on his chest to calm him down. "Darling, do you have asthma?" "That can't be. I've never heard of you having such an ailment before, but the symptoms seem quite similar, as if you can't catch your breath." In the next moment, Yunxiao shook off her hand and warned with a dark, stern expression, "Nanxing, do your utmost to avoid my sight in this villa. Otherwise, I fear I may lose control and feel an overwhelming urge to strangle this pretentious woman who toys with my emotions." Upon seeing the words above her head that reflected her inner thoughts, he instantly felt like a fool for being duped by her crocodile tears. He sensed a profound humiliation and disrespect, his anger boiling over. In the business realm, he is known for his ruthless efficiency, a cold and unfeeling figure feared by all. Yet tonight, he found himself ensnared by this woman before him. "Diminish your presence." Yunxiao's voice resonated coldly. "Otherwise, I won't hesitate to expel you." With that, he turned and strode into the adjacent guest room, slamming the door with a resounding bang. Nanxing, startled, shivered and gazed perplexedly at the closed door, muttering in a hushed, furious tone, "What is his problem? Truly a tempestuous, mentally unstable scoundrel." "The system," Xiaohei chimed in, "Congratulations, little star, on successfully digging your own grave. Also, I wish you luck on your long and arduous path to win your husband back." Nanxing turned and entered her bedroom, plopping down on the sofa with her arms crossed, wearing an unhappy expression as she retorted, "You need to clarify what you mean by the path to win your husband. I've already noticed your issues. You must explain yourself today." The system, in its mechanical yet adorable voice, feigned ignorance. "What I mean is if you don't see Yunxiao, your affection points may diminish." As a system, it was currently intimidated by the woman, rendering its statements vague and uncertain. Alas, it would never reveal that it had upgraded to a romance system. Its current task was solely to facilitate the connection between Nanxing and Yunxiao. "Do you think I would believe that?" Nanxing coldly huffed. "Speak quickly. Why am I the one pursuing Yunxiao? You must be aware of my desire for a divorce." "The system," Xiaohei replied, "I am but a little cutie. There is no need to be so fierce with me. It's late and I must rest. Good night." "Xiaohei, do not feign ignorance," Nanxing seethed, striking the sofa with her fist in frustration. The following day, Nanxing arose at 5 in the morning to wash and dress, donning a delicate white dress. Once properly attired, she grabbed her bag and stealthily opened the door, peering out to survey the hallway and the door opposite hers. She distinctly recalled Lu's warning from the previous night, prompting her early rise to avoid the neurotic man. Seeing no sign of him, she slung her bag over her shoulder, adorned herself with a fisherman's hat and sunglasses, and descended the stairs with utmost caution. In the kitchen, Aunt Lee was preparing breakfast and cheerfully remarked, "Madam, you're up quite early today. Breakfast isn't ready yet. Please wait in the living room." Nanxing approached the kitchen, took a slice of bread, and bit into it, saying, "No need. I have a schedule today and must leave for the company early." Aunt Lee promptly brought her a cup of hot milk, insisting, "It won't hurt to wait a moment. Skipping breakfast is bad for your stomach. Drink this milk." "Thank you." Aunt Lee Nanxing accepted the milk, and, as she was about to take a sip, her keen ears picked up footsteps on the stairs. She hastily set down the milk. "I can't drink this. I'm in a hurry." Quickly, she grabbed 2 slices of bread and rushed to the entrance, swiftly changing in her white shoes, and pushed open the door. Striding out of the villa, once she donned her fisherman's hat and sunglasses, she hailed a taxi and arrived at Shengshi Entertainment half an hour later. Upon entering her manager's office, she found it too early for Sister Hua, who had yet to arrive for work. Thus, she settled on the sofa, passing the time with a mobile game. At 8 o'clock, the office of Shengshi Entertainment buzzed to life as employees arrived to clock in. Sister Hua opened the office door, slightly surprised how unusual. "You're here so early." Nanxing glanced up, then returned her attention to her phone, replying, "I've been here since before 6. You've become quite diligent," Sister Hua remarked with a smile. "That is a good sign." As she spoke, she placed a breakfast spread on the coffee table and inquired, "Since you arrived so early, you must not have had breakfast. I bought plenty. Let us eat together." "Sure." Nanxing readily accepted, as she hadn't had enough to eat that morning. After finishing breakfast, Sister Hua announced, "This morning, we'll head to the studio to finish filming the advertisement you started. No more antics, or the director will lose his temper." Nanxing nodded while perusing the script for her new drama. All right. In the afternoon, they would be taking promotional photos for the new series, Yunxiao Swordsman. Sounds good. She relished ancient costume dramas, not only for the thrill of portraying a heroic woman, but primarily because of the simplicity in costumes, which meant fewer changes in her appearance. As the second female lead, she only had 2 outfits throughout the entire drama. Unlike modern or period dramas that frequently change costumes, she found it bothersome. Around 10 o'clock, Nanxing emerged from the office, only to find her assistant Tang Luoluo waiting outside. "Sister Nanxing," Tang Luoluo greeted with a smile upon seeing her. "In truth, I do not require an assistant," Nanxing retorted, crossing her arms with an air of aloofness. "Otherwise, I might just recommend you to another artist." Since her debut, she had never employed an assistant, and the sudden presence of a clingy shadow made her exceptionally uncomfortable. Tang Luoluo pleaded, "Please, Sister Nanxing, do not dismiss me. My salary is covered by President Liu, so I won't be a burden. I know I may be clumsy, but I will strive to improve." Just then, the office door swung open, and Hua Jia emerged with a bag, glancing over to inquire, "What is the matter, Nanxing? You should hurry to the studio. Don't keep the director waiting." Tang Luoluo saw her as a savior. "Hua Jia, Sister Nanxing wants to fire me, but I truly need this job." Hua Jia raised an eyebrow and paused before suggesting, "Nanxing, why not keep her? President Liu is footing the bill. You can use her without any cost." Nanxing, however, remained indifferent and replied coolly, "Please introduce her to another artist. I will speak to President Liu about it." With that, she cast a glance at the timid Tang Luoluo and bypassed her, stepping into the elevator. Hua Jia offered some consolation. "Nanxing isn't a bad person, just a bit temperamental. Your personality might not be suited to follow her." At this, Tang Luoluo lowered her head, her eyes reddening. "But I will work hard. How about this?" Hua Jia pondered for a few seconds. "I have other artists. Let me introduce you to one of them. Wait for my call." "Okay, thank you." Hua Jia, Tang Luoluo expressed her gratitude before turning and leaving, head bowed. In the elevator, Nanxing maintained her indifferent facade, internally questioning, "Little Black, is this sufficient? Am I cold enough?" System Little Black replied, Yes, this development is ideal. Your recent malicious persona requires enhancement." Nanxing snapped back impatiently, "I know." Chapter 43. The idol's cooking gets caught in the act within the studio. The crew busy themselves in preparation for the upcoming shoot. Seated at the makeup station, Nanxing gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Her striking visage was adorned with exquisite makeup, and once completed, the stylist presented her with a simple yet elegant white spaghetti strap gown. "Sister Nanxing, you should wear this. It suits you perfectly," the makeup artist suggested. "Certainly." Nanxing nodded in appreciation. "You truly are a renowned stylist. Your eye for detail is exceptional, both simple and exuding purity." If she recalled correctly, this gown was a new piece from this year's fashion show, winning first prize. The designer was a talented young boy, and she was particularly eager to meet him to comprehend the true meaning behind this creation. Yet, the young man remained shrouded in mystery. No one knew his name, nor had anyone laid eyes upon him. The participant was simply referred to as the young man, while it was his assistant who tirelessly promoted and submitted his work. She walked to the dressing room, clutching her gown, and upon gazing into the mirror, felt an inexplicable connection between the dress and her own essence. This was not mere self-adulation. She genuinely sensed that the gown seemed tailor-made for her. Stylist Ji Weian scrutinized her with keen attention, eventually nodding in agreement, remarking, "This dress perfectly complements your aura. It exudes a pristine purity with a hint of allure. The young designer surely does not know you, does he?" She had witnessed numerous celebrities renting this gown for promotional posters, yet Nanxing was the sole individual who could embody a distinct, innocent feminine charm in it. Standing at 165 centimeters, the skirt gracefully brushed her ankles, its length and fit seemingly custom designed for her. Nanxing shrugged nonchalantly. "Perhaps it is just coincidence. I possess a fine figure, a natural embodiment of elegance. Haha." Sister Hua chuckled in resignation. "While that may be true, your admission borders on narcissism. Do temper it a bit." The director's assistant approached, exclaiming, "Sister Nanxing, are you ready? The director says we start filming in 5 minutes." Alright, yin Nanxing gripliet. Lifting the hem of her gown, her long, lustrous hair cascading down her back as she stepped into the makeshift set. Director, I am ready. We may commence filming. Upon hearing this, the director called out, all departments, prepare. 3, 2, 1, action. The director harbored a degree of displeasure towards Yin Nanxing due to her tardiness the previous day, which had caused her absence from the shoot. However, her excellent attitude today eased some tension, even if he remained somewhat perturbed. At noon, the endorsement shoot for the shampoo concluded. Yin Nanxing collapsed onto the sofa, disdainfully removing her high heels and slipping into flats. After standing for an entire morning, her smile had nearly frozen in place. Exhaustion threatened to overwhelm her. Sister Hua handed her a bottle of water, exclaiming, "You refuse an assistant, yet I serve as your manager while also accompanying you to various film sets." Performing the duties of an assistant, Yin Nanxing flashed a broad smile. "Thank you for your hard work. I adore you." Having grown accustomed to Sister Hua's companionship, and noting that Sister Hua had only one other lukewarm artist to attend to, she appreciated that Sister Hua was available to care for her on set. "You are quite sweet-tongued," Sister Hua laughed. "Having been with you for 3 years, we've formed a bond. As a friend, I shall overlook your antics." "I am so hungry," Yin Nanxing whined. "Sister Hua, you must treat me for lunch. I implore you." Sister Hua replied with a hint of exasperation, "You a superstar? Always mooching off your little manager. I earn nowhere near your income." "All right, I shall treat, as I am famished. What shall we eat?" Yin Nanxing could sit, clutching her growling stomach. "Who called out a hunger?" A magnetic male voice interjected. Both women turned to see Gu Juanza, clad in a white t-shirt and jeans, his tall figure standing a short distance away. Though his attire was simple and understated, it could not conceal the extraordinary aura that surrounded him. His handsome face wore a gentle expression, and he exuded a sunny charm. Yin Nanxing joyfully exclaimed, "Idol, what brings you here?" Gu Juanza placed the 6-tiered gourmet meal box on the table and replied with a smile, "I hurried over because I heard a beautiful lady was hungry." Sister Hua teased, "Oh dear, am I just a third wheel here?" To which Yin Nanxing, without hesitation, earnestly responded, "Sister Hua, weren't you planning to go out for lunch? Why wait? Off you go." "You prioritize romance over friendship," Sister Hua retorted, then leaned closer to whisper, "Don't forget, you are a married woman." "Understood, Yin Nanxing urgit. You should leave now. No need to rush back after lunch." Meanwhile, as the two conversed, Gu Juanza sat nearby, methodically unboxing the meal layers and arranging them on the table. Understanding her excitement at seeing her idol, Sister Hua refrained from further teasing and, after bidding farewell to Gu Juanza, departed with her bag. Yin Nanxing pulled up a chair to sit at the table and cheerfully asked Director Gu, "Are you not filming today?" Gu Juanza handed her chopsticks, his magnetic voice responding, "I have no shoots today. I just finished recording a variety show and thought I'd bring lunch to see you since I had some free time this afternoon." "Thank you, idol." Yin Nanxing, mindful not to appear overly ravenous, took a delicate bite of the dish and nodded in appreciation. It's delicious." "Which restaurant is this from?" Having dined at numerous upscale establishments and often able to guess their origins, she found the flavors of this meal delightful yet unidentifiable. "I cooked it myself," Gu Juanza said, placing a serving of stir-fried pork in her bowl, his smile warm and inviting. "So how is it? Is it tasty? You cooked this?" Yin Nanxing was momentarily stunned, but within seconds, her expression morphed into one of surprise and delight as she exclaimed, "This is the best dish I've ever had." Oh my, how fortunate she was, as a fan, to savor a meal prepared by her idol himself. What an unparalleled honor. Gu Juanza chuckled at her exuberance, saying, "Then do enjoy it more." Yin Nanxing nodded eagerly, yes, I will finish every bite." "Oh no, I meant we will finish it together." Unbeknownst to them, their interactions were captured by the curious staff in the studio, and within an hour, it soared to the top of trending topics. Meanwhile, in the office of the Lu Group, Yunxiao was clad in a stark black ensemble, from his shirt to his suit and tie, all perfectly coordinated in dark hues. He emanated a chilling aura, filled with an air of hostility, causing the temperature in the room to drop noticeably. The expansive office was shrouded in a somber atmosphere. Focused on his computer, Yunxiao diligently tackled company affairs, not taking a break all morning, immersed in high-intensity work. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, and his deep voice, devoid of warmth, commanded, "Come in." Yin Mo entered, cradling a stack of documents and carrying a lunchbox. President, here are the documents you requested, along with your lunch. Yunxiao accepted the files, perusing them with a frigid tone. I shall not eat. Take it away. Today, every employee at Lu Corporation, from top to bottom, distinctly sensed the chilling aura emanating from their president, causing them to proceed with utmost caution in their tasks, fearful of incurring his wrath. As the special assistant, Yun Mo worked directly under the president, navigating his duties with trepidation, ever wary of falling short. After a moment's pause, Yun Mo gently implored, President, you should really eat lunch. It is not good for your health otherwise. Yunxiao's icy gaze shot toward him, his voice cold as ice sleeve. The menacing look startled Yun Mo, causing him to lower his head and respond, Yes, President. He too managed to hastily finish his lunch. As the president had unexpectedly assigned a multitude of non-urgent tasks to all senior executives, demanding their completion before the end of the workday. And he was not spared from this burden. With the upper management bustling with fervor, it was evident that the lower-tier employees were overwhelmed with work. Yun Montag seid inwardly, realizing that the president's foul mood today meant everyone would suffer the consequences. He silently exited the office, lunchbox in hand. After a considerable time, Yunxiao set down the documents and grasped the mouse to switch on the computer. Suddenly, a piece of entertainment news popped up in the lower right corner of the screen. He would typically dismiss such trivial matters. Yet the trending topic displayed the names Nanxing and Yunxiao, capturing his unwavering attention. He clicked to view a video, revealing Nanxing and Yunxiao sharing a meal together in the photography studio. Yunxiao narrowed his phoenix eyes, his pupils constricting. Nanxing had never shown him such genuine expressions of joy, surprise, and a myriad of happy emotions. This was the second time he had witnessed such a smile. Meanwhile, in the photography studio, the two enjoyed their lunch with delight. Nanxing helped tidy up the lunchbox, smiling as she said, Thank you for the meal, idol. Internally elated, she maintained a composed demeanor, wary of appearing too forward. Yunxiao replied, If you enjoyed it, I can make it for you again next time. Nanxing shook her head with a smile. No need. You are so busy. I will find time, Yunxiao said, pulling a lollipop from his pocket. Here. Dessert after the meal. Thank you. Nanxing beamed as she accepted it. Today had been filled with delightful surprises. Having tasted a meal prepared by her idol and receiving a sweet treat from him brought her immense joy. She mused. Could it be that her idol had inquired about her fondness for sweets? Or perhaps he harbored feelings for her, lost in her reveries. She raised her head only to find her idol's stern expression, his demeanor serious and cold. Nanxing's joyful expression froze on her face. An ominous premonition stirring within her as she called out, Guingdi? As she observed him silently staring ahead, she followed his gaze, and, upon spotting the tall and striking figure not far away, she couldn't help but gasp. There stood Yunxiao, clad in a formidable black attire, his handsome face devoid of expression, his dark eyes radiating an undeniable sharpness. Mr. Lu, Nanxing furrowed her elegant brows, a forced smile tugging at her lips. What brings you here? Are you looking for me? Chapter 44. Bitten Yunxiao's expression remained impassive as his cold gaze fixed on the woman, commanding in a low voice. Come here. Desperately, Nanxing squinted, signaling him with her eyes, and humbly inquired, Mr. Lu, is there something you need to discuss with me? Above her head floated the thought, Lu, you rogue, what madness has gripped you? We are in a secret marriage, and there are others nearby. We must avoid arousing suspicion and not act overly familiar. The insufferable Lu, how could he not see my signals? The rumors swirling around have already painted me as your mistress. Please do not tarnish my reputation further. Yunxiao, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tension between them, calmly remarked. Nanxing, since Mr. Lu has business with you, I shall take my leave. Wait. Nanxing interjected hastily. Will you accompany me this afternoon for the costume fitting of the new drama? I would like to seek your advice on the performance techniques. This rare opportunity to be with her idol was not something she wished to squander, especially since she genuinely sought guidance from the acclaimed actor. However, Yunxiao, with a teasing smile, glanced at the cold-faced man in the distance. It seems Mr. Lu truly does have matters to discuss with you. He has no business. Nanxing turned, her gaze pleading as she smiled at the man. Isn't that right, Mr. Lu? We are not well acquainted. What could you possibly want? Her mind raced with thoughts. Please, Lu, do not ruin my romantic prospects. I have not betrayed you, merely nurturing potential. The thoughts above her head, which flickered in and out of existence, were all noted by Lu Yunxiao, further darkening his countenance. Damnable woman, can one nurture such a betrayal? He resolved to nip this in the bud. In a few strides, Lu Yunxiao approached the woman, his large hand grasping her arm roughly, yanking her from her seat. His gaze carried a clear warning as he spoke in a deep, cold voice. I have business with you. Come with me. Nanxing forced a smile. Tugging at her lips, Mr. Lu, if there's something to discuss, we can do so here. Is it that a relative of yours is a fan of mine? Seeking my autograph? Her thoughts were filled with, damn you, old man, eat dirt. I see through your intentions. Having often encountered her internal monologues of disdain, Lu Yunxiao had grown somewhat immune, knowing he possessed ample means to handle her. It concerns the future of my next generation. Lu Yunxiao cast a cold glance at Gu Junzi beside them, deliberately infusing his tone with ambiguity, his voice alluring. Are you certain you want me to discuss it here? Mr. Lu certainly knows how to jest. Nanxing's hand hung by her side, clenched into a fist as she resisted the urge to strike him. She turned to the silent man and said, Idol, let me resolve a trivial matter with him first. Please wait for me a moment. With that, she grasped Lu Yunxiao's hand and led him into the dressing room around the corner. After peering outside to ensure no one was following, she confidently closed the door. Turning around, Nanxing nearly collided with the man's chest. She tilted her head back and smiled. Husband, why are you so close? If you have something to say, just say it. Rather than retreating, the man pressed closer, his hands propped against the door behind her, effectively pinning her in place. And then he gradually leaned down toward her. Nanxing's smile froze, her body stiffened, and she dared not move. Her eyes wide as she stared at the man above her. Floating above her head were the words, Lu scoundrel, don't come any closer. Help! If you dare to kiss me, I'll bite you to death. Lu Yunxiao raised an eyebrow at the text hovering over her head, snorted softly, and leaned closer still. They were almost nose to nose, foreheads touching, and Nanxing could feel the warmth of his breath. Terrified, she held her breath, pressing her lips tightly together, her bright eyes blinking as she passively met his gaze, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. My next generation, Lu Yunxiao's deep voice drawled. Is this a trivial matter for you? Nanxing shook her head earnestly, her expression serious. Above her head, the words appeared. Lu scoundrel, could you please step back? I can't breathe. I'm going to suffocate. If you suffocate, I'll be left without a wife, Lu Yunxiao replied, casting an exasperated glance at the words above her. Hurry and breathe. Then could you step back a little? Nanxing's face flushed as she spoke weakly. The text floating above her read, This is life-threatening. Why can Lu scoundrel always guess what I'm thinking? In the next moment, her eyes widened in shock, and she felt a sharp pain on her lips, realizing that the man had bitten her. After a brief pause, he released her, rubbing his nose against hers, his breath dangerously low. Have you forgotten my warning? Nanxing blinked twice, her eyes filled with confusion as she gazed at him. Above her head, the words floated, Lu scoundrel, are you out of your mind? Why are you taking advantage of me? Oh dear, you've given me so many warnings. How could I remember them all? Lu Yunxiao smirked coldly. It seems you have forgotten. I wouldn't mind helping you remember. With that, he leaned down again, sealing her lips with his, this time biting with more force, carrying a hint of ruthlessness. Nanxing frowned, enduring the pain on her lips until both their mouths tasted the coppery tang of blood before he finally released her. In her mind, she heard the system's little black voice exclaiming, Wow, is this something I can see without subscribing? Oh dear, I didn't expect President Lu to be so skilled. And now, Lu Yunxiao's large hand encircled her slender waist, his tone ominous. Do you remember? I remember. In an effort to avoid being bitten, Nanxing's mind raced as she paused to explain. I have not betrayed you. Guingdi is merely my idol, and I hold no more than admiration for him. Above her, words floated in the air. Damn it, that dog of a man actually bit me. How infuriating. Lu Yunxiao disregarded the words hovering above her head, his expression impassive as he fixated on the crimson of her lips. His gaze darkened, and in a low, resonant voice, he intoned, And what else? Nanxing, striving to articulate her thoughts, eventually replied, Darling, I was merely worried that others might discern our relationship. I am always mindful of our secret marriage. So please do not be angry. Above her, the text read, My lips are so painful. That wretched man told me not to appear before him last night, and now he seeks me out today. What a hypocritical scoundrel. The two exchanged a silent stare. The man remained composed while the woman's eyes reflected panic. Within the confines of the narrow dressing room, an air of awkward tension enveloped them. After a moment, Yunxiao pushed her away, his handsome face cold and his voice devoid of warmth as he warned, "I advise you once more to maintain distance from all other men. Should there be a next time, I will ensure your banishment from the entertainment industry." With his status and power in the business world, a mere word from him could seal her fate. He adjusted the cuff of his impeccably tailored suit, casting her a disdainful glance before sneering casually, "Do not overthink it. I have no interest in you." He recalled how she had toyed with his emotions the previous night, considering his actions merely a small act of retribution, an eye for an eye. Without a backward glance, he strode out, leaving the dressing room behind. Nanxing, Yunxiao, immediately erupted in fury. She seized a pillow from a nearby chair and began pounding it against the wall with fervor, muttering under her breath, "That scoundrel! How dare he look at me with such disdain?" His words are the epitome of a cad, a typical man who takes advantage without accountability. May he trip while walking and choke on his drink. "He disgusts me." System Xiao Hei chimed in. "Little star, what did you feel when he kissed you?" Nanxing retorted angrily, "That was not a kiss. It was a bite. That wretched man is bound to trip as he leaves." Chapter 45. A public fall. As Yunxiao reached the entrance of the building, the scene from the dressing room replayed in his mind. Nanxing's lips were a delicate pink, sweet with the taste of strawberries. He recalled the lollipop she had been enjoying, which must have tasted just like that. Curious. He pondered when she had developed a fondness for sweets, realizing only now that he had never truly taken the time to understand Nanxing. As he continued walking, lost in thought, he suddenly slipped, crashing to the ground with a thud. His tall, statuesque frame fell forward, landing unceremoniously on the floor. Numerous employees entered and exited the lobby of Yunxiao Entertainment, all witnessing the strikingly handsome man fall in a most ungraceful manner. The crowd suppressed their laughter, none daring to approach due to the overwhelming awkwardness of the situation. Some recognized the man as the president of the Lu Corporation, rumored to possess a notoriously bad temper, which deterred anyone from offering assistance. It seemed best for the esteemed figure to resolve his own embarrassment, and thus the onlookers pretended not to see and hurriedly departed. Just then, Sister Hua returned from her lunch and, noticing the scene, kindly approached to inquire, "President Lu, are you all right?" As she reached out to help, the man had already managed to rise, though her hands brushed against the hem of his suit. Yunxiao, filled with rage, angrily shook her off, exclaiming, "Don't touch me." Startled, Sister Hua retreated a few steps, cautiously asking, "President Lu, did you sustain any injuries from your fall? Should I call Nanxing to accompany you to the hospital?" Aware of their concealed marital relationship, she speculated that perhaps he had seen something trending online and had come to the company in a foul mood, likely out of jealousy. "No need," Yunxiao replied, his voice laced with ire. "You are Nanxing's manager, correct? Ensure she remains under close watch. If I catch her in close contact with any males again, I will have her blacklisted." He felt that nothing could be more humiliating than falling in public like this. It was truly a stroke of misfortune. "Yes, yes," Sister Hua, flustered, readily assured him. "Rest assured, President Lu, I will keep a close eye on her." In a final display of frustration, Yunxiao tugged at his tie and added coldly before departing, "If you fail in this, I will ensure you are blacklisted from the industry as well." With that, he left the Yunxiao Entertainment building in a state of disarray, his expression dark. Sister Hua, ever obsequious, called after him as he walked away, "President Lu, take care. I will certainly handle the matters you entrusted to me." Meanwhile, in the changing room, Nanxing vented her frustrations by pummeling a pillow, which she imagined was Lu, the detestable man. After releasing her pent-up emotions, she changed out of the dress she had worn for the advertisement and donned her own attire. Once she had composed herself, she opened the door and stepped outside. Fortunately, most of the staff in the studio had already left, and only a few had witnessed Lu's earlier entrance. Never mind, she thought. She was no longer concerned about their gossip. Let them speculate as they wished. After all, she was already embroiled in scandals, so it could hardly matter now. Spotting her idol still waiting, Nanxing approached him with an apologetic expression. "I'm so sorry for leaving you here alone for such a long time." Gu Juanza smiled reassuringly. "It's quite all right, but please refrain from calling me idol. Just use my name." "Juanza?" Nanxing hesitated. "Is that acceptable?" "Yes, certainly. Gu Juanza replied, handing her the half-eaten lollipop he had left on the table. Hurry and eat it, or it will melt away. All right. Yi Nanxing accepted the candy and sat obediently in her chair, savoring it. Gu Juanza observed her lips and curiously inquired, "What happened to your lips?" Instinctively, Yi Nanxing covered her mouth and blurted out, "A mad dog bit me." At this, Gu Juanza regarded her with a knowing look, his expression intriguing. "Is there a dog around here?" "It can't be, it's not Lu Yunxiao," Yi Nanxing interrupted him, her emotions flaring as her words slipped out before her mind could catch up. In the next moment, as she realized the implications of her words, it was already too late. Upon witnessing the man's teasing smile, Yi Nanxing helplessly rested her forehead on one hand, her face contorted in distress, wishing fervently for a crevice in the ground to swallow her whole. It was over. She could no longer face anyone, and her idol would undoubtedly overthink the situation. Yet, she felt a deep sorrow without the words to express it, silently praying that her idol would not abandon her affections. She recalled the last time they dined together, when her idol had expressed his desire to pursue her, though she had outright rejected him due to certain threats. At that moment, Sister Hua approached, setting down her bag with a smile. "Gu Yingshi, don't you have any engagements this afternoon?" Gu Junzi replied, "None." Sister Hua chuckled lightly. "Our Nanxing schedule is quite packed. I doubt she'll have time to chat with you this afternoon." It was a clear dismissal. Gu Junzi, maintaining a gentle demeanor, replied nonchalantly, "That's all right. I can accompany Nanxing as she rushes to her engagements. I'll just be by her side while she's busy." Yi Nanxing, filled with surprise, exclaimed, "Really? You can?" "Of course," he replied. "Thank you. After I finish my fitting photos, could you help me rehearse for my new play and offer some guidance?" She held high aspirations for the character of the second female lead, having found her role more appealing than that of the lead after reading the script. However, she feared her abilities might fall short, and should she fail to uphold the character, the audience's critiques would leave her feeling even more despondent than ever. Gu Juanza nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he gently assured her, "No problem." Yi Nanxing nearly lost herself in the warmth of his sunny smile, astonished by how down-to-earth and gentle her long-admired idol was in real life. Sister Hua, feeling overlooked, interrupted with discontent. You two had lunch together, and it was captured on video, trending online. Gu Juanza smiled and said, "That's wonderful. Trending is beneficial for both of us, a win-win situation." However, Sister Hua had more to articulate. "There is no however," Gu Juanza interjected, his tone still warm but his striking peach blossom eyes glinting with a warning. "Sister Hua, leveraging my popularity to elevate Nanxing's visibility is something you should know as a professional manager." Sensing the tension in the air, Yi Nanxing laughed lightly. "Sister Hua, what's wrong? Even I understand this. Juanza is helping me." Sister Hua's face darkened, realizing both their points were valid, leaving her momentarily speechless. Indeed, Yi Nanxing needed a positive, well-regarded artist to guide her, and Gu Juanza was an excellent choice. However, she couldn't report this to General Lu. Could this couple's discord not affect others? With that thought, Sister Hua pulled the woman aside, her demeanor serious as she asked, "Do you have feelings for Gu Juanza?" "Yes," Yi Nanxing replied candidly. "He is my idol, a role model for my acting career. His skills are truly worth emulating." She genuinely felt this way. Of course, if their relationship could progress further, that would be splendid. But it had to wait until after his divorce. "I just ran into General Lu. I assume he sought you out as well?" Hua Jie meticulously scrutinized her lips, and, with a shift in tone, teased, "Your lips are chapped. It wouldn't be a bite from CEO Lu, would it?" It seemed evident that CEO Lu was indeed feeling jealous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the time out of his busy schedule to visit Shengshi Entertainment in the middle of the day. Yi Nanxing turned her gaze elsewhere, retorting with irritation. "It's from a mad dog." Hua Jie raised an eyebrow, her expression one of understanding, elongating her words. "Oh, so that's how it is." Yi Nanxing tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and impatiently remarked, "So, what exactly did you bring me here to say?" Leaving Juanza hanging is quite rude. It was peculiar. Hua Jie had always been the most enthusiastic about matters of popularity. Yet today, after capitalizing on some fame, she seemed less than supportive. Hua Jie shrugged and explained, "CEO Lu, your husband, instructed me to keep an eye on you. No close contact with any males is permitted. I'm sure he has warned you as well." Yi Nanxing bit her lip in resignation, huffing, "I figured as much. You must have been coerced by him." Hua Jie did not hide her agreement, nodding. Therefore, for the sake of both our futures, I implore you to cooperate. No matter how much admiration you have, please maintain your distance from Gu Juanze. Understood, Nanxing replied through gritted teeth, her expression radiating defiance. Your husband is dashing and charming, wealthy, handsome, fit, and powerful. I've heard countless heiresses wish to marry him. Hua Jie remarked with a perplexed expression. Yet, you seem rather indifferent. Ye Nanjing Sukofud, het, tonebiting, indifferent. I am utterly enamored with him. After saying this, she could not help but internally criticize those naive young girls who, oblivious to Lu's true nature, were enchanted by his impeccable appearance and status. Hua Jie shook her head in resignation. CEO Lu is indeed jealous. He was so angry that he stumbled while walking. He even fell in front of the company building. Upon hearing this, Nanxing's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? Indeed, I witnessed it myself. Puffed. Nanxing could not contain her laughter, exclaiming, I hope he wasn't hurt. That's so unfortunate. Your husband fell. Hua Jie questioned, puzzled by her apparent joy. Nanxing quickly composed herself, her expression shifting to one of concern. Did he sustain any injuries? Oh no, I need to call him a check. As she spoke, she headed towards the empty dressing room, her steps lightened by an uncontainable joy. Hua Jie watched her retreating figure, utterly bewildered. Was Nanxing happy or worried? Shaking her head in exasperation, she turned back to the sofa to engage in conversation with Gu Juanze. After all, Gu Juanze was an acclaimed actor with a notable family background who had helped boost her artist popularity. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to show him a sour face. Nanxing slipped into the dressing room, dialing the man's number, a smile uncontrollably gracing her lips. She lamented the missed opportunity to witness Lu's public embarrassment. Recalling her earlier wish for him to trip, she was astonished that he had truly fallen. She couldn't help but exclaim, my mouth is truly remarkable, ha ha. No sooner had her voice faded than a mechanical female voice emanated from her phone, indicating that the call had been rejected. System Xiaohei. Warning, warning. It has just been detected that Lu Yunxiao's level of affection towards you is nearly non-existent, which is quite detrimental for you, and your emotional value is also diminishing. Nanxing. Chapter 46. The troublesome little uncle in the afternoon. Sister Hua accompanied Nanxing to another film crew for the costume fitting, and Gu Juanze followed closely behind. In the makeup room, after an hour of transformation by the makeup artist and stylist, Nanxing emerged before everyone. Clad in a black outfit reminiscent of an ancient heroine, her hair styled in a high ponytail, exuding an air of gallant elegance. The director of this historical fantasy drama was a man in his 30s, known for his stern demeanor and discerning eye. However, upon seeing Nanxing's overall look, even his notoriously critical gaze could find no fault. Director Ji nodded in satisfaction, his expression serious as he remarked, You are well suited for the role of the second female lead. With that, he turned and left, offering no further compliments. Considering that Director Ji rarely praised anyone, such words were a significant affirmation for Nanxing. Nanxing beamed widely, exclaiming, It's the first time Director Ji has complimented me. She had previously collaborated with this director, but that experience had been rather unpleasant, as he had criticized numerous aspects of her acting, nearly leaving her feeling despondent. Sister Hua, equally surprised, scrutinized her from head to toe, stating, This look indeed fits the description of the second female lead as both valiant and beautiful in the original novel. After reading the script and searching for the original story online, she felt that Nanxing was a perfect fit for the role, which led her to accept it. Gu Juanze's lips curled into a gentle smile, his voice soothing as he said, Congratulations, gaining Director G's recognition is no easy feat, Nanxing replied with a smile. Thank you. I'll head off to take the promotional photos now, and will return to seek your advice on acting later. With a wave, she dashed into the photography studio to join the main creative team for a group photo against the green screen, followed by individual promotional shots for each cast member. After the group photo, Nanxing seated herself on a nearby chair, waiting her turn. Following the completion of the lead actress's photos, it would be time for her own. After watching for a while, she tugged at the corner of the outfit worn by the actress portraying the third female lead and inquired Cici, Why haven't I seen the actor playing the male lead? If the male lead was absent, then the earlier promotional group photo would have been in vain, and they would likely need to reshoot. Cici glanced towards the door and nodded her chin, saying, Look over there. He has just arrived. Nanxing turned to see who it was, and upon recognizing the newcomer, her eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, Lu Xiqing. At the entrance stood a tall figure clad in a white ancient costume, exuding an ethereal air reminiscent of a refined gentleman. From a distance, the man had a fair complexion, a face like polished jade, and strikingly sharp eyebrows. At that moment, he was greeting others, his casual demeanor contrasting sharply with his extraordinary attire. Indeed, Cece remarked, perhaps his appearance is rather intricate, which explains his late arrival. To my astonishment, he has been cast as the male lead. As she spoke, Nanxing rapidly flipped through the script in her hands. After turning several pages, her gaze fixed upon a startling revelation. I have a kissing scene with him. What shall I do? Why must the male lead engage in a romantic scene with a female supporting character? What are the writers thinking? Why has the author arranged it this way? Throughout her 3 years in the industry, she had always inquired about the identity of the male lead or supporting male actor before accepting a new role. As long as Lu Xiqing was involved, she had resolutely declined even the most outstanding scripts, thus avoiding any intimate scenes with her brother-in-law, which would be exceedingly awkward. Recently, her life had been thrown into disarray by Lu Xiqing's various troubling behaviors. In a moment of carelessness, she had forgotten to inquire about the male lead's identity. Just as she was lost in thought, Lu Xiqing approached with an enchanting smile, playfully requesting, Sister Cece, could you please switch seats? I would like to sit here. Unlike his brother, Yunxiao, who exuded an air of aloofness, he knew how to leverage his physical charm and charismatic personality to win others over. He adeptly navigated social interactions, especially with women, often adopting a playful demeanor that endeared him to many. No matter where he found himself, he effortlessly thrived. Cece was immediately captivated, nodding eagerly as she rose. All right, dear brother, you may sit here, but you must express your gratitude by taking a photo with me later. Absolutely. Once filming concludes, I will seek you out, Lu Xiqing replied, donning a historical wig. He tossed his head, brushing aside a stray lock of hair, and then casually plopped down into the chair. Brother-in-law, Lu Xiqing cheekily called out. Shoo! Nanxing exclaimed, startled, as she playfully smacked his arm in annoyance. Keep your voice down. Your brother and I are in a secret marriage. Do not speak so carelessly. She had anticipated this response. Her brother-in-law was indeed a source of frustration. Lu Xiqing's handsome features displayed a carefree attitude as he shrugged, declaring, what is there to fear? If you ask me, you should just openly declare your marriage to my brother. He found the concept of his brother and sister-in-law's union perplexing, believing that she should assert herself more and not merely acquiesce to his brother's whims. Otherwise, she would never truly capture his heart. Nanxing glanced around, noting that the staff and other actors were engrossed in their tasks, oblivious to their conversation. She felt a slight sense of relief. In a hushed tone, she confessed, I fear your brother might throttle me. Trust me, proceed with boldness. Lu Xiqing replied, nonchalantly crossing his legs with a mischievous grin. With Grandpa around, my brother wouldn't he dare to harm you. He understood his brother all too well, outwardly cold and distanced, yet inwardly a brooding romantic. He believed that unless his sister-in-law took the initiative, their relationship would remain stagnant. Nanxing raised an eyebrow and shot him a disapproving glance. How old are you now? It seems your rebellious phase has yet to pass. This boy was the epitome of a troublemaker, stirring up chaos in her life. But she was certainly not one to rebel. Moreover, she harbored intentions of divorce, and a clandestine marriage suited her perfectly. Lu Xiqing's starry eyes shifted slightly as he playfully blinked at her, leaning in with a charming demeanor. Sister-in-law, we are both 25. Nanxing gritted her teeth inwardly, realizing this fellow was doing it on purpose, incessantly calling her sister-in-law just to provoke her more. Call me Sister Nanxing. She corrected him. If you don't change how you address me, be careful or I won't let you off the hook. The circle was well aware that Lu Xiqing's elder brother was Lu Yunxiao, the president of the Lu Corporation. If he continued this manner of address, others would not need to ponder long to deduce their relationship. If the truth were to be revealed, not only would she not spare him, but Lu Yunxiao would also not let his younger brother off lightly. In such a scenario, this reckless lad would be in for a mixed reprimand from both his elder brother and sister-in-law. Lu Xiqing shook his head defiantly. You and I are the same age. I refuse to call you sister. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly turned and leaned closer to her. Nanxing was startled, leaning back in alarm and warning him, what are you doing? Maintain your distance. or your brother will thrash you. Unfazed, Lu Xiqing smiled mischievously. My brother doesn't tea like you. He won tea care. For now on, I shall call you Little Star, all right? Nanxing pressed her lips together, glancing around at the onlookers who had begun to murmur about their postures. She dismissively replied, Fine, call me whatever you wish. Just sit properly and don't stay so close. I still prefer to call you sister-in-law, Lu Xiqing replied, adjusting his posture to create some space while flashing a roguish smile. The paparazzi captured our flirtatious pose. What? Nanxing looked around in panic. Is that true? The paparazzi are truly insidious, even infiltrating the studio. What is there to fear? Lu Xiqing laughed nonchalantly. You willingly accepted the rumors surrounding you and the esteemed Gu. Why worry now? I fear your delusional fans will tear me apart. Nanxing retorted sharply. You have too many brainless fans. In contrast, Gu's fans were particularly rational, not meddling in the star's private life. Suddenly, Nanxing recalled something, glaring at the smug man. So, you did that on purpose. Lu Xiqing's handsome face broke into a carefree grin. What better way to generate buzz for our upcoming film than to stir up rumors? If you don't understand this, you're wasting your time in the entertainment industry. Fuming, Nanxing ground her teeth. Lu Xiqing, if your brother comes to settle the score, you deal with it. I'm not getting involved. In a single day, she had become embroiled in rumors with two major male stars of the industry, and fans from each camp would undoubtedly hurl insults in the comment section of trending topics, potentially inciting a fan war. However, this did not concern her. After 3 years in the industry, she had developed immunity to slander and could not care less. Yet, Yunxiao was not one to be trifled with. He had come specifically to reprimand her at noon, and now, with rumors swirling around his younger brother, she could only imagine what he might think of her, and that damned affection value. Xiaohe had warned her that as Yunxiao's fondness for her diminished, so too would her affection value plummet. She could sense that the system's mode had inexplicably changed, yet as Xiaohe remained reticent, she was apprehensive of the system's penalties and could only be led along helplessly. Lu Xiqing smirked, diverting the conversation. Little Star, we have a kissing scene in the play. He was particularly eager to witness his brother's jealous reaction. Given that the relationship between his brother and sister-in-law was stagnant, he felt compelled to stir the pot a bit to assist them. Nanxing's expression darkened as she sighed. I will speak to the director about removing the kissing scene. Your brother forbids me from participating in it. And word has spread in the industry that I am your brother's lover. You must have heard about it. The character she portrayed as the second female lead was the white moonlight of Lu Xiqing's male lead. The intimate scenes were few, with the two kisses being the most intimate. Thus, she believed that removing them would not significantly impact the plot. She sensed that Lu Xiqing was acting strangely today, constantly flirting with her, and she needed to devise a suitable explanation for Lu Zhanman before returning home. As she was lost in her thoughts, a wave of cheers erupted, drawing her attention. The source of the commotion was Gu Juanza, who was accompanied by a small assistant carrying an array of beverages and elegantly packaged pastries, distributing them to the crew. The assistant announced loudly, Everyone, thank you for your hard work. This afternoon tea is courtesy of Emperor Gu. Subsequently, a chorus of gratitude arose from the staff and actors. Thank you, Emperor Gu. Are we not borrowing the light from Sister Nanxing? Lu Xiqing disdainfully curled his lip, saying, Little Star, trust my keen intuition. He undoubtedly has feelings for you and wishes to pursue you. You must remember to reject him at all times. Nanxing replied nonchalantly. Oh, okay. Her mind was preoccupied with how to explain the situation to Lu Zhanman, but every excuse she conjured was dismissed. Ultimately, she resolved to speak the truth, regardless of whether he believed her. She felt exhausted just thinking about it. Blaming the system for the complications, having a deep affection value, was one thing. But now she had to contend with an inexplicable favorability value as well. Maintaining both values would surely cost her countless brain cells in the days to come. Chapter 47. Tension in the air. Gu Juanza approached her with a drink in hand, offering it to her gently. Nanxing, I consulted Sister Hua about your preferences and bought you your favorite mango sago. Nanxing smiled as she accepted it. Thank you. However, the moment she held it, it was snatched away by the man beside her. Lu Xiqing, with a mischievous grin on his handsome face, remarked, Emperor Gu, you are so biased. I also adore mango sago. I shall have this. As he spoke, he inserted a straw into the cup and began to drink flamboyantly. That is quite rude. Gu Juanza's composed countenance shifted. Indeed, your courtesy is lacking. Lu Xiqing retorted sarcastically. There's a term on the internet called central air conditioning, which aptly describes someone like you. He felt it his duty to protect his sister-in-law, for he feared not the thief but the one who covets. By the time his aloof older brother realized what was happening, his sister-in-law might have already been whisked away. Nanxing hurriedly intervened, smiling. It's fine. I can drink something else. Having concluded her remarks, she promptly withdrew from the tumultuous battleground, seeking refuge beside Gu Juan's assistant, who was stationed nearby. The assistant, having yet to distribute the remaining beverages, arranged them neatly on the table. Upon seeing her, he eagerly said, Sister Nanxing, feel free to select your preferred flavor. Nanxing casually picked up a cup of pearl milk tea, sipping it as she inquired. Is it true that your esteemed actor Gu and Lu Xiqing are not on amicable terms? As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards the two men nearby, who were locked in a silent duel of wills. The assistant glanced at them and replied, Sister Nanxing, the rumors of a rift between Zhe Gu and Chun Gu have long circulated in the industry. Haven't you heard? It seems I am rather uninformed. Nanxing took another sip of her tea, her curiosity piqued. Do you know whose martial prowess is superior? Fortunately, given their inherent animosity, any potential conflict would bear no implications for her. Surely, no tabloid journalist would fabricate a story suggesting their altercation stemmed from a rivalry over her. To avoid any association with these two rumored suitors, she wisely distanced herself from them. Both are quite formidable, the assistant contemplated before adding. Zhe Gu practices Taekwondo and has attained a black belt, while Chun Gu is skilled in combat. If it were to come to blows, they would likely be evenly matched. At that moment, the promotional photo shoot for the lead female character concluded, and it was time to capture the promotional stills for Nanxing's portrayal of the supporting female role. The photographer sent someone to call her to prepare, announcing that shooting would commence in 5 minutes. Observing the continued silent exchange between the two men, she mused that if looks could kill, they would have perished countless times in each other's eyes. She truly could not fathom the depth of their animosity. After all, they were peers in the entertainment industry. Was it really necessary? Keep an eye on them, Nanxing cautioned her assistant anxiously. If a fight breaks out, you must call for help immediately. After finishing her promotional stills, the focus would swiftly shift to capturing the male lead, Lu Xiqing's photographs. She believed that a confrontation between the two was unlikely in the immediate future, yet it remained prudent to ensure her assistant was vigilant, just in case. Understood, Sister Nanxing. The assistant nodded in affirmation. Nanxing set down her milk tea and approached the green screen backdrop, adorned in a costume befitting a heroic maiden. Following the photographer's directives, she struck several dynamic poses that embodied the essence of her character for the shoot. Meanwhile, the two men in the resting area continued their intense stare-down, creating an atmosphere so charged that no one dared to approach within a meter of them. Their discord was common knowledge, and most in the circle preferred to keep their distance, for both men hailed from formidable backgrounds that commanded respect. Gu Juan's usually gentle visage was now frosty, and after a brief pause, he asked, Why do you always oppose me? Lu Xiqing, lounging languidly in his chair, presented an outwardly carefree demeanor. However, a glimmer of sharp intelligence flickered in his eyes, making him a force to be reckoned with. With a scoff, he retorted, I simply cannot abide you. I won't interfere with your pursuits of others, but when it comes to Nanxing, that is non-negotiable. He was already aware that his sister-in-law idolized Gu Juan's, yet he suspected that Gu Juan's intentions were far from merely romantic. Why is that so? Gu Juan's turned his gaze towards the woman standing gracefully in front of the green screen, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, I must admit, I quite like her. Damn it. Lu Xiqing abruptly rose to his feet, unable to contain his agitation as he bellowed, Don't stare recklessly, or I'll poke your eyes out. Gu Juanza withdrew his gaze, meeting the irate man's eyes with an indifferent expression, and replied with a smile. Your brother doesn't fancy her, so I'm hardly stealing anyone's beauty or disrupting a marriage. Lu Xiqing regained his composure and retorted with a cold smirk. You seem to know quite a bit. He was not surprised. After all, someone like Gu Juanza always had a purpose behind his actions and would undoubtedly conduct thorough investigations beforehand. With a knowing smile, Gu Juanza replied, You can't stop me. Besides, if your brother is indifferent, what significance do you hold? With that, he turned and walked away, positioning himself beside the photographer. Gazing at the woman with a gentle demeanor, a a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as if praising her during the shoot. Meanwhile, Lu Xiqing, incensed, kicked over a nearby table and chair, spilling a glass of mango sago all over the floor. His assistant, Sun, rushed over, fanning him while advising Brother Cheng. Calm down. Let's not stoop to his level. You always lose these verbal sparrings. He just knows how to provoke you. Lu Xiqing's expression darkened as he snapped. Stop fanning me. I'm not hot. Quickly set the chair back up. I need to sit. Sun hastily righted the chair, saying, Brother Cheng, sit down and take a breather. It'll be your turn for the stills soon. The more Lu Xiqing thought about it, the angrier he became. He fished out his phone from deep within his costume and dialed his brother's number. After 2 beeps, it connected, and Lu Yunxiao's cool voice came through. What's the matter? Brother, Lu Xiqing elongated the syllable, helplessly adding, sister-in-law is currently with Gu Juanze. I know, Lu Yunxiao replied in his characteristic indifferent tone. Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. I'm busy. Aren't you worried? Lu Xiqing asked, bewildered. He was truly in awe of his elder brother, who seemed utterly unconcerned about being cuckolded. But upon reflection, it didn't add up. If he didn't care, why would he prohibit his wife from filming kissing and bed scenes? This had circulated through the circle. Others mistakenly believed she was his mistress. Yet he showed no intention of clarifying. She's a grown woman. She won't get lost. What do I have to worry about? Lu Yunxiao replied coolly. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Hey, brother. Lu Xiqing exclaimed urgently, but received no response. He stared at the phone, now disconnected, and sighed in frustration. An hour later, after finishing her promotional shoot, Nanxing approached the man with a smile, saying, Juanze, my work for today is complete. Gu Juanze handed her a bottle of mineral water, his voice warm as he said, Go change your clothes. I'll take you out for dinner and share some acting techniques with you. Okay. Nanxing replied cheerfully, making her way to the changing room with a spring in her step. As she approached the dressing room, Lu Xiqing unexpectedly intercepted her, pulling her into a corner without uttering a word. His expression was one of urgency as he whispered, Sister-in-law, you should return home at once. I must inform you, my brother is quite upset. Whether or not his elder brother was genuinely angry was uncertain, but he sought to exacerbate the situation, ensuring that she would not rendezvous with that cad, Gu Juanze. Indeed, a look of panic crossed Nanxing's face. All right, I will change and head home immediately. The anger of Lu's despicable brother directly impacted the system's assessment of her affection and emotional quotient. A decline in these metrics would result in her facing severe repercussions. It seemed prudent to forego her date with her idol and return home to soothe that insufferable man. With that thought, she hurried to the dressing room, swiftly shedding her costume and donning the ethereal white gown she had arrived in. Lu Xiqing sauntered over to Gu Juanze, playfully whistling and speaking in a tone only they could hear. Little Star will not be going out with you. She is going home to be with my brother, so you might as well not wait. After flaunting this information, he turned and made his way towards the green screen backdrop, entering the filming mode. Moments later, Nanxing approached with her bag in hand, her demeanor a touch sheepish as she said, Juanze, I'm sorry, I have prior commitments tonight. Perhaps we can reschedule? Next time, dinner is on me. Gu Juanze maintained his composure, responding gently, It's no trouble at all. Allow me to give you a ride. No, that's unnecessary. Sister Hua will drive me. Nanxing replied, pausing to add, Thank you for accompanying me throughout the day. It was nothing, Gu Juanze said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Once they exited the studio, Sister Hua drove her back home to Villa No. 9. As Nanxing alighted from the car, she waved goodbye to Sister Hua. Sister Hua, farewell. Sister Hua rolled down the window, cautioning her, Make sure to explain the trending topic to President Lu, so he doesn't misunderstand. Otherwise, if he is upset, it could jeopardize your career. Upon entering the garage, Nanxing noticed the absence of the Qian that her husband frequently drove, surmising that he had yet to return. Turning, she approached the front door and pressed her finger to the fingerprint lock to gain entry. Once inside, she changed into slippers at the entrance and made her way to the living room. Aunt Lee presented her with a glass of juice, saying, Young mistress, please have some juice. After taking a sip, Nanxing inquired, Aunt Lee, have you not yet prepared dinner? I was just about to start. Only raplia. That's wonderful, but you can leave it to me tonight. You can cook, young mistress? Aunt Lee asked, surprised. Nanxing snapped her fingers confidently, declaring, I can prepare some simple dishes. Though they may not be as delectable as yours, they are certainly edible. With that, she headed to the open kitchen, retrieving various vegetables, eggs, and pork from the refrigerator, eager to showcase her culinary skills. In her idle days, she had perused numerous simple recipes online. Following the steps should pose no challenge. When Yunxiao returned home, he was immediately greeted by the woman. Nanxing eagerly accepted the suit jacket from his hands. Darling, you're back. You must be tired today. Above her head, words appeared. Whoa, I feel so insignificant. She handed the jacket to the housekeeper Li, instructing her to have it cleaned. Subsequently, she retrieved a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet, crouching down to assist her husband in changing into them. However, Yunxiao stood still, his handsome face displaying indifference as he said, You need not do this. He had not asked her to demean herself. Her feelings of inferiority were her own. Rising to her feet, Nanxing tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, smiling sweetly as she replied, All right then, you can change into the slippers yourself. With that, she turned and headed to the kitchen to serve the dishes on the dining table. The system, Xiao Hei, chimed in, Little star. It has just been detected that Yunxiao's affection for you has dwindled to merely 10%. This directly affects your persona of deep affection, and your emotional value has halved. You must strive harder. Chapter 48. Reasonable analysis at the dining table. Nanxing attentively served him a helping of tomato scrambled eggs. Darling, get a try. These 4 dishes are all new recipes I've learned. Yunxiao, with an expressionless face, took a bite of the dish she had offered. Moments later, he furrowed his brow and stated seriously, Why does it taste like chicken droppings? Nanxing, teach me how you manage to cook something that tastes like excrement. Nanxing chuckled softly, her voice gentle. Darling, you're just joking. How could it possibly taste like that? Above her head, words appeared. That despicable Lu, seriously mocking me. It infuriates me. Maintaining her composure, she picked up a piece of egg, only to reveal a grimace the moment it touched her palate. Yet she forced herself to swallow it. Above her head, words appeared. Alas, there is indeed a taste reminiscent of chicken droppings. But why does it taste like this? Darling, please try the shredded pork with green peppers, Nanxing offered, attempting to please him. I assure you, this one tea tastes foul. Yunxiao, with a cold demeanor, took a bite but spat it out moments later, expressing disdain. It has a fishy flavor. Then try the braised eggplant and stir-fried cauliflower. Nanxing added the 2 dishes to his bowl, her voice lacking confidence as she suggested, These should be fine. No need. Yunxiao placed his chopsticks down, his expression indifferent. If you cannot cook, do not waste ingredients. I never demanded that you must excel in cooking. Nanxing lowered her head in disappointment, her voice pitiful. I just wanted to prepare a meal for you. Above her head, words appeared. If it weren't to please you, I wouldn't demean myself like this. That despicable Lu. Not only does he remain ungrateful, but also mocks me. Yunxiao cast a fleeting glance at the incessantly appearing words above her head, a self-deprecating smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Were it not for the insight into her thoughts conveyed through those words, he might have genuinely been swayed by her seemingly pitiful demeanor. He stood up and, with a cold voice, remarked, There is no need for such meaningless gestures in the future. As his words faded, he strode out of the restaurant, ascending the staircase to return to his study on the 2nd floor. At that moment, a ringtone pierced the air. Yunxiao halted, swiping to answer. Hello, Xiaoning. On the other end, Xining's tearful voice emerged. Brother Yunxiao, I've rear-ended someone's car. I don't know what to do. Tell me the address, Yunxiao replied, turning back down the stairs, his tone grave. Don't cry. I'll be there shortly. He reached the entrance, changed his shoes, and just as he was about to open the door, an inexplicable urge compelled him to glance back. There stood a gentle-looking woman. Their eyes met. Nanxing parted her lips, about to speak, but the man, expressionless, turned away and exited, denying her a chance to utter a word. Moments later, the sound of a departing vehicle echoed outside the villa. Nanxing stood still, shoulders slumped, sighing, Xiao Hei, have I not been humble enough? Has my affection and devotion not increased, even a little? The system, Xiao Hei replied. Your affection remains at 10%, but your devotion has dropped to 40%. What should I do? Nanxing murmured, her head bowed in despair. I truly do not know how to rectify this. The system responded, I can only wish you good luck. After a pause, Nanxing lifted her head, a spark igniting in her eyes as she smiled. I just overheard his phone conversation. He must be going to find Ning. I'll confront him, and hopefully, in a fit of anger, he'll demand the documents back from Grandpa, firmly pushing for a divorce. Then I shall be free. The system interjected, but no buts. Nanxing interrupted. There's no stipulation against arguing in a devoted persona. She was determined to seize this opportunity, to showcase her professional acting skills, crafting a scene that embodied both humility and deep emotion. Thus, Nanxing made her way to the living room, picked up the phone resting on the table, and dialed the man's number. "Hello, husband," she cooed sweetly. "Where have you been?" Given Lu Yunxiao's character, he surely would not lie to her. She had to seize this opportunity. She needed to be both dramatic and disruptive, presenting a stark contrast to Ning's understanding demeanor. Surely, Lu Yunxiao, if not utterly foolish, would discern which type of woman he wished to spend his life with. Ning has had a car accident. Lu Yunxiao, driving, connected via Bluetooth. His expression impassive. "Do you have something to say?" "Ah, she had an accident." Nanxing, fine surprise. Urgente laging, her voice. "Is she okay?" "I don't know. I haven't arrived yet." "Then please share the address. I'll rush over to help." Lu Yunxiao's deep voice was curt. "What are you planning to do?" Nanxing protested. "Husband, how can you think that of me? I genuinely just want to help," likely wishing to avoid further conversation. The man quickly provided an address before hanging up. Hee. Nanxing snapped her fingers, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. "Lu Yunxiao and his white moonlight, brace yourselves." She grabbed her bag and fisherman hat, exchanged a quick greeting with sisterly, and hurriedly exited the door to hail a taxi, heading straight for her destination, the bustling midsection of Xingyang Road. Sitting in the driver's seat, Ning hesitated to step out of the vehicle. The car that had rear-ended her was occupied by a burly man, who approached her window and tapped gently. With red-rimmed eyes, Ning rolled down the window and, trembling with fear, pleaded, "Big brother, my boyfriend is on his way. Please wait a moment." The owner of the rear-ended car, surprisingly reasonable, nodded in agreement. The two drivers maneuvered their vehicles to the roadside, clearing the thoroughfare, and soon the previously congested road returned to normal traffic flow. About half an hour later, a Kian pulled up beside them. Upon seeing the man emerge, Ning burst into tears, flung open the door, and ran into his embrace. "Yunxiao," she sobbed softly. "I was so scared." "It's all right. Everything is fine." Lu Yunxiao gently held her shoulders and pushed her back a little. "Stay aside. I will handle this." After assessing that the girl was unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, inexplicably, Ning threw herself back into his arms, her tear-streaked face pressed against his chest, her arms encircling his strong waist, clinging to him desperately. Trembling as if still in shock, she cried, "Yunxiao, I was so scared. When the crash happened, I feared I would never see you again." Lu Yunxiao was not skilled in offering comfort, and with her still clinging to him, he reluctantly pulled out his phone and dialed his assistant, Yun Mo, to handle the aftermath of the accident. "Stop crying," he said, his expression impassive, his tone somewhat brusque. He felt a peculiar annoyance rising within him, a sensation distinct from when Nanxing embraced him. As he glanced down at Ning, who was clinging to him, his brow furrowed in confusion. Yun Mo soon arrived, leading the other driver to a nearby corner to discuss the next steps. Meanwhile, Lu Yunxiao stood by the roadside, gently patting the sobbing girl in his arms, providing her with silent comfort. After a while, a taxi pulled up not far away. Nanxing paid the fare and rushed toward the embracing couple. She stopped a short distance from them, her expression shifting to one of utter shock, her right hand pressed against her heart. In an instant, she was swept into a dramatic performance, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "Husband, you." The remainder of her words faltered, her hand covering her mouth, her bright eyes misting with tears. At that moment, she embodied the role of a wife who had caught her beloved husband in a compromising situation, radiating a profound sense of pain and betrayal upon witnessing him embrace another woman. In the dimly lit atmosphere of the unfolding drama, Xiao Xingxing, with her increasingly refined acting skills, immersed herself so deeply in her role that even the strands of her hair seemed to embody her performance. If it weren't for her evident intentions, Lu Yunxiao might have been deceived by her portrayal. He gazed steadily at the woman preparing to act nearby, unfazed by the theatrics, his expression a mask of indifference as he stood there, emotionless, not even attempting to distance himself from Ning. Seeing that both Lu and Si remained unperturbed, Nanxing, feeling a surge of indignation, stepped forward and forcefully extricated the girl from the man's embrace, casting her aside. "How could you do this behind my back?" she cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Yunxiao, my love for you is unwavering. Why do you treat me this way?" In a bid to convey the depth of her sorrow, she chose to forego her sunglasses, allowing her strikingly beautiful face to be exposed, unmasked, to the world. Yet, atop her head rested an oversized fisherman's hat, twice the size of her usual headwear, a precaution against being photographed by paparazzi. Only those who ventured close would catch a glimpse of her features. In the following moment, Yunxiao took a couple of leisurely steps aside and settled beneath a towering tree by the roadside, his tall form leaning against the trunk with a languid grace. A smirk danced upon his lips as he crossed his arms, observing the unfolding scene with an air of detachment. "What have I done to you?" he asked, feigning ignorance. Dressed in tailored black trousers and a white shirt, his collar slightly unbuttoned, revealing the elegant contours of his collarbone, he tilted his head back slightly, the movement accentuating the alluring prominence of his Adam's apple. Against the backdrop of autumn's gentle breeze and the occasional falling leaves, he epitomized the archetypal handsome protagonist from a campus romance novel. A playful and devil-may-care smile graced his striking visage, leaving Ning, who stood nearby with reddened eyes, momentarily mesmerized. It felt as though she had been transported back to their school days, where the charming Yunxiao had captivated her with his aloof allure. Time seemed to rewind to his university years, when he was the campus heartthrob, handsome and captivating yet distant. In that tender age of burgeoning emotions, a youthful Ning was drawn in by his presence the moment she first laid eyes on him at the Lu residence, a lasting attraction igniting within her. Now, at the age of 23, her infatuation with the now mature and refined Yunxiao remained unquenchable. However, due to his marital status and her father's constant reminders, she was compelled to stifle her feelings, relegating her affection to the confines of secret admiration. Yet Nanxing was unfazed by the man's undeniable allure. Her anger boiling over as she retorted, "I ask you again, why do you dare to turn the question back on me? Is there justification for your infidelity?" Yunxiao's demeanor remained calm, his deep voice resonating with an untroubled air as he replied, "I do not acknowledge any infidelity." His tone was casual, as if engaged in a mundane conversation with his wife, his expression devoid of turmoil. "I saw it with my own eyes," Nanxing exclaimed, hands on her hips, her voice a mix of fury and grievance. "Do you still dare to deny it?" Above her head, thoughts manifested as words. "What is happening? Nan is deviating from the expected script. The development of the plot is worlds apart from my imagination. Did you witness it with your own eyes? An embrace?" Yunxiao smiled faintly, his deep voice floating lightly. "My embrace with Ning is merely that of friends." "I don't believe it." Nanxing huffed, bluntly expressing her thoughts. "I want a divorce. I refuse to wear a green hat." After all, her affection was sincere. It was the betrayal of that scoundrel man that led to the divorce, and the system had no grounds to punish her. The words above her head danced. "Look at what this scoundrel Lu has said. Indeed, it is the language of a cad. Just a single word, friends. And he thinks he can deceive me? Not a chance." Yunxiao, who could see the words above her head, chuckled helplessly, realizing that since his little wife enjoyed the performance, he had no choice but to play along. Being labeled a scoundrel was a reluctant act on his part. Ning stepped forward, addressing the woman. "Sister Nanxing, please don't misunderstand. I was the one who fell into Yunxiao's embrace. As you must have seen, his hands were resting at his sides. He did not embrace me." Nanxing, determined to reach a conclusion, shoved the girl away, accusing her. "Don't think I'm unaware of your feelings for Yunxiao. Spare me the theatrics. System Xiaohei. Oh dear little star. You are too deeply immersed in this role." Nanxing maintained her angry demeanor, silently replying, "Since Lu Jianen won't argue with me, I cannot perform this solo act alone. I must redirect my focus." Ning stumbled back, nearly falling. Her delicate appearance elicited sympathy from anyone. She managed to steady herself, her voice trembling. "Sister Nanxing, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. You can hit or scold me, but please do not blame Yunxiao. He is innocent." "Your words are quite eloquent," Nanxing remarked sarcastically. "Let me enlighten you. That is what we call the White Lotus rhetoric." "I'm not, Sister Nanxing. Please don't be so aggressive." Ning sobbed, her voice choked. Let us not argue by the roadside and escalate matters. It won't benefit your relationship with Yunxiao? Oh, really? Nanxing retorted. You're taking the blame upon yourself to highlight my unreasonable behavior, attempting to elicit sympathy from my husband. So he perceives me as willful and eventually abandons me for you. Am I correct in my analysis? Above her head, words pulsated. When did Si Ning become such a white lotus, albeit a novice one, her level far too low? Under the grand tree, the composed and calm Lu Yunxiao nodded after hearing the woman's words, acknowledging the validity of her analysis. He lifted his gaze, his eyes sparkling with amusement as they rested on her, brimming with approval. Si Ning turned to the man, tears streaming down her face. Yunxiao, Sister Nanxing is misunderstanding me. I truly do not mean what she claims. Lu Yunxiao ignored her and instead walked to Nanxing's side, wrapping his arm around her slender shoulders. Looking at her with a smile in his eyes, his tone brooking no refusal. Let us go home. Nanxing was taken aback, looking up at the man, bewildered. Huh? Home? Just like that? Indeed, what else could it be? Lu Yunxiao chuckled softly, raising his hand to gently pat the top of her head, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. You silly, I'm hungry. Let us head home for dinner. Wait a moment. Nanxing adjusted her fisherman's hat that had been knocked askew, her demeanor shifting to one of indignation. You have been unfaithful. I want a divorce. Above her, words appeared in the air. I performed so well. How can this scoundrel remain unmoved? If it ends like this, wouldn't it be a waste of my acting skills? Let us go. Lu Yunxiao glanced at the words floating above her head and sighed. Let us go home for the meal you prepared. You said it was unappetizing. Nanxing pouted. I threw it all away. Then make a new batch. Lu Yunxiao wrapped an arm around her as they walked towards the car. As they spoke, they arrived at the front of Qian. Lu Yunxiao opened the passenger door and gently ushered the dazed woman inside. He bent down to fasten her seatbelt with care before shutting the door. He then strode around the front of the car and settled into the driver's seat, driving away. Meanwhile, Si Ning stood rooted to the spot, her gaze fixed on the receding vehicle, utterly stunned. Time passed slowly as the sky darkened. Yin Mo approached her and asked, Miss Si, it's all settled now. Can you drive, or would you like me to take you home? Si Ning, looking rather unwell, hesitated before replying, No need, I can manage on my own. She moved her stiff legs towards her own car, opened the door, and sat inside. The tender scene of Lu Yunxiao with Nanxing lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. She suddenly realized that Yunxiao also possessed a gentle side, but it was solely reserved for Nanxing. Chapter 49. I adore this vibe in Villa Number 9. Nanxing, her mind in a whirl, was led inside by the man. Above her, the words danced. Oh my, why is this happening? Woo-woo. Yet another failed divorce attempt. Lu Yunxiao grasped her wrist, guiding her into the kitchen with a commanding tone. Put away your fanciful thoughts and focus on cooking. I'm starving. Nanxing lowered her head and murmured, Didn't you say my cooking was terrible? Perhaps I should just call Aunt Li to prepare a meal for you. As she turned away, Lu Yunxiao seized her, pulling her firmly into his embrace. He leaned down, his gaze fixed on her, a teasing smile gracing his lips. I want to eat what you make and see just how you manage to infuse the taste of chicken droppings into scrambled eggs and tomatoes. Nanxing clenched her fists at her sides, her expression maintaining a practiced smile as she nodded. All right, then you can watch. With that, she took a few steps back, turning to the refrigerator. She opened the door and retrieved 2 tomatoes. After rinsing them in the sink, she placed them on the cutting board and awkwardly began to chop them with a knife. Above her, words sprang forth. That detestable Lu scoundrel, that dog of a man. The things he says are not deeply hurtful, but are profoundly insulting. It drives me utterly mad. Lu Yunxiao leaned against the side, casting a sidelong glance at the words above her head, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he casually remarked, Nanxing, I wager you are cursing me in your heart right now. Not at all. Nanxing replied earnestly, lifting her gaze. I'm still in love with you. How could I possibly curse you? The text hovering above her head read, No, that's not right. The matter of his infidelity has been brushed aside. This cannot stand. Lu Yunxiao, Nanxing declared, slamming the kitchen knife onto the cutting board with a thud, her anger palpable. You haven't clarified your relationship with Si Ning yet. You shall not evade this. The system chimed in, Little star, I have detected that Lu Yunxiao's affection for you has risen to 20%. Continue in this manner. Upon hearing this, Nanxing raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that the man appreciated this kind of banter. It seemed he did not favor submissiveness. That made things much easier. Lu Yunxiao's handsome face bore an open expression as he said, I made myself quite clear by the roadside. Yi Nanxing, hands on her hips, retorted fiercely, you did not clarify at all. I saw her hugging you, so it's divorce. I found your fierce confrontation with Si Ning rather cool. Your arguments were quite reasonable, Lu Yunxiao said, disregarding her words and speaking for himself. In the next moment, he strode up to her, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek. With a playful smile, his deep voice laced with tenderness, he added, therefore, you must always remain clear-headed. Vanquish the White Lotus and safeguard your husband. But you truly have nothing with Si Ning? Ye Nanjing could sit on feigning sort of. If your heart belongs to her, please tell me plainly. I will agree to the divorce and then quietly live alone with my love for you until my days are done. The text above her head flashed. I shall not be lonely. I will pursue younger men and relish the joy of a May-December romance. Oh, Lu the scoundrel. How could you not mention divorce? Clearly, Si Ning is more suited to you than I. Lu Yunxiao glared at the words above her, urging, hurry up and cook. I am starving. Yi Nanxing lifted her chin defiantly, stating, I shan't cook anymore. I wouldn't want to turn the eggs into something foul. The words above her danced. Humph, you disdain my cooking? If you have the skill, why don't you try making something yourself? Lu Yunxiao playfully flicked her forehead, chuckling. I will cook. You can watch and learn properly. Yi Nanxing rubbed her forehead where he had flicked her, retorting, just cook without flicking my forehead. As they spoke, Lu Yunxiao skillfully chopped vegetables, cracked eggs, lit the stove, and added oil, each movement a testament to his culinary expertise. The system chimed once more. Little star, Lu Yunxiao's affection for you has risen to 50%. Excellent, excellent. This is a good sign. Keep up the great work. Ye Nanjing rolet, is mentally responding. This scoundrel indeed seems to enjoy this dynamic. I suspect he has a penchant for masochism. He does not appreciate my previous compliance, yet he revels in our conflicts. In the dimly lit kitchen, Xiaohei, the system, mused that Lu Yunxiao likely perceived her resistance as more genuine compared to her feigned demeanor. At that moment, Lu Yunxiao gently guided her to stand before the stove, wrapping his arms around her from behind. His voice a soft murmur. I shall teach you to cook step by step. Ensure you remember the process. The warmth of his breath made Yi Nanxing instinctively withdraw her neck, suspecting that this man might be taking advantage of her once more. Would you like to stand aside and direct me? Yi Nanxing's cheeks flushed as she remarked, You're too close. I feel a bit warm. I have taken your suggestion to heart, Lu Yunxiao replied, his tall frame enveloping her from behind, his hands delicately encircling her slender waist. He leaned down, his cool lips grazing her ear as he spoke in a husky tone, Yet I shall not heed it. Yi Nanxing was taken aback, her thoughts swirling. What absurd logic. This man is indeed shameless, making his advances seem so natural. Cooking, Lu Yunxiao interjected, playfully flicking her forehead and commanding, Do not let your mind wander. Oh, Yi Nanxing shifted closer to the tiled edge of the stove, awkwardly inquiring, Should I add the eggs? Indeed, Lu Yunxiao leaned in, their bodies fitting together seamlessly. His voice restrained yet firm, Do not move restlessly. He then wrapped his arms around her, holding her delicate hands as they commenced the silent dance of making scrambled eggs with tomatoes, never releasing her grasp throughout the process. After a little over 10 minutes, a fragrant and visually appealing dish was ready, and together they plated it while still holding hands. At that moment, Yi Nanxing's face was flushed with embarrassment. She squirmed and frowned. All right, hurry and let me go. Lu Yunxiao did not release her. Instead, he bent down, burying his handsome face in the crook of her neck. Inhaling deeply, the sweet scent of her enveloping him. Do you remember how to make this dish? He inquired in a low, husky voice. Yi Nanxing felt her legs weaken under his gaze, but his firm embrace kept her steady. With a defiant expression, she muttered, I remember, now let me go. Your belt is digging into me. Lu Yunxiao chuckled softly. You truly are a fool. Yes, I am a fool. Yi Nanxing struggled slightly, her irritation rising. Let me go. I'm so hungry, I want to eat. Above her head, thoughts flared. This infuriating man is taking too much advantage. After another half-minute, Lu Yunxiao finally released her. A smile gracing his lips as he said in a cool tone, You are my wife, legally, so this cannot be considered taking advantage. Yi Nanxing lifted the plate, raising an eyebrow at him. How did you know what I was thinking? I guessed. How could you guess so accurately? Because I'm not a fool. Nanxing rolled her eyes dramatically, and suddenly, upon inadvertently glancing down at a certain spot, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. A recollection of a particular phrase she had just uttered made her face, which had only just regained its composure, turn an even brighter shade of red. Stamping her foot in a mix of embarrassment and indignation, she exclaimed, Yunxiao, you perverted rogue. With that, she grasped her plate and swiftly exited the kitchen. Yunxiao maintained his calm demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips as he watched her retreating silhouette. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, suppressing a surge of heat within him. Moments later, he emerged from the kitchen, carrying 2 bowls of rice and a set of utensils. In the dining room, Nanxing placed a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes onto the table and, still fuming, plopped down into her chair. Her exquisite face was flushed with color. Even the tips of her ears were bright red. Yunxiao entered, setting the bowls and utensils before her. Let's eat, he said, before gracefully seating himself on the opposite side of the table, calmly partaking of his meal as if nothing had transpired. The more Nanxing pondered the situation, the angrier she became. She slammed her hand on the table, declaring, I refuse to dine with a perverted rogue. With that, she stood to leave, but her progress halted abruptly at the sound of his voice behind her. Come eat, Yunxiao said, his tone laced with a hint of menace. If you don't want to be thoroughly consumed, you'd best behave. Fine, I'll eat, she retorted, her face a picture of defiance. Resuming her seat, she picked up her chopsticks and began shoveling rice in her mouth. Across from her, Yunxiao regarded her with an unreadable expression, disdainfully advising, eat more slowly. With her mouth full, Nanxing glanced away, chewing angrily. After swallowing, she remembered to take some vegetables. As she placed a bite of scrambled eggs with tomatoes into her mouth, she paused, unable to suppress her delight. Delicious, she exclaimed, an inner thought manifesting above her head. This man has some skills. The flavor of the scrambled eggs is truly delightful. Yunxiao, catching sight of the words hovering above her, felt a twinge of pride. If you find it tasty, make sure to eat plenty, he encouraged softly. Nanxing, feeling a mix of pride and mischief, replied, of course, I shall eat more. After all, I cooked this myself. With that, she poured half the plate of food in her bowl, concocting a rice dish topped with scrambled eggs, and began to devour it ravenously. Their dining styles presented a stark contrast. Yunxiao set down his utensils, his captivating eyes fixated on her rosy lips. Memories of biting her in the dressing room earlier that day flooded his mind. After a long moment, he narrowed his eyes and, in a serious tone, instructed Nanxing, after dinner, brush your teeth. Why should I brush? She retorted. Although she intended to brush her teeth later that evening, she found herself unwilling to comply with his request, feeling an unexpected surge of rebellion against him. Yunxiao curved his lips into a mischievous smile, pausing momentarily before brazenly declaring, I intend to steal a kiss from you shortly. I hope it does not taste of tomato and egg. Uffed. Nanxing unintentionally spewed a mouthful of rice. Yunxiao frowned, casting an irritable glance at the table now littered with grains of rice scattered by the woman's sudden outburst. He rose to his feet and commanded, ensure you clean up after you finish eating. With that, he exited the dining room, ascending to the second floor. Ordinarily, he would retreat to his study to attend to work after dinner. However, this evening, upon reaching the second floor, he altered his course, returning to his secondary bedroom, donning a bathrobe, and stepping into the bathroom for a shower. Downstairs in the dining room, Nanxing wore a troubled expression, muttering, has Lu the scoundrel entered a phase of lust? The system, Xiaohei, chimed in, perhaps he has developed feelings for you. I refuse to believe that, Nanxing retorted, taking another bite of her meal. She huffed, as a system, you lack an understanding of men. Allow me to enlighten you. This is merely lust at first sight, clearly drawn to my beauty. Chapter 50. I refuse your refusal. Later that evening, after finishing her meal, Nanxing returned to her main bedroom on the second floor. The first thing she did was lock the door securely before she felt at ease to slip into her sleepwear and enter the bathroom for a shower. Half an hour later, having finished her shower, Nanxing donned her sleepwear and used a hairdryer to dry her hair. Feeling refreshed, she exited the bathroom, intending to retire early for the night in preparation for an early morning schedule. Just as she lay down on the bed, a knock echoed from the door. She buried her head under the covers, feigning ignorance and delaying her response to the door. After a moment, a cool voice emerged from the other side, unwavering and flat. Nanxing, open the door, or I shall retrieve the spare key, and then things may become complicated. At this, Nanxing shot up in bed, her annoyance prompting her to rake her fingers through her long hair. Fuming, she slid out of bed, donned her slippers, turned on the light, and approached the door to open it. In an instant, she switched to a charming smile, embodying her romantic persona. "Hello, darling. What brings you here at this late hour?" Yunxiao pushed past her, entering the room with a stoic demeanor. He settled himself on a long sofa, his expression unchanging as he succinctly instructed, "Come here." At that moment, the man, clad in a black bathrobe, had it partially undone at the chest, revealing his fair skin and well-defined muscles, radiating an overwhelming aura of masculinity that could easily induce a nosebleed. The system, Xiaohei, cautioned, "Little star, while maintaining your affectionate persona, avoid coming across as overly contrived. It may adversely affect Yunxiao's perception of you." Upon hearing this, Nanxing placed her hand to her forehead, feeling a headache coming on as she inwardly replied, "This is quite challenging." She approached the man and sat beside him, attempting to disregard the allure he exuded. With a pout, she lamented, "What is it that you want?" Yunxiao turned his gaze slightly towards her, extending his hand, his fingers deftly playing with her cascading hair. He spoke softly, "Nanxing, have you noticed that you seem to have gained weight recently?" "What? Is that true?" Nanxing's expression shifted to one of immediate concern. She rose and walked to the electronic scale positioned in the corner, stepping onto it and anxiously watching the numbers flash. The next moment, she exclaimed in despair, "Heavens! I have genuinely gained 2 pounds. For an actor, especially one who is enamored with beauty, gaining 2 pounds feels akin to accumulating 20. Come sit beside me." Yunxiao said with a confident smirk, his demeanor languid. "I have a method to help you shed those 2 pounds swiftly." "What method?" Nanxing invited eagerly, making her way to the sofa to sit beside him. "Do tell." With a teasing smile, Yunxiao replied, "A little-known fact, kissing can aid in weight loss." "So, Nanxing, let us kiss." At his words, Nanxing's expression immediately soured. She pouted, lowering her gaze as she softly declared, "I refuse." This was a genuine refusal. There was no need for her to feign compliance against her will, especially since men despised such pretense. Any insincerity would be easily detected, diminishing their fondness for her. Yet, a bit of pretense now and then would suffice. After all, constantly pretending could become exhausting. "I refuse your refusal," Yunxiao said with earnestness, then grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. A playful smile graced his lips as his deep, alluring voice asserted, "Will I take the initiative, or shall you?" "I do not wish to kiss you," Nanxing retorted angrily. "But I do." Yunxiao's expression turned icy, his lips curling upward as he commanded, "You must cooperate." The system chimed in, "Little star, it appears he particularly enjoys your rejections. I've just detected that his fondness for you has risen to 80%. Nanxing." The words hovering above her head read, "Oh dear, how utterly speechless." The system continued, "Little star, hurry. Given Yunxiao's extraordinary handsomeness, how can you possibly resist? This is contrary to your infatuated nature." Yunxiao cast a glance at the words above her head, his cold gaze fixated on her as his tone turned stern. "I lack the patience for this. Be quick." What was there to be speechless about? He was being so forward. Did this woman possess no sense at all? Nanxing pursed her lips, her face clouded in despair. "I will take the initiative." "Then hurry and kiss me." "Wait a moment. I do not wish to wait." "Then close your eyes." Nanxing felt had karajvane. Memories of her past life flashing through her mind, where the man had been cold and indifferent towards her. With a sigh, she pleaded, "Would you please close your eyes?" Resigned to her fate, she thought, after all, it was just a kiss. She had been an actress for over 3 years. This was merely part of her craft. Enough with the chatter, Yunxiao said as he encircled her slender waist with one arm, the other hand cradling the nape of her neck. His deep voice resonated as he declared, "I cannot wait any longer." With that, he leaned in, capturing her soft pink lips, closing his eyes as he savored the kiss. Nanxing was taken by surprise, yet for some reason that evening, images from the original storyline flooded her mind, of how cold and unfeeling Yunxiao would become towards her in the future. Initially, she had resolved to disregard her feelings, intentionally ignoring those thoughts, which allowed her to interact amicably with the man before her. However, this evening, when he bestowed upon her a kiss that was truly profound, it stirred within her memories of the tragic scenes from her dreams, scenes that depicted her own grim demise, all attributed to this very man. Although, with the aid of the system, she had escaped unscathed and had evaded the original narrative, she could not shake off the haunting images that lingered in her mind after awakening. Witnessing the man's cold-hearted demeanor towards her, juxtaposed with the horror of her death, inflicted upon her a pain akin to personal experience. Perhaps sensing her distraction, Yunxiao withdrew his lips, yet kept her firmly in his embrace. As he glanced down and noticed the tears brimming in her eyes, his heart quivered. He furrowed his brow, gazing intently at her, and in a gentle tone inquired, "What troubles you? Have I frightened you?" It was the first time he had witnessed such sorrow in Nanxing's eyes, an expression not feigned for theatrics, but rather an authentic manifestation of despair and anguish. With tears spilling forth, she tilted her head back, blinking rapidly, and shook her head in response, "I'm fine." Tenderly, Yunxiao used his thumb to wipe away the tears from her cheeks. His voice was heavy with concern as he asked, "What has truly transpired?" "I merely wished to kiss you. I did not intend to frighten you to tears. I assure you, I'm all right." Nanxing signified, halting her tears and leaning into his warm embrace, her cheek resting against his chest. She feigned weariness, murmuring, "I'm so tired. Once I fall asleep, please carry me back to bed." "Of course," Yunxiao replied, his voice subdued. Her unexpected behavior left him momentarily bewildered, yet he tightened his hold around her once more, resting his chin atop her head, inhaling the fragrant scent that enveloped her. Nanxing closed her eyes, behaving obediently in his embrace, though she had initially thought she would not truly fall asleep. Yet, as she inhaled the clean, pleasant aroma that belonged to him, fatigue soon enveloped her, and she found herself drifting off in his arms. Before her consciousness faded entirely, she murmured a reminder, "Once I am asleep, you must leave and sleep in the guest room." Yunxiao chuckled softly, his deep voice soothingly affirming, "Very well, sleep soundly." With his reassuring response, Nanxing could no longer resist. Her mind grew hazy, and she soon succumbed to slumber. As he felt her steady breathing, indicating she had fallen asleep, Yunxiao did not immediately carry her back to bed. Instead, he held her a little longer, reluctant to part. The night deepened. Gently, he lifted her horizontally and, with long strides, approached the nearby large bed. He laid her down softly, carefully covering her with a light blanket, and then quietly tiptoed out of the room, softly closing the door behind him. After completing everything, Yunxiao returned to the adjacent guest room, lying on the large bed and closing his eyes in contentment. It felt as though the warmth and fragrant essence of a woman still lingered in his embrace, allowing him to drift into a blissful slumber. The following morning, Nanxing awoke to the sound of her phone alarm, reaching for a mobile device on the bedside table to silence it. With bleary eyes, she sat up, running her fingers through her long hair. After a moment of stillness, she gradually returned to consciousness, involuntarily recalling the events of the previous night, the kiss she shared with the man, and the warmth of his embrace as she fell asleep. After a long pause, she lowered her head, devoid of vitality, her expression flat and emotionless, softly murmuring, "Yunxiao, you will never comprehend the depth of the pain you have inflicted upon me." The system, Xiaohei, sensing her desolation, quickly interjected, "Little star, please do not despair. Life still holds promise. You have always been optimistic and cheerful. Do not succumb to such negativity." It felt a pang of guilt after granting Little Star a second chance at life. Why must it awaken her to such painful memories? Not only awakening her, but also compelling her to relive the original plot's experiences and conclusions through dreams. Regret washed over it. It was to blame for not having upgraded sooner, being a mere substandard system, now upgraded to a love system. It was determined to bring the two together, engineering Yunxiao's fondness for Nanxing to cultivate their relationship. Although aware that deceiving Little Star against her was wrong, it felt it had no other choice. Time passed, and with the sun rising, light streamed through the sheer white curtains, casting a warm glow into the bedroom. As a golden ray illuminated the woman seated on the bed, her oppressive mood began to dissipate. Nanxing composite herself, lifting her head and managing a light smile as she said, "Xiaohei, rest assured, My vitality is resilient. She tucked her cascading hair behind her ears and continued with a smile. If I cannot live joyfully, it would be a disservice to your intentions of wanting to save me. Xiao He sighed in relief, its mechanical yet endearing voice replying. It is wonderful that you feel this way. Nanxing rubbed her sleepy eyes, threw off the thin blanket, put on her slippers, and walked into the bathroom to freshen up. After completing her morning routine, she sat at her vanity, applying only skincare products without makeup, preparing to step out in her natural beauty. Even if she wore makeup, she would have to remove it upon arriving at the set, where the makeup artist would apply her character's makeup. With her flawless, fair skin and abundant confidence, she preferred to go without makeup, often stepping out with a bare face. Dressed in a long, lavender gown, donning a fisherman hat, sunglasses, and a bag, she opened her door and stepped out of her room. Just as she closed the door opposite swung open, revealing a man clad in a perfectly tailored black suit that accentuated his tall, elegant figure. His handsome face bore a gentle expression as he gazed at her, softly saying, Nanxing, good morning. Good morning, Nanxing replied, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Without hesitation, she took a step forward, and, as she reached the staircase, an irritable voice from behind interrupted her. Yunxiao gazed at the woman as silhouette, and, with a hint of arrogance, expressed his dissatisfaction. Nanxing, as my wife. Shouldn't you wait for me to descend together? With a soft sigh, Nanxing turned around, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, I have been waiting for you. Come over here. Yunxiao, with an air of superiority, commanded, hold my hand. Very well. Nanxing felt as though she were appeasing a child and reluctantly made her way back. Upon reaching him, she tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with mirth, and said, Yunxiao, don't be so childish so early in the morning. After speaking, she lowered her head and took his right hand with her left. Looking up with a teasing tone, let us go, young Master Lu. Yunxiao tightened his grip on her delicate hand, a smile curling at the corners of his lips as he gently said, let us go downstairs for breakfast. With that, he led her forward. Their hands intertwined as they descended the stairs, only releasing each other's hold once they reached the dining area, where they sat down to enjoy their breakfast. Chapter 51. Preparing for kissing scenes with my younger uncle in Hongdian, Nanxing paid her taxi fare and stepped out, making her way towards the film set. Today marked the commencement ceremony for the new drama Yunxiao Swordsman, in which she was cast as the second female lead, a role that required her early presence as part of the creative team. At the ceremony, all the lead actors gathered, and after the formalities concluded, they took a group photo together. Subsequently, the staff responsible for the official Weibo account announced the cast and outlined the promotional efforts to follow. Seizing a moment of respite, Nanxing approached the director and expressed her desire to eliminate 2 kissing scenes with a male lead from the script. Director Ji, with a serious demeanor, promptly rejected her request, stating, no, those 2 kissing scenes are crucial. They reflect a poignant love story from the male lead's past. One scene depicts their youthful affection, while the other signifies the cruel twists of fate and separation. I would prefer to use a body double, Nanxing replied, her expression troubled. In any case, I cannot perform those scenes myself. That is not permissible. Director G's voice carried a hint of irritation. You have been in this industry for 3 years. Haven't you heard that my productions do not allow body doubles? He was known for his serious approach to directing, maintaining a firm stance that no matter how renowned the actor, they must perform their own stunts in his films. It was common knowledge within the industry that if one wished to act in Director G's projects, they must be prepared to fully engage, regardless of the difficulty. Then I shall use an alternative angle, Nanxing insisted, knitting her brows. It's merely a kissing scene. Using an alternative angle would not affect it. While it might have been manageable with other actors, the male lead was Lu Xiqing, her own younger uncle, making it impossible for her to overcome her mental block. She truly could not comprehend why the editor had arranged for the male lead and the second female lead to share a kiss. It seemed profoundly unfair to the female lead. Director G's expression darkened, and he retorted without mercy, do you truly wish to act? If not, we can terminate your contract. At that moment, Lu Xiqing approached, observing the situation. What are you two discussing? Nanxing, did you upset Director G? Director G expressed his stance. Those 2 kissing scenes are absolutely non-negotiable, and no substitutions will be allowed. Therefore, you must either perform earnestly or take your leave at once. Lu Xiqing raised an eyebrow and chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. Director G, do not take offense. Women are often impulsive and short-sighted. Leave this matter to me, and I assure you it will be handled appropriately. Director G replied, Very well, I entrust it to you. With that, he departed to attend to other matters. Seeing that there was no one else around, Nanxing sighed and called out, Little brother-in-law. Lu Xiqing instantly bounded over like an eager puppy, grinning widely. Here I am. Sister-in-law, how do you wish to handle this? Nanxing shot him an exasperated glance. Simply perform normally. Lu Xiqing settled into a chair, nonchalantly crossing his legs, embodying the carefree demeanor of a privileged heir, and replied with a casual smile. When my brother finds out, just tell him it was a substitution. Hee. It would certainly make Big Brother envious. This plan is quite clever. When it comes time to film that scene, I shall discreetly call him. This is no longer a concern pertaining to your brother. Nanxing, adorned in an ancient heroine's attire, stood before him, raising her prop sword with an air of defiance. It is I who do not wish to perform the kissing scene with you. Why not? Lu Xiqing queried, pinching the approaching sword with 2 fingers, shrugging. What about me is unworthy of you? My appearance is no less appealing than that of my brother, the Ice Prince. Nanxing rolled her eyes and sighed. I genuinely admire the role of the second female lead. Thus, I shall strive to overcome my psychological barriers. With that, she turned to leave, intending to explore the nearby scenery. Lu Xiqing called out softly behind her, Good luck, my dear sister-in-law. In the next moment, Nanxing spun around and casually tossed the prop sword in his direction. Lu Xiqing adeptly dodged, brushing aside the tousled strands of hair from his forehead, exclaiming, Your aim is surprisingly accurate. Does Big Brother really dislike such a fierce and beautiful sister-in-law? To confirm his suspicions, he sought out the director. With his silver tongue, he charmed the director into rescheduling the 2 kissing scenes for today as filming. Director G, unable to withstand his persuasive charm, ultimately acquiesced to his request. Upon learning this news, Nanxing stormed over to where the man was getting his makeup done, shouting furiously, You're behind this, aren't you? You seem intent on causing chaos. Her outburst startled the makeup artists, costume designers, and the entire crew of Lu Xiqing. Everyone thought to themselves, Oh no, the audacious Nanxing has returned. They had assumed that Nanxing had mellowed recently, but little did they know she was brewing an even greater storm, daring to confront Lu Xiqing so boldly. However, upon reflecting on the rumors circulating in the industry, it seemed that Nanxing may not fear the elder Lu. As whispers suggested, she had an affair with him. Lu Xiqing offered an apologetic smile to those around him before pulling the fiery woman beside him onto a chair. He gestured for the makeup artist, stylist, and the rest of the crew to step outside. Once they had exited, Lu Xiqing closed the door of the RV and sat down in another chair, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, Sister-in-law, please don't rush. Ye Nanjing, retorted angrily. I haven't even convinced myself to perform a kissing scene with you yet. With an unexpectedly serious demeanor, Lu Xiqing replied, As an actor, pressure is essential. It fuels motivation. I am merely assisting you. Perhaps you will achieve a new breakthrough in your craft. I suppose I should thank you. Nanxing raised an eyebrow and chuckled coldly. Ah, that is not necessary. However, do remember to chew some gum before the kissing scene, Lu Xiqing said playfully, tossing her a stick of gum from his backpack. Nanxing caught it, maintaining a stern face as she opened the packaging and popped a piece in her mouth. It's quite good, but this is something you must keep from your brother, she mused, considering that it would take at least a year from the completion of the drama to its airing. The longer they could keep it a secret, the better, as she feared that Lu Zhanan's fondness for her might diminish, severely impacting her heartfelt persona. Moreover, Lu Zhanan rarely watched dramas. He preferred financial news channels, so there was a chance he might not even see it when it aired, which offered her some reassurance. Lu Xiqing patted his chest confidently, assuring her, Rest assured, my greatest virtue is my discretion. I can keep a secret. Nanxing regarded him with skepticism, rolling her eyes before tossing the gum back to him, expressing her disdain. You should remember to chew some gum as well. With that, she rose, walked to the door, and exited the RV. An hour later, the crew relocated to a new filming location, a scenic woodland area on the outskirts. As the crew busily prepared for the shoot, Nanxing settled into the rocking chair that Sister Hua had thoughtfully arranged for her, diligently studying the script and rehearsing her lines. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a white figure. Curiosity piqued. She turned her head to see Lu Xiqing, clad in a flowing white costume, stealthily hiding behind a nearby tree. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she set down her script and quietly followed him. Meanwhile, Lu Xiqing concealed himself behind a centuries-old tree, ensuring it sufficiently shielded his form. He glanced around to confirm that the crew was preoccupied in the distance, oblivious to his presence in the tranquil surroundings. With a sense of relief, he retrieved his phone and dialed his brother's number. After a few rings, it was answered. Lu Xiqing spoke mischievously. "Ah, brother, you finally picked up my call." In his office, Lu Yunxiao frowned slightly and replied coolly, "What is it?" What did he mean by finally? This was the first call he had made today. His younger brother certainly had a flair for exaggeration. "I'm filming in Hongdian." "Isn't that a coincidence?" Lu Xiqing spoke with an air of fervent excitement. "What a coincidence!" Lu Yunxiao replied in a calm tone. "Guess," Lu Xiqing said mysteriously. "Beep, beep, beep." Lu Xiqing, alas, my elder brother simply cannot keep his composure. He lacks even a hint of mischief. He redialed the number, and this time, it was answered promptly. Lu Yunxiao's cool voice resonated. "You had better have something of significance to say. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to freeze your bank cards." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiqing refrained from jesting, speaking earnestly and swiftly. "I am in the same production as my sister-in-law. She plays the second female lead, and I am the male lead." Beep, 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 beep. Lu Xiqing. Indeed, my brother has no tolerance for idle chatter. Chapter 52. Even my mother-in-law would not recognize me after a moment of speechlessness. Lu Xiqing was about to redial when his phone buzzed incessantly with notifications about his bank cards being frozen. Goodness, his brother truly meant what he said. Accomplishing such a feat in such a short time could only be attributed to his esteemed elder brother. All his accounts were established in banks under the Lu Corporation, and as the president of the Lu family business, his brother could effortlessly resolve matters with a mere word. Ultimately, Lu Xiqing decided to disregard the bank cards for the time being, believing he could have them reinstated once his brother calmed down. To avoid being abruptly cut off again, he opted to send his brother a WeChat message, directly addressing the matter. "My sister-in-law and I are about to film a kissing scene here in Hongdian. If you wish to come, make haste. It is a genuine kiss, not staged." After sending the message, he promptly shared his exact location. With the anticipation of an entertaining spectacle, he turned to leave leisurely. However, upon noticing a woman standing behind him, he froze in place. "Sister-in-law," Lu Xiqing stammered. Perhaps due to the guilt of being caught, a chill ran down his spine in the mildly cool autumn air, causing him to shudder slightly. "You seem rather anxious." "Little brother," Nanxing remarked, arms crossed, lazily leaning against a large tree, her expression a mix of amusement and mockery. Lu Xiqing pointed towards the sky with his index finger, saying, "The weather is a bit chilly." Nanxing smirked, her smile not reaching her eyes, and in a soft, teasing tone, said, "Considering you are my dear little brother-in-law, I shall ensure that I beat you to the extent that even my mother-in-law would not recognize you." "Humph. No wonder you are the brother of that scoundrel Lu. Your style of handling matters is just as despicable." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiqing tilted his head, an innocent expression on his face as he pondered for a moment, then responded, "Oh, you mean you intend to beat me so badly that even my own mother would not recognize me? Quite clever. You've answered correctly. A reward of a thorough beating awaits you." Nanxing declared with a cold chuckle as she lunged forward, fists clenched, ready to unleash her fury on Lu Xiqing. "Ah, help!" Lu Xiqing exclaimed, swiftly fleeing as if his feet were greased. He dashed towards the area where the crew was gathered, shouting without regard for his image. "This woman is attacking me. She intends to harm me. Help! Help!" His cries echoed, resembling the honk of a goose. "Stop right there. Today, I shall not let you escape." As Nanxing passed by the props department, she nonchalantly seized dozens of prop swords, hurling them at the man sprinting ahead of her. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the entire crew, two prominent actors engaged in a wild chase reminiscent of a live-action cat-and-mouse game. The onlookers stood by, captivated, none daring to intervene, for Nanxing was renowned for her domineering nature. Rumors swirled around her romantic entanglements with both the esteemed Gu Yingdi and the formidable Lu Zong, as well as with the handsome man currently fleeing in disarray. With powerful figures backing her, it was clear that she was not to be trifled with. The assistant director couldn't help but exclaim, "Nanxing is quite the talent." She can throw those swords like javelins, and her aim is impeccable. This certainly eases the burden on our martial arts director. Beside him, Assistant Ah Sun, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, "My Chungu is impressive too. Just look at his graceful running form, and how deftly he dodges those javelins." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding staff cast incredulous glances at the young assistant. Approximately half an hour later, Lu Siqing found refuge behind the stern and imposing Director Ji. Panting, Yi Nanxing paused for a moment. "Let me catch my breath." Yi Nanxing, slightly out of breath, brandished the last prop sword, hands on her hips, and shouted with wide eyes, "If you're a man, stop hiding." He certainly could run. It seemed this man must engage in regular exercise to evade her. "Real men can bend and stretch," Lu Yunxiao declared with pride, his handsome visage radiating defiance. "Today, I refuse to act like a man." The crowd murmured in astonishment, recognizing his audacity, a true testament to the formidable Lu Xiao's prowess. Director Ji, with a stern expression, interjected, "Are you two finished? The entire crew has been delayed by half an hour due to your antics. If this farce doesn't conclude, I will have you both dismissed." Throughout Ji's admonishment, Lu Siqing stood behind him, neck craned, clearly reveling in the provocation of the woman whose face was flushed with indignation. Yi Nanjing, in a fit of frustration, cast the sword to the ground, crouching down, speechless, as she wrapped her arms around her legs and buried her face in her knees. The rest of the crew fell silent, and Director Ji, with a severe countenance, bellowed at the assembled staff, "What are you all standing around for? Don't you wish to work? Hurry up and prepare. We commence shooting in 1 hour." Upon his command, the crew sprang into action, for when Ji spoke, everyone knew the consequences of failing to complete their tasks before filming. With the chaos settled, Director Ji retreated to the break area, clutching the script to discuss forthcoming plot developments with the writer. Lu Siqing gazed at the woman squatting on the ground, scratching his head, visibly anxious about how to proceed. However, not long after, a dapperly dressed, handsome and aloof man arrived at the film set, capturing the attention of everyone present once more. Particularly, the actress playing the lead role, Yushiner, transformed into an infatuated admirer, utterly captivated. She had never anticipated encountering the esteemed Mr. Lu, the object of her long-standing affection. On set, as opportunities to meet him had been exceedingly rare, let alone converse with him. This time, she was determined to seize the fortuitous moment and approach him boldly. "Mr. Lu," Yushiner said, blocking his path, her voice sweetly lilting, "I am Yushiner, the leading actress of this production. I have no interest in knowing your name." Lu Yunxiao replied coldly, his gaze fixed ahead, ignoring her completely as he walked past her towards a woman crouching on the ground. Abandoned and humiliated, Yushiner's face fell as she noticed the surrounding crew and the actresses playing supporting roles casting scornful glances in her direction, as if to suggest her audacity was laughable. Feeling utterly rejected, she retreated to her trailer, too mortified to show herself again for the time being. Lu Yunxiao, with his towering stature, approached Yi Nanxing, who was crouched down, her face obscured. Despite her ancient costume, he recognized her instantly by her silhouette. Nearby, Lu Siqing, feeling anxious at his older brother's arrival, stammered, "Brother, you're here." He had originally intended to see his brother's jealous reaction after revealing his plan to film a kissing scene with his sister-in-law. But now, having upset her to tears, he realized he would witness his brother's fury instead. At the sound of his voice, Yi Nanxing lifted her face, only to be met by the sight of gleaming black Italian leather shoes, undeniably expensive, footwear befitting a CEO. As she looked up, she saw the long, straight legs of the man standing before her, his expression stern and cold as he inquired, "Who has bullied you?" Rising to her feet, she managed to squeeze out a couple of tears, lowering her head in a show of vulnerability, and instinctively called out, "Husband." Then she quickly corrected herself. "Oh no." Lu Yunxiao frowned, his displeasure evident as he fixed his gaze on her, and demanded, "Tell me who has wronged you. I shall take revenge for you." This woman always had a way of teasing him, and an idea struck him. Perhaps he should simply make their marital status public. Chapter 53. The green tea quotations. Yi Nanxing leaned into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist, her profile pressed against his chest, exuding an air of intimacy. Sniffling, she lamented, "Yunxiao, it was Lu Siqing who bullied me and caused the director to scold me." Given the rampant rumors about her, and Lu Yunxiao. She no longer cared about the implications. Now, in front of the entire crew, she inadvertently solidified the gossip. But what vexed her was being mistaken for Lu Yunxiao's mistress. Lu Yunxiao embraced the woman, his cold gaze fixed on a man beside him. His voice as calm as a tranquil wave. All of your bank cards will remain frozen for another 6 months. Don't, dear brother. Lu Xiqing immediately lost his bravado. Are you planning to starve your own brother? Then return to the ancestral home for your meals and lodging. You won't need much money, Lu Yunxiao replied coldly. He lowered his gaze to the woman in his arms, tenderly ruffling her hair, and said with affection, "Be good, don't be upset." Feeling that this was not enough to vent her frustration, Nanxing instantly transformed into a dramatic actress, sobbing softly, "Please don't treat your brother this way. My interactions with him have not been friendly. It must be because I haven't done well enough." The words dancing above her head read, "Watch me perfectly perform the art of tea talk." Lu Yunxiao, who could see the words in her heart, chuckled softly and said gently, "Darling, regardless of what occurs, you are never at fault. You're always right." Alas, his little wife loved to perform, and he would naturally support her wholeheartedly at such moments. A brother could be sacrificed for her delight. Nestled in his embrace, Nanxing tilted her head, her expression shy as she said, "You mustn't be so unprincipled. Your brother is a good person, he simply doesn't like me. But I will strive to get along with him." The thoughts floating above her head read, A woman who acts cute is truly fortunate. Lu Xiqing, if you wish to compete with me, you might as well train for a few hundred years. I possess a wealth of green tea quotes." Lu Yunxiao's handsome face radiated affection as he said softly, "In your presence, I can remain forever unprincipled. So as long as you are happy, there's no need to concern yourself with that little rascal Lu Xiqing." He gazed at the fading words above Nanxing's head and suddenly realized that the language she was currently using was indeed what one might call green tea quotes. TSK. TSK, TSK. Lu Xiqing could no longer bear the couple's affectionate display and remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Do you need me to sacrifice this single dog for your entertainment?" Brother values love over brotherhood. But when did the relationship between you two improve, or were they simply acting? That's unnecessary. Nanxing couldn't help but smile, generously declaring, "Never mind, I am magnanimous enough to let you off this time." The thoughts above her head read, "I'm quite suited to play the role of a green tea girl." Hee. Lu Yunxiao placed his hand on her head, leaning down to meet her gaze, a slight smile gracing his lips as he looked intently at her, asking, "Nanxing, have you finished your performance?" Nanxing instinctively replied, but quickly realized, raising an eyebrow in feigned ignorance. "What are you talking about? What performance? Stop pretending." Lu Xiqing scoffed, "With your meager acting skills, do you think you can fool my brother's discerning eye? Be quiet." Lu Yunxiao shot him a cold glance. Fine, Lu Xiqing retorted, his neck stiffening as he walked away, suppressing his anger. The rest of the crew, seeing the farce come to an end and finding nothing more to watch, turned their attention back to their respective tasks. Lu Yunxiao took her hand and led her out of the filming location. In the luxury car, Lu Yunxiao continued the earlier topic. "I think I performed quite well just now." Nanxing nodded, praising him. "Darling, you possess a remarkable talent for acting." Thoughts materialized above her head. How did that dog of a man discern that I was merely acting? Alas, could it truly be that my skills are so lacking? Lu Yunxiao cast a glance at the words hovering above her and smirked slightly, then shifted the conversation. "Have I not expressly prohibited you from filming kissing scenes? I haven't forgotten." Nanxing murmured, "Het gazelovet." Then the kissing scene with Si Chun must be scrapped, Lu Yunxiao stated impassively. The mention of this made Nanxing feel quite aggrieved. She turned to him and exclaimed indignantly, "Do you think I wanted this? I spoke to the director, but he simply refused. And Si Chun, I have no idea what he is plotting." Nanxing fumed. Not only did he fail to persuade the director, but he even went behind your back to inform you, as if he relished the chaos. "I will handle the director. You need not concern yourself with it." Lu Yunxiao replied, his gaze fixed coldly ahead. "I truly appreciate that," Nanxing said, sitting in the passenger seat, nervously twisting her fingers. Silence enveloped the car for a while. Lu Yunxiao leaned closer, his deep voice softly calling out, "Nanxing." What is it?" Startled, Nanxing instinctively recoiled, but found no refuge. her large eyes reflecting her rising tension. She warily asked, "Lu Yunxiao, what are you planning?" "Call me husband," Lu Yunxiao stated, his cool voice tinged with a hint of huskiness, his handsome features betraying restraint. "Husband," Nanxing obediently replied, blinking her large eyes. Thoughts leaped above her head. Oh dear! Has Lu the scoundrel not yet passed his rut? After glancing at the words, Lu Yunxiao's expression darkened. In the next moment, he unceremoniously pulled her into his embrace. Nanxing compliantly nestled against him, offering no resistance, and when she tilted her head, she met his inscrutable gaze. Summoning her courage, she earnestly said, "Husband, please remain calm." Thoughts emerged above her head. After all, it is unhealthy to suppress such desires without an outlet. After catching sight of her thoughts, Lu Yunxiao couldn't help but chuckle, bemused by her. Recently, he found himself fantasizing whenever he laid eyes on Nanxing, although he had never been one to indulge in feminine company. Having lived for 30 years without such inclinations, something about Nanxing stirred a different emotional response within him. In a domineering tone, Lu Yunxiao remarked, "Nanxing, your kissing skills from last night were rather mediocre. As an actress, you truly fall short in this regard. However, I can assist you in practicing." Nanxing's face fell, and she vigorously shook her head, stammering, "No need. I have never performed in a kissing scene before. After all, most of my roles have been as the second female lead, and I doubt I will ever portray a kissing scene again, so it's perfectly fine." It was somewhat embarrassing. Despite having debuted 3 years ago, she still retained her on-screen first kiss. Previously, while in another production, she had finally managed to secure a kissing scene with a male lead, only to have it disastrously interrupted by Lu the scoundrel. "It matters." Lu Yunxiao tightened his embrace, leaning down to place a gentle kiss on her cheek, his voice low and laced with danger. "From now on, you shall only kiss me." As the words faded, he lowered his head and captured her lips, engaging in a tender yet fervent embrace. One arm encircled her tightly, while his other hand grasped the nape of her neck, preventing her from evading his advances. The atmosphere within the car grew increasingly heated, the air becoming somewhat scarce. Nanxing felt her cheeks flush crimson from the kiss, her lungs deprived of oxygen, leading to a gradual onset of dizziness. Just as she believed she might succumb to the overwhelming sensation, the man suddenly released her. Gasping for breath, Nanxing's gaze met his deep, desire-laden eyes, prompting an instinctive urge to flee. However, when she pulled at the car door, it remained stubbornly locked, evidently secured by him. "Calm down," she implored, pressing her hand against his chest, pushing without success, her voice trembling. "No, please don't. Have you had enough air?" Lu Yunxiao inquired, his expression unfaltering, a serious tone in his voice. "Not nearly enough," Nanxing whimpered, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I can never breathe enough, for I have yet to truly live." She had hoped that such a gentle refusal would prompt him to relent, but her expectations were overly simplistic. Lu Yunxiao chuckled lowly, his voice husky. "Silly girl, if you can't catch your breath, then we must practice even more." He drew her back into his embrace, leaning down to assertively claim her lips once more. Nanxing felt as if an eternity had passed as she endured the kiss, and finally, he released her, satisfied. Upon seeing the tear-streaked face of the woman, Lu Yunxiao furrowed his brows in discontent, demanding, "Why are you crying? Do you dislike me so much?" The thought of her distress over merely kissing him troubled him deeply. "I like you," Nanxing replied softly, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. In her heart, she secretly thought, what a lie. Then, Lu Yunxiao shot her a glance, his fury ignited by her unspoken words. "You shall refrain from tempting me in the future." With that, he pressed a button on the console, causing the passenger door beside Nanxing to unlock abruptly. His handsome visage turned cold, his eyes devoid of warmth as he commanded, "Get out." Nanxing was taken aback, her thoughts racing with indignation. "Lu, you scoundrel. A bounder and a rogue, turning his back after taking advantage of me. How infuriating." Maintaining her composure, she descended from the vehicle, cursing internally. As soon as she stepped out, the luxurious car sped away without hesitation. "What kind of person is he?" she fumed, hurling a stone toward the receding vehicle, shouting, "Scoundrel! Cretin!" The system chimed in, "Little star, perhaps you should comply with him a bit. A little resistance now and then is sufficient." In a fit of exasperation, Nanxing retorted, "Haven't I complied enough? He takes full advantage of me. and I refuse to be the one who fractures. Then perhaps you should minimize your inner thoughts. The system advised. Why is that? Nanxing questioned, puzzled. Do I really have such a rich inner life? Indeed, it is quite abundant. Nanxing turned and walked towards the filming set, her heart resolute. I shall not concern myself with this any longer. If he continues in this manner, I shall embrace the collapse of my character. The system, Xiaohei, anxiously interjected, do not be rash, calm down. Upon returning to the set, the formal shooting commenced shortly thereafter. Nanxing and Lu Xiqing positioned themselves at the filming location, where today's focus was on the kiss scene between the male lead and the female supporting role. All crew members were prepared, with the cameraman poised at the closest vantage point, ready to capture the intimate moment. The director, seated behind the monitor, raised his megaphone and announced, "Ready? 3, 2, 1, action." Lu Xiqing transformed from his usual nonchalant demeanor, instantly immersing himself in his role, gazing deeply into the woman's eyes, slowly lowering his head as if to kiss her. Nanxing tilted her head back to evade him and swiftly raised her right hand, delivering a resounding slap. In the next moment, the set fell into a stunned silence, all eyes wide with disbelief at her audacity. Lu Xiqing's handsome face reflected shock as he exclaimed, Nanxing, what was that for? It was absurd. Had he truly been rejected? Countless actresses adored him and longed to share a kiss on screen. Yet, here stood Nanxing, brazenly dismissing him in front of everyone, a slight he found intolerable, though his older brother would undoubtedly support his sister-in-law, compelling him to endure the humiliation. With a look of guilt, Nanxing replied, I apologize, it was a reflex. After all, I am not psychologically prepared to film a kiss with you. While she dared not strike Lu Zhanmon, she seized the opportunity to chastise Lu Xiqing during filming. After all, if she was upset with her elder brother, his younger sibling would simply have to bear the consequences. The director bellowed through the megaphone. Nanxing, repositioned for the kiss scene. Startled, Nanxing looked at Lu Xiqing and asked, what is happening? How did the director agree to this? Not long ago, when she had suggested it, the director had firmly refused. Of course, it was my brother who arranged it, Lu Xiqing replied, irritation lacing his voice. I had no intention of kissing you. It was your own delusions. Sighing, he lamented his folly in wanting to provoke jealousy from his elder brother. Now, he faced the dire consequence of having his bank account frozen for half a year, enduring a financial drought. Having just received an unsolicited slap, he felt particularly unfortunate that day. What did Lu Yunxiao do? Did he invest a large sum into the production again? Nanxing inwuted curiously. In such a short span of time, arrangements had been made, yet Lu Yunxiao had already driven away, likely with no time to meet the director personally. She surmised it must have been merely a phone call. Aside from throwing money at the director to sway him, she could not fathom any other means. I can't say for certain, Lu Xiqing shrugged, but no need to dwell on it. The director relented, which suits both our interests. The director, once again with a megaphone, shouted, all right, time is of the essence. 3, 2, 1, action. Hearing this, the two quickly adjusted their emotions, adopting a professional demeanor, and instantly slipped back into character, ready for the official shoot. The collaboration between the two was seamless, with no NGs, and they achieved a perfect take in one go. Chapter 54, Duck Soup. A month later, during this period, Nanxing remained on set, engrossed in filming, without returning home even once. Whenever the system's Xiaohei suggested she check on Lu Zhanmon, she always used her busy schedule as an excuse. Today, after completing her scenes, she wrapped up early, returning to her trailer to remove her makeup and change her attire. After donning a white fairy dress, she stepped out of her room to find Sister Hua seated on the sofa. Sister Hua, you're here. Nanxing exclaimed, retrieving 2 bottles of soda from the refrigerator, offering one to her as she settled down. It's been a while. Indeed, Sister Hua replied, taking a sip of the cola, her exhaustion evident. I've been busy with Xiao Hui's engagements. He is preparing for a concert, and there's so much to handle. Nanxing smiled. You can relax now. I've been quite well-behaved lately, focusing on my filming and not causing you any trouble. Aside from the incessant rumors trending online, she truly hadn't caused any issues. Sister Hua remarked, from what I gather, you Haven T returned home in a month. Doesn't Mr. Lu mind? Externally, they appeared very much in love, yet there seemed to be an undercurrent of uncertainty. Nanxing feigned happiness. He doesn't mind. My husband understands how busy I am with filming, and he video calls me every night. Internally, she sighed. She had indeed honed her skills in deception to perfection. Feeling not even a hint of shame, Sister Hua cautioned, being apart for so long can affect a relationship. Mr. Liu is quite remarkable. There are countless young women vying for his attention, so you must hold on tight. Yi Nanxing chuckled nonchalantly. It's all right. I trust him. However, Sister Hua inquired. But why the secret marriage? This is simply a couple's whim. Yi Nanxing fabricated a response. You, being perpetually single, wouldn't he understand? Sister Hua rolled her eyes, suggesting. The director plans to shoot the male and female lead scenes first, postponing your scenes as the second female lead. You could take a few days off at home. I am too dedicated, Yi Nanxing replied. I intend to settle in Hongdian. I will rest there, not at home. System Xiao He interjected. Xiao Xingxing, avoidance is not permissible. This constitutes cheating. Sister Hua, holding her phone, presented the trending news on Weibo for her to see, exclaiming, Oh, you really shouldn't only share good news with me. It must be tough adjusting to life in a wealthy family. The secret marriage aside, with Mr. Liu frequently in the limelight with various romantic rumors, it seemed that Yi Nanxing's life must be challenging, forcing her to feign happiness in front of others. How pitiful. Many dream of marrying into wealth. Yet life in such circles does not guarantee happiness. Yi Nanxing glanced at the news, which reported on Lu Yunxiao and Xi Ning attending a charity gala together. She had already seen this trending topic. The public labeled her as the mistress, while Xi Ning was regarded as the legitimate girlfriend. Yet she felt no concern regarding these speculations. She pondered that perhaps she truly harbored no feelings for Lu Yunxiao, rendering everything inconsequential to her. Yi Nanxing tugged at the corners of her lips and paused momentarily, stating, I believe in him. Sister Hua, exasperated, remarked, It's not merely a matter of belief. Even the finest of relationships require careful nurturing. Come now, let's not delay until evening. I shall take you home at once. Unable to resist Sister Hua's insistence, Yi Nanxing reluctantly climbed into the car, and after an hour's drive, she arrived at her residence. Upon entering the villa number 9, as she changed her shoes in the foyer, she unexpectedly spotted a white duck confined within a cage in the corner. Oh my! Yi Nanxing exclaimed in curiosity, crouching down to murmur, What a large and plump duck. After observing it for a while, she surmised that it must have been purchased by Aunt Lee for duck soup. And how fortunate it was that she returned just in time for some old duck soup. Only, she called out, but despite searching the entire villa, she found no trace of Aunt Lee. How peculiar. With no culinary skills and even less ability to handle a live duck, she cleverly decided to hire a chef from a fine restaurant to prepare the old duck soup for her. In the evening, upon hearing the sound of the villa door opening, Yi Nanxing dashed out from the dining room, playfully exclaiming, Darling, you're back. The system, Xiao He, informed her that Lu's affection for her had once again plummeted to 10%, indirectly affecting her heartfelt persona, reducing her emotional value by half. Thus, she resolved to make a splendid impression during this visit. When Lu Yunxiao entered and laid eyes on her, he was momentarily taken aback, and in a subdued tone, asked, What brings you back? It had been a full month since their last encounter, which had ended in discord. Sister Nanxing, I didn't realize you were home. Xi Ning chimed in, stepping out from behind the man with a smile. How come you're here together? Yi Nanxing's smile gradually faded, and with a sarcastic tone, she retorted, It seems I have returned at an inopportune moment. I must have interrupted something. Hari ne tot surfaced? Lu, you've brought your white moonlight home. I can only hope you continue down this path. Perhaps it will lead to my divorce, la la la. Seeing her inner turmoil, Lu Yunxiao's expression darkened abruptly. That wretched woman, was she truly desiring a divorce? Though she feigned indifference, her outward demeanor betrayed her pretense of caring. He found Yi Nanxing's behavior exceedingly vexing. Sister Nanxing, you've misunderstood. Xi Ning interjected with a patient smile. I merely came to retrieve my pet left ear. I don't believe you. If I weren't home, who knows what would have transpired between you two? Yi Nanxing took this opportunity to voice her long-held desire, her expression sorrowful as she struggled to articulate. Lu Yunxiao, let us get a divorce. Her thoughts echoed, Lu, do erupt already. Shout at me for my jealousy and suspicion, and angrily declare that I must think you don't wish to divorce me. Lu Yunxiao's handsome face was shrouded in extreme darkness as he fixed his gaze intently on the space above the woman's head. His phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and in a frigid tone, he remarked, Xiao Ning, Take your pet and go home. Nanxing has returned, so I shall not see you off. Xining nodded in understanding. All right, brother Yunxiao, please do not be angry. Sister Nanxing might misunderstand us, which only proves her deep affection for you. With that, she turned and walked towards a corner by the entrance to retrieve the cage. Yenan rollet hereyes dramatijal, ekliming internally. How has Xining become increasingly like a white lotus? Ah, Xining turned to the man and inquired, Brother Yunxiao, where's my pet duck? Isn't it in the cage? Lu Yunxiao glanced at the empty cage and immediately comprehended, turning to the woman with an impassive expression and asking, Yi Nanxing, where is the duck that was in the cage? Yi Nanxing forced a stiff smile, extending her index finger towards the direction of the dining room. It's in the dining room. Upon hearing this, Xining set down the cage and walked towards the dining area. Why did you let it out? What if it makes a mess? Yi Nanxing followed closely behind, awkwardly murmuring, hee, it probably won't get the chance to make a mess. In the dining room, Xining crouched down, searching for the duck while calling out, Little bye-bye, where are you? Come out. Mommy is here to take you home. Yi Nanxing silently sat down at the table, picking up chopsticks to place a piece of duck meat in her bowl, then leisurely began to eat. When Lu Yunxiao entered, his gaze was immediately drawn to a large pot of meat soup in the center of the table. He sat down opposite the woman and, after a moment of hesitation, asked in a bemused tone, Did you stew the duck? Upon hearing this, Xining rushed to the table, staring incredulously at the pot. Sister Nanxing, you killed my pet duck. Yi Nanxing instinctively wanted to explain, but quickly reconsidered. After all, she had always maintained a domineering and haughty persona, impervious to the world's judgment. This was the perfect opportunity to incite even greater disdain from Lu Yunxiao, thereby facilitating her desire for divorce. She was determined to see if he could contain his outrage. I have only ever heard of pet cats, dogs, or even pigs, Yi Nanxing scoffed, but never of pet ducks. Do you not feel even a hint of remorse? Xining retorted angrily, You have gone too far, Sister Nanxing. Yi Nanxing swallowed a mouthful of duck meat and provocatively replied, Would you care to join me for some? Her internal thoughts manifested as words above her head. Lu Yunxiao, you must despise me even more now. Hurry up and divorce me. Xining, infuriated, slammed her hands on the table, crying, That was a pet duck I just purchased for 100,000. You ate it, and you feel no guilt at all? Yi Nanxing raised her eyebrows in surprise. 100,000? This duck is quite valuable, oh my goodness. No wonder the meat is so tender and the soup so delicious. Her thoughts echoed above her head. Lu Yunxiao, explode already. I have bullied your pure and kind-hearted by Yu Eguang to tears. Hasten to tend to your beloved, only to find yourself in a fit of rage. Rushing to your grandfather for documents, insisting on a divorce. Every word was keenly observed by Lu Yunxiao, whose countenance had darkened to that of a charred pot. In the next moment, he extracted his wallet and flung a card onto the table. Coldly, he declared, Xiao Ning, there are 500,000 in this card, no password. It is the compensation for your ducks, multiplied by 5. Xining, heartbroken, shook her head in distress, asserting, Brother Yunxiao, I do not want your money. Yin Nanjing, savoring the duck meat with evident delight, scoffed, If you refuse his money, do you intend for me to compensate you instead? Xining continued to shake her head, tears cascading down her cheeks, as she choked out, I do not wish for anyone's money. Brother Yunxiao, please take me home. Yi Nanxing glared at the grim-faced man across from her, warning, Lu Yunxiao, should you dare to take her away today, then you must first divorce me. Otherwise, I shall not allow you to leave this place. Above her head, words flickered. Even in such a state, Lu, the scoundrel, can endure. He must be waiting for Xining to depart before unleashing his wrath upon me. Lu Yunxiao's gaze remained fixed on Yi Nanxing as he spoke in a deep tone. Xining, take the card and hail a cab to return home. Brother Yunxiao, she implored, I do not wish to engage in further dialogue. Simply take a cab home. Xining glanced back and forth between the two before she resolutely refused to take the card and, in a fit of tears, fled the villa. Chapter 55. Are you seeking revenge on me? In Villa Number 9, within the dining room, Yi Nanxing lifted her cup for a sip of water, used a napkin to dab her mouth, and grinned brightly. Darling, I am full. The remaining duck meat is all yours. Enjoy it at your leisure. With that, she stood and made a hasty retreat, but as she reached the entrance of the dining room, she was suddenly embraced, lifted off the ground in an instant. Yi Nanxing gasped, her body hoisted upside down over the man's shoulder. Struggling restlessly, she exclaimed, Lu Yunxiao, what are you doing? Put me down this instant. Ignoring her protests and flailing, the man carried her directly upstairs. On the second floor, in the bedroom, Lu Yunxiao tossed the squirming woman onto the soft, expansive bed. Standing at the edge, he scrutinized her with an impassive expression, quietly inquiring, Are you truly full from dinner? Nanxing propped herself up, wrapping herself in the blanket, exposing only her bright, wide eyes, and cautiously replied, I am full. Above her head, her thoughts materialized. Goodness, could this wretched man be aroused again? Lu Yunxiao, catching sight of her inner thoughts, let out a scoff. Nanxing, you may be satisfied, but I am still hungry. Then go downstairs to eat. She feigned ignorance, blinking her large eyes. That bowl of duck meat is still warm. It's all for you. I have no desire for duck. Lu Yunxiao, standing beside the bed, deliberately loosened his tie, shed his suit jacket, and unfastened the collar of his white shirt. Then, sitting on the edge of the bed, he reached out, pulling her into his embrace, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he whispered, I wish to devour you. The little wife could not help but tease. Look at that. Without further ado, she trembled in fear, resembling a frightened little kitten. Nanxing curled up her body, her lips trembling violently. Her face contorted in a cry as she lamented, My meat is not delicious. It pales in comparison to the succulent flesh of a duck. Above her head, words materialized, revealing her inner thoughts. Oh my goodness, Lu Zhaomon is seeking revenge for his beloved white moonlight, while conveniently taking advantage of me. Lu Yunxiao glanced at her unspoken thoughts and sighed softly. Nanxing, Si Ning is not my white moonlight. Initially, he believed Si Ning to be his ideal type, yet reality had proven that he regarded her merely as a friend. During his time back home, he had come to understand many things, including the fact that he had never truly liked Si Ning. His feelings had stemmed from gratitude, as she had saved him during their childhood, which he had mistaken for affection. However, his indifferent nature prevented him from pursuing anyone actively. He merely harbored these feelings silently within. Upon hearing this, Nanxing, almost whimsically, inquired, Then who is it? Lu Yunxiao pondered seriously before responding. To put it simply, I actually have no white moonlight. In my youthful arrogance, I never liked anyone. Yet, there is indeed a childhood sweetheart, my wife, who has been married to me for 3 years now. Nanxing potud. Oh, it seemed that her attention had shifted, and she was no longer as tense. Her body relaxed in the embrace of the man. Above her, words danced in the air, revealing her thoughts. What was I expecting? I should have known it would be like this. A proud and aloof man like Lu Zhaomon probably never noticed anyone in his youth, and that includes now. Lu Yunxiao chose to disregard the words floating above her head, leaning down to kiss her delicate cheek. His demeanor softened as he gently said, You can ask me anything, and I will answer. I don't want to ask anything. Nanxing summoned her courage to declare, I want a divorce. You do not love me, and I have been in unrequited love for years. I'm exhausted. Above her, the words appeared, Humph, my unrequited love for you was a youthful folly. I'm no longer pining for you now. The voice of the system, Xiao He, echoed in her mind, cautioning, Little star, take it easy. His fondness for you has decreased. Divorce is impossible. Lu Yunxiao narrowed his phoenix eyes, gritting his teeth. In this lifetime, I can only accept widowhood. Do you wish for my demise? Nanxing misunderstood his words and retorted, You and Si Ning are all over the trending topics. Yet you want to allow me to divorce. You are too domineering. The system Xiao He interjected. Oh dear, little star, this man really has a tendency for masochism. When you argue with him, his affection for you skyrockets. Are you jealous? Lu Yunxiao asked, a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes as he gazed at her. Jealous my foot. Nanxing, caught up in her playful mood, feigned innocence. I love you so much. Yet you cheat on me and still have the audacity to forbid me from divorcing. Above her, her thoughts manifested. Ugh, love you? Not a chance. I want to be beautifully independent. Lu Yunxiao, this woman has started her act again. Nanxing continued to weep, her voice laced with sorrow. Though my love for you has consumed my very essence, I refuse to don the mantle of a cuckold. Moreover, I have not yet exhausted my time on this earth. Your widowhood is simply out of the question. Therefore, in light of my profound affection for you, let us expedite the proceedings of our divorce. Lu Yunxiao was rendered speechless by the woman's duplicitous theatrics. He chuckled softly, shaking his head before diverting the conversation. I'm heading to take a shower. Wait for me, and do not fall asleep. With that, he released her and strode towards the door. Nanxing exhaled deeply, relieved to have narrowly escaped a calamity. She truly feared the man's primal instincts would take hold. Lu Yunxiao paused at the doorway, glancing back with a commanding tone. I shall bathe in the guest room. You are to use the bathroom in this room, and wait for me obediently once you are finished. All right, Nanxing responded, albeit inwardly rebellious, her thoughts asserting, as if, I want to be washing, why should I heed your commands? If you fail to comply, the consequences could be dire, Lu Yunxiao remarked, arching an eyebrow at the fading text of her thoughts, a smirk playing on his lips. I wouldn't mind washing you myself. With that, he turned and exited the room, hastily closing the door behind him as he retreated to the guest room to wash up as quickly as possible. Nanxing muttered curses under her breath. That scoundrel, that insufferable man. Tomorrow, I shall acquire a golden retriever, train it to obey my every command, or else it shall go hungry. Grumbling, she descended from the bed, retrieved a modest set of sleepwear from the wardrobe, and after showering, filled the bathtub with water, indulging herself in a leisurely soak. Half an hour later, a knock echoed at the bathroom door. Lu Yunxiao urged from the other side. Hurry up and come out. Soaking for too long is detrimental to your health. Nanxing, prepared to reside in the bathroom indefinitely, retorted loudly. If you're tired, just sleep. I am cold by nature and must soak a while longer. I shall give you 5 minutes. Lu Yunxiao threatened, his tone unmistakably serious. If you do not emerge, I shall kick down the door and retrieve you myself. All right, I understand. Nanxing replied with irritation, rolling her eyes in exasperation. 5 minutes later, clad in her exceedingly modest sleepwear and with her long hair dried, Nanxing slowly emerged from the bathroom. She stood in the corner, head bowed, pitifully announcing, I'm done. I've come out. Lu Yunxiao, seated on the sofa, had been engrossed in his notebook. Upon her appearance, he closed the notebook and placed it on the coffee table. Dressed in black sleepwear, the silky fabric lent him an air of languid elegance. He extended his hand towards her, his handsome face devoid of expression as he commanded, Come here. Okay. Nanxing replied reluctantly, approaching him and pouting, What is it? No sooner had she spoken than she found herself unexpectedly swept into a princess carried by the man. She gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck to prevent herself from toppling backward. Lu Yunxiao, his expression serious, informed her, Nanxing, I intend to hold you as I sleep tonight. With that, he cradled her and strode toward the grand bed. After being placed on the large bed and granted her freedom, Nanxing swiftly rolled over, enveloping herself in the blanket, her large, glistening eyes peeking out as she nestled into a corner of the bed. Lu Yunxiao chuckled softly, removed his shoes, and lay down beside her. Turning to gaze at the woman, he commanded, Come to me willingly. Nanxing, her small face resolute, retorted, No. You think you can have your way with me? That is utterly impossible. I vow to resist. A thought flickered above her head. Ugh, despicable man. Is there a way to dispose of him effortlessly without facing legal consequences? Lu Yunxiao's expression darkened instantly, his gaze filled with a hint of sorrow as he spoke softly. Nanxing, come to me quickly. You've wrapped the blanket around yourself, and I'm left without any cover. I might catch a cold tonight. Nanxing remained silent. Another thought emerged above her head. Is this man trying to act cute with me? No, I must not soften. This man will only take advantage. I'm losing my patience. Lu Yunxiao said as he moved closer to her, yanking the blanket towards himself and assertively pulling her into his embrace, warning her with a stern look. Be good and don't move. I want a divorce. Nanxing reiterated forcefully, You have cheated. The system chimed in, Little star. His affection for you has risen to 80%. I believe you were correct. He indeed has a penchant for masochism, relishing your resistance. Nanxing thought, This man's peculiar tastes are quite remarkable. I did not cheat, Lu Yunxiao replied, lying on his side while holding her tightly. A playful smile gracing his lips. You must not wrongfully accuse me. Then why is seeming duck being kept here with you? Nanxing glared at him. If you cannot provide a reasonable explanation, I shall seek a divorce tomorrow. She thought defiantly. I refuse to believe that this man will genuinely explain himself. Upon observing the fading thoughts above her head, Lu Yunxiao chuckled softly and said, If you give me a kiss, I will explain. Nanxing shook her head decisively, declaring, I refuse. She genuinely wished to reject Yunxiao's advances, knowing well that he had a fondness for being denied. This made it considerably easier for her, freeing her from the need to perform in front of him constantly. I'm merely notifying you, Yunxiao said with a mischievous smile. With that, he leaned down, silencing her with a kiss, forcefully parting her lips and kissing her passionately, whispering between breaths, refusal is futile. He disregarded her resistance, tightening his hold on her, his hand cradling the back of her head as he deepened the kiss, unabashedly indulging in her. As their breaths grew heavier and more erratic, Yunxiao finally released her lips, his voice low and fervent as he whispered in her ear, Nanxing, let us have a baby. Nanxing's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet she resolutely replied, No, I do not wish to bear a child. Her unwavering rejection and the absence of affection in her gaze pierced Yunxiao's heart deeply. With his eyes aflame with desperation, he questioned, Did you not say that you love me? He finally experienced the sting of rejection from someone he cared about. However, upon reflection, he realized that Nanxing had rejected him countless times throughout their lives. Perhaps this was her way of avenging herself. I love you. Nanxing lied with an impassive face, conjuring a plethora of reasons for her inability to bear children. Even though I love you dearly, I have not given the matter of having children much thought, and I previously mentioned my desire to remain child-free. Moreover, the entertainment industry evolves so rapidly. If I were to retreat for a while to have a child, by the time I consider returning, there may no longer be a place for me in the industry. My dear husband, please understand, I am deeply passionate about my career, and I have yet to fulfill my dream of winning a Best Actress award. Is that truly the case? Yunxiao asked, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips as he focused on the crux of her words, his voice low and serious. Do you genuinely love me, without deceit? He was acutely aware that all her excuses merely masked the truth. Nanxing did not love him, despite her frequent declarations of love. Her actions and inner thoughts served as constant reminders that she had never truly cared for him. He found himself loathing this peculiar ability to perceive her innermost feelings. He would rather remain oblivious, willingly deceived by her, as it would at least alleviate his current torment. I swear, I truly love you, more genuine than diamonds. Nanxing replied, her expression exceedingly sincere. Internally, however, she mused, What a joke, merely deceiving you. I wish to have a child with my destined partner, not with this scoundrel. Of course, this is contingent upon the possibility of a divorce. Yunxiao, privy to her inner musings, felt a wave of despondency wash over him, his handsome face betraying hints of sorrow as his gaze dimmed, scrutinizing her with an inscrutable expression. After a prolonged silence, his demeanor shifted to one of fierce intensity. He tightened his embrace, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. That hurts. You're hurting me, Nanxing protested, frowning. At her words, Yunxiao tempered his tumultuous emotions, loosening his grip yet still refraining from releasing her. His gaze bored deeply into hers. His voice softened to an almost ethereal whisper. Nanxing, are you seeking to punish me? Not at all, she replied with a cheerful smile. What are you talking about, husband? Why would I want to punish you? That is a relief. Yunxiao's low voice carried a note of desperation as he implored. Nanxing, please do not leave me. Conflicted about his feelings for Nanxing, he felt an indescribable discomfort whenever she rejected or deceived him. The only certainty in his heart was a resolute desire to keep her by his side. As for her so-called destined partner, he wished them to vanish. Nanxing was meant to be his, a fate sealed since childhood. Nanxing, adept in repartee, teasingly responded, All right, I won't leave, but you must clarify the matter of Xining's pet duck. Strangely, the emotions reflected in Lu Jimon's gaze were entirely incomprehensible to her. Instinctively, she averted her eyes and looked elsewhere. Such a gaze made her reluctant to deceive him any longer. Yunxiao tightened his embrace, lowering his head to bury his handsome face in the crook of her neck, inhaling deeply, savoring the intoxicating fragrance that belonged solely to the woman in his arms. After the dinner party 2 nights prior, she had purchased a duck on the way home, only to forget it in his car in her haste. Yunxiao's voice carried a hint of fatigue as he explained. Nanxing turned her head away slightly, feeling the warmth of his breath against her neck, causing a ticklish sensation. She cleared her throat and stubbornly replied, "I don't believe you." Yunxiao nuzzled against her smooth skin, his voice muffled as he said, "I'm tired. Let us sleep. Then you should go to the guest room." Nanxing retorted with a hint of defiance, "I'm still angry." Ignoring her protests, Yunxiao adjusted his position, lying back and pulling her into the crook of his arm. With his eyes closed, he spoke in a weary tone, threateningly, "Be good. If you're not tired, I wouldn't mind staying up all night with you." At his words, Nanxing immediately quieted down, suppressing her irritation, feeling a mix of indignation and resentment. That wretched man only knew how to bully her, constantly threatening her with such remarks. It was truly infuriating. Before long, she sensed the steadiness of his breathing and raised an eyebrow, noting how quickly he had fallen asleep. Unable to find rest herself, Nanxing tilted her head to study the peaceful visage of the man beside her. At that moment, his expression had relaxed somewhat, yet the furrowed brow, even in slumber, revealed his inner turmoil and unease. His exquisitely handsome features captivated her gaze, as if she could never tire of looking at him. His closed eyelids revealed long, thick eyelashes. Nanxing bit her lip, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Why must such an attractive man exist? She reached out her small hand to pinch and caress his cheek, pouting slightly, consumed by envy and resentment. It was one thing for Lu Jimon to be strikingly handsome, but his fair skin and delightful touch were simply excessive. Moreover, his well-maintained physique could easily cause anyone to swoon. Fortunately, she possessed sufficient self-control, which prevented her from being bewitched by his appearance in their encounters. Time passed, and it dawned on her that she had been admiring Lu Jimon's beauty. Immediately, she mentally scolded herself for her lapse in judgment. Subsequently, she attempted to shift her body, hoping to extricate herself from his embrace and leave the room to sleep in the guest room. However, as soon as she moved, Yunxiao grew restless, rolling over and tightening his hold on her. Nanxing stared at him for several seconds, seriously suspecting that this scoundrel was feigning sleep. Yet he appeared genuinely deep in slumber. After several futile attempts to escape, she surrendered, acknowledging that it was late and fatigue was overtaking her. Thus, she decided not to stir any further. She sighed and closed her eyes, nestling in the man's embrace, swiftly succumbing to slumber. Chapter 56. The system temporarily departed the next morning. Nanxing awoke to a sensation of suffocation, her delicate brows furrowing as she opened her bleary eyes to behold the magnified, handsome visage of the man before her. Almost immediately, she felt a slight pain at her lips and realized with dismay that the man was once again playfully biting her. Ag elu. Nanxing attempted to speak, unwittingly granting the man an opportunity. In the blink of an eye, Yunxiao's tongue invaded her mouth, boldly sweeping through every corner, fervently sucking and nibbling with an overpowering possessiveness. Nanxing could distinctly sense his desire for ownership. Had she inadvertently awakened his twisted, obsessive tendencies? She pushed against his chest with all her might, but it was futile. She could only helplessly endure her predicament. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until Yunxiao finally relinquished her lips, his towering frame pinning her down, his lustful gaze fixated upon her, breath uneven as he murmured, "Nanxing, assist me." "No." Nanxing felt his body shift, paralyzed by fear. Her cheeks flushed as she retorted, "You should go take a cold shower." Having spent over 3 years in the entertainment industry, she was no stranger to such scenarios. It was autumn, a season prone to colds. Yunxiao lowered his head to peck at her swollen lips, his voice deep and husky. "Silly girl, I am not seeking your consent. I am merely informing you." Nanxing was nearly on the verge of tears, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, "If you touch me, I swear I'll throw myself against the wall." Fulfilling your widower fantasies, her thoughts screamed within her mind. That insufferable man, always so overbearing and unreasonable, how infuriating. She felt utterly drained, her body limp and weak. Yet she glared defiantly at the man above her, appearing to him like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Yunxiao leaned down to kiss away the tears at the corners of her eyes, his expression restrained, voice gravelly as he said, "Nanxing, the more you look at me with those pleading, innocent eyes, the more I want to tease you." Startled, Nanxing quickly shut her eyes, pouting as she insisted, "If I close my eyes, will that suffice? Now get off me." Her inner thoughts erupted. That detestable Yunxiao bullying me last night was one thing, but now he is starting up again early in the morning. Oh heavens, someone save me from this wretched man, this insufferable pest. You're cursing me in your mind again. Lu Yunxiao lowered his head, leaving a mark on her neck, his breath heavy. Hurry and help me. Faced with Yi Nanxing, his typically formidable self-control crumbled entirely. I'm not cursing you. Yi Nanxing kept her eyes tightly shut, vexed. I want to help. What a stubborn, deceitful, and awkward woman. Lu Yunxiao chuckled softly, leaning closer to her ear, his lips barely parted in an almost conciliatory tone as he uttered two words. Use your hands. Yi Nanxing opened her eyes wide, her expression one of shock and indignation as she retorted, I won't. Lu Yunxiao's lips curled into a gentle smile as he softly said, Be good, let me teach you. With that, he took her delicate hand, slowly guiding her, his gaze fixed on her bashful and embarrassed expression, which filled his heart with delight. He believed their relationship was progressing splendidly, taking it step by step, savoring every moment with her. Deep down, he was certain that Yi Nanxing would forever be his, destined never to escape him. 2 hours later, Lu Yunxiao had completed his grooming, donning a tailored suit. At that moment, he stood by the bed, holding a black tie, his eyes fixed on the small mound beneath the covers. A satisfied smirk graced his face as he commanded in a low voice, Yi Nanxing, get up and tie my tie. Was this woman intent on suffocating herself? She had remained in that position since he left for the bathroom, not revealing even the slightest hint of her presence. From beneath the covers, Yi Nanxing muffled her response. I can't tie a tie. I will teach you, Lu Yunxiao said, leaning down to pull the covers away and extract her from the bed, threatening. You know you cannot refuse any of my requests, so don't waste your energy. You are bullying me, Yi Nanxing retorted, her cheeks flushed, her large eyes glistening with indignation. I want a divorce. Lu Yunxiao sat on the edge of the bed, pulling her into his embrace, his expression darkening as he warned. Do you want to try that again? Yi Nanxing shook her head vigorously, mumbling, I don't want to. Above her head, the words of her thoughts floated. Dog man. Too much of a dog. Today, I'm going to buy a golden retriever. Lu Yunxiao furrowed his brow, pondering her thoughts. While he could overlook being called a dog, he found a connection to purchasing a golden retriever perplexing. In the next moment, the words above her head vanished, replaced by a comic scene that he observed with a raised eyebrow. The image depicted a little girl holding a golden retriever, with the girl's name, Yi Nanxing, hovering above her head, and the dog's name, Lu Yunxiao, floating above its head. Instantly, he understood. Yi Nanxing had imagined him as a golden retriever. In the scene, the little girl tossed a bone and commanded the golden retriever to fetch it. Lu Yunxiao felt a mixture of anger and amusement, his expression a blend of laughter and exasperation. He playfully flicked her forehead to interrupt her imaginative thoughts. Hurry up and tie my tie, he ordered, his face stern. Pouting, Yi Nanxing reluctantly took the tie, wrapping it around his neck, but then halting, exclaiming, I can't do it. If I strangle you, I won't take responsibility. She protested. Silly girl, let me teach you. Lu Yunxiao replied, taking her small hand in his, mischievously adding, lest you actually attempt to murder your husband. Step by step, he guided her in tying the tie, and after some time, it was finally done. Yi Nanxing's face was flushed from his teasing, her demeanor far from normal that early morning. Throughout the process, the man was anything but serious, pausing frequently to hug and kiss her, indulging in playful touches. What infuriated her was her utter inability to resist. She was perpetually threatened by words and overwhelmed by the disparity of strength. The more Yi Nanxing contemplated the situation, the more suffocated she felt. She cast a glare at the refreshingly composed man beside her and soon began to sob quietly. Upon witnessing her tears, Lu Yunxiao panicked. Embracing her tightly and gently coaxing, please don't cry. I was wrong, all right? Through her tears, Yi Nanxing declared, I despise you. Lu Yunxiao, with patience, continued to soothe his wife, his voice softening. All right, you despise me. Just stop crying, and I will take you to buy a golden retriever later, okay? At his words, Yi Nanxing halted her weeping, lifting her head from his embrace, her big, watery eyes wide with astonishment as she asked, Really? You let me have a dog? But I thought you detested having pets at home. With a mischievous grin, Lu Yunxiao teased in a low tone, If you allow me to bully you, I will indeed let you have one. Yi Nanxing shot him a disbelieving look. I knew you wouldn't be that kind-hearted. No sooner had she spoken than Lu Yunxiao pushed her down onto the bed, his tall frame looming over her, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk as he remarked, Yi Nanxing, I warned you a month ago not to entice me. Patin defiantly, Yin Nanxing retorted. I did not entice you. It's clearly you who is in heat. Why did you come back? Yunxiao leaned down, playfully biting her lip in reprimand. Even if you do nothing in front of me, you can still entice me. Nanxing protested. I haven't sought you out at all. Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and continued. This time, you returned of your own accord. Over the past month, he had countless times wished to go to the set and bring her back, yet he had managed to restrain himself with formidable willpower. Each night, he buried himself in work until dawn, forcing himself not to dwell on a woman who did not love him. But yesterday, she had suddenly returned, unaware of how elated and yearning he had been for her presence. I'll leave, Nanxing pushed against him, but to no avail. In a huff, she insisted. Let me go. I'm returning to the set today, and I want to come back. It's too late. I gave you a chance, and you squandered it. Yunxiao kissed her already swollen lips, his gaze darkening. His voice grew heavy with intensity. Since you're back, you can't escape now. Nanxing endured the man's domineering kiss, her large eyes fixated on the ceiling, tears unshed. She regretted her decision immensely. Had she known it would turn out this way, she would have accepted the system's punishment and gained hundreds of pounds rather than return. Yunxiao fervently kissed her, murmuring fragmented words between their lips. Nanxing, I don't care whether you love me or not, as long as you stay by my side. That is enough. Nanxing was left dumbfounded, carefully pondering the implications of Yunxiao's words. Did he know she had been deceiving him? But that shouldn't be. She believed she had concealed her intentions well, and had revealed no flaws in professing her love for him, just as she was lost in thought. A mechanical voice echoed in her mind. System Xiao Hei Dao. Little star, I have encountered a bug and must take a leave of absence to rectify it. During my absence, you must manage on your own and do not deviate too far from your established persona. Always remember the depth of your affection for Yunxiao. Chapter 57. A chance encounter at the banquet. The two emerged from their room just before noon. Upon descending the stairs, Yunxiao proactively entered the kitchen, deftly preparing lunch. In the dining area, Nanxing sat at the table, eagerly awaiting her meal, her stomach growling from having missed breakfast. She naturally commanded the man, calling out to the kitchen, Is it ready yet? I am starving. Make it delicious. The absence of breakfast was Lu's fault, and thus he ought to be responsible for lunch. She felt justified in her demands. Glancing at her delicate hands, she felt incensed at being coerced into such actions, lamenting the lingering soreness in her fingers. Nanxing contemplated her next move. To avoid further indignities, she resolved that after lunch, once the man departed for work, she would pack her belongings and prepare to leave home. After all, System Xiaohei was currently unavailable, and it was uncertain when he would return. Thus, she intended to seize the opportunity to embrace a brief period of freedom. Half an hour later, as she surveyed the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes before her, she playfully inquired, Yunxiao, is this the only dish you know how to make? Yunxiao placed a bowl of rice before her, settled across from her, and replied nonchalantly, Call me husband. I won't, Nanxing retorted, emboldened by the absence of the system. Pushing the bowl away, she declared, I don't want scrambled eggs with tomatoes. I want braised pork ribs. There are none, Yunxiao stated with a blank expression, elegantly consuming his meal. This is all there is. Hurry up and eat. Nanxing raised an eyebrow, pouting in reluctant concession. Fine, I'll eat, since I'm hungry anyway. Above her, her inner thoughts materialized. Humph, he truly is a scoundrel. After indulging in my vulnerabilities, he turns cold, exhibiting a demeanor starkly contrasting the fervor of his earlier affections. Alas, I must consider that Yunxiao clearly exhibits signs of a split personality. I shall rise above and not quibble with a troubled soul. Nanxing, Yunxiao, his expression darkened, interrupted her musings with a cold remark. I do not have a split personality. Huh? Nanxing blinked in confusion. How did you know what I was thinking? Didn't I mention it? Yunxiao resumed his meal, unfazed because I am sufficiently intelligent. Nanxing rolled her eyes, choosing not to dwell on the matter any longer and focusing instead on filling her stomach. After the meal, to avoid conflict, she stood at the entrance and kindly said, Husband, be careful on the road. You've already been absent from work this morning, so don't rush while driving. Yunxiao regarded her with a scrutinizing gaze, his expression impassive as he asked, Why the sudden obedience? What are you plotting? Nothing at all, Nanxing replied with a smile. Husband, I will strive to resist you less in the future and endeavor to be a gentle and virtuous wife. Flattery without reason is either deceit or theft. Yunxiao narrowed his eyes. Do as you wish, believe it or not. Nanxing replied nonchalantly. After gazing at her for a few moments, Yunxiao smirked and commanded, Nanxing, come here and kiss me. He seemed enchanted by her cherry lips, relishing the kisses they shared and especially enjoying when she initiated them. Embracing her role, Nanxing adopted a gentle demeanor, obediently stepping closer to him, rising on her toes to wrap her arms around his neck. Shyly, she said, Darling, lower your head. I can't reach. At her words, Yunxiao bent down, his cool voice cutting through the air. I despise the affection you feign, and I loathe the deceit in your eyes. Taken aback, Nanxing had no time to ponder, for in the next moment, his strong hand grasped her slender waist, swiftly sealing her lips with a punishing kiss. After a prolonged moment, both tasted the metallic tang of blood before he finally released her. Yunxiao rubbed his thumb over her swollen lip, his handsome face a mask of restraint. His gaze, deep as an unfathomable abyss, locked onto hers as he said softly, Nanxing, it matters not if you do not love me, just do not deceive me any longer. Nanxing's expression faltered, and she turned her head to avoid the sorrow in his eyes. Opening her mouth, she finally managed to say, all right. Once he left, she relaxed her entire body, pondering where she had faltered. Yet, choosing to set aside her thoughts, she ascended the stairs to her bedroom. Upon entering her closet, she changed into a black princess dress, then retrieved a suitcase to pack a few changes of clothes. Once organized, she dragged the suitcase downstairs, glancing around before remembering she had forgotten to ask Yunxiao where Li Aunt had gone. Was she sent back to the old residence again? Shaking her head to dismiss the thought, she donned a fisherman's hat and sunglasses, changed her shoes at the entrance, and stepped outside, pulling her suitcase behind her. With no time to search for an apartment, she opted for a 5-star hotel, booking a presidential suite to settle in. She rarely skimped on her needs, and although the room was pricey, her earnings allowed her to manage it for a short while. She would seek housing tomorrow. Just as she got comfortable, her phone rang. It was her idol. Hello, Juanza. Juanza's warm voice flowed from the phone. Nanxing, are you filming? Am I interrupting you? I'm not filming. Nanxing simidit. Her lips curving upwards. I'm on break these days. Do you need something? Yes, I do. Juanza paused before continuing. I've been invited to a charity auction gala tonight and need a female companion. I wonder if you are free and willing to grace me with your presence? Of course I'm free. Nanxing's excitement was palpable. Juanza chuckled. Could you provide me with your address? I will come to pick you up shortly. I've also prepared a gown for you that I believe you will adore. Nanxing shared the hotel address, joyfully replying, I'm sure I will love it. I trust your taste. After finalizing their plans, they ended the call. At 5 in the afternoon, Juanza arrived to pick her up, taking her first to a salon for styling. Inside the Bentley, Juanza held the steering wheel firmly as he drove smoothly. During a red light, he turned to the woman in the passenger seat and inquired about his concern. How did your lip get injured? Nanxing raised her hand to touch her lip, wincing in pain, and retorted with indignation, a mad dog bit me. Juanza surmised the situation, but chose not to press further, instead asking, Why are you staying in a hotel? Can I choose not to answer? Nanxing murmured, lowering her head. Of course, Juanza replied gently. If you're facing difficulties, you can tell me. I will help you. Thank you, Nanxing said, looking at him with a smile with those words. I will surely think of you first when I encounter trouble. It would be my honor. Juanza's lips curled into a dazzling smile. As the red light changed, he turned his attention back to the road and drove towards the salon. Nanxing was enveloped in the warmth of Juanza's recent smile, which stood in stark contrast to Yunxiao, who was like an icy mountain, domineering, cold, and insufferably lecherous. Suddenly realizing her thoughts had drifted to that despicable man, she quickly snapped back to reality, feeling a bit flustered as she gazed out the window, her thoughts wandering. She questioned herself. Why am I thinking of that scoundrel? Juanza is my idol. That detestable Lu is incomparable. Before long, they arrived at the salon. With a makeup artist skillfully adorned, Nanxing with an exquisite look suitable for the evening's gala, her long hair cascading in glamorous waves. Afterward, she donned the red strapless gown that Juanza had prepared for her. The bold and vibrant hue transformed her demeanor entirely. As she twirled in her high heels, lifting the hem of her dress, she anxiously asked, "Does it look good? Is it too ostentatious?" She rarely wore red, especially a gown that exuded a hint of allure, making her feel somewhat restrained. Gu Juanza scrutinized her closely, a glimmer of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He nodded in approval, saying, "You look absolutely stunning. Normally, when you're not filming, you keep a low profile, appearing refreshingly simple and elegant. But red truly suits you." Indeed, the carefully applied makeup enhanced her already radiant features, and her fair skin was accentuated by the red attire, making her complexion resemble fresh snow. The gown's perfect fit accentuated her slender figure, rendering her irresistibly alluring and radiant. Her appearance surpassed his expectations of perfection. "Really?" Nanxing approached the mirror, peering at her reflection with concern. "But I feel this outfit is too attention-grabbing." "Rest assured," Gu Juanza replied softly. "Even if it draws attention, it is only because you are exceedingly beautiful." The stylist approached, complimenting her. "Miss Yi, tonight you will undoubtedly outshine everyone. I look forward to seeing you trending tomorrow." Nanxing quickly embraced the alluring style, turning her head with a smile. "All right, let us proceed." Around 7 o'clock, the pair arrived at their destination, the rooftop venue of a 7-star hotel, the main setting for tonight's banquet. As they exited the elevator, Gu Juanza extended his arm towards her, a gesture that required no words. Nanxing chuckled and graciously linked her arm with his. Dressed in a gray suit, Gu Juanza exuded a gentle and refined aura, his handsome features strikingly captivating. Wherever he went, he was undoubtedly a figure of excellence. Standing alongside such a stunningly radiant woman only served to draw the attention of all the guests the moment they entered the banquet hall. Someone approached, greeting them. "Young Master Gu, Miss Yi, you two truly embody a perfect match this evening." Both were well-known figures in the entertainment industry, and it was evident to all present who they were. As the young master of the Gu family, many sought to curry favor with him, although Gu Juanza himself did not engage in business matters, leaving that to his father. There were those who wished to establish a connection, hoping that he might speak favorably of them to his father, thus paving the way for potential collaboration with the Gu Corporation. Before long, a circle of men and women surrounded them, each holding a glass and eager to offer compliments and engage in small talk. Perceiving the irritation emanating from the woman beside him, Gu Juanza leaned closer to her ear and softly suggested, "Why don't you grab something to eat? I can handle this." Nanxing indeed found the flattery exhausting, regardless of its authenticity, and while she typically rebuffed reporters without hesitation, she felt the need to consider Gu Juanza's reputation in this scenario. After contemplating, she nodded. "All right, I am quite hungry too." As she turned to leave, her wrist was gently grasped. She glanced back with an arched eyebrow. "Is there something else?" Gu Juanza leaned in again, creating an air of intimacy, and whispered, "Go take a look at the auction items. If you see something you like, I'll buy it for you." Nanxing politely declined. There is no need. The auction items were all exceedingly valuable, and she felt embarrassed to accept such extravagant gifts, especially considering how recently they had met. "Be a good girl and go." Gu Juanza affectionately tousled her hair, saying gently, "You look truly beautiful tonight." Blushing, Nanxing shyly nodded. "Then I shall go." She carefully navigated the venue in her towering heels, cautious of stumbling, as she was unaccustomed to such footwear. Approaching a table laden with food, she picked up a plate and selected a few of her favorite sweet pastries. There she stood, sipping juice while savoring the desserts. Having skipped dinner, she was quite famished. Had her gown not been so fitted, she would have indulged heartily. She thought to herself that she would fill her stomach for now, and afterward, she would treat herself to street food. Nanxing Jia called Si Ning, dressed in a lovely pink, short evening gown from a distance. "Ah." Nanxing turned her head, her mouth full of cake. Upon seeing the newcomers, she greeted them with a muffled voice. "Oh, it's Si Ning and Mr. Liu, hello." Yunxiao stood beside Si Ning in a black suit, and it appeared that Si Ning had become his sole female companion for the evening, likely having attended numerous gatherings together. Yunxiao narrowed his phoenix eyes, scrutinizing the woman's attire, and his expression darkened immediately. In a frigid tone, he inquired, "Did you come with Gu Juanza?" Nanxing, her scarlet lips curling into a smile, nodded in affirmation. "Yes, I am his companion tonight." Upon hearing this, the man's countenance grew even grimmer, his thin lips pressed tightly together as his icy gaze fixated on her, falling into a silence devoid of further words. As the head of the Liu family, His methods and capabilities instilled fear in the business realm, drawing numerous individuals eager to engage him in conversation, hoping to leverage the opportunity to align themselves with the Liu family. Liu Yunxiao's expression remained impassive as his cold gaze swept across the crowd. With a furrowed brow, he uttered a singular word, leave. His mere glance, and that one word, sent many retreating, causing them to abandon their attempts to forge connections with the cold-faced ruler. The prospect of collaboration was uncertain, yet they understood the peril of inciting Liu Yunxiao's wrath for the sake of a tenuous opportunity. If they could not align with the Liu family, they would have to settle for ingratiating themselves with Gu Juanze, whose family, though not as formidable as the Liu family, still held considerable influence. Witnessing this, Nanxing curled her lip in disdain. She genuinely abhorred the man's callous demeanor and the air of superiority he projected towards everyone, lacking the amiable charm of her idol. However, it was of little consequence to her, as she was perceived by outsiders as being embroiled in scandal with him, merely a mistress in the eyes of society. Thus, in such circumstances, she chose to remain unobtrusive, minimizing her presence and avoiding provoking the unkind man. Turning her attention back to her dessert, she soon heard Xining's sweet voice. Yunxiao, let us go over there. I want to see what auction items are available tonight. All right, Liu Yunxiao replied, casting a lingering glance at the woman's silhouette. He then strode away, leading Xining in another direction. Chapter 58, Drugged at the Banquet. The auction commenced around 8 o'clock. The guests had settled into their seats, and Gu Juanze found the woman still indulging in cake, taking hold of her wrist. Stop eating. The auction has begun, he gently urged. Nanxing hastily sipped her juice and nodded. Okay. The man guided her to the second row, and as they took their seats, she felt a chill run down her spine. Turning her gaze to the opposite row, she was startled and quickly averted her eyes. It was Liu Yunxiao and Xining seated in the adjacent row, and Liu Yunxiao's gaze was one that seemed capable of extinguishing her life. On stage, the auctioneer began introducing the first item, an antique porcelain piece. At that moment, many attendees were already raising their paddles to bid. Gu Juanze quietly asked, Nanxing, do you like this porcelain? Nanxing shook her head, not really. If you see something you like, do let me know. All right. Nanxing verbally acquiesced, yet harbored no intention of following through, for it was indeed inappropriate to accept such lavish gifts. The auction swiftly progressed to the fifth item, an exquisite South African sapphire necklace of considerable worth. Upon its debut, the necklace garnered the adoration of all the women present, commencing bidding at 20 million, with numerous attendees raising their paddles, each eager to outdo the other in a bid for prestige, aiming to secure the necklace for their companions that evening. Naturally, Nanxing was equally captivated by the radiance of the sapphire necklace, her admiration nearly overflowing. Gu Juanze glanced at her and smiled softly, then raised his paddle, declaring a bid of 100 million. This proclamation caused a stir among the guests, quickly evolving into a murmur of astonishment. Nanxing urgently interjected, What are you doing? It's for you. Gu Juanze replied with a gentle smile. I cannot accept such an extravagant gift, and why bid so high? It reduces competition significantly, allowing me to secure it for you in the shortest time possible. The auctioneer called out, 100 million. First call, 100 million. Second call, 200 million. Liu Yunxiao announced impassively, lifting his paddle. Beside him, Xining displayed a mix of surprise and bashfulness, thinking that perhaps Yunxiao intended to gift the necklace to her. 400 million. Gu Juanze countered, unwilling to relent. 600 million. Liu Yunxiao coldly raised the stakes. Nanxing gasped, whispering, Wow, Liu is truly generous to Xining, spending such a fortune on a necklace. The guests fell silent, the exorbitant price dissuading any further bids, as they regarded the unfolding drama with a sense of intrigue, speculating on the apparent rivalry between the two men. After a brief pause, Gu Juanze solemnly raised his paddle once more, declaring 700 million. Nanxing anxiously urged, This necklace isn't worth such a sum. There's no need for you to do this. Please don't raise your bid anymore. 1,500 million. Liu Yunxiao's cold voice rang out. This declaration elicited gasps from the assembled guests, who marveled at Liu's audacity, acknowledging that he was indeed a heavyweight in the financial realm. Seeing this, Nanxing swiftly seized the paddle from Gu Juanze's grasp, insisting, You must not bid any higher, but you adore it. Gu Juanze's handsome face reflected a grave concern. I do not feel disappointed, Nanxing reassured him warmly. Thus, after 3 strikes of the gavel, the auctioneer proclaimed the sapphire necklace as belonging to Mr. Liu. The crowd erupted in applause, their admiration palpable but mixed with a desire to ingratiate themselves. 2 hours later, as the auction concluded, Gu Juanza drove Yi Nanxing back to the hotel, inquiring, "Nanxing, do you have time tomorrow?" Yi Nanxing nodded yes. "Then may I ask you out on a date?" Gu Juanza asked with anticipation. "Certainly," she replied. Yi Nanxing readily agreed without a moment's hesitation, a bashful smile gracing her lips as she exclaimed, "I shall take my leave now, goodbye." She nearly ran into the hotel, overwhelmed with shyness, realizing she had been utterly unreserved just moments before. Upon returning to the presidential suite, she sank into the sofa, giggling foolishly, completely absorbed in the delightful thrill of being favored by her idol, having long since discarded her earlier intention of dining at a roadside stall. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Yi Nanxing rose and approached the door, wondering who it might be. However, the instant she opened the door, an impulse to flee surged within her. To her astonishment, Liu Jianan had come to find her. She had assumed he would disdain her actions and consequently disregard her entirely. The sight of the man's sullen visage, as if it could drip water, prompted her to instinctively close the door. Yet, he anticipated her movement and stepped inside before she could react. "Darling," Yi Nanxing called out weakly. She was adept at reading the room. Liu Jianan's foul expression was unmistakably one of anger, prompting her to adopt a submissive stance. Perhaps in doing so, he would be overwhelmed with sympathy and refrain from acting harshly towards her. "You still acknowledge me as your husband." Liu Yunxiao pressed her against the wall, his voice laced with tempered fury. "You've grown bolder, exchanging glances with Gu Juanza at the banquet, and now you dare to leave home." "I did not," Yin Nanjing defended herself. "We were merely friends." "Merely friends?" Liu Yunxiao exclaimed, exasperated. "You were clearly flirting. He even held your hand. What is this? You haven't even finalized the divorce. And you've already found someone else?" He had nearly lost control in that moment, yearning to stride forward and reclaim her, even contemplating a thorough beating for Gu Juanza. However, the setting was far too inappropriate for such a public display of rage. Yi Nanxing frowned, dissatisfied with his words. "I'm not as you portray me. Gu Juanza is my idol. I admire him." Liu Yunxiao's cold gaze fixated on her crimson dress, commanding, "Change your dress. From now on, you are forbidden to wear red. It looks utterly dreadful." In truth, it was because the dress was too strikingly beautiful. He had observed how every man's gaze at the banquet seemed entranced by her. He excelled at concealing his uncontrollable emotions in public, maintaining a facade of composure. But inwardly he was seething with rage, wishing he could blind those envious onlookers. Recognizing the genuine anger radiating from him, Yi Nanxing opted to comply, stepping away from him and entering the bathroom to change out of her red gown into a more modest nightwear. Upon her return, she found Liu Yunxiao seated on the sofa, head bowed. Yet, she could sense that his demeanor was decidedly off. Approaching him, she inquired, "What is wrong? Your face is so flushed. Do you have a fever?" Liu Yunxiao's complexion was indeed crimson, as if he were sweltering. He shed his suit jacket, yanked off his tie, and unbuttoned his white shirt, revealing his chiseled chest and abs, the shirt hanging in disarray, making him appear irresistibly alluring. His breathing became labored, his expression a testament to the utmost restraint. "I have been drugged." After the conclusion of the gala auction, Si Ning, with an expression of unease, handed him a glass of red wine, leading him to speculate that perhaps the wine was the cause of his discomfort. Following the event, he swiftly discovered Yi Nanxing's whereabouts, his eagerness to find her overshadowing any hesitation as he drank the wine without a second thought. He did not accompany Si Ning home, allowing her to take a taxi by herself. Recalling the scene at the entrance of the gala, where Si Ning, in tears, clung to him, insisting that he escort her home, he became convinced that she had indeed drugged him. Yi Nanxing raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Indeed, art is derived from life. I have encountered numerous such plots during my filming endeavors." Just as she finished speaking, a realization seemed to dawn upon her, and she hurriedly distanced herself, her expression filled with panic. "Liu Yunxiao, let me take you to the hospital. Why are you retreating so far?" Liu Yunxiao, with an inscrutable gaze, commanded, "Come here. I fear you might unleash your primal instincts." Yi Nanxing replied, her voice quavering, I still want tea go over. I wouldn't want to exacerbate your discomfort. Above her head, words of her inner thoughts appeared. Oh heavens, which foolhardy woman dares to drug Lu the scoundrel? I truly admire her audacity. Lu Yunxiao, observing the words floating above her head, sighed in resignation. Come here. I want to touch you. Cowering in the corner, Nanxing exclaimed in fear. If you want to touch me, why should I come over? I refuse. Leaning back against the sofa, Lu Yunxiao smirked lazily, teasing her. You seem quite disappointed. Do you wish for me to touch you? I certainly do not. Do not misconstrue my words. Nanxing's face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Hurry over. Lu Yunxiao said, his expression growing impatient. If you don't come here soon, I shall come over and seize you. At his words, Nanxing's expression turned resentful as she slowly approached. Just as she stood before him, the next moment, he pulled her into his embrace, holding her tightly. With his handsome face buried in her collarbone, his voice low and restrained, he murmured, Be good. Let me hold you for a while. Nanxing, rendered motionless, sat in his arms, allowing him to hold her. After all, one must never provoke a man in such a state. Are you done yet? She asked, squirming uncomfortably as her face flushed crimson. You're pressing against me. Holding me like this is utterly useless. I think you should take a cold shower instead. Lu Yunxiao called her name, his breath unsteady, inhaling the refreshing and pleasant fragrance emanating from her, the fire within him intensifying. It took immense self-control to suppress his urges. Is it truly out of the question? He asked, his voice deep and husky. It is, Nanxing responded resolutely, pleading, You should really let me go. Above her head, thoughts emerged. With Lu the scoundrel pressing against me, over time, I too will be uncomfortable. Lu Yunxiao smirked playfully. Nanxing, are you not yearning for this as well? Nanxing shook her head, pouting as she turned her gaze elsewhere. I do not wish for it. The words above her head vanished, replaced by a comic scene depicting an animated golden retriever and a cartoon white poodle. The golden retriever bore the name Lu Yunxiao on its head, while the poodle sported the name Xin Ning above it. The two dogs pressed their faces together, affectionately nuzzling one another. Witnessing this, Lu Yunxiao felt 3 dark lines form on his forehead. This insufferable woman, what fantasies was she indulging in all day? She whimsically envisioned him as a golden retriever. This time, it seemed she had already accepted him and Xin Ning as a couple in her mind. Lu Yunxiao extended a finger and playfully flicked her forehead, interrupting her fanciful thoughts. With a melancholic gaze, he deliberately inquired, What are you thinking about? Nanxing, rubbing her forehead, shot him an irritated glare and retorted, Nothing at all. Yet, her inner thoughts betrayed her. This infuriating dog of a man, he must have a penchant for flicking my forehead. It's utterly bothersome. However, in the next moment, Lu Yunxiao suddenly laid her down on the sofa, his tall and imposing figure looming over her. What are you doing? Nanxing exclaimed, a mix of anger and embarrassment in her voice. You promised not to touch me. You, a dignified CEO, should keep your word. Her thoughts echoed her frustration. How despicable. A grown man bullying a defenseless woman like me. It's so unfair. I can't even fight back. Men, in such matters, are notorious for their broken promises. Lu Yunxiao planted a kiss on her cheek and mischievously replied, I am no exception. Enduring this situation was painfully tedious. He simply had to tease his little wife. Nanxing's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, I can be fierce. I will bite and scratch you. And if I leave your face covered in marks, don't expect to show your face tomorrow. Lu Yunxiao pecked her cherry lips, wearing a mischievous grin. I don't mind. It will be amusing to see if you have the strength to do so. Chapter 59. Tonight, I shall claim you. Upon hearing this, Nanxing's eyes brimmed with tears as she pleaded, Husband, please spare me. Good deeds will be rewarded. Her pitiful demeanor elicited a low chuckle from Lu Yunxiao. Silly girl, when I saw you in that alluring red dress, do you know what I was thinking? Nanxing pouted and shook her head, responding sarcastically, I wouldn't know. I'm not a worm in your belly. Besides, with the stunning Xin Ning by your side, how could you possibly think of me? Feeling theatrical, she began to perform, feigning a pitiful tone. I am but your discarded wife. At such a moment, you should be with Xin Ning. She is not as beautiful as you. Lu Yunxiao pressed her down, his voice enticing. You, like a siren, tug at my heartstrings. Not apparent, Nanxing averted her gaze, striving to quell the turmoil within her. This man, with a strikingly handsome and beguiling visage, uttering sweet nothings, was utterly irresistible. She had to withstand this temptation. She must not succumb. At that moment, her phone chimed. Yunxiao, still hovering over her, stretched his long arm to retrieve the device from the coffee table. That's my phone. Nanxing kvavid, head hints anjusli. Try and snatch it back. Get back quickly. Silence. Yunxiao restrained her hands with one, freeing the other to unlock the phone. Upon opening WeChat, Nanxing discovered a message from Gu Junzi detailing their date, itinerary, and interspersed with a few flirtatious remarks. Moments later, a palpable tension enveloped the man, his expression darkening ominously, as if a dam of rationality had burst within his mind. Unaware of the tempest she had stirred within him, Nanxing curiously inquired, "How did you know my phone's password?" Yunxiao's brows knitted tightly as he forcefully hurled the phone onto the tiled floor, producing a resounding crash. His phoenix-like eyes narrowed, darkening with intent as he ominously declared, "Nanxing, I shall claim you tonight." Nanxing froze, and before she could muster a response, she heard the sound of fabric tearing. Her nightgown was violently ripped apart by the man. Her body trembled, limbs struggling in defiance. As she cried out with all her might, "I will hate you. I truly will." It was evident to her that he was not merely threatening. His intentions were all too real. In that moment, flashes of her tragic past replayed in her mind. The torment inflicted upon her by this very man, leaving indelible scars that could not easily be erased. As Yunxiao halted his actions in response to her cries, his expression was tumultuous, caught in a web of conflict, yet the mind's irrationality often leads to grave misjudgments. After a brief silence, he spoke softly, "Then hate me." At his words, Nanxing closed her eyes in despair, relinquishing her futile struggle. Throughout the night, the man held her captive on the sofa, in the bathroom, and eventually back to the bed. Rather than exhibiting tenderness due to her being a novice, he treated her with a chilling indifference, as if punishing her. Nanxing would forever remember her first encounter with Yunxiao. It was a painful ordeal, leaving her hoarse and desolate, subjected to relentless torment. In the early hours, as she succumbed to unconsciousness, he showed no signs of relent, becoming increasingly obsessive in his pursuit. The following afternoon, Nanxing awoke from the large bed, her exposed neck and arms bearing witness to the previous night's unbridled frenzy. As she opened her bleary eyes, she noticed the heavy rain cascading outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. With a wince, she attempted to move, but her body felt as though it had been crushed by a train, pain etched across her brow. The memories of the previous night surged back, each vivid moment fueling her indignation. She noted the absence of any sticky residue on her skin, her hair fragrant and fresh, suggesting that Yunxiao had bathed her. "You're awake," a deep voice interrupted her thoughts. Turning her head, she saw the man standing at the bedside. Having already completed his morning routine, clad in the same white shirt and trousers from the night before, his expression devoid of emotion. "Leave," Nanxing spat through clenched teeth, forcing the word from between her lips. Yunxiao tilted his head slightly, evading the woman's disdainful gaze, and spoke in a low, tranquil voice. "Are you hungry? I ordered room service with all your favorites. It will arrive shortly." Nanxing, wrapping herself in the quilt, sat up and, with all her strength, hurled a nearby pillow at the man. However, her frail body rendered her efforts futile, and the soft pillow fell to the ground. "I'm sorry." Yunxiao sat at the edge of the bed, extending his hand despite her resistance, firmly pulling her into his embrace. "I warned you to steer clear of other men. Yet you persistently defy me and provoke my anger. Am I not allowed to make friends?" Nanxing glared at him defiantly, her voice hoarse from crying. "I haven't betrayed you. That's not acceptable." Yunxiao insisted, his tone unwavering. "I cannot tolerate the ease with which you interact with Gu Junzi, nor can I bear the radiant smiles you bestow upon him. Such innocent and unblemished joy he has never received." At that moment, Nanxing suddenly recalled something, her swollen eyes fixed on him as she demanded, "What did Gu Junzi say in last night's WeChat message?" Yunxiao grasped her chin with his fingers, his voice dripping with malice. "You still ponder over his words? Do you harbor feelings for him?" In that instant, Nanxing felt no fear of his wrath. Enduring the pain, she retorted coldly, "Yes, I like him." She continued, unflinchingly, "Yunxiao, I do not love you. You are astute enough to discern my deceit. So I shall no longer deceive you from this moment forth. Let the facade shatter. Once the system returns, she would willingly accept her punishment. She would rather gain weight than continue to appease a man who inflicted harm upon her. Silence. Lu Yunxiao's expression turned icy as he narrowed his eyes in warning. Otherwise, I would not mind revisiting last night's events. At this moment, he realized he despised being deceived by Nanxing, but he loathed even more hearing her declare her lack of affection with such contemptuous eyes. What other tactics do you possess apart from threatening me with such matters? Nanxing's swollen eyes brimmed with tears. As her agitation grew, she clenched her fists and struck at him, exclaiming, "Let me go. I loathe you, Lu Yunxiao. I utterly detest you." Lu Yunxiao pressed her down onto the bed, forcing her to calm down. "You're too weak right now. Rest first. Once you regain your strength, I shall allow you to hit and scold me." He lowered his gaze, staring into her eyes, concern evident in his expression. "Be good. Your eyes are swollen from crying. Please do not weep any longer." Nanxing truly lacked the strength to continue. Her entire body ached unbearably. She turned her head away, biting her lip and shedding silent tears. In defiance of her indifference, Lu Yunxiao tenderly kissed away her tears. After a while, Lu Yunxiao's gaze deepened as he studied her pupils, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. In a low, alluring voice, he remarked, "Nanxing, in this matter of coercion, let me tell you, though a forcibly harvested fruit may not be sweet, it is certainly fragrant. You are shameless," Nanxing cursed. "You are a rogue, a beast in human clothing. You're my wife." Lu Yunxiao smirked, leaning closer to her ear, whispering softly, "To be a rogue towards you is only natural. And I'm only a rogue for you." As Lu Yunxiao observed the signs of her simmering anger dissipating, he ceased to tease her, promptly sitting up and gently pulling her up. He spoke softly, urging her to calm down before their meal. Yet, Nanxing, stubborn as ever, retorted defiantly, declaring her refusal to eat. With that, she collapsed onto the bed, enveloping herself entirely in the blanket, curling up in a ball, wishing to avoid the sight of the refined rogue before her. The doorbell rang, and Lu Yunxiao went to answer it. Moments later, he returned to the living room, pushing a dining cart laden with the food he had ordered. As he glanced at the sofa, his mind drifted back to the events of the previous night, tightening his throat as he chuckled wryly. He had never anticipated that his first night with Nanxing would unfold in a presidential suite of a hotel. If it hadn't been for the provocative message from Gujuanza, he would not have acted impulsively to claim Nanxing as he did. He never wished to coerce her, nor did he desire her animosity towards him. A few minutes later, Lu Yunxiao entered the bedroom, retrieving a fresh set of pajamas from his suitcase, as the ones from last night had been torn beyond wear. He approached the bed and commanded, "Nanxing, put on your clothes and get up for breakfast. I want to eat," she shouted from beneath the blanket. "Shall I dress you, or will you do it yourself?" He mused aloud. Minutes passed, yet she remained unmoving. Lu Yunxiao tugged at a corner of the blanket, pulling her out of her cocoon, his expression serious as he softened his tone. "Let us eat first, and then you can throw your tantrum, all right?" Nanxing clutched the blanket to her chest. Her face set in a frosty glare. "I said I want to eat. Can't you comprehend human speech?" Their gazes locked, each one more stubborn than the other. With little effort, Lu Yunxiao snatched the blanket from her grasp and tossed it to the end of the bed. Nanxing hurriedly pulled it back to cover herself, glaring up at him with indignation. "With your feeble appearance, you dare to confront me?" Lu Yunxiao smirked, scoffing at her defiance. "Get out." Nanxing, aware of her disadvantage in this situation, yelled furiously, "Leave. I need to get dressed. I've seen every part of you." He replied, "Please show me some respect." "Fine." 5 minutes, he conceded, ruffling her hair affectionately. "Be a good girl, change your clothes, and come out." With that, he turned and exited the bedroom, settling onto the sofa in the living room. His expression turned icy as he fell into a heavy silence. Then he retrieved his phone and dialed his assistant's number. Lu Yunxiao spoke coldly, "Blacklist Gu Juanza in the entertainment industry. Teach the Gu family a lesson." Without further ado, the voice on the other end, Yin Mo, responded respectfully, "Understood, President." 10 minutes later, Lu Yunxiao re-entered the bedroom to find the woman clad in her pajamas, yet still curled up in a ball on the bed. He stepped forward, lifted the blanket, and scooped her up in his arms, carrying her into the living room. "I will feed you," he declared, settling her comfortably on his lap. "I have a fever," she murmured. Nanxing, her eyes closed, nestled in his embrace like a small kitten, whimpered, "Lu Yunxiao, I have a fever, and I feel utterly unwell. Chapter 60. Caught in the rain, Yunxiao gently touched her forehead and found it indeed hot. He sighed and remarked, "Such a delicate little thing." Nanxing, still with her eyes shut, retorted defiantly, "This is all your fault. I've always been healthy. This so-called aloofness is just a facade. Deep down, you're nothing but a scoundrel. If only you would behave." Yunxiao smirked, a hint of amusement in his voice. He lifted her and returned to the room, placing her back on the bed and tucking her in. Leaning down, he pressed a tender kiss to her forehead and gently combed through her disheveled hair, speaking softly, "I will fetch someone to bring medicine." Once the man departed, Nanxing opened her bleary eyes and gazed out the floor-to-ceiling window, where torrential rain continued to pour. She found it somewhat absurd how circumstances had unfolded, recalling vivid images from her past life in a dream. Until her death, Yunxiao had remained cold and unfeeling towards her, making intimacy a mere impossibility. In this second chance, however, her love for Yunxiao had vanished. She merely acted according to the system's demands, feigning deep affection. Recently, she had even resisted him at every turn, yet unexpectedly, she found herself receiving warmth and closeness that she had never experienced in her previous life. A sardonic smile tugged at the corners of her lips as she rose from the bed in a daze, barefoot, and walked toward the window. Pausing before the glass, she stared at the torrential downpour outside, her mind a tumultuous whirl of thoughts. In the next moment, she flung open the window and stepped barefoot onto the balcony. Standing in the rain, Nanxing tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and embraced the icy sensation of the rain and cold wind beating against her skin, finding it a soothing relief for her feverish body. Time became indistinct as she stood in the rain, her mind growing increasingly muddled. She stumbled on the balcony, gazing up at the overcast sky. Suddenly, with a loud crash, the half-open door behind her was forcefully pushed open. Turning around, Nanxing squinted through the rain, unable to discern anything clearly. Shaking her head, she rubbed her eyes with her fists. Upon opening her eyes, she finally recognized the dark expression on the man's face and the palpable aura of fury surrounding him. "What are you doing?" Yunxiao demanded, gripping her by the neck with his large hand, his voice icy. "Are you intent on provoking me?" "I'm hot. The rain feels refreshing," Nanxing replied, her expression dazed. Yet she did not forget to resist him. "Let go of me. Go away. Don't touch me." She appeared utterly disheveled, soaked to the skin, her nightgown clinging closely to her body, and her long, damp hair plastered against her scalp and cheeks. "I permit your antics," Yunxiao growled, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, "but you cannot toy with your own well-being. I loathe you," Nanxing murmured, her voice hazy. Yunxiao yanked her into the room, his movements rough and unyielding, dragging her to the edge of the bed and tossing her onto it with force. He glared at her, his face contorted with anger. "Have you lost your mind? The autumn rain is icy and bone-chilling, and you've been drenched for so long. Yet you show no regard for your own health." As he spoke, he reached out and pulled off her already soaked nightgown. "I'll carry you to take a hot bath." Nanxing shook her head, weakly struggling against him, retorting, "I don't need your help. I despise you." In an instant, Yunxiao's tall and imposing figure pinned her beneath him, his presence overwhelming as he growled, "Is that all you can say? Can you utter anything else?" "Indeed," Nanxing replied, her pale face betraying her defiance as she cried, "I don't love you, Yunxiao. I don't love you. Don't touch me." "Silence. You are forbidden to speak further." Yunxiao seized her chin, lowering his head to seal her lips with his, biting down savagely as an angry command escaped his lips. "Proclaim your love for me, as you did before. Speak." With reddened eyes, Nanxing stubbornly kept her lips sealed, glaring defiantly at him as she shook her head, insisting, "I don't love you." Yunxiao's lips curled into a thin smile, his expression frosty. "Very well, you have successfully provoked my ire." The sound of a belt buckle being undone resonated through the room, and Nanxing's foggy mind instantly cleared, her body tensing as she attempted to turn and flee. Yet, her frail form was pinned down by him, leaving her with no escape. Refusing to yield, she bit down on his neck. He let out a muffled groan, but his actions remained relentless, forcing her as he had the previous night. At the moment of re-entry, Nanxing's face contorted in pain, tears streaming down uncontrollably. The injuries from the previous night had not yet healed, and now the agony left her trembling, her face ashen, her her teeth biting in her lower lip until it bled. Lu Yunxiao grasped her evasive face, kissing her with wild abandon. He was not faring any better. Her body burned with fever, excessively hot against him. I have a high fever, Nanxing croaked. Lu Yunxiao, I am still burning with fever. You won't die, he replied dismissively as he continued to kiss her. You scoundrel, be obedient. If you don't want to be harmed by me, then comply. Thus, the man fiercely claimed her once more throughout the night. In the early hours, Nanxing awoke, raising her hand to check her forehead's temperature, only to realize she was resting a cool compress wrapped in a towel upon it. Her heart swelled with a mix of resentment and grudging appreciation. Perhaps Lu Yunxiao had a conscience after all, knowing to help reduce her fever instead of neglecting her. She then felt her body and hair, both clean and fresh. She silently gritted her teeth, cursing, "Damn you, you wretched man, taking advantage of my unconsciousness to bathe me." At that moment, the door swung open, and Lu Yunxiao entered clad in a bathrobe, holding a cup of warm water and a box of fever-reducing medication. You're awake. He set the medicine and water on the bedside table, then sat beside her, his large hand gently caressing her flushed cheeks, reddened from the fever. He removed the ice pack from her forehead and placed his palm against her skin to check her temperature. It's too late. If your fever doesn't subside by morning, I shall take you to the hospital. Nanxing glared at him, attempting to sit up, but any movement caused her pain. She furrowed her brow and exclaimed, Lu Yunxiao, you scoundrel. Lu Yunxiao chuckled softly, his handsome face illuminated with satisfaction as he inquired, do you wish for my assistance? Nanxing stubbornly retorted, I don't need it. With that, she puffed up her cheeks, clutching the blanket to shield her body with one hand while the other braced herself, slowly and laboriously propping herself against the headboard. However, with a casual pull, Lu Yunxiao drew her into his embrace, holding her tightly and planting a gentle kiss on her split lip. Let go of me. Nanxing weakly protested, struggling feebly. She lacked the strength, her body aching all over, and her frustration made her bow her head in silence. Lu Yunxiao leaned closer, his lips brushing against her ear, his voice laced with amusement. Nanxing, is it only in bed that you can soften? Nanxing shot him an indignant glare, muttering angrily, you bastard scoundrel and a cad. Lu Yunxiao chuckled and continued, yet in bed, you become utterly pliable, pleading with me to stop. A dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory, Nanxing grumbled, turning her head away to ignore him. All right, be good. Lu Yunxiao pecked her lips. You must be hungry. Let me carry you to the living room for a meal. I'm not dressed. Nanxing shot him another glare. You tore both my pajamas to shreds. Indeed, she was famished, having consumed nothing for an entire day and night, and with her high fever, she was devoid of strength. If she did not eat soon, her fever would only worsen. Lu Yunxiao released her and walked to the corner, opening a suitcase to retrieve a long robe, then returned to the bedside. What are you doing? Nanxing clutched the blanket tightly around herself. I'm going to dress you, he replied, tugging at the corner of the blanket. You lack the strength. Allow me to assist you. Leave. I can manage myself, she insisted. Lu Yunxiao, uninterested in further debate, effortlessly snatched the blanket from her grasp and, without further ado, slipped the robe over her shoulders. He then bent down and lifted the weak woman into his arms, carrying her to the living room. In the living room, Lu Yunxiao sat on the sofa with her in his embrace. Stretching his long arm, he picked up a bowl of porridge from the coffee table, blowing on a spoonful before bringing it to her lips. Nestled in his arms, Nanxing turned her head away, sulking. I refused to eat porridge. Her heart was filled with resentment, and her stubbornness compelled her to oppose him at every turn. What would you prefer? Lu Yunxiao asked patiently. Barbecue, fried chicken. A grand feast, Nanxing declared, raising her chin with a haughty expression. In short, I refuse to consume tasteless white porridge. That is out of the question. Lu Yunxiao firmly rejected. You are running a high fever. You can only have light food. Then I shall not eat. Nanxing huffed. Lu Yunxiao curled his lips into a smile, his handsome face radiating warmth. In a low, alluring voice, he coaxed, even if you wish to resist or retaliate against me, you must possess the strength to do so. How can you regain your vigor without nourishment? Given that his little wife had endured his teasing for 2 entire nights. He was unusually patient and good-natured. Noticing her thoughts laid bare, Nanxing's strikingly pale face betrayed a hint of awkwardness. She pursed her lips and replied, is there anything else to eat? I detest playing kanji just as much as I detest you. Lu Yunxiao placed the bowl of congee back on the coffee table. Choose a light dish of your preference, he instructed. Nanxing blinked her large eyes and pondered before responding. Clear soup noodles. Very well, Lu Yunxiao said, retrieving his phone to order from the hotel. I will have someone bring them to us. I refuse to eat food prepared by the hotel chef. Nanxing interjected hastily. Then which restaurant do you wish to order from? Lu Yunxiao raised an eyebrow, studying her intently. A mischievous smile crept onto Nanxing's lips as she replied. I desire the clear soup noodles made by your own hands. Her inner voice taunted. Admit it, Lu scoundrel, you only know how to make tomato scrambled eggs. Anything else is beyond your culinary skill. Noticing the words floating above her head, Lu Yunxiao nodded slightly, a hint of indulgence in his demeanor. All right, I shall prepare them for you. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Lu Yunxiao settled her comfortably on the sofa before rising to answer the door. Yunimo stood at the entrance, handing him a branded bag. President, here are the clothes you requested. They are from your usual brand. How did everything go? Lu Yunxiao asked as he accepted the bag. All matters have been attended to. Yunimo responded after a brief pause, lowering his voice. Gu Juanza has terminated all his upcoming film contracts and endorsements. The Gu family is already mobilizing. Lu Yunxiao nodded in satisfaction, turning to close the door. He then proceeded to the bathroom, shedding his bathrobe and donning the shirt and black trousers from the bag. Nanxing lounged on the sofa. Her eyes drowsily closed as she rested. She felt that running away from home had only resulted in solitude. Not only had she failed to escape the scoundrel, but she also found herself with a high fever, thoroughly exhausted by him. Time passed, and she felt a gentle touch on her body, causing her to startle awake. With a wary gaze, she looked at the man and asked, Did you not go to cook the noodles? Lu Yunxiao helped her into her pants and jacket, speaking softly. I will take you home, and once we arrive, I will make you noodles. He picked up a wooden comb and patiently untangled her disheveled long hair, treating her with the tenderness one would offer a child. Nanxing intended to protest, but she lacked the strength even to raise her arms. Her body limp against the sofa, leaving her to endure Lu's scoundrel's ministrations. Throughout, she glared at him with a mixture of anger and resentment, contemplating how to regain her dignity. Unperturbed by her glare, the man continued his considerate and gentle task, even thoughtfully placing a fisherman's hat on her head before they departed. Shielding her from prying cameras, leaning against the wall at the door, Nanxing feigned weakness, stating, I have no strength. I cannot walk. Above her head, words emerged. Lu Jianan, you can pull my suitcase, but you cannot embrace me. Let us see how you resolve this. Anyway, we are outside the room. I'm not afraid of your temper. At worst, I'll just shout for help. Lu Yunxiao calmly read the words hovering above her, said nothing, and effortlessly lifted her, placing her atop the suitcase. He then grasped the handle and proceeded towards the elevator with her and the luggage in tow. At the front desk, Lu Yunxiao presented his card to the receptionist to settle the room fee. Throughout the transaction, the receptionist cast infatuated glances at the man. Her eyes filled with envy as she regarded the woman perched on the suitcase. Nanxing, unimpressed, turned her gaze elsewhere in annoyance. She had encountered a scoundrel, and there was nothing enviable about that. At that moment, it was 5 o'clock in the morning, the torrential rain had ceased, and the air, fresh and slightly cool after the autumn rain, enveloped them as they exited the hotel. They approached the luxury car, where Lu Yunxiao instinctively lifted the woman from the suitcase and placed her in the passenger's seat, ensuring she was comfortably seated before bending down to fasten her seatbelt. Once everything was in order, he gently closed the door, circled the front of the car, and settled into the driver's seat to start the engine and drive away. Throughout the entire journey, Nanxing's feet never touched the ground, and she did not take a single step. The man's attentiveness made it difficult for her to find a reason to argue. She suspected Lu Jianan had finally developed a conscience. Otherwise, he would not treat her so well. However, her frustration only grew, and eventually, she sighed heavily and closed her eyes, too disinterested to even glance at the man. Chapter 61. The Woman of Double Standards in Villa Number 9. Upon their return home, Lu Yunxiao carried Nanxing into the living room and placed her on the sofa, resting his hand on her forehead to check her temperature. Moments later, his handsome face turned serious as he pulled out his phone, dialing and stating, Your fever hasn't subsided. I'm calling Hua Jingchen over. On the other end, Hua Jingchen, bewildered, groaned, Brother Lu, it's only 5:30 in the morning. My biological clock hasn't even awakened yet. I had an emergency surgery last night and just returned home after an all-nighter. I've only been asleep for 3 hours. Please have mercy. Lu Yunxiao replied coldly. Enough with the chatter. Get here within half an hour. Nanxing slumped against the sofa, feeling lethargic. Lu Yunxiao, em starven. Are you no longer sulking? Lu Yunxiao sat beside her, pulling her into his embrace. Starving puts me in no mood to be angry. Nanxing, eyes closed and lips pursed, ordered, you better hurry and cook some noodles. Just so you know, if they taste bad, I want to eat them. Hearing her clear command and critical tone, Lu Yunxiao gazed at her deeply before releasing her and making his way to the kitchen. 20 minutes later, Lu Yunxiao returned with a steaming bowl of broth noodles, placing the bowl and chopsticks on the coffee table before sitting beside the drowsy woman, gently supporting her as he cradled her. Nanxing, wake up, don't sleep anymore, he softly urged. The noodles are ready. Eat before you sleep. Half a minute later, Nanxing opened her bleary eyes, her expression one of irritation and morning grumpiness. It must be awful, she complained. I don't want to eat, so don't disturb my sleep. Lu Yunxiao couldn't help but chuckle at her little demeanor. He gently grasped her chin with his long fingers, lifting her face to meet his gaze. With a mischievous smile, he said, you can choose not to eat, but if you don't mind, I might just devour it right here in front of you. At his words, Nanxing's half-closed eyes widened immediately, her mind sharpening. She straightened her posture, her expression serious as she declared, I want noodles. Such a good girl, Lu Yunxiao said, pulling her into his embrace and kissing her cherry lips. Could you possibly remain this obedient forever? Impossible, Nanxing retorted, pushing him away with a feigned annoyance as she reached for the bowl of noodles on the glass coffee table. She was quite hungry and instinctively wanted to take a big bite, but upon realizing they were made by that scoundrel Lu, she closed her mouth, using her chopsticks to pick up a few strands of noodles for inspection. After a moment, she nodded. They looked pretty good. The simple clear broth noodles before her not only appeared appetizing, but also emanated a tantalizing aroma. Lu had even topped them with a soft-boiled egg, making them look quite delectable. Thus, Nanxing took a bite, her expression haughty as she savored each mouthful. Above her head, words materialized. Wow, this is really delicious. It's the best clear broth noodles I've ever had. Sitting beside her, Lu Yunxiao glanced at the words hovering above her, a hint of smugness creeping onto his otherwise expressionless face. If it's good, eat more, he said in a low voice. Who said it was good? Nanxing placed her chopsticks back on the glass table, mockingly retorting, it's utterly terrible, practically inedible. Your culinary skills are nothing remarkable. Above her head, her inner thoughts manifested. I absolutely hate this. If it weren't made by that scoundrel Lu, I would devour it all, but now I can only watch. Seeing this, Lu Yunxiao pulled her into his arms and asked, feigning ignorance, really that bad? Nanxing nodded earnestly, it's truly awful. Her inner thoughts, however, contradicted her words. Not bad at all, it's super delicious. Being able to read her mind, Lu Yunxiao chuckled. Nanxing, you are such a contradictory and deceitful woman. Nanxing shot him a glare, exclaiming, I am not. I didn't tea. Yet, her bright eyes remained fixed on the steaming bowl of clear broth noodles. Reluctantly, Lu Yunxiao lifted the bowl, coaxing her gently. How about I feed you? Nanxing's radiant face displayed a myriad of conflicted expressions before she relented. Fine. But only because I'm too hungry. Otherwise, I would never eat such terrible noodles. All right, Lu Yunxiao said, picking up some noodles with chopsticks and bringing them to her lips. You don't need to specify. I already know. Good to know. Nanxing was about to open her mouth, but decided to tease him instead, remarking, these noodles are too hot. In the next moment, Lu Yunxiao quietly placed the bowl of noodles back on the coffee table and rose to head towards the open kitchen, leaving Nanxing curious about his intentions. She glanced around, then turned back, smacking her lips, her eyes greedily fixated on the bowl of noodles. After all, she had been famished for a day and a night. Heaven knows how tantalizing this bowl of delectable clear broth noodles appeared to her. Before long, Lu Yunxiao returned with a small rice bowl, settling beside her on the sofa. He deftly picked up some noodles from the larger bowl, transferring them to the smaller one. After blowing gently to temper the heat, he brought the spoon to her lips. Nanxing raised an eyebrow at the noodles, pursed her lips, and ultimately opened her mouth to accept the bite he offered, all the while feigning disdain as she remarked, this is utterly tasteless, like chewing on wax. Lu Yunxiao remained unfazed, patiently feeding her more noodles. Come now, open your mouth. Don't just feed me noodles. Nanxing pointed to the fried egg in the larger bowl. I want the egg. Her inner thoughts materialized above her head. Humph. This scoundrel Lu has bullied me for 2 nights. It is only fitting that he serves me now, and I feel it is still insufficient. Yunxiao set down his chopsticks, flicking her forehead lightly, his deep voice tinged with displeasure. Focus on eating your noodles. Nanxing glared at him with an exaggerated frown. Stop flicking my forehead. I can't stand you. As they were midway through their meal, the doorbell of the villa rang. Yunxiao set down his bowl and chopsticks to answer the door, returning shortly afterward, accompanied by a strikingly handsome man. This man was none other than the renowned surgical expert, Yunxiao, who appeared weary, sporting dark circles under his eyes, and carrying a medical kit with a look of deep discontent. Yunxiao resumed his place on the long sofa, lifting his bowl and chopsticks to continue feeding the woman beside him, not sparing a glance at Yunxiao. As he fed her, he casually remarked, "Sit over there and wait. After Nanxing finishes her noodles, you can take her temperature and prescribe accordingly." Yunxiao set down his medical kit and slumped into the single sofa, annoyance etched on his face as he observed the affectionate couple. With a smirk, he teased, "You two are really inseparable. Must you feed each other while I, having not even had breakfast, am already full from your dog food?" However, he received a simultaneous glare from the couple, clearly signaling him to keep his comments to himself. Nanxing, her face marked with dissatisfaction, chewed on her egg while her thoughts began to swirl once more. The words above her head proclaimed, "Which I saw affection. Truly, birds of a feather flock together." If memory serves me right, Lu's charming friend is notorious in the gaming scene, a veritable playboy, swapping girlfriends with alarming frequency. HMPF, all men are scoundrels. Yunxiao observed her inner musings with keen awareness, turning to cast a cold glare at Yunxiao, warning in a frosty tone, "You should consider changing girlfriends less frequently. Be more dedicated and avoid being a scoundrel." Yunxiao, caught off guard by this sudden admonition, wore a bewildered expression, utterly confused as to what he had done wrong. Was it a crime to have girlfriends? What has prompted Lu Ge to take an interest in discussing matters of romantic relationships? When did he become so intrigued by the subject of having a girlfriend?